you. If I heard that you.
He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Oh, wait,
crazy shot. Hang on. Backstab him from Sunbat.
He's done it. He's won the round.
Pros and nos. There's one. Alistair on the corner. Molotov towards heaven. Has to be timed. And Frozen might make something of this. Alistair going to get caught. 118 when he pulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye-bye Ings. Bye-bye FlyQuest.
For Zaka, edge of the smoke, double kill for him. Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke.
Is perfect from Ins. 10 seconds left. Not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ins with 4. Dominant defense.
In the corner. For the first. For the second as well. Manesi put himself into the 1 versus 1. No starrings in rotation as well. And Manesi just not the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone.
Oh, the flash is so good. That's Melon, though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral lander by Munisi. He keeps on dragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, gonna move his way in. He's spotted Star. He gives his position. One tap to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka finding 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and they Hatchmouths lining up Util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but Nav with the ace does not let them in.
Scout remains against 4. Oh my God, this guy! No scope merchant! What is that? What?
Everyone He's low. Hooksy can win this on his own. Essential 1v3. And he's got it in the palm of his hand. Hooksy holds strong.
He tries to make this play. He wins that fight. This is the ball rolling for Monacy. A safe plant nets him the bomb to play around. They think they've uprooted Monacy. They couldn't be further from the truth. Monacy runs him down.
And look at this, 2 flashes. Carrigan wants to try and punish top. Skulls safe from the flashes. It's a double from Skulls. Lock it and loaded. It's a triple. 4 from Skulls. Good luck out there. Oh, what is that from Skulls?
Making him G2 in the top side. Monacy or Hunter rather dead early. Hooksy followed up 1-2. Impact. 3v3 for G2. Hooksy is the man trying to take them there. Hooksy is on for the ace. And it's just Shui left to be, door ready to be swung, and he waits to the final 5 in the round! Timing is bad though. Exertion chases down Nico, and Monacy's got to do it alone. Agile on the AWP. Brolin dead. Monacy rising to the occasion.
Bro spotting this AWP.
Got YouTube, but doesn't want to put out his name.
Oh, no one's looking. Oh, Bro will get 2. A third is crazy. Bro can come on. Clutch! Outrageous from Bro!
think it has to be Katowice 2015. IEM Katowice. Cologne. It was Gamescom, no? Like top 5, top 6. Envy. Fuck. Dennis, right? I'll say next. Dennis, Chris, Speedy, and me. Oh shit! Okay, I see. It was the SK one. Fuck, I forgot about it. Kadian, Barry, Asilion, Sanden, and me. I totally forgot about it. Well, I was on bench in Mouse, and they qualified for that event, got invited, I don't know, and someone couldn't go, or they dropped someone from the lineup, and they just called me up, and I was happy to play. Wasn't it like random out of 3 maps in the end or something? I cannot remember that. I would go either Kenny or Happy. If I have to choose one, I would go Happy. Wasn't that bad, actually.
My name is Amy and I'm a player manager, and that essentially means that I'm looking at everything player related. So that is from like travel to hotel to their tournament days, making sure that they're having a good time here, answering any questions, any issues that they might have. So everything hospitality, player management. I think there are like 3 days that are important that all have different roles. So there's arrival and departure day, there's a media day, and then there's our tournament days. They all have very different responsibilities. Arrival and departure, very simple, make sure the players are arriving, check them in, make sure that they have their practice rooms. So it's a lot of just kind of basic hospitality management. Media day is a lot more of the scheduling, making sure that players are meeting their media obligations, working with the production team. And the bulk of what we do is tournament days, which is making sure that the teams know their times that they're going to be playing at, getting in their shuttles, making sure they have their gear, coming to the studio, getting them to their practice rooms, to their player lounge, to the tournament on time, making sure that they have everything that they need for that day, that they can really perform to their best. One of the most challenging but also the most fun parts about player management is each team is very different. So they all have different nuances, like how you interact with a team, how you communicate with a team. So I think the most challenging part is making sure that you're on the same page as the team you're working with on that day. Going into a different event, there's always different circumstances and there's always changes. There's roster changes, there's team changes, there's patch changes. I'm having my finger on the pulse and talking to people and communicating with the teams and the players, and just having conversations with everybody really allows you to understand the mental space that everybody's in, and then allows you to kind of fulfill your role much more effectively.
Hello and welcome to CT Lock here with Majors. We've got exciting Anubis coming up. You're going to talk us through some of the ideologies around CT side. And I'm interested to see the CT side of Anubis, because it feels like the A bomb side can be a bit of a problem for a lot of teams. So you can talk us through and show us how to play it properly. So if you can show us how to like stop a rush, because I always die to a rush on A, like every time. So like what were the kind of motions you would go through to stop a rush?
First of all, you just pray.
You pray? Yeah, all right, that's first out.
I think the first step, obviously, when you start the round, it obviously depends a little bit on your spawn, but if you have good spawns, you will come and you just pre-Molotov in the beginning of the round, because a lot of teams, they like to do this flashbang from up here, like where they come up here and then they flash like this. So what happens when you do the Molotov is that they have to do a smoke to go through it, not take too much damage. And then when you are here, you can kind of dodge the flash, so you come and you do the Molotov like this. You dodge the flash, you hit the flash, now they go through the smoke and you try and get the 1 kill and you go back. So that's kind of like the typical way to start the round as a CT player. But the more experience and more knowledge of the enemies, you can kind of like develop it into like different ways. So, I mean, for me, I like to do this Molotov as a starter, because it's gonna put some more pressure on the team.
He goes around the back.
Because you can force him to be out in the open here, and then you can kind of like, what I like to do is that I link it up with a flashbang like this from a teammate, because now I can run out the guy who's maybe holding over here at the door is gonna get blind. I can run like this, I can try and kill him, and then I can go back. So it's kind of like, you know, but at the beginning, for the rush, you definitely molly, you dodge the flash, you wait for the smoke, and then you try and get a kill.
So it seems like as the A player, you're going to use a lot of utility early. So what if you're playing against a team that you want to try and delay your util, you want to try and hold on to the utility? What are some of the positions you would play if you want to hold on to util?
I mean, this kind of comes in with the philosophy as a team, because obviously if your team knows that the AWP never starts A, they like to just come and just like sneak and take duels, which obviously is very bad for the anchor player. So you kind of need the team to put the AWP here sometimes to kind of like gamble in some way with your util, where you're just like coming and jiggling and just like hoping that they're not like taking space. But a lot of teams obviously is playing 2-1-2, like a lot with the AWP here and also with the rifle here. So a lot of the time people, they will start using util before going into this area, like coming here and do the smoke and, you know, doing the Molotov. And when this happens, that's kind of where you're like, okay, now I will start using my util. So now you're trading util all the time, and then you do a smoke and you just like jump through and block them. But that is why a lot of mid players, they start mid, you know, they start like this.
Yeah.
And then they will just either go A or go B and leave mid.
Okay.
And that's why you have two sets of util on A, because otherwise you will just run out of util.
Otherwise you get burnt out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're gonna be left alone on A with no util. And let's be honest, if people execute A, it is very difficult.
Yeah.
So you need that utility to try and block them in this area here. Because if they get past this area here, it becomes a very open round for the T's.
Now we see a lot of teams where they're desperate, they got an eco or a tech 9 half buy, they'll often go for an A rush. So what would be some of the positional changes you would go through if you're going up against the rush versus a full buy?
I think obviously you would still come here and do the Molotov, do a Molotov like here in this area.
Okay.
Because then at least you have the information when they're gonna distinguish the Molotov. And that gives you time to like come here and do like HE and then kind of like run to safety while maybe you're calling for the flash, like people are coming here flashing, like because when you're running up to safety, they're coming in this area and they will get blind. And then just playing around this area and protecting this like area, because A might be difficult to hold against rushes, but it is also, as long as you have like some control, it is also doable to retake it. Also because as a mid player, if you hear A rush, you can like really fast come behind and drop down water and help your teammate like this, trying to kill the people who's doing util. So I think playing a bit more safe, doing a Molotov, like also because it's eco, they might not have like Molotov for default, and also here, so they will do maybe either like one of them, and then you can like try and position around that.
Well, the incendiary is a lot weaker now on CT side. How do you think that's going to affect the A player? Because you're obviously waiting on that second player coming in from middle to camera, but how are you going to deal with that now if they rush into you? You have like 2 seconds less, right? So how's that going to affect your position, do you think?
I mean, honestly, against rushes, I don't think it's going to be a big problem, because at the end of the day, people, they will distinguish the Molotov anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So if it's 2 seconds less, it doesn't really like do anything differently for me. But I think it's more mid-round. It's gonna change stuff, because, you know, as an example, people, they like to come here and they like to do like a util like this, where they come and like retake banana. But now that the Molotov is a little bit less good, you can see it's gonna create space for the T's to have like either be here or be potentially here. But obviously you want them to be here, because now you can at least clear it with a good duel coming here and trying to kill them.
Yeah.
So I think it's more mid-round that this Molotov is going to change a lot. But yeah, that's...
Yeah, speaking of mid-round, you know, we sometimes see an A player get aggressive, they push out, try and start a flank, but it feels like this one of the scariest bomb sites to try and push out of, because you got one choke point, there could be someone lurking. So what kind of information do you need to have to sort of activate a flank out of A?
I mean, obviously, it depends on the team as well, but a lot of the times if you see the A lurk in action, that kind of gives you an idea that that can give you like a hint that, okay, this might still be a gamble, but it's a bigger chance to push, if that makes sense. So if I see the A lurk doing a flash assist or getting a kill or an assist like that, that can kind of like give me the idea that, okay, I might have a timing now, and that's where you just sometimes have to do a gamble. But honestly, I think also it depends on the whole information on the map that you have. I mean, sometimes on this map, you just have to take a gamble. Because let's say there's a smoke here and then it starts fading and now you're like sneaking out. Like there is a lot of angles like this and also up here and up here, and even people are playing like sometimes here and then just peeking on timing and stuff like that. So it is difficult, but I think it's difficult for the A player, but it's also difficult for the B player to push. And especially in middle, like it's also very difficult to push like here because
do you think that's why we have more of a T-sided affair here on Anubis, is the fact that CTs don't get as much space to get aggressive and take info?
I think the biggest problem is that there's no good places to push like a CT. Like there is not one position like pushing banana, whatever we call it here. It's not really nice to push, but also for mid, it's not really nice because you have angle here, angles here, angles playing down here, holding your feet. Like a lot of people also like as an A-lurk, if they execute B, they just sit and watch the feet like this. They're just like watching, oh, one guy coming behind, guys. They don't even take the shot, they just take the information. So it's never really nice to push anywhere. And also out here, like people can hide here, they can hide over here. They potentially even could be over here. And like there's so many angles that you need to clear. So it's like, it's not really a good map for CTs to push, and the meta right now in general is that you need information for the CTs to actually be able to play like heavy on the bomb side that people are coming. So that's what makes this map very difficult for the CTs, that it's just very difficult getting information on the map.
Well, if you've been struggling at home with CT sides on Anubis, hopefully Magisk has just shown you a few ways to get better. And thank you very much for sharing your wisdom here on this map. This has been CT Lock at IEM Dallas, and we've had Magisk on it. Thank you very much.
We known French players to love Dust 2. It's been our favorite map forever. We also have the best player on Dust 2 ever, on stat-wise, Zaiwu. I'm just so happy to have that map back, even though I love Overpass. Just having Dust 2 is just so much fun. I have so much joy to play in practice Dust 2 again. I don't know, I just feel like doing my old moves and finding new tricks and finding new things.
I mean, I really like Dust 2, so I'm happy they brought it in. I mean, I would have wished if they brought in Train, just because that's my favorite map, but I mean, Dust 2 is fun. I think everyone knows how to play it. It's really easy to play, and I think it's good for the lower level players to get used to it. I didn't really like Overpass, so changing it for Dust 2 is fine by me.
I think it is so different now than in CSGO because of the breaks of the smokes, and also some smokes you used to have to cover with 2 smokes. Now you only need 1 to cross different places. For what I've seen and what I understood, the mates are still the same, but we always know that over the past next few weeks, mates is gonna change how fast you play on the map.
It feels really hard for me first time because it's the map which one I hated the most, I think, because I played on the B side on academy team, so I was trying through doors and everyone just killed me with through doors. They have eco and they both scout and just killed me. My round finishing on 1 minute 47. I didn't play this map at all.
I think it has a certain level of simplicity in terms of the tactical depth. That's also fine sometimes. I think, you know, you can talk about a map like Overpass. There's a simple way of approaching it, but there's also a very in-depth way of playing the map. Where Dust 2, it is kind of this, are you rushing long, are you faking the long rush? If you don't, then it's a short, the short control and kind of deciding if you're splitting A or B. But I think with the new skyboxes, there's some new possibilities with grenades. That's gonna make for some fun set strats.
I still think, and it has always been a random map, maybe besides for Big, that was always consistent, but you can always lose to Dust 2, I feel, compared to if you're the best team in the world on Nuke, on Overpass. I think Dust 2 is not a specialty map where everybody can in theory play it.
I was part of Big also, and Dust 2 was the home map. It's the German ground, I would say. Like, we had a really good idea on how to play on it. That's why I also like it now, because I think we had a good understanding of the map in general. Now I just took the ideas, kind of what my impression was, what I think made us strong, and like just combined it with the new CS2 era, I would say.
Obviously, I think Big are really happy to get back to Dust 2. I think they've always been a good team on the map. We always had really good fights. I was checking last time how many times we played each other on Dust 2 and many times we beat each other. I think it's like a really good 50-50. But I think they're really happy to get back because they've never been a good Overpass team. So for them, it's just a really good pleasure to play on the map.
I still think it's so irritating that you can just do a long rush and it's 50-50, especially when you play like, let's say, an underdog. But as a caller, I don't like to do the rushes, but you have to do it sometimes to change the pace. So that's the only thing that I hate about the map, is that you can do the long rush and there's always a 50-50 if you actually win the duel or not. But besides that, I always like the map. I think it's a very interesting map when it comes to mid-round with A-fakes, dropping down CT, split B, or double fake it and go out long.
It's funny with Zayu is I think it's the map that he plays the most with Hope than any others. He loves to play with the map because it's a really open map as well. You can see like in practice that it got back to it really easily, like doing his old tricks, doing new stuff, just picking angles, clutches. I've seen so many Zayu clutches on Dust 2. On B side, for example. I remember against FaZe, against Liquid, so many good ones against a lot of teams. So I have one of the worst. First of all, against Fnatic in 15 in Cologne, when you win 14-7 or 15-8 and you lose the map in a major final, that's never fun. But in general, just, I think we played it so many times in so many finals and we won it so many times. Stat-wise, at the percentage of the map I won the most, I think it has to be Dust 2, I guess. I don't think I have one really good memory on the map, just a lot of good ones.
But I always think players like Kenyes, Nico, like back in the days, and also think Tapson, the way he called on the map was like specific on Dust 2. But I'm just looking forward to see the new players, and especially interesting to see what Dunk is gonna do, running up catwalk every round maybe and just killing the orb.
It's a classic map, but with the new features, I would say. For me, even the nade feature feels a bit new, like dropping nades, even though it's like been a really long time since it's been in the game. But like on this map, it feels like a new map in a way, but it's still the same old, if I'm being honest. Also, you only need now only one smoke to cross, so this is kind of interesting.
These new smokes, it's really hard to play against them on CT side. But I think I can handle it, become really good on this map.
I don't think any team stand out. What I could see when we played 2 times the same team, you can see every team is developing every day. They're playing Dust 2, right? And everybody's testing out what works, what doesn't. So I think everybody's still trying to figure out what style they want to play, what makes them good on the map. And I guess we will see a lot more now after this Dallas event, who is actually picking Dust 2 and trying to show them that they're the best team in the world on Dust 2.
I remember a few simple situations on Dust 2, both good and bad. I remember he had some insane rounds around the car area on short with the AWP, where it's like he's terrorist and the CTs are retaking and he's making some crazy kills. But there's also the knife incident against Liquid where he kind of threw that game for them. If you're really old school, you also remember the Kenyes situation where Nip was chasing him in CT spawn. Bomb was planted and he was just trying to save, and they threw a 1-on-4 or something where he was absolutely insane as well.
I'm just excited to play the map in official again. I remember we also used to pick Dust 2 a lot. It's gonna help us, I think, in the map pool if you get good again. I think we have also really good Dust 2 player. I think Flamesy is a really good Dust 2 player as always. I think I'm probably my favorite map ever as well. So I think we have some good players on the map, so it's gonna be fun to play it.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Strollin win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah, it's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time check, gang time we. Gang time check, gang time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut it up, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time check, gang time we. Gang time check, gang time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut it up, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. It's the beginning, we just got started.
This is the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, and this is the final day of the group stage. Well, I guess yesterday was technically the last day for 4 teams. I'm talking Falcons, M80, FlyQuest, but the big shocker to everybody, MOUZ. Despite being ranked world #1s, despite attending every single S-tier playoff so far this year, and despite lifting trophies back-to-back prior to this event, the Dallas stage is one they won't be gracing. And at the hands of G2 with a stand-in, James? How on earth did that happen?
It's all smoke and mirrors, Freya. Smoke and mirrors is the smoke Liquid in trying to get this playoff spot, which this team also, Liquid, could be Cadian's X at the same time if the rumours are true. We'll have to wait and see how it goes for them, and we'll have to see which team can book their playoff spot, both hoping to hit that dream of getting to the arena with some NA blood within the teams. Now, on the other side of things, these teams, they've got to play 2 games each if they want to try and grab that playoff spot. We've got Heroic going up against Navi, and the major champions, well, they're not looking like champions right now, but Heroic with a stand-in, that should be quite an easy game for them. They should be able to handle that, we think, but we'll have to wait and see. After that, it's VP going up against Big, and while Big have had their struggles, VP have looked dominant, almost taking down FaZe Clan. Let's see how it can go, but it's a long road for both of these teams to see who can get that final playoff spots.
Final day of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas group stage. We've already got some teams joining up. We had 9Z with that miraculous qualification on day 1. Now yesterday, they are joined by FaZe, who took down Virtus Pro last night. That new Virtus Pro lineup still struggling, but FaZe looking good with Frozen having a lovely series.
Yeah, Frozen having a good series, but Spirit again having a good tournament here. It looks like they're coming back in great form. We didn't get to see them in the Intel Extreme Masters since Katowice, so it's great to have them back, and they're firing all cylinders. In fact, they look even better, so that's exciting. We'll get to see Donk in Dallas in the arena.
Yeah, looking better if it's even possible. And they obviously have that championship accomplishment already for the Intel Grand Slam, so looking to add another one here at Dallas. Going to be exciting. A lot of the teams who want to do well are playing well, and that bodes well for the playoffs. Back to the desk to get the game started.
Oh yes, and with that arena inching ever closer and only 2 spots remaining, we're going to be wrapping up the group stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. My name is Freya Spears, joined by YNK and Steel. So far, gentlemen, how have you been liking Dallas? I mean, you're a North American representative, so you're liking it here still?
Yeah, but he's Canadian.
Yeah,
it's
but...
like the worst.
She said North American
it's
representative.
Like, yeah, but
okay?
it's the worst out of the
correct.
2 options.
I'm not even going to go at where you're from, okay? So...
Why not?
because it doesn't belong here. This is a family show.
Yanko, I feel like I know you very well now. I feel like, our friendship and
That's so
relationship
unfortunate for you.
has grown. And I know you love Texas. I heard you even at the Stampede this morning. You enjoyed a little bit of Texas barbecue.
Yes.
So I would love to offer you this. I think it would look fabulous. I think pink is very much your color. And you can wear this out and about. Maybe if we get you a bigger size. Lovely. I think that is excellent. And I think the headset will go perfectly. Let me just help you there. There we go. We'll improvise. We'll adapt. Maybe we'll overcome and add the headset to it. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're talking about.
This is like how the cool kids wear it.
And now I've realized how I can just mute you forever. Oh, all I have to do is just press this when I've had enough of Yanko. This is amazing. I'm loving this look. And I'm loving the Counter-Strike.
You wish you could hold your finger on one spot for that long.
I don't even know what that means. Let's just move on. Yesterday, we said goodbye to our fair share of teams. Still, I think we were all surprised to see Mouse being eliminated yesterday.
That was a big shocker for everyone, I think. I don't know if they were really expecting it either. It seems like there's something else going on, kind of underneath everything, because coming in and losing to 9Z, having a struggle against Complexity, that just does not look like peak performance Mouse.
No, not at all. That looks like, what's the opposite of a peak?
A trough.
A dip,
a trough.
a valley.
That's trough performance Mouse right there. They managed somehow to lose to G2, the team that put them on the #1 spot in the world because they were beating them all along these tournaments. And yeah, that's a shocker, Freya.
I saw that Torzi was saying it was a mistake for us to take a break before this tournament, but I feel like they didn't even really take a break because they were literally obviously lifting the trophy EPL and they go to Bet Boom, they lift the trophy there. So I don't know what break he was.
I think he's saying like the in-between Bet Boom and here they didn't practice. They just gave the players time off, right, so they could come in here fresh, but they forgot that they're dealing with a team full of young players who don't need no breaks, Freya. They just want to grind. They just need to play.
Energy.
Exactly.
I think it's cope anyways, because like when we were talking to them in the exit interview last night, it's just like, yeah, you didn't play for 5 days, but that's not like, if you're looking at what's happening in the game, that's not even why you're losing. You're losing because of like bad decisions, not because of a lack of practice. And when you're in the second or third day of an event and you've played already, this is your third BO3, or I guess a BO1, BO3, it's your third game, you should be warmed up.
Josh,
it shouldn't be anything about like not playing in 5 days.
It's the TikTok generation, right? Like their attention span is so short. If they don't make decisions for 5 days, they'll forget how to make the good ones.
Okay, well, there you go then.
There you go.
Instant gratification. That's obviously what Mouse won. Let's see how that shaped up the Group A bracket, because obviously with Mouse losing out, that leaves a couple of other teams obviously inching ever closer to that spot in the playoffs. That team is G2. Yanko, could they take down Team Liquid?
Listen, Freya, we're trying our best here. We're in Dallas, Texas, right? We want the NA teams to be in the arena. We gave Liquid 9Z. Wasn't good enough, right? So we gave them Falcons. They managed to somehow dispatch of them after Twist had 100 kills in the best of 3, and now we're giving them G2 with a Stewie 2K. So if this is not enough for them to get into that playoffs, I don't know what is.
We're guaranteed a North American in the arena though. Either way, at least one. Which one would you prefer, Josh?
I think it would be cool to see Liquid there with, I mean, I know that...
Your countryman?
Yeah, my countryman. We got Twist, who's apparently just on fire and maybe regretting slightly leaving FaZe Clan a little bit, but I think it's one of those things where it's like you didn't really expect G2 to even come this far with a stand-in for their IGL, and then now they're like taking out Mao's best team in the world. So what's going to happen with that going against Liquid, who's had some shaky things and question marks around Cadian? What's going on with that? Yeah.
And what's happening with that lower bracket, 1K? Obviously, as James prefaced, any of these two teams that win in that second set of games, they will have to play another game later on today. So it's a long day for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you look over there and you're thinking Navi and VP are the two favorites to meet in that final game of the day and play for a playoff spot. But as we've seen in this tournament, nothing's given, Freya. So who knows? We'll see. I think it absolutely would have to be Navi for their... for the team, because, okay, the major happened, as we said, great, awesome, good for you guys, congratulations. Then Pro League,
you get one tournament off, right? But here is where they need to show us that they're in that contender status, right? Otherwise, it was nice while it lasted, but you probably have to make some changes.
What would be your take then if Navi don't make it to playoffs?
I think, oh well, if Navi doesn't make it to playoffs, not good things are happening. I just think that like they can't go in underestimating Heroic, because Heroic is very skilled individually and anything can happen. They just play with their emotions. They could be on fire one day, and Navi needs to come in prepared.
And just to wrap up about the teams that were eliminated, obviously from Group B, yesterday there was MAD, FlyQuest. I don't think anybody's too shocked. Maybe I'm left a little bit disappointed in the MAD form just because of what we saw at EPL. Maybe I was just gaslit. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we expected a little bit more. I mean, sure, they had to play FaZe, but then yesterday we were hoping they could put up a fight against Heroic. And then you look at FlyQuest, they had a string of good results, almost made the playoffs in Chengdu, actually made the playoffs and beat Bad Boom in Pro League. And, you know, just the fashion in which they lost. In the second map, they were up 12-5. They give up a comeback, you know, to Big there. And yeah, a little bit of, not necessarily back to the drawing board, but still need to work on some things.
Okay, so 2 spots in the playoffs left, 6 teams that want to be taking it. How much are we panicking for G2, let's just say? Because they've obviously not got to play 2 games today. It's just Liquid they've got to take down. Let's move on over to this. Where would you place G2 on this scale?
We're missing something for them here, I feel like. G2 is very hard to describe. But yeah, in this situation, I don't know, they're cruising. They're cruising. They just beat Mouse, who they lost to last couple of times that they played. #1 team in the world, 2-1. What else can you say?
I would say they're also cruising because they probably came in with not much expectations. They're just like, you know what, we're just going to show up, kind of play the game and just see what happens. And they've kind of beat expectations already. So I feel like they're cruising.
That's fair. Okay. Big. Where's Big playing?
They're still in this tournament, Jesus.
I mean,
unexpected. That's unexpected. I thought they would be out by now, Freya.
You agree, Josh?
I do have to agree. I wonder if that's going under cruising because, again, you don't have the expectations that they're going to be this far. They're like, we're still here.
Them being in this tournament is almost as unexpected as Gob felt when they gave him the axe.
Fair.
Ouch. VP,
everyone's surprised. I don't know. Everyone's surprised on that team that he was removed. I don't know whose decision it was.
Which one of y'all was it? Because it was one of you.
Yeah,
it was the majority
someone
of you.
initiated this. Like, you can't keep going like this. But yeah. Who's next?
VP, because they're going to be playing Big. And if they beat Big, then they play the winner of Heroic Navi.
VP.
I think they're in an okay place. Maybe like an everything's fine, maybe like a cruising. I don't think we're seeing them at unexpected. They're definitely not stumbling. Yeah, probably everything's fine.
I think it's just about with Electronic, obviously, still need a little bit of time. Yeah. They were close in that series against FaZe yesterday. They kind of dropped the ball on Ancient. They had a big lead. So yeah, I think the game against Navi will be very telling. I think VP will benefit a lot from just going back and having some time to practice and put the work in, but we'll see for this tournament, they can still make the playoffs.
Navi stumbling right now, do you think? Is that fair?
No, I mean, I don't know.
I think it's fair.
Yeah? All right.
It's fair to say they're stumbling. Like, they won the major not too long ago, and the big question mark is, was this... I mean, you guys were talking about it yesterday, the F word. Was it a fluke? Yes or no? Like, where are they situated? Well, you could still argue that they're a top 5 team, but that the teams in front of them are like Spirit FaZe, Mouse, and Vitality. Is it a stumble?
They're just major merchants.
Yeah, major merchants.
The best type of merchant to be. Yeah. Heroic. What is your take on them, considering they're not even here with the roster we know they're going forward with?
Where I don't see an I don't care.
I think it's an everything's fine kind of like.
Yeah, I think they don't.
Put them up in the corner there.
Yeah, like hopefully people don't even see this. Yeah, I think it just of course Dexter couldn't get a visa, so they have to go. Hey, Nikodos, we don't think you're good enough to be on the team, but can you play this one tournament with us? Just help us out. Yeah, do us a solid. And yeah, I expect them to lose in the lower bracket.
Liquid taking on G2 in the Group A qualification. Elimination.
Where's the houses on fire one? Because I think
you've got some fire in there, haven't you?
Yeah, it was all the way here. Wait,
it's got to be somewhere between like everything's fine and unexpected though, because They did make it this far. We didn't expect them to upset Complexity in the opening round. They're still like in contention for playoffs, but then they also have the whole Cadian situation going on. And look, when we're comparing and contrasting Heroic and Liquid right now, it's like, yeah, Heroic's bringing in their X or whatever, and they're, you know, I saw them at breakfast. They're, you know, cordial. They're passing things around. You got the teamwork out of game as well. Liquid, can't really say the same for them.
Nothing's being passed around. Yeah, this is the last time, this is the last tournament we see these 5 guys on the same team.
I think this is an absolute masterpiece. Well, this has been the Kadir Playbook, and it is time to head to a break, because on the other side of things, we have got what is going to be a marathon day of Counter-Strike for one of these 2 squads. It's going to be Navi taking on Heroic here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
How you feeling? How's it going?
Feeling good. Dallas always nice.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about initial thoughts of the new update.
Initial thoughts was on the airplane connecting to Wi-Fi when I got the message that we're gonna play the new patch. Obviously for us, not the biggest deal in the world as we didn't play Vertigo yet. So for the teams that do play it and they're permabanning another map, gonna be a bit tough. I don't think they're gonna get the best preparation. Maybe they can today after media practice a bit. It's gonna be tough, but for us, obviously the new dynamics with the mollies, with the economy, we just need to make sure we're sharp on it and game by game, just follow what's the meta, like what are people doing, what we should do. But I think we're gonna be fine.
All right. You guys didn't get to play it at all yet.
No, we only played Face It and obviously running around our own server, but we played 1 day of practice with the new patch, so some matches at least, but still maybe not enough to understand what all the possibilities are and what you need to do better.
How have things been going for you guys? You know, since the major, there was really only Pro League in there, right? So you had some time to practice. So what has been the focus really after that?
I mean, we came from the Pro League a bit before than we should have, obviously, because we lost on the first round of playoffs. Took a couple days off, practiced for over a week now, just trying to do everything we can in order for us to be prepared here. And we have 1 more tournament remaining for the season, and just trying to stay sharp, because obviously expectations changed after major, and we just need to find ourselves, need to find the groove, need to find the passion, need to find everything that was there in order for us to play like we did during the major, not let things go into our head, and just understanding it's still a grind, and every team is like the competition is wild, and every team is doing everything they can in order to win, and sometimes it's really small margins, and yeah, we just need to be sharp here.
Good morning, Kickstand. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. Now, I want to ask you just mood, feeling, how it's going right now, because yesterday's game, that was, I guess, as expected, right?
Yeah, I think we're feeling good. We're feeling confident, and we're looking forward to win against Navi.
Ooh, looking forward to winning against Navi. The confidence is there. How do you feel you are, though, as the team right now? Because this is obviously a very weird situation to be in. So what's it been like just going through this adventure again?
It's been fun, something that we didn't expect a few weeks ago, but I think we're having fun. We're enjoying playing with Nico again, and we're just trying to do our best here.
And you're basically letting him do what he wants?
Sorry?
You're letting him do what he wants?
Yeah, I think he always had a lot of freedom, and he still has it, so he's just doing most of the time whatever he wants.
Oh, well, good luck in the game today, man. Thank you very much.
Today is certainly a marathon and not a sprint. And for Navi, the pressure is on. As Alexi said in your lobby check-in with him, Janko, the expectations for Navi for the rest of this season, they drastically changed when they won the major. And not making to playoffs here, that would be a disappointment for them.
Yeah, it would be a disaster, I feel like. And I think for Navi, listen, I don't need them to win the tournament, but I need them to get into the playoffs and, have some good series there, right? Navi has been this team that's sort of the gatekeeper to contender status, right? And this is an event where they can sort of prove to us that they actually are in that group, that they've evolved, and that the major wasn't a fluke.
I find it weird that he's saying like they need to refine their groove and their passion, though. It's like, you just won a major, you got that far. How does the passion just disappear? Like, how do you not just be like, holy crap, like we're on top, let's stay here and like let's do everything so that we can like continue this form?
I think it's just you win it's the major and you've done it. It's the pinnacle. It's the goal for every player. That's the goal, and that happens. And then you're going to another tournament, right? And you're like, it's a little bit hard. But that's why I told them at the end of that, I told them, listen, you get one event off, and that was Pro League. You get one event where it's like, okay, the life still goes on even after winning the major, and that's why this event is so important for them.
Just to contextualize, this is exactly what this game is going to be meaning. Heroic versus Navi. Loser is eliminated. Winner simply survives. Then they'll go on to face the winner of Virtus Pro and Big on the other side of things. Let's talk a little bit about Heroic, though, because it's I want to use the word interesting, might not be the right term, because we know that Nikodos, he wasn't even with the team at the previous event. We know Dexter's a permanent addition to this roster, so it's just a weird situation.
Yeah, I chatted with them for the lobby in Chengdu, and that's when Nerds was just like, listen, the major was my fault, I played like shit, believe me, we're going to be a top 5 team in 6 months from now. So that's when they knew they were going to make a roster change, obviously. But I think, for them it's just trying to get wins. It's more about getting the points, the rankings, whatnot, because this event, similar to G2, doesn't mean all that much. You have less pressure on your shoulders because you're playing with a stand-in. The benefit is the guy was actually on the team, so you could do a lot of the stuff that you were already doing, and it's just sort of keeping the vibes good, keeping the energy high, and just trying to cause an upset here.
Well, I think that's the important thing, because they are kind of an emotional team. When you see them play, in their play style, they are playing with their emotions. They are kind of like, when they make a play and it's like a really not great decision, they get really tilted and upset about themselves, and then you just see them playing with their confidence. So if this is one of those events where it's like, well, we have to play with Nico, unlucky, Dexter couldn't make it. Oh, okay, they're kind of going to be playing kind of at their peak, and that's really unpredictable. You never know what you're going to get from them, and that's going to be something scary for Navi to have to cope with. Like, what version of Heroic are we getting? Are we getting the one that has a really high peak, or is it the one that, led to the roster changes?
I'll tell you, Freya, it's really annoying to play with a team that has like a stand-in, or that something is off with the team. Similar to Liquid, like a team that that they're going to be making changes soon, because in game they're going to take more risks. Right? Like, because they don't care. They really don't have nothing to lose. So then it can be a key round and some guy just decides to walk through a smoke, right? And going to lose it. You're going to get reset, and you're like, it can be tilting, because that's not a play that they would make if they weren't in that state. And so I think the key thing for Navi is going to be mental fortitude, right? Like, just toughing some of those rounds out and keeping eyes on the prize.
Yeah, of course, pressure obviously going to be mounting for Navi coming into this series. So let's go ahead and check on in with Alexi B.
Navi off the back of their game against Spirit, and now got 2 best of 3s ahead of them if they want to hit that playoff spot. And Alexi, I just want you to kind of describe to me what happened in that game against Spirit, because this was your worst performance against them so far.
I think they just outclassed us, but to be honest, we were reviewing the game and kind of like face-palming for the fact that it was very easy for us to get some extra rounds. Not saying that we could have won them 2-0, but all I'm saying is that I think we made it way too hard for ourselves, considering some of the rounds or some of the mid-game situations we had, and just trusting it. And just need to get off of that game.
You're smiling a bit now, and it's good that you understand it, but I even heard your voice comms at one point where you're saying, guys, it's easy to kill them. You were doing very well. I think it was on Ancient, right? Individually, you were able to fight them on it. But I want to look at the whole problem of when I see this, the team's got a bit quieter. You spoke about energy before. Did you notice that as well? How do you bring this back when it starts to go wrong?
Yeah, kind of. Maybe it's also the fact that they've been a tough team against us.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think with that being considered, we should be twice as fired, when we're winning rounds, because we for sure want that revenge next game. But now we're playing Heroic, who we never faced before. And I think it's going to be interesting. And yeah, for sure, we need to bring that energy.
And in terms of that energy, you need a lot of energy for today. It could be 2 best of 3s, right, if you want to make it to the playoffs. How important is it to get this game done quickly and smoothly and cleanly?
I don't think that matters. The only thing that matters is the W. I'm not saying that we need to win 2-0 with quick games in order for us to win the other one. I think if we're just gonna get a win against Heroic, we have everything it takes to reach the playoffs.
Everything it takes, and hopefully they can take that momentum forward with them into the rest of the games today. Freya, what do you got to say?
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, we got Nuke, we got Mirage, we got Ancient, if we do so need it. What are you making of the Vito? Expected?
To be honest, it's just this interview, and the first question talking about Spirit, and it's oh yeah, we could have done it if it went wrong. They got wrecked by Spirit 3 times now. The 2 maps that they won were sort of outliers. In Magic said it great in his interview. Clutches, it's you're just not good. You can't use that and say if 5 things went the other way, if we did 5 things better, we could have won the series. Yeah, but you didn't. Why didn't you do that before the game? Why wasn't that? Why didn't you get into the game with that mindset, right? I don't think that tells me. To be honest, I feel like Navi is a team that they just don't believe they can beat Spirit, right? And it's not about Spirit. It's that's one of the best teams in the world, which tells me that they know it was a fluke.
I think this is a good, to switch points completely, I think this is a good map Vito for Heroic. It's going to play well into them. We're going to need to see Wonderful actually doing work with his op on Nuke and Mirage especially. And then JL just can't be losing individual duels, because if he's performing like he has been the rest of the week, with Heroic kind of been well, we got nothing to lose, that's scary for
Considering that he's a major MVP, he's in the bottom 5 ranked players of this whole tournament. That's wild. You can't be doing that.
That's not good, but I think another thing that we missed in that interview was the role change in Navi, because Zima is now moved to the role of Jester, and that's what he's doing on the team.
He's gone to clown school.
Exactly.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess they find something for him to do.
That was the most impressive thing I've seen
Since
from
he
him all
can't
week,
frag.
back to the jail conversation. We need him to show up, right? That's kind of stating the obvious. Of course, we would like the most valuable player from the major, Josh, to be doing better here.
It's tough. This is a massive fall off, and if he's exploited by anyone from Heroic going and taking their individual duels, which we know they're going to do, then that's going to be kind of the tipping point for Navi. Everything's going to crumble from there, domino effect, because he's in really important spots. If he goes down, everything else kind of collapses around him.
Yeah, I think also it's just, was that major an outlier event for him, or is that what we should come to expect, right? Everyone was surprised at the level of his performance. I think the most surprising thing isn't the kills and the rating, it's just the impact. It was tremendous impact. A lot of those kills came in crucial moments for them. So yeah, it has to be someone who's going to carry the torch for Navi.
Very quickly, guys, who have you got taking this, and what's it going to be? We're going to go to 3 maps.
I'm just going to say Heroic 2-1, because why not? Everyone else is kind of dialing it in. Why not me?
I think the major MVP is going to step up and show us what he's made of. Freya, I think Navi wins.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Yeah. Jason Dinko, what do you think of that?
No one cares.
I love it. I was going to say I like the positivity, but Yanko's having a little moment this morning. He's going to have to get his attitude adjusted in the break. But we got Heroic, we got Navi, we got a major MVP in the server. Navi's still trying to replicate some of that major success.
Yeah, people talking about a fluke. That's the word that's been thrown around with this Navi team for the last month or so. So, yeah, definitely seeming like it at the moment. But for survival today, it's Heroic versus Navi. It is not quite qualification yet, but the gauntlet has been thrown down and they must run it all the way to that lower final later today. They'll play the winner of Virtus Pro or Big heading into that next matchup later today. But Navi versus Heroic, it's going to be a tough one to call, but Navi absolutely should be taking this one, Jason, in terms of the fact they're going up against a Heroic with their ex-teammate back.
Yeah, that's the other angle to this, and obviously we know about Nikodas at this moment. At this point, Opper very good at the rifle still though, but they've been missing that AWP presence which they have in Dexter, just not at this tournament. Flashbang in, Ima's going to get aggressive, and trades there for Heroic ready and waiting.
Oh, nice shot from Nerds outside. That's wonderful. It has gone down, and now Alexibi and JL left alone. 2v4. Heroic in complete control, and they've got all the time in the world here.
I think that's a nice shot from Nerds to like highlight like what they're missing with Dexter is that lack of extra firepower from the AWP puts a lot more pressure on Nerds' shoulders to be able to have impact and to be able to deliver and create opportunities for his teammates. That's in my mind when I've watched Heroic in the past with Nikodas in the lineup, that's what they've kind of missed is someone else who can create opportunities for the rest of the team. So Nerds is with this stand-in situation is just so important to have good games for Heroic.
All right, gather up and go down secret. Navi have the correct read. So the 2 players alive for Navi go back into the lower bomb side. Now, there is an option for Heroic to fly back up to A via that vent if they decide that is the better option, but this is quite sneaky from Alexibi and JL. They found themselves in strong positions up on the rafters. Here come Heroic. This is still a chance for Navi in this pistol round. JL stepping up with the dual Berettas, and he will eventually be traded out. Just the sheer numbers for Heroic still alive was too much to handle for Navi.
It's not a bad setup. Navi had a great read of the situation. Heroic slow playing that almost kind of gave it away, even in a 2v4 in the right position, and if that crossfire is just a couple different positions, you could see when they eventually start streaming out, JL actually can't get involved in the fight. They're directly beneath him. So maybe a different crossfire and that could have panned out, but a nice pistol from Heroic to go up 1-0 to start the series.
Just losing track of the chaos there, JL. Now Tesses is going to deal with this push towards outside. Dangerous position to find yourself when you're going up against the full eco, and he's overrun by those pistols. So weapon picked up now for Navi. Whether or not they can get something done with it is left on the table, but
I think just now they missed their really only window. This Galil has to get a little bit aggressive. If Nikodas falls back, there's nothing left because look at all the space Heroic's taken elsewhere. They really needed to hunt down that next follow-up kill, and now that it doesn't happen, upper bomb site's lost.
Oh, Nerds gets one, but traded by that Galil in the hands of Bit. So a 2v3. Alexibi still only has that USP, and now the Galil is gone and is secured for Heroic. But Tesses in position to get overrun by the pistols. Could have got a little hairy, but Heroic stay comfortable.
Yeah, could have got a little hairy, huh?
Yeah, that's bad.
2-0. Kicks and finds that final frag, and we're going to get into the gun round. Navi with a complete save outside of a couple flashbangs. Not too shabby for just bringing the USPs into the fight, but now we get the M4s.
You know, it's actually pretty good at this Dallas that we got a small amount of these issues. You know, over the last 2 years, Jason, we've seen more and more teams have problems, but it is just Dexter for that sort of last minute replacement of Nikodas coming in. So overall, it's been pretty solid, and I think Heroic, you know, the fact that it was just one tournament they play without Nikodas, at least not too much has changed for them. It's not the worst case scenario for them.
No, he'll still be pretty up to date with what they like to run. It's not changing a whole lot back and forth. Alexi's going to get aggressive outside. Remember yesterday, he actually did a really good job against Spirit, had a really good understanding of the games they wanted to run.
Oh.
Wonderful gets caught in that smoke. Oh, he's going to step right through, finds one. Nikodas can't transfer over.
Yeah, it's good for the timing for Heroic to get 2 players down secret, but Immo was already at the vent. Nerds is behind him, and oh! First bullet misses, but still recovers it for Heroic. Now a 3 versus 2 thanks to Shuch's play down low.
Damn.
Kick Sam, what a shot on Bit. You thought Bit had that one locked in all day long, but mistaken, as JL is now put in a 1v3. He'll catch Shush outside. And now that bomb goes down, so time shrinks for JL, so he realizes he can't win this one. He'll grab that AK-47, and he'll retreat to safety.
Yeah, his position is just way too known to actually even attempt the clutch whatsoever. That's really nicely done from Heroic. Obviously, the kill on Wonderful, maybe asleep at the wheel a little bit, wasn't super focused on the timing of their cross. Alexi didn't have the information. And a really nice lurk down vents to take down Ima. So 3-0, Heroic looking good to start this T-side campaign. What do you think, another upset today?
No, I
Feeling it?
No, I don't. I don't feel it. I think Navi should win this one, Jason. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it in 2 maps. It feels like they didn't look that good yesterday at all. JL in particular was catching a lot of criticism for good reason, especially after the matchup from the community. You read through any of the threads, he's JL getting some heat.
He had a quiet game yesterday comparatively. Yeah, Navi, I mean, that's the kind of conversation outside of the major and what they're trying to do, and it hasn't looked like they've been able to build upon that success and carry that success forward. Wonderful as well, I felt, was a little quiet yesterday on the AWP.
He had 1 round that I remember from the back of that big box on ramp. Well, I think it's Wonderful is one of those players that he's very, very good, but he doesn't feel like one of those AWPers that'll take over if the rest of his teammates are too quiet. Like, he's not enough to win games.
Still finding his game, right? Pretty young player, pretty inexperienced player. Nertz is going to be ready for that fight with the Molotov in towards Hut. That was the 1 rifle.
So the rest should be relatively smooth sailing here for Heroic.
They've already infested outside as well.
Ugh. Coming through all the holes in the Lexi B. Kill on Kicksand descending down from main into the in-game leaders 5-7. Wonderful's D-goal could really start the dominoes falling here because Alexi B has the AK back at main. That's the bomb on the back of Shush that is now on the floor. And it may be a little choppy now for Heroic. You thought it might be quite comfortable, but those kills go against them. And Nertz has to try and recover from Squeaky Door.
They've got all the time in the world, though. They can be patient, Heroic, and you can see Nertz is playing this so well. Good duel against Bid, and everyone's got to start moving. Yeah. They knew exactly where Alexi was. It's actually a really well put together double kill for Alexi in the round. But Heroic are just able to wait. They know with the lack of weaponry, Navi's going to have to make a move.
And you talk about Nertz having to show up in these big games for Heroic. He's the win condition if Heroic are going to take some big upsets. And he has had a great start here. He's 7-1 heading into round 5. You know, when we got to see them at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice at the start of the year, when they were pulling upsets and knocked Vitality out of the competition, it was kind of a new time for the roster. They was only really getting going at the start of the year. And one player in particular stood above the rest, and it had to be Nertz. So it's clearly showing at these tournaments that here's the shiny light for Heroic. The reigning champion of Dallas is Tesses. Takes out Wonderful in that fight outside. Kicksand diving down. His speed here for Heroic. JL is the only player for Navi that's been able to win his duel. But Bit, he could recover it. Lobby push from JL. He's taking matters into his own hands. And Bit from Hell looks up above and catches only 1 of the 2. But that's information at least gathered on the whereabouts of this play forward for Heroic.
A little bit of a cool flank from JL. Already up on Silo. He's going to have to obviously drop down.
Oh, Emma.
Oh, and he's got one. Tess is tapped away. And this is the pacing and the speed that Heroic caught Navi initially off guard. Gave them a 5-on-3. But with that, you get some... Okay, that's not the cleanest
ankle
drop
snapped.
we've ever seen.
But he's still got a chance. He's got the AWP. And he's got plenty of health still at 61.
I think he's going to try and make it into lobby, wrap around towards door, get ready for the retake, get ready for one coming up vent, but he's actually slow played this very much in towards lobby.
And doesn't want to unscope either, doesn't want to have to give away his position, but
oh, he did.
He's unscoped now, and we'll have to rescope again, but he's got the information, and now goes for the peek. Separates this into the 1v1 fight as Nikodos looks to close it, can't do it versus Imma, and finally Navi will get through onto their first round win on Nuke.
Yeah, I know, importantly, Imma can run back in towards Hut and pick up that op. He'll pass it over to Wonderful, who got dropped behind Credit. 0 kills on Wonderful so far. That's a very close round. A nice attempt at the clutch from Nikodos. 4-1, and Navi survive only 1 player, so money's still a problem. Economy's still a problem. And outside of JL's performance, this round was really falling apart.
And that's good. You know, we were talking about JL, his underperformance yesterday. Anko was saying need that MVP for the major to show up to get Navi through this game, and so far so good from JL.
He's a really, I think Heroic's going to have to be aware of that. If you go back and watch some of his major games on Nuke, he's a really hardcore anchor of the upper bomb site. He does not like moving. He drops on Silo, hops on Hut. He's there frequently. Ima's going to find Nertz trying to make the vent drop. Back-to-back aggressive openings from Nertz. Both of them negated. This time by Ima, previously by JL. This is the Group B lower bracket semi-final. Loser is eliminated.
It's all about survival today. Only a few more spots left in the arena.
Winning team goes on to play later on today as well against the winner of Virtus Pro versus Big, taking on, or going on, over at the secondary stream. Good shot from Wonderful. He's on the board with his first.
Yeah, that's a nice shot from Wonderful, finally.
And if Navi can sustain and like keep a pretty healthy victory in this round and not lose too many weapons, that should be a point where they actually get to plant their feet and start feeling more comfortable in this half. And it's working perfectly.
Yeah, it's working real well right now. Nikita's stuck at Squeaky. There's nothing he can do about the outcome of this round. Navi will be heading to 2 in a mere moment. Nikita starts to retreat, and money is a question here for Heroic. A lot of players weak on cash right now, so an AK-47 save, if he can hang on to it, might not be the best, or the worst outcome, rather. So he's going to take a few steps towards T-spawn. He'll carry that AK on over. And it is 2 now for Navi. This is the map pick of Heroic. I see Navi play yesterday.
And one thing we saw yesterday, I mentioned it earlier, the outside defense from Navi. They seem to have, I mean, with Alexi B playing towards Mini and playing kind of the aggressive rifler towards Redbox, obviously as an in-game leader, has probably done his research, knows their pathing, knows their different ideas of how they like to take things. We're seeing Wonderful outside a little bit earlier with the AWP than they were yesterday. Maybe Spirit was able to abuse that to a point where they felt they wanted that AWP presence outside to try and dissuade it to try and get its 1 or 2 picks when it can. It's Heroic who's going to be forced back onto a low buy. Mac 10, Tech 9, Galil in play. A little bit light on nades. So not as much ability to move around the map.
So the outside execute coming in. It's become the standard wall here in CS2.
The Henry G wall.
Yeah, is that what we're calling it still these days? Is that where everybody's remember it from? But yes, he did find this early on. And Alexi B, he's worried about a player from Heroic making their way through that smoke into Gary, so he's going to cover that off. But Heroic crossing over that smoke was broken open, but no one from Heroic really suffering from it. Yeah, information gathered from that footstep. Clumsy movement. Alexi B will have passed that information on, but he won't know numbers yet. But they have to adjust the defense to deal with a possible B play. So Bit heads down lower. And Heroic will still have to take their time. They're worried that there could be rotations already here.
Bit rotates down. Wonderful shifts to ramp with the AWP, so he can drop pretty quickly as well to chime in if they do eventually find numbers.
And Imma's aware that Nerds is likely trying to cut rotations off from lobby. He gets that information that Nerds is still there. Unable to win a duel, though. 35 seconds remaining. It's about to be a smoke play into this lower bomb site to try and at least get the bomb plant, but they threw it off their own teammates' back, so they've kind of screwed themselves over here, but B is cleared out by Nikudas. Control room to the rafters. A big headshot from the Dane, and that bomb is now down for Heroic.
I think you got to save. I think you actually have to save. Despite the fact that you had the early information with the footstep, Bit going down so clean, and I mean, even though that utility is, by the way, that smoke hitting his teammate was like the most foreseeable future. Watching him line it up, I was like, you're going to hit him. That's not going to work. But it was enough of a distraction to pull Bit's attention away and allow Nikudas to have such a clean shot.
Yeah, Bit's probably like, what the hell is happening here? I've never seen this smoke before. And confused, Nikudas pops his head off.
Look, it's not pretty, but it's getting the job done. 3-round lead for Heroic.
And that was a lower buy as well, right? They didn't have all the bells and whistles, all the weapons they would have liked, and they still find a way to a round win. It's just slow outside behind those smokes.
When you have that kind of a loadout going into a round, you got to be so happy when there's no resistance along your whole path. Smoke wall wasn't spammed. The break of the smoke was a little bit late. Even with the footstep in secret, no one's in secret, no one's in vents. You got a lot of room to work with if you're Heroic, and I think in review, Navi will say they want that one back a little bit and say, how do we apply a little bit of pressure to what they're doing? They got deep before we even had an engagement.
At least he moved the microphone away.
Yeah, true. Good man Bit.
Timeout taken here. So having the conversation with Nerds.
I think this is mostly about you. I mean, you know, obviously the economy is not going to be in a bad place for Navi if you're Heroic, because they saved 4 weapons in that round, so you know it's going to be another full buy. This is more about building upon that little piece of success you just had, because this is still, some of these gun rounds have been a little bit labored. Navi was looking like they were catching a little bit of momentum. They were going to start building into things. You got away with one there, and now you need to actually call to start really putting some more rounds on the board. You're in a good place if you're Heroic. 5 rounds already at this point. Everything after this is just a little bit extra.
Yeah, wonderful. Outside smoke blown open. lucky to be alive, but Alexi B will still forage the first kill here for Navi. It's Tessus down early. Kicksan looking to try and adapt.
If there was a game plan for Navi to have that op outside and have presence, you can confidently say it's failed, it's struggled, it's not being effective in the hands of Wonderful at the moment.
Yeah, Nerds has got down lower, but once again, it's Alexi B doing a lot of good work here on the CT side of Nuke. He's got 2 more kills added to his tally, and this is making this round very uncomfortable for Heroic. Im is going down secret to try and sort of answer the question that Nerds has maybe opened up for them. He's down just chilling at the moment, waiting for an aggressive maneuver. Hasn't seen anybody yet as Ima goes into the vent.
Oh, he has no idea.
He has absolutely no idea that Nerds is down here in towards Decon. And finally, he'll adjust, see the angle, and spot Nerds walking by. Ima gets a free kill. Nerds looking the wrong way. And you mentioned trying to build on their early round success. Well, they're unable to do so. They're unable to get a kill in this round.
Yeah, not at all. Nothing so far. A little bit of a chance on Wonderful to open things up. Be disappointed by this, but they've got money. No loss bonus is going to make it a little bit sketchy in the next round, right? They should have. They should be able to pick up most of the AK-47. Some utility will be missing, and Shush, with that knowledge, with that understanding, especially him with only 1,800 bucks, he's going to try and preserve this AK-47 so he can just replenish utility. But he's already been spotted, and now there's basically no chance you get to save this gun.
Yeah. Ima heard him switch out the weapon as well, so the hunt is quickly on, and Shush can't even get steps back, so he's down. And now that economy problem is massive for Heroic. Navi should be able to shrink this gap to 1 round. 4 rounds should be arriving on their board soon. When you mentioned yesterday when we were having that talk about Alexi B, the last time they played Nuke versus Spirit, he was able to kind of shut Donk down. He did a really good job outside. Once again, it seems like he's going to have a good CT side here. He's got a couple really important multi-kills in the rounds that Navi have been competitive in.
Yeah, he does really good work for Navi outside. In a position where you see a lot of times like really gifted mechanical aimers, Alexi's doing a lot with his brains. Spam coming through the door smoke.
Ooh, what a start over in that B stream. 8-0 start for Big over VP. Nerds cutting through Ima. It's a charge forward for the AK-47 of Nerds looking to be sharp to try and remove JL at the back of the site now. And unfortunately, it's the hut smoke that is causing problems here for Heroic. And JL is hearing them walk back. He is hunting them down, coming right through that smoke. JL catches Kicksan. Wonderful. Locks out Nikados. And Shush is stuck in lobby again. This time you'll think about perhaps an attempt, he'll pick that bomb up, but JL's pushing forward through Squeaky, and Shush has got that kill locked in, but will he predict the player so close? The answer to that question is absolutely not.
I mean, that's just a little sloppy from Heroic, and I think if, I have to imagine, I don't know, I don't doubt he's saying anything, he looks pretty calm, but Nerds has got to be internally a little bit frustrated, screaming internally. Yeah, he gets that kill, and he's stringing out all the way into the bomb site, he gets the opening, but look at his teammates in hut when JL's making his move. They're all stuck in the corner. They can't find the exit through the smoke. So if they're streaming out as he's scaling onto the bomb site, JL obviously can't swing wide on him, and then you have a shot at the round. But him as that door player, if you get all the way out into the bomb site before your teammates have gotten out of hut, that's a tear your hair out moment.
And I can't believe Nerds even gets a follow-up kill while he's in that position too. Like he's crouching with low health in front of the silo, and he still gets another kill towards the main rotator. Really sick stuff from Nerds, and yeah, his teammates let him down there, and Heroic's money has completely fallen away. So it's just Glocks in the majority. Nerds is afforded a P250.
It's great news for Navi, though. They kind of pick up right where they left off, right? Like that low buy that Heroic plants and wins at the lower bomb site off 1 kill. It just looks to be a hiccup rather than any kind of crazy issue with the defense. Maybe just a miscue. Bit will get challenged. Unarmored Glocks coming in his direction. Haven't yet committed. No reinforcements called over just yet. And it's basically we're just waiting for the slaughter.
You know what's coming.
You know it's coming, baby.
And they just want some money out of it, Heroic. Finally, Nerds will swing open that door. Ima's got like that Call of Duty view model, Jason. Look at that. I feel like he's the only player I've seen with this kind of view model.
When you're in matchmaking and one of your teammates has like the old like Quake view model where it's just like in the center of the screen, it kind of makes me want to puke a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
You lose respect for them instantly. But Kixan has taken his own teammate out, so a little chaotic here for the Pistols. They try and charge down Wonderful, and yeah, a bit awkward there for Wonderful. I'm sure he would have liked to help a bit earlier on, but AWP's picked up regardless from Alexi, and the scoreline is now tied up.
He doesn't seem sharp today, Wonderful. Something slow to wake up, perhaps?
Well, the coffee machine was locked, but it's now unopened, Jason. Maybe that was something.
You can go Navani, and then...
No, it didn't take much for that, but yeah, 5-5, we're all tied up, and Navi, I'm sure, will be feeling relatively comfortable despite the scoreline being even. The last few rounds have been pretty nice for them. Alexi B looking to try and disrupt with utility, but decides to go with the spam first. And the ramp play from Bit, it's aggression through the smoke. Shush about to round that corner, Bit staying committed. Oh, he gets overrun. There's an element of surprise in the kind of play that Bit wanted to deploy, and it doesn't work out for him at all. And Tessis gets by that smoke. Imma caught off guard. Tessis moving through Secret. It's an important start here for Heroic. They're 2 kills up. And Navi are going to struggle to get this 3v5 back.
Okay, JL just given the sound cue, popping right back up in vents. He wants to be in position to stop any play towards the upper bomb site, but the defense is entirely split. There's no way any of these guys can really work together. I think Alexi's calling out, I can watch your squeak door from Big Garage. He's got a lot on his plate, but it allows JL to shift into a new position, and they can actually double up if JL doesn't get picked off, and he will.
Nice shot from Kixan up on top of the hut. That's JL gone, and Heroic up 3 players now in this round. Alexi B still worried about that secret player earlier, and Tessis ain't hanging around. Wonderful pushing through ramp. Not going to be a round that Navi will be able to find the pathway to.
It's a really good T-side from Heroic. You got to be very happy about this one. That spam is going to slow the plant, but it won't stop it. And now Alexi decides to just get away. Wonderful. Another miss. Yeah, I'm telling you, something's off today. He's individually, or at least in this map. Plenty of time for him to recover in this series, but not as sharp as we're used to seeing him.
No, not at all. Even yesterday, even in the biggest clip of the game from Wonderful, he misses the first 2 shots and then has to recover it, so it has been whiffed a little bit in this competition so far. A 6-5 for Heroic. Money is good for Navi, so they'll have a bye coming into this last round, so they'll be able to fight fully to try and tie this scoreline up as they exit the first half at 6 apiece. That's Emma going down to Tessis earlier on. He just got by that smoke break. Again, I think Navi's smoke breaks outside have maybe just come slightly too late almost every time. Tell us what you really think.
Yeah, mollies are really shit.
Well, worked out for Tessis. Wonderful. He's playing towards Garage this time. He'll be looking up towards that silo pick. He's seeing utility rain on over. He'll try and peek before they bloom, but Heroic are disciplined enough not to give that away. And again, the smoke break doesn't expose enough.
A little bit deep. I think it only got the back half once again. And I think Wonderful's also like, if you've missed the shots he's missed and been through the sequences he's been in, he's not. It doesn't exactly feel like he's eager to find that fight, does it?
No. Not feeling fully confident at the moment. They cross down Secret. Heroic have another player over them. Imma has to adjust, and he's gone down lower to try and defend the B-bomb site from the stairway.
They've only crossed 1, though, with their outside smokes. It's only Tessis who's at the top of the secret stairs. Other than that, they haven't put anyone else in there. So flashes in towards Big Garage, pull Wonderful off the angle. They might hear those footsteps.
That's great. Utility towards outside. Nertz, will he look the right way at the right time? Wonderful's overrun by 2, but Nertz, he could really win this for Heroic. Now that double push coming towards him. Nertz manages 1 out of the fight. JL had to trade it and does so. So Navi still in this round, but they're a player down and 39 seconds left. Heroic have burned all of their utility. They're down to 2 flashbangs left.
Well, JL, with the confidence of Nertz going down, knows he's cleared out lobby, that Nertz is often just a solo guy in these rounds. Imma's still down low, so he's well out of position. Bit's going to start pushing up towards lobby, and there's only 20 seconds. Heroic is really slow playing this.
You could go Heaven into the main split on this A-bomb side. 15 seconds to do so, and
Navi's got to fight.
Ready. And Bit has the cross out of main. Kicksands taken down first. Limited time. 8 seconds left to get into this bomb site for Heroic. JL throws the molly, but it doesn't spread. It doesn't stop shooting. It is absolutely shit. And Emma climbs up that vent, dead to Nikados. And now Heroic are a player ahead to close this. And JL unable to hold the spray down for a kill. But he comes out, clears out Tetris. Taken out quickly after, though. And Bit with that rifle is stuck in hut. And Heroic are about to exit this half with a 7-5 lead. Strong side from Heroic. They are looking to take Nuke over Navi.
Just anyone, I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going, and I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door, and now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way.
Good half, guys. Good half.
Good comps as well.
Just remember, it's not over, and let's take what we learned from yesterday's match. Meaning, let's stay.
The sentiment that this one is not over and Navi could certainly pull this back. 7-5 lead though for Heroic going into this, and this is with their ex-teammate Nikados coming in. This would be devastating for Navi to lose the first map of the series, Jason.
Yeah, but it's a wonderfully called T-side from Heroic. You have to say, like, they won this not necessarily completely by individuals, but some good tactics, some good pace changes. They got like a little bit of a freebie low-buy round. Nerds did a good job over in lobby. Nikados has provided some impact kills as well. I think you add on top of that, the shaky sense of wonderful so far in this game is a little bit unnerving. So we're not really seeing Navi hit that peak yet. Nerds is going to find the opener, already dictating, already giving a 5-on-4 to his team, and going for one more.
Yeah, Heroic confident about this pistol. 5 sets of Kevlar, and it started well here for Nerds, but he peeks into credit card and he gets his head swiped. He is still alive though. He goes in for a double dip and takes out Alexi B. bit finally to trade that out, but Navi have lost too many members, and it's a bit uncomfortable. They don't have a solid map control yet. They have no pathway to a bomb site at the moment.
Yeah, they have to kind of abandon Bit. They have to leave him in this position to a certain extent. Wonderful's going to stay outside at red box and go passive and try and hope that nobody pushes him on the other side, the side that he can't watch. But where's the winning move for Navi in this round? Tessis is going to start shrinking the map. He's pushing towards lobby.
Perhaps it's from JL. Perhaps he can make the play and create this space on this upper bomb site.
There's just so many timings that you have to get lucky on if you're Navi. Nikadaz is peeking up secret stairs right now, so he's...
That's the bomb,
again,
wonderful.
Bit's alone.
Bit now detected in towards hell. He can't really fly up that ladder now. Wonderful. He's trapped towards outside, but he has forced Nikadaz back, and JL has slipped out into the upper bomb site undetected so far. 35 seconds remaining. Kicksands just holding for that bomb. He knows it has to cross in main, but it doesn't work out. Navi get 3 headshots. A flurry of destruction in the blink of an eye, and that bomb goes down in the upper site. Nikadaz is nowhere near winning this one.
Oh my lord. Heroic just at the worst moment all shift into position. Even that kill towards door was like, that's a perfect spot. You just missed the 2 bullets you needed to hit. Heroic tracked this round so well and let it slip through their fingers.
And now they know where Nikadaz is. And Nico doesn't this time. It is JL with that headshot. Cracks him open. And Navi looked like they had lost that pistol within the first few seconds, but they were able to recover.
Talked plenty about Wonderful having a rough time in this map. One thing we are getting positive for Navi that we didn't have yesterday is JL and his impact. One of the greatest qualities in his game. Not always volume, but he finds important kills and makes round-winning plays, and he does it again this time with his lurker towards the upper bomb site. It was one of the few parts of the map that Heroic didn't have eyes on, and he's able to catch a couple kills right when they needed it most.
Cross on over towards JL. He'll unload his full magazine of the Khalil. Shoe's not connected with those bullets. They are just outside. So Navi taking the time. They know they're going up against some weaker weapons here, and they don't want to be caught in any early engagements.
Both teams win their T-side pistol round, and Heroic choose to buy on the second round, where Navi chose to go full unarmored USPs as well. But both teams given the opportunity to get out to a good start, to establish a foothold in this offensive campaign. Nice position for the MP9, though. It looks like Navi do want to start crossing towards Secret, crossing outside, and this MP9 can pounce at any moment.
Nikadaz dropping further back, trying to retreat, but Bit is unrelenting. He takes him out at range with that Khalil. First blood of this round is in favor of Navi. Shush pushes in towards lobby from Squeaky Door. He's clearing it out, realizing no one from Navi is holding down inside of lobby at the moment. Not finding anything from their aggressive maneuvers because JL's still in his own spawn.
He's making sure they can't get big flanked, and I mean, he was also in a situation he understands where if the lobby crunch does come in because so much of Navi's emphasis has been outside, then he's really exposed, so now he turns into kind of a lurk over towards lobby. He can come in very late. There's Nertz's MP9, but the trades are all with the stronger weapons, and Ema is going to finish things off. We're tied up at 7, and this round must be a save for Heroic, so Navi, a wonderful opportunity to take a 1-round lead.
Well, and that force buy does not work out on the CT side after you lose the pistol. You got the sour taste of having to take the eco in the next and watching Navi very likely head into the lead now if you're Heroic. Mag 10 for Wonderful. He's heading towards ramp quite quickly with that. No one there to meet him from Heroic. This outside fight, Nertz detected in towards credit card. Receives some chip damage. He's just hoping he can catch Ima.
Navi's being very cautious about this.
Yep.
They have to know it's going to be pretty much a full save, and that doesn't mean I'm saying, you know, throw caution to the wind.
Ooh.
There's a little engagement. Nertz brought down low. Bit with his Mac 10 already knocking on the door. He's being Molotov by his own team. Here's the tick of the fire, but now he's alone, being swung by multiple players. He wants one more, and he's... How is he alive?
I have no idea, but he's got away with it.
He's running the gauntlet right now. He's playing the Eliminator. It's an American Gladiators reference.
Okay.
You probably don't understand it.
No.
It's okay.
I watch Gladiators, but the British version.
Not as good?
I don't know. I don't watch the American one, so I can't compare. But if it's anything like the Office, maybe it's worse. The Gladiators made a comeback though, Jason. There is a new season apparently of the Gladiators.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I wonder how good it is.
I haven't watched it.
If you guys at home have, let us know. Hashtag IEM. Also, anything you want to really tweet at that handle, go for it.
Yeah, let us know the American Gladiators, British Gladiators, whatever you're feeling today. 8-7. M4 is coming out for Heroic. Nikodas has his AWP as well with full utility.
Kicksan getting down into the vent. Navi send out the first heap of utility over the smoke wall, but they haven't sent anybody with it. Not even Imma to lurk solo towards red, which we've quite often seen. Nothing towards outside. And those smokes have a timer on them. Once those fade away, that'll give quite a bit of information, but they're going to be chilling out in lobby at the moment here, Navi.
You might see that outside's clear, but you kind of have to assume that someone's made it to secret, right? And they've already shifted Kicksan downstairs.
Nikodas has positioned himself perfectly towards this squeaky play. Navi sending utility out, making it obvious now they're going to go for this topside hit. And there's plenty of players here for Heroic. Flash is effective to force Nikodas further back into the site, and Alexi B is now pushing forward past Tetris. This feels very claustrophobic for Heroic CT side. They're stuck at the back of the site, but they're still fighting. Navi yet to get a single kill, and Nikodas is just peeking one by one until finally one is too much. It is JL, Imma, and Bit together who just take all 3 kills for Navi and finally win that top site.
Pretty impressive resistance on that defense considering both were trapped behind silos. A very timely smoke by Nikodas, the time to get a double kill. Tezis has to clear vent. He has to find Emo so that Kicksan can come up and get involved in the action, and he'll do just that.
Yeah, trades it out 2v2. Big retake opportunity now for Heroic as they start to come back into this. Both of the Navi players pinned to the back of the bomb site. They go forward. It's one down. JL now giving it away, but limited ammo left, and he runs out of it. Tezis cuts right through him, and Heroic tie up the game with that retake.
Not bad at all. Good clear of the vents, good flank in lobby, and that defense does just enough. That was so sketchy. You hate both players being trapped behind that silo. Molotov on their position as well. Alexi and Nikodas do just enough to keep Heroic a fighting chance to win out. And timeout used by Navi.
Yeah, Nikodas gets away with a lot here. That first kill towards Hut, he didn't have to. The second player comes so late through Hut, so Nikodas is able to reposition and look at the site itself. No disjointed for Navi pushing into that upper bomb site.
It looked great. Alexi was scaling really well. It looked like he was at a point where he could just turn the corner and clear out the bomb site and get them in pretty clean. And just as smoke plumes on the right side of those silos, right when he's about to make his move. It was a very timely piece of utility for Heroic's defense. They lose a lot, but they've tied the game back up at 8.
Kicksan goes to an MP9. Rest of his squad with their weapon of choice, and for Navi, despite losing the last round, they've still got the full purchase here.
It's kind of cool seeing, like, I mean, it makes sense as well. Nikodas as the Opera on the CT side. Did he buy a smoke? I was gonna say he's emphasizing he has the money though. I'm a little bit surprised. He didn't buy a smoke last round and bought a nade. Again, he has a nade. That value of breaking open the smoke outside, just like that. The opportunity for a pick on the cross, a little bit more valuable than a smoke.
Only one kit here for Heroic. And Kicksan is going to make sure that that bomb isn't getting closer to the bomb star, making it feel comfortable for Navi. All these kills are going in the favor of Heroic, untraded by Navi, and it's quite comfortable here for the CT side.
Good awareness from Kicksan as well, seeing JL's taken out, the guy who's watching lobby from the T side for Navi, and he's just like, well, this is a round with an MP9, I'll take a risk. I'll go for a crazy aggressive big flank. Adds one more tally onto it. Unlikely you see that again, but a good point of aggression for Kicksan.
Nikodas strikes on Imma. Nice shot from Wonderful. But there's nowhere he can really go with this one. He's stuck behind red and eventually taken out by Nikodas. So Heroic into the lead, and that was a full purchase in Navi. Everybody had an AK, they had plenty of utility. And all these 1v1 fights just fall apart very quickly into the round. Well, they're not so fortunate with the money. Don't have enough for a full purchase. Good push on Tessus through ramp. JL is frustrated about that, obviously.
This is a weird time in the map for Navi. As you mentioned, out of money, going to descend into Deagles, unarmored, so just hoping for some desperate picks to open something up. We know JL's Deagle can have impacts.
Nikidoz needs to be careful. And for the fight at Silo. Gets tagged by the Deagle and drops back instead towards Hell. No rush in this one for Navi.
No, this would be pretty crazy upset, to be honest with you.
It would be to knock Navi out with Heroic coming into this event without Dexter, with their ex-teammate of Nikidoz.
Yeah, I mean, there's that angle to it. I don't even think in terms of the stand-in situation. I just think in terms of, you know, the idea that the major champions that you expected there to be steps forward, that's been the whole conversation with them is, you know, we've been making progress. The major win came really early on in our lifespan, but we're still nowhere close to how good we can be. And it's just weird seeing that kind of progress feel
like it's
so
going downwards
far,
instead of upwards.
Just, or stalled out, right? Like just not going anywhere, really. AK-47 recovered for Ema. A couple more kills would be nice.
There's one extra before he is put in the grave by Nikidoz. And I think it's another good testament to that of Heroic, their ability with this squad. I think the whole story around this team has been surprising people and sort of exceeding your expectations. We've definitely seen that through their whole lifespan, basically. At the start of this Heroic project, I don't think many people were really believing in it, and then suddenly they got some great results under their belt.
No, I wasn't super excited about it, and I wasn't super positive about it, but they still do have some cool pieces. If you think back to like the previous Heroic lineup with Cadian in it, and Stown and Yabi, I mean, Shush and Tessa's kind of proved themselves to be two very, very effective and strong role players. I know Shush gets a lot of respect in the positions that he plays still among the community, among the professional community. Nertz is obviously just a very, very special talent that we expect to keep getting better. Saw as a coach had got great credit with his time in ENCE and putting that team together and how well they were doing. It's just a matter of a couple pieces, the question marks, the in-game leader, the Opera of Nikidoz.
Okay, Nertz. Okay, it's an awkward fight for him now as he runs up the top of Secret into the smoke. He's lost a lot of health, and I can't believe he's still alive. Bit would have loved to have sunk that kill to draw it back into even numbers, but that'll come instead from JL. Bit eventually tracks Nertz down. Kixan had to trade it, so keeps it even still as we head into 1 minute left in the round. Bomb is now planted for Navi on this A site. Kixan quick about getting back to mid, and Alexi B did not have the cover or the powerful position to deal with that. And now Wonderful stuck at the back of the site. Very effective flashbang from Kixan. And JL has everything to do now left in this 1v3. He'll turn back from Tetris towards main, not able to pick up the second kill just yet. Now he's caught on the open and sandwiched in. Nikidoz eventually confirms that kill in the round here for Heroic.
And he nails the drop this time. Comes down silently, doesn't land on his ankles, doesn't break anything, finds that final kill. Perfect flashbang from Kixan. Once he gets that foothold in mini, he's like, all right, boys, I got a flashbang for you. Get ready. We're going to party. Nice retake from Heroic in the 3v3. Despite the awkward engagements outside between Nertz and Mid. Yeah, it was a little weird. A little awkward from both guys. But look how blind Wonderful is.
Yeah, utility's been really nice to watch for Heroic. I think especially on that T side. Else, if you remember, Wonderful plays towards Garage with the AWP, and there's just streams of flashbangs coming towards him. And on the CT side as well, great effective usage of those flashes for Heroic, and Blake goes to the mic for an Navi timeout.
Yeah, he's desperate to get something going, having a conversation with Ema, maybe talking to him about a few timings, how he wants him to handle a certain situation, make sure on this strategy, if we run it, if we get to this point, like this is what you're supposed to do. Last couple details to try and get a little bit of life in Navi right at the end of this map. They've lost 4 in a row.
Guys, we need to win this this buy. I think...
Yes, you do need to win this.
Yes, you absolutely need to win this buy. And it's not just a think, it's a must. If they lose this, Heroic are up to 12.
think there was going to be more after the I think. I don't think it's like, I think we need to win this. I think it's more like, I think we should do this.
Of course.
We ain't getting that part.
Oh, it's 12-8 if they lose this, and money will be drained from the bank accounts of Navi. Heroic's best chance to close out this map here and now. They're gathering up in behind those ramp smokes. Tessis lies in wait. Peeks out, instantly gets that kill on Bit. Fantastic work from Tessis, and he drops that molly, just drops down lower too.
And without hearing any ticks in the flames, you know, nobody has actually tried to push through it right at the right on some kind of a timing. He knows they don't have ramp room yet. Nika does!
Oh, misses the shot. Adjustment a little bit too high to the right. He will go down to Imma. So kill back for Navi. Tessis dropping back into the control room. He now has to adjust his position because he has to be concerned about that secret walk. In this JL fight, a door has gone the way of Navi. Kicksan will fall. Oh, to his former teammate. Shush descends down, takes JL out, and now Imma can't get away. Tessis is doing fantastic work in this round. He goes back to address Wonderful and does so with immediate effect. Alexi B is now left in a clutch alone. A 1v3, and he wants those double doors closed, but Tessis does not allow that to happen. Shush swings open decon, but Tessis, with a masterful round, started at ramp, finished at the lower bomb site, and he collects himself a 4K.
The reposition from Tessis when his teammate goes down, when Nikados goes down with the AWP in secret, is absolutely perfect. He's making sure they can't drop down ramp, and when Nikados dies, jumps over in towards control side, and even switching over to the AWP, I don't think he ever expected to have another engagement on control side. What a round from Tess's. Final trade at the end of the day for a triple kill. And Heroic have 4 chances to close out Nuke. It is their map pick, and they have looked strong on it.
Yeah, and Navi come into this with a pretty weak purchase. Nerds just goes red aggressive. He's full of absolute unbridled confidence. And Imma is gone, so Navi have to play the start of this round at a 4v5 deficit, and Nerds hasn't fallen back. He stayed committed in behind those temporary cover of the smoke. And he'll go back into secret now. Molotov is going to heat things up. Nerds has to get away and doesn't lose too much health considering that. Nerds goes out for the peek again. Nearly loses his head.
Yeah, and that's a nice peek of information and an even better fallback if you're Nerds. You got some intel tracking them outside. You don't need to commit to that fight. You've given your team a 5-on-4. Don't give it right back to them. Smoke's still up, so a little bit bold.
Reload for Nerds, being heard, I'm sure, by JL. 49 seconds remaining in this round. What are some of the options Navi have left?
Towards ramp room, they want to challenge. Nikados has a pretty shallow angle, and Tessis is reading this as well. Oh, 1 kill and get away.
No, he stays committed in behind that box. Tessis is there, the quick rotation down, and he's got that kill, no problem, on Alexi B. Bit throws everything he's got. It has to be JL, and it's Heroic to come out on top. It's Nuke that goes the way of Heroic in quite convincing fashion. On this day of survival, it's Heroic 1 map up over Navi.
struggle city for Navi. It says Heroic to be starting this series 1-0 up. Their map pick of Nuke goes their way 13-8, and a great CT side to be closing this one out, Janko. 6 rounds in a row, and basically nothing Navi could do to make a dent in it.
Absolutely. Major merchants exposed again. Yeah, I think it was a very solid game from Heroic, really, individually and team-wise. As you said, that stretch on the CT side to end the game in the last couple of gun rounds. Nerds also showing some of his prowess, playing on yard, finding kills, finding openings, finding also some crucial information for his team.
That start from Heroic was really explosive and really kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. They did kind of falter a little bit towards like the second half of their T side, but really just finding out that Wonderful was having no impact right there on the op throughout the game, and then they diagnosed that and they were able to kind of like get those last 2 rounds of the T side were really kind of helping them get to where they needed to be able to close out the game.
And what did we talk about, Freya? We talked about mental fortitude, right? And being able to tough it through some of these weird rounds that are going to happen, and Wonderful really struggling with that.
Yeah, right here, this is the first round. Wonderful's able to get his op out, round 5 of the CT side, and it comes down to this, like, he doesn't even get a chance to shoot his op. It comes down to a 2 versus 2, which ends up in a 1 versus 2, and Nikodos is here in a really winnable situation for Heroic, and I'm thinking at this stage of the game right now, if Nikodos is able to close out this clutch, like, Heroic's gonna be running away with this. He ends up losing this clutch.
Why is he pulling out an aim? The guy shot at him close by. Yeah.
But still, only 1 alive. I'm thinking right here, there's no way that Navi's going to be able to get back into this game right after this. But then what happens? Heroic just tries to like rush upper again. Nerds dies early. They try rushing upper a few more times, and they're like, wait, why are we doing this? Wonderful's not hitting like a single op shot. Let's just keep going rampant outside. And then I think once they diagnose that, I think that's something we're going to see into this next game as well. Just like if Wonderful can't hit a shot next game on Mirage, like on Opera's Paradise, they're in trouble.
Yeah, it was kind of the polar opposites when we were looking at both sides of the equation, right? We had Wonderful on the Navi side really struggling, basically getting no impact with the AWP. Then Nikodos, surprisingly, actually pulling it out one and actually getting some impact with it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a solid game. I think it was really important that quick start that you were talking about for Heroic. I think that was really important for the T side because they were running a little bit out of ideas, and then once you switch over, it was really down to Navi to sort of do it in the second half, right, on their own T side, but they just couldn't really come with rounds.
And the numbers illustrate it kind of perfectly, Josh. The fact that only 4 AWP kills out of 6 total going the way of Wonderful, and Nico has some great impact. Yeah, I guess when you put it like that, it sounds really, really good, and then you actually look at the physical number, not so hot, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Nikodos with having kind of like double the op kills that Wonderful has total kills, almost. You know, and
quick maths. We're really mathsing amazingly up here.
Bro, that's some mental gymnastics that you try to pull off there.
He has the same amount of multi-kills as Wonderful has AWP kills.
Well,
that's
there you go. There you go.
That's a comparison.
That is a, yep.
And it's not a
Thank
nice one.
you, Freya.
Yeah. I mean, for Nikodos, this is just a weird context overall, right? Because he knows he's not going to be continuing on with the team. We've been talking about it a lot. He even had an interesting way of describing it, didn't he? It's like being on holiday with your ex-girlfriend's family. Nobody wants to be there. It's very awkward for everybody. But he's making the most of it. He's making the most of the free buffet that the parents are paying for.
Yeah, and they're also cool. You know, maybe the parents are cool. Maybe it's kind of fun to spend time with them. Yeah, I don't know. But in any case, he's still a professional, right? And he's still showcasing his own game, right? I mean, okay, he's not on Heroic anymore. Where is he going to land? So it's almost as if you're, you know, building your resume live.
It's important to do as a professional player. Like if you're under contract and you're kind of called up to the plate, if you just go and kind of like dragging your feet, like, I don't want to do it, they removed me, you're not going to really get a lot of opportunities in the future. So for him to be able to come back and not only play, but play well, is going to be really good for his stocks, and you know, other teams are going to look into that.
And on the other side of things, with Navi, obviously Wonderful really struggling. We talked about JL. We wanted more from him. He delivered, but he was basically the only person on the team, right? And individual isn't going to cut it here.
Yeah, it's just, you know, from Navi, it's just lacking a little bit in all departments, really. You know, you wish they played a little bit better as a team. You wish some individuals did a little bit better. And that feels like that's been the story for this Navi lineup. You know, you see every now and then, oh, it could be really good at times, like we saw at the Major, obviously, right? But they just can't showcase that on a consistent basis.
it's tough when you're just losing all your duels as well with this like very static style that Navi has, where kind of like they're trusting each other to lock down their area. And if one person's or even multiple people aren't dealing, like getting the kills that they need to get, they're not winning the duels they need to win, then everything falls apart because they're not proactive enough to be able to plug those gaps right away.
Yes or no, Yanko? Do Navi turn it around on that pick of Mirage? Yes?
Yes.
You believe
they
them?
were born to win, Freya, so they have to, you know, we need to win this round. Just do it.
That's true, what they say. Navi Nation, born to win.
Just win.
Maybe not here. I mean, they've got to win Mirage. That is going to be their map pick coming into this series, and if they don't, they are eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. We'll see you on the other side.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
On deck execute you can do with your team. For this execute, you will need 5 Future Pros, 3 smokes, 3 mollies, and about 7 flashes. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing the CT smoke along with some flashes for your players coming out of the ramp. To throw your smoke, stand in the middle point of this wall section. Aim to the middle of this wood sticking out of the tower. Then jump throw. For your flashes, there is no specific lineup in this example, just bang them over the right side of the wall above the lamp. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the balcony or shadow molly along with a flash. To throw your molly, stand against this pillar and position yourself so the edge of this light is just visible. Aim above this light fixture and running throw the molly after a few steps. This version will only molly the top of balcony. To cover off shadow instead, use the same lineup and run forward longer before releasing the molly. Then bounce a flash off this wall and pick your timing when to peek out from palace to support your teammates. Future Pro number 3, you will throw the jungle smoke, along with a flash to help you entry and clear out anyone who could be close. To throw your smoke, run to this beam and find this spot on the floor. Aim at the top of the wall in line with the left edge of this big brick. Then throw your smoke. For your flash, move to the left and throw it against this part of the ramp and drop down with it. Make sure to turn as it pops and entry into the site, or die to the orb. Future Pro number 4, you will throw the stairs smoke along with a flash over the ramp, and a molly for bench. To throw your smoke, stand so that these beams are lined up together. Aim just to the edge of this wall about halfway up from these 2 points. You can use these 2 antennas to help guide you with this. Then simply throw the smoke. For your flash, just toss it over the ramp. Finally, when you have a bit of space on the ramp, pull out your molly and throw it to the left of your jungle smoke. This will dissuade a CT from pushing out to the bench. And lastly, Future Pro number 5. You will throw the sandwich molly along with 2 flashes. To throw your molly, stand in line with the wall at the edge of this corner. Find this dark spot at the top of the wall, then simply throw the molly. It's important to throw this molly before the smoke for stairs comes in, as if that smoke is thrown a bit short, it can, but not always, extinguish the flames. For your flashes, the first one should be a jumping throw over this building, and the second as you get to the ramp. You can throw it into the jungle smoke and potentially stop a CT from pushing, or spamming through the smokes. This is a great A execute, but requires some good synergy with your teammates. If you have a 5-stack you queue with often, I'm sure you can all get on the same page and get that bomb down on the A side of Mirage.
Heroic lead the way over Navi with one map picked up already on Nuke. Now we head to Mirage. This is the map pick of Navi, and they better hope they can wake up, Jason, because there was nothing really to shout home about on Nuke.
Yeah, well, the nice thing for Navi going into Mirage is in the last 3 months, they've only lost to 2 teams on this map, Spirit and FaZe. They've handled all the other business outside of 2 of the best teams in the world, so a pretty good track record. But yeah, I guess if you want to go switch over and go to the concerning side for Navi, you're missing some critical pieces. Wonderful had a very rough first map on Nuke. Looked like he's a little out of sorts, like he's not comfortable, not hitting his shots, not confident in his fights. JL had good impact, Bid had a couple good rounds, but altogether, Navi don't seem like this team has come in today firing on all cylinders. So playing probably at their B game, maybe their C game, and can they kind of pull out a win and come back in the series?
Well, they have to, otherwise they're out here in Dallas. We wanted to see progression. You know, Alexi B said a few days ago, the expectations have completely changed after winning the major. They expect to be contending for titles and not on this slow trajectory upwards, but right now they are facing elimination to Heroic, and that is a team that Navi will feel that they absolutely should be taking down here today. And Josh was saying on the desk, Steel was saying that, you know, you need to see Wonderful show up. If he's missing those shots on a map like Mirage, you got big issues coming Navi's way.
Also, just the way this Navi team is constituted is like, the hard part for this team is like you almost don't get that grace of the luxury that other teams have where a player can have a quiet game or go missing and you have other pieces that can pick it up. Remember, they won the major losing more rounds than they've won. Statistically, one of the worst performances from a major champion ever lifting the trophy. You don't have like the luxury of being able to have players just kind of be absent. Everyone has to be there actually performing, and you can have a couple step-ups from guys like JL, Ema if he's having one of his games, Bit, Wonderful, but everyone needs to be there at some base level, and at the moment Navi's not getting that across the board.
Headsets on, and mere moments away from kicking Mirage off here in Dallas. The winner of this game does not qualify yet, but they will have a chance later on today. They'll play the winner of Big or Virtus Pro, and currently
looking like Big.
It's Big one map up. That's crazy to think. It's not been a good game for super teams in CS2 so far, Jason.
Oh, that Virtus Pro one is a whole different conversation. That one's I actually loved that move when it came in. I thought it sounded really, really cool, and obviously not panning out, but man.
Yeah, it's not worked out just yet.
Weird times at the end of the season heading into the break, as teams are going to get about a month off to review, think, stew, deathmatch, whatever. Yeah, learn Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo. That would be nice. And
how many Vertigos have we had so far this event? One?
None that we've had, Jason.
We haven't had any, you and I, but I know there was one yesterday that Chad and Alex casted, or a couple days, or maybe the first day. I think that's about it.
Yeah, and it's pretty sad. I want to see a little bit more of it, but maybe we'll get to see it as a curveball in the playoffs. In particular, you know, JL yesterday, tough game, we mentioned that. I think he had some good rounds early on for Navi on the CT side of Nuke. Just really wasn't enough from the whole squad to get going and get that one competitive. But we've entered freeze time, fist bumps are in, and Mirage is about to get underway. It'll be a T-side start for Navi.
One Vertigo.
A single Vertigo.
Singular Vertigo.
Survive or say goodbye. Heroic versus Navi here in Group B. Joel Barrett is picked up on 2 plays here for the CT side of Heroic. It's Nikodas and Shush. And Kixan, he's got $200, but no utility. So, interesting to see how this one's going to go down for Heroic on the CT side. Heroic now favored to pick this one up.
Yeah, well, they're about to get a lot of attention towards that B bomb site. Nikodas has got one of the dualies, so he's in a good position up on the balcony. Oh, a little bit of a bait. The initial shots miss. He's done great damage to a second. And good shot from the USP over on Catwalk. 2 defenders are here.
Yeah, Tessa's just hiding behind cover. Alexi B gets ever closer, and it's worked out really well here for Navi on the initial attack into the bomb site. Nerds coming back in from short. It's close to taking out Imma, but unable to connect that shot, and Nerds, couldn't get around the corner, couldn't get to safety.
Peeks right into a double swing.
Yeah, and that's looking quite comfortable now for Navi, but Shush decides to go forward. He doesn't want to let them get that bomb down just yet. He wants to go into the fight and win this clutch. He separates them into 1v1 fights, but Imma just wins his duel.
Yeah, I actually looked like Heroic was in a solid position. Nikedas gets one, does tons of damage. They've got a player in the bomb site, they got a player on catwalk, but they cannot keep Navi from streaming out of the halls. I think Imma gets a entry while jumping or falling to kind of alleviate some of the pressure, and Alexi with a good position able to handle Tess's, and from here, Navi's in a strong position. 1-0. Woo! Woo!
I think yours is better. I think you could join a CS team, Jason, if you wanted to.
Me too.
Nikedas with Scout this time. It's another force buy for Heroic CT side. They've gone for this in back-to-back maps. Now it didn't work out last time, but it's a little better here as a shot lands into the chest of Bit.
Yeah, and that's a shame because he's got the MP5. I want to see him use it.
Yeah, I don't think that MP5 is gonna do much, Jason.
I'm part of the MP5 fan club.
I know.
I'm part of the fan club while also acknowledging that it feels like crap most of the time.
Especially at this kind of range. 5-7 wins all day long. Nerds is going to win this.
I'm not the most experienced MP5 user, but I think it's actually like better in mid-range. I think it's like the spraying was what makes it feel a little weak and awkward. But, you know, regardless, Bit goes down.
It's now gone, and we won't probably see that
I think
again.
he's one of like 2 people who use the MP5 from time to time. I've seen JL use it at the early stages of CS2, but I think people are just like, the MP9 way too strong.
Well, Kickstand's boosted up on the Ninja Boxes. Nikedas trying to distract and pull attention away, and that Deagle can unleash for a couple of body shots and goes back to the chance at Car, but JL stays up. He stays fighting.
The bomb's here. They have to come into this.
These scouts are so potent now because a lot of these players softened up there with win one shot, and one of them take it away. That's JL down. Imma now gone, and Alexi B was low, so that force buy pays off for Heroic. The scouts come out in force, and that's going to be hella frustrating here for Navi.
Oh, that's a return down to dirt if you're Navi. That feels horrible after the pistol round victory. That round really slips away. Good setup from Heroic. The bait inside the bomb site up on top of the boxes. These scouts are perfect.
Well, Alexi straight away to a scout. He's seen what he could do in the last round. He wants a piece of that action.
See, I can do it too.
Let's see if he can.
Spoiler.
He probably won't.
He cannot.
I think. Imma. Someone dodging all of the damage of that grenade. He's bringing his big old deagle over to this B bomb site. Kicksan. He now knows Imma's close and doesn't want to give him that headshot chance. Nerds in middle stops Bit from finding success through the underpass. And they're not getting any opportunities. No one overstepping the mark.
And Alexi just now starting to slide out top middle as well. See if he can find any peaks. If he goes deeper, he might be able to get Nerds. Nikedas is providing some cover up towards window. Alexi not able to connect with anything yet, and Nerds is going to get aggressive, finds a perfect timing. Alexi looking elsewhere. Nikedas backs off with low HP, but mid is going to be so tough to break through. 1 kill is not enough. Decent damage. Teslas can't handle the fight at the moment.
Oh god, it's not clean here. Imma eventually taken down through the underpass, and JL, it stands alone. So Navi's purchase back does not find the same success that Heroic found in the prior, and it is now going to be a 2-1 start for Heroic that is likely to lead swiftly into 3. A nice shot from JL.
Heroic's got to be a little bit careful. I mean, JL can add one more kill, and depending on that kill, maybe he can add a second one. 20 seconds left. He's actually taking a really long round. He needs to die.
It's going to be tough to die, actually. He's got to sprint short right now and get involved in some of those fights. Fights in towards the connector. Some damage being done, but eventually stopped by Shush. And so JL gets his desired outcome. He'll get his money for the next round. And Navi, well, they don't have enough of it to make a purchase here. So it is very likely now we see Heroic head to 3 rounds to 1. They could build up a really strong first half here on Mirage. And that gets really worrying for Navi.
They could build up a really strong bank with a clean round here. Up against the Glocks. And if you're Navi, maybe you play this one a little bit slow. Let them burn utility, have a bit of a conversation, some kind of a motivational speech out of Alexi. Got to get the boys fired up. It feels at the moment like Navi after that first map, like recognized that it was like an off game, and they've kind of accepted that today's like a bad day and it's just continuing, and that's just what it feels like from the outside. Need to fight back against that. No flashes, no smokes, no utility for this eventual B execute.
Yeah, they group up to B to try and get a bomb plant at least here. That is the goal for Navi at the moment. And Kixan just plays a bit of an off angle at the van here. Should allow him to peel away with 1 kill at least. They all line up, and he'll hold down mouse 1. He's starting to run out of ammo, has to go to the sidearm, but Tesses is there to clean up the rest. So 3-1 start here for Heroic. They're absolutely loving this. No bomb plants, no extra cash for Navi, but it's certainly enough to get rifles out now. So the AKs will return, and Blade will look on.
This is a very important round for Navi to do some damage, win a round, take some guns away, chip into this economy a little bit. Moving forward, Nikodas is going to have the AWP, and he was out-opping wonderful, having more impact with the op on map 1 than map 2, and you don't want that to get rolling for Heroic. You don't want it to be a constant thing you have to battle against.
Heroic with a quick boost up into middle. Shush will position himself at short. And Nikodas just making sure no Navi players can stand comfortably behind those mid boxes, but Navi are setting up utility outside of A at the moment. Alexipi tossing out the jungle and Star Smoke together.
It seems very early, and they haven't taken mid control, so there's no position for Wonderful or Ema to get involved in any kind of a split, so I think they're just baiting out utility for the moment, and then I think the follow-up is going to be a little bit more contact-based.
They're gathering info in middle, still Heroic, so they know that there's no split potential, and they are going to just start walking out in towards this A site. Nerd's not forced away from his position. He can stay on upper wood, and he's got Tessis to distract out from stairs. He's got that kill on JL. Big kill from Nerd's off the top of the wood, but is eventually traded by Bit, who does better to get a second. And Nikodas pushes in from CT spawn. Great flashbang. That'll remove Bit. And now Ima left alone at top middle. His job was to try and cut off these rotators to Navi. He does in fact find Shush, but there's still 2 players to collect here, and they know where Ima's coming from. And he's sustained heavy damage from his initial fight.
Nice jump up though, nice reposition.
He's done it very quick.
Yeah, I think they might have heard it. Both eyes, Kixan and Nikodas, focused in this direction at the moment. Gonna take a long route through CT.
He's so low on health, and now Nikodas is considering CT because how long it's taken. You see nothing towards connector.
Save. It's done.
Yeah, it's no time to really get involved here for Ima. So save call back in CT spawn with that AK-47. What did you make of that round from Navi in terms of the idea behind it?
I didn't mind it, to be honest with you. I think it actually had pretty decent impact, all things considering, on the main thrust. Just a nice setup. The smoke being broken open over in Palace, I think, ruined things a little bit. That early kill, which allowed the crossfire to be effective. I think they got kind of exactly what they wanted in terms of some of the initial fights. It's this rotation from Nikodas, that kill, and then this flashbang. I mean, we mentioned yesterday, he left the team recently, or maybe it was today. Left the team recently, so actually that was this morning.
It was about
an hour
35 minutes ago.
So it's not like he's completely forgotten everything that Heroic like to do, or kind of lost connection in the comms. But I mean, you can see even as quote-unquote stand-in, he's still got some synergy.
Oh, Ima gets aggressive. It's a fast play up short. He catches Shush over towards that A-bomb side, and Ima repositions behind the smoke, and Bit's already in A. Through connector, just speed for Navi, and it's working out completely. Tessis and Kixan, what can they do about this? Bombs down for Navi already. That was a fast round. It works out real well.
Change of pace, and it's all down to the impact. And that's a little bit of freedom when you have the Tech 9s and a kind of low buy like this. But the fact that Ima gets a double kill in middle is what opens up the avenue for Bit to be that aggressive at the A-bomb site.
Kixan's still towards CT. He's still getting ever closer to this A-bomb site. Push plant set up for Navi's 1 player in Palace.
He has a smoke. I think he's gonna go for a ninja here.
He's gonna go for it last second, and they're leaving the site. They're not expecting this, and he's got a kill. Okay, Kixan, can he do this? He's got on it. That kid holding it all the way. Wonderful trying to stop it. Kixan on that defuse time was still a question regardless, but Wonderful will get the kill. Whew, that was fun at least.
Saves the day. That one might have buried Navi. You lose that round. Oh, that would have been harsh. I'm actually kind of surprised Kixan goes for that fight.
I think it was still going to be close on time anyway. It looked like he might.
I think he had it. Maybe. I think he had it for sure.
Let's see. Gets that kill on JL. Wonderful has to barrel back, and it was close enough. But Wonderful confirms it for Navi. And that bounces them right back into the beginning of this T half. And boy, do they need rounds here on this T half of Mirage.
They need some life more than anything.
Some energy.
Yeah, something positive swinging in their direction.
And Wonderful has got the AWP out. Big conversation about him needing to hit shots, but look at Nerds. He's pushed all the way through ramp already. He's in T-spawn. He's gathering so much info with this play already. Shush dies on A.
Surprising fight for Shush to take. Nikodos had just rotated over. Thought the AWP would take the angle. Still, Nerds has fantastic information on what's happening on this map.
Tessa spotted by Alexi B. Tessa will win the fight versus Alexi. And now Kixan is readying himself for this play into the B bomb site. His feet are steady. He spots that first player come out, but he sure has been spotted. He still has Tessus out towards short. His flank could work out for Navi here. Tessus, important kill. JL goes down, and so will the bomb in the apartments. And that is going to throw a huge spanner into the works. And it looks like Emma's flank might not be enough. He takes Kixan down. Remember, the bomb is still so far away from Emma. He'll come back in from Market. Nerds is just not wanting to give this fight up. Just stay alive. Don't give him the 1v1 fight against Nikodos, who's making that rotation in. The longer he stays alive, the quicker Nikodos can get in position. And there was enough distraction set up by Nerds to allow that kill from his AWPer.
Tessus is doing a really good job over on Catwalk. Even if you go all the way back to the Pistron, is able to grab another kill on that B hit. But he's providing wonderful support. Good kill on Alexi, trying to make it up Catwalk and spinning to take out Wonderful's AWP over in the halls. A really nice sequence from Tessus. And as you mentioned, just kind of staying alive as well, all things considered. 3 kills in the round before going down. Nice! 3-round lead for Heroic.
Emma once again on AK. We're able to win a round with this kind of situation before. It was all about how fast they were. This time, Emma sent out mid to fight again. Unable to catch Nikodos early on. Nikodos is now primed towards apartments. As soon as I say that, he unscopes and the flashes are effective for Navi. They get out the window. But Kixan finds himself in a solid position, but he's run out of ammo in that M4. And he has to go to the P2000. It's not the weapon for the job, but luckily Alexi have been softened up by those initial M4 bullets. And now Kixan needs to reload. He's hiding behind a smoke of his own creation, and it's worked out so well for that turn back on him. Kixan delivering absolutely everything for a squad, and JL now must clutch. He's down into a 1v1, and Kixan is so low that a body shot from that Deagle gets him out of this round. And JL has to realize that the Deagle is the better option. And Kixan stands behind that van. He's going for all 5, baby, and he can't do it. JL closes out the clutch with a Deag. And Navi so desperately needed that round.
You can see JL shake his head, and I think that's like more the emotion of everything at the moment feels so hard for Navi. The fact that Kixan is able to be this effective in that position, he's just got to be scratching his head to a certain degree, like it didn't need to be like this. But a really nice 1v2 clutch, the 1 Deag in towards Market. And they've finally done it, Navi. They've ground away this economy. It's been touch and go. It hasn't all looked great, but finally Heroic's out of money. They force up with a single M4 and a scout.
Navi going for a simple call. All 5 players positioned outside of A. Because Heroic feel freed up with some of the weaker weapons, they are pushing quite aggressively through B, gathering all this information, but now they know it's going to be an A play.
Oh, you can't
First kill is from Shush, and if they lose 2 players in this initial attack in, this will completely weaken Navi, and that flank is fast through T-spawn. So much damage being done from this scout from Nikodos. And remember that flank, it's coming around ramp right about now. JL's taking Nikodos out. Wonderful goes to address it, spots out Nerds, but will he expect the second player? He's going back for it, but as soon as he looks, he switches his weapon, and he goes down to Kixan. A 3v3 that Heroic can win here.
Oh, let's see. This retake is going to be underway. Alexi slid in towards Cubby around that smoke. Position given up by JL, but he's got a frag. Oh. And with no kit, this really has slowed down way too much.
Oh, Alexi B turns back and spots out Kixan. If he had fallen down, that could have reopened the chance for Heroic, but Navi just about limped through that.
Between Nerds and Wonderful, that AK-47 at the bottom of A ramp is like the holy grail in Indiana Jones. Like, they just can't stop reaching for it. They just can't stop going for it. They don't clear the angles. They just want that AK-47 so badly it gets them both killed.
I'm sure Navi will just take a breather, a sigh of relief. After they're able to convert that round, it looked like Heroic going to cause a real mess when all that initial damage was being done by Nuke. Shush hits that first headshot on the Deagle. And the flank looked like it might be the cherry on top of the whole situation. Good start here for Bit. Emma clears out window. And Navi settle into this one. A nice recovery round. Bit with a solid transfer down to Tessus. Couldn't finish off the job, but does some damage from stairs to below. And JL finishes off Tessus without a problem. So Kixan now through the underpass. Navi are going to tie this up.
It'll be 5-5. Navi putting themselves in a position here on Mirage to have a wonderful first T-half. Been a good bounce back, and the nice thing too about it, a lot of it is Ima's doing a good job over in middle. He's got 12 kills in this round. You love to see that. JL's had a couple nice impactful clutches. If it weren't for that second round hiccup, this could be a pretty good half for Navi so far. I mean, you got to say 3 in a row. For the last 5, it is a good half for Navi. It could be a better half for Navi.
Yeah, it could get better.
First time out of the map. 10 rounds in.
And it's Heroic that have decided to call it. Ancient, the third map in this series, if it is required. And currently looking like it might be. A lot more money left over in reserve for Navi here in comparison to that of Heroic.
Yeah, Navi can buy these last 2 rounds. I mean, obviously, if they buy this one, next round it's going to be no problem, even if they were to lose this. So they got to be pleased about that. Heroic going to go back to some of these aggressive mid setups. Navi's really punished the extremities, but now Heroic is going to take control of the center of the map.
Yeah, Utility really cancels Ima out there. He gets caught by flashes, hit by grenades. The whole wombo combo he couldn't deal with. JL. Good headshot, but traded by Tessus, and Wonderful needs to be careful. He pulls a nade as that peek comes in. And now Bit is stuck at Tetris. He's overrun because Kixan just doesn't stop moving forward. Alexi B now in a 1v2, and this round just started, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic is so aggressive in this round. They're saying, we don't want you guys to have any room to fight any longer. Jumping over the boxes, making sure nobody from Heroic can get comfortable, and Alexi's going to take the long route through CT spawn. Can this
But he's quick about it. He's very quick about it, and Tessus has not heard this out, but he now considers that option, and he is able to adjust, even though Alexi B was maybe a little wider than anticipated.
That was a really nice timing for Alexi. Hitting that, he walked at the perfect moment to avoid detection. Just can't win out on the fight. 6-5, Heroic up 1 going into the final round of this first half. Elimination series here at IEM Dallas. Navi must have this map. Otherwise, they're out of the tournament. They must take us to Ancient as a third and decider.
One more. Wait for me. Please don't touch,
And we get underway in round 12. Alexi going to be in middle, and once again some aggression from Heroic. Nikados a little bit slow considering his options, heading towards the underpass. Tucked into the wall.
Needs to be careful. They can see him, and Ima, it will remove him. So opening kill here for Navi at the start of round 12.
That's about to feel like it don't work anymore. I think he missed the jump. I think he wanted to make it over to Catwalk,
and then he's kind of stuck
throughout
there.
The half. Yeah, then he's just kind of like, oh, well, crap, what do I do now?
I'll probably fight. Now, Wonderful connects a shot on Tessus. Not the start Heroic would have liked to try and push forward to 7-5, and Wonderful connects yet another, this time on Nurse.
A lot of low HP players in middle. If they can find these kills, Shush gonna get hit with that smoke, which takes away any option him and Kixan have of double peeking when it fades.
Bit smooth through B. He's got a lot of space and information on the back of this. Shush looks to try and move in and address that possible problem. He could spot the bomb, but Bit will take out Shush. So that problem is now averted, and it's just Kixan left. And he's spotted out by Ima. It'll be 6-6 at the turn of the first half as Navi try and bounce back here in this series. They need Mirage if they want to stay alive here in Dallas.
Backside one. I'm
jungle. I'm in jungle. I'm all backside. I'm all right side, one short. Short. I'm picking short.
Chopper!
Too short.
One more. Chopper, блядь, in short. Fuck you, die. Close pit. Oh.
Push mid.
The trap?
2 mid. Guys, 3 middle, jungle.
Guys, I'm doing the funny mid.
I'm calling
jungle.
stairs. Dude, can you hold stairs?
Bench!
Bench, I can.
One more, jungle! Guys, we can rotate. No op. Picking bench. One more. Wait for me.
Bench and stairs.
Please don't die, please.
We cannot.
No, bro.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. This is the 100th Intel Extreme Masters, and if Navi want a chance at winning the title here in Dallas, they better pick up Mirage. Heroic, they're looking good, Jason, honestly. This is a team that maybe wrote off coming into the event, but they're showing up in style.
Yeah, showing some cool things. And Kixon called a good T-side back on Nuke, so I'm interested to see how this one on Mirage is going to go. Heroic, more so than Navi, seem like they're willing to be hyper-aggressive. It's all good. It's all good. Still early.
Someone noticed it, at least. There we go. Kicks out. Damn, all right, I'll pick up the bomb.
I have to do everything. I have to call the tactics. I have to run back and get the bomb. Got to throw the utility.
All right, Nika does. He's going to place that window smoke at market.
There's going to be a strong defense here, though. Alexi and Bit are both at the bomb site. Bit's boosted up. Wonderful's going to be on catwalk very quickly as well.
Alexi be blinded. Taking out a fight right now. Shush is going to make the most of that. Charging in, but Bit off the ninja box now gives away his position. And sure, yeah. Getting that kill out towards bench is a little bit ridiculous from Bit. When that bomb is now planted, Heroic have it 3 versus 3 ahead of them as Wonderful comes back in from short. It is Nikadars that is picked out by JL. Effective trading from Nerds, and he knows that second player of Wonderful was spotted towards short, so he's holding for that with that P250. He's confident to fight it. And IEM moving as well. He's coming in from market. He gets spotted out by Kixan and dropped like a fly. It is just Wonderful left. He'll charge back in, having to switch pistols. He runs out of ammo. Nice shot. There was 1 bullet in that. And Wonderful connects it. There was a kit on Imma's corpse, and he's running towards it to try and pick it up. And now he's got that kit back. He's running into the site. Needed the headshot. Couldn't collect it. And now time evades him. So will the pistol round. He will exit with the kills, but Heroic pick up the round.
Man, and Navi had a pretty decent defense. I think the only real weak spot of it is Bit playing boosted up in the bomb site. There's no one actually providing resistance to Heroic getting out of the halls, right? The bait is coming towards catwalk, but there's no one to slow down or stop the stream of players from jumping down. Bit's even lucky to get a second spectacular kill towards bench, but Heroic have the pistol. Every T-side has won the pistol round in the series so far.
T's be on top. I mean, that's why we didn't even notice on day 1 when the economy wasn't fully integrated. We didn't really notice some of the changes because all the T-sides are winning pistols.
Yeah. Well.
And this should be the follow-up for the T-side as well. Navi deciding not to go for that CT Force. There's a difference between them and Heroic. Heroic decided to give the CT Force by in the first half, and they won it. Now, if you want to get the guns out as quickly as possible.
And they do go for a different style in the second round after winning the pistol. Navi had spread out a little bit more of a default. You know, Bit had been forced back from watching A-Ramp, took a ton of damage, eventually picked off. Plenty of time for Heroic scouts to tag players and finish them off at range. Heroic just throws all the utility in a nice set piece with no stack here, nothing to stop them. So 8-6, 2-round lead for Heroic. Next round, we're going to get the M4s out for Navi.
This should be a very disappointing group stage exit for Navi today.
It's going to be a very disappointing group stage exit for Virtus Pro, who are currently down 4-8 against Big on the second map. Down a map in the series.
That's crazy to think about. As the opening game for Navi at this event was against Big, and it felt like it was going to be right down to the wire. Navi didn't look all that convincing against Big in their opening game, and then they have Spirit, and you wonder, okay, fair enough, it's against Spirit, but now against Heroic, they're on the back foot again here. Starting to worry about the Navi squad at the moment. MP7 kept in the hands of Nerds. Everybody else on a rifle. Navi have a purchase. So Heroic keeping it simple again. It's going to be 5 players towards this A bomb site.
They're going to try and go through. Bit's very close up. Dodges the flashbang. Dodges all of them but the last. Dodges the first 3, but the 4th one destroys him. Ema steps forward and can only get 1.
4v3, force off the back of those initial fights, and Heroic will certainly be feeling comfortable with Nerds on their rifle instead of that MP7 as well. It's looking good for them, and Navi, considering the save call already, as frustrating as it might be.
Yeah, if they don't get a gift, committing
There's no
here.
kit.
I know, like this is actually like you're kind of going to go investigate, see if you can get 1 kill very, very fast. Heroic's playing this very disciplined, but if you go too far, you lose everything at the end of the day.
It's even luring them in. They've got 2 smokes, but no kit, and now Nikados from that big flank. Fortunately for Navi, they got rid of him because he looked like he was in the perfect position to even cancel out that save call on a few players, but they are able to exit and save those weapons. But Heroic are now at 9 rounds on this T side, and so far, again, Kicksan with some grit calls.
Yeah, keeping it nice and simple. Just an execute. Perfect flashbangs, good usage. Bit gets blinded at top A ramp. The rotations coming in behind the smoke walls all get blinded and delayed as well. And even though Heroic use all their utility on the initial thrust, they leave it with a man advantage, which makes that retake so difficult. It'll be interesting to see now, too, because this is back-to-back rounds of an A execute. Yeah, the last round was a full-blown save. They start having a little bit of conditioning come into play where Navi's got to be a bit concerned about the hit into the A bomb site. Might cheat a second player over there a little bit early. And still no off in the hands of Wonderful.
Kicksan currently has a sniper in his hands. He has the best mid-spawn currently. So we'll likely be seeing Kicksan try to open up this round with a pick in towards window or connector.
It's a good round for it. As we just mentioned, there's no op on Wonderful. You're going to know that based off how this half has played out so far. So you don't really have anyone kind of heads up dueling against you. Take that peek, see if you can just grab 1 cheeky frag and back away.
Goes in the window. Flash is good against Kicksan, and JL able to stop him with a rifle.
Not able to back away.
Not able to.
It's gone the wrong direction. Wonderful has no head armor. Got to be careful against that M4. Nerds tucked in, jumping, avoiding the spam.
It's uncomfortable. And finally, Wonderful will walk out on top of that fight versus Nerds. So Navi given 2 players early here.
It's backfired.
Nerds is not having the best of games at the moment. It's actually Tessas and Kicksan that did most of the heavy lifting in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, Navi didn't do as many straight up, I mean, A hits as we've seen Heroic do already, and Nerds playing that anchor position didn't always have a whole lot of attention at his bomb site.
So you'd imagine more impact will be felt here on the T side from Nerds.
He's going to be a critical part of that mid control for Heroic's T side when they run their defaults.
Heroic yet to find a way to get a kill back in this round. Tessus attempts it towards window. Nice boost here for JL up on top of the double stack at short. He should be good for 1 at least. Oh my god, Shush, what a shot. JL got the initial damage off, dropped Shush down to 6 health, but all it takes is that 1 AK bullet to the brain and JL's off the top. Now they're going into the connector.
Nikados, if he gets this kill, it's everything. It could be so much, and he will. Just saw a little bit of the hip.
So from 5v3 for Navi to 22 seconds remaining in this round, and Heroic are at even numbers, but Bit hides at default. There's limited time here for Heroic. They have to be swift getting into this A bomb site, and Bit, he could end it all. He could save his team right now if he's able to take them down. It's 1 quick kill on Tesses, and he knows the Shush is around that corner. It's a perfect placement of the grenade. Bit denies the bomb plant, and there's no time here for Nikados. The round is collected from Navi, and it's saved here by Bit.
Oh, that would have been a nice kill to have at the end. The opportunity was there. Ema gave the op a chance to land it. Still a 2-round lead for Heroic, and even though that round doesn't go any of the way you wanted, Kicksan gets picked off when he's trying to take a peek in middle very early on. Good job from JL. But other than that, I mean, Nerds going down next. Other than that, Heroic does a great job of grabbing a couple kills, making it dangerous, and bringing that economy low. They've got a good chance to reset Navi early on, and they call a timeout to talk it over. They can really put Navi in an awkward position for the rest of this half if they can cause economic devastation.
Yet to see Wonderful get the chance onto the AWP here for the CT side, but Nikadaz finally with the AWP out for the T side. We've seen Kixan attempt to wield it at the start. Nikadaz will hold it from the beginning of the round this time. And they're heading towards middle with him and Tesses. Wonderful playing from window. On that CT side, smoke comes in. That'll force him to change up his position, and they'll drop back into a connector setup here for Rima. Kixan applying some pressure towards B early, allowing Navi to hear that presence towards B. And there's pressure applied here towards Palace. Shush has caught a perfect time to get out of the smoke here.
This is such a wild little lurk. Oh, he's going to get it on Bit. That's heartbreaking. Now sees the other one on stairs. He got another one, and Nikados chimes in as well. What a play from Shush.
Willing to just take fights all across the board here, Heroic, and they've come out on top of every single one of them. JL dropped, and it is a flawless round for Heroic, and we can hear them celebrate that from a mile away because that is a huge round to win.
That's a punch in the face, and if you're Navi, you can't even really think about force buying here. Like you have to save. Maybe you descend into a low buy armor and pistols. You got a 3-round losing bonus built up. Could be worth it just to see if you can pull off a miracle, but Shush just takes a huge gamble and walks right through that smoke.
Yeah, that's one step closer to knocking Navi out here in Dallas. And frustration, sure, that's got to be a tough round to have to go through if you're Navi. And it gets worse here for Alexi B. Down first. Nearby for the last hurrah will come in the next round, but they are going to be facing a scoreline of 11-7 down. And they're a map down in this series. Nurse goes right through Ima. Shot from Nikadaz to rip JL off the top of the ticket box. And the pistols don't find any must-needed magic.
Heroic's looking solid right now. And Navi look a little bit discombobulated. We've seen a lot of discomfort from them in this series. Maybe a lack of cohesion. But Heroic's come in focused. Having to bring Nikadaz back for the tournament hasn't seemingly affected them at all. 11-7, 2 rounds away from knocking Navi out of IEM Dallas.
And doing it in very convincing fashion as well. Map 1 didn't allow double figures to come in. It was a 13-8 win on Nuke for Heroic. Looking like it's going to be a pretty similar scoreline here on Mirage. Only 4 opening duels won on this map for Navi.
That's not ideal.
No.
You do hate to see that.
Real tough time in that department. Second tactical timeout used. This kind of performance has just got to feel so deflating.
It's frustrating too, like especially coming off the major and the conversation around that run being a fluke and not something that can be repeated. And obviously, as a player in Navi, you want to prove that wrong. But it seemed, yeah, when it's
you
not
get
going
performances like this, you maybe start, even as a competitor, start to think maybe they're right.
Not yet, but maybe when the game's over, yeah.
Wonderful in middle. He'll drop back in behind that connector smoke. Keep eyes on who wins this opening duel. Will it be the 5th for Navi?
Nert's going to take that opportunity when the mag is empty.
Oh, running through the smoke is Ima, walking right into the waiting arms of Nertz. Ima down and out, follow-up from Nertz, and it is 12 rounds, surely locked in now for Heroic. Absolute domination. Navi not able to match the output of Heroic today. And Bit will play at the ticket box, but Heroic have no need to commit anywhere just yet. There is so much time left in this round, and they are so far ahead when it comes to advantageous positions. And Bit is stuck. Nertz walks right into him, hunts down his 3rd victim of this round. Nikadaz now on the other side of the map will prevent Wonderful surely from having that AWP. It's 12 rounds to 7. Navi mere moments away from being knocked out here in Dallas.
You can see the difference on this map, on this T side, especially for Heroic. Like, I'm not even going to say this is like a great masterclass tactical calling from Kixan, but individually, Heroic players are so much more willing and so much more confident in the plays that they make. Nerd stepping in towards Khan, finding a kill as Ima comes through the smoke and taking that space to build upon it, challenge JL over in jungle. We saw previously the Shush lurk out the Palace smoke as well, taking a risk and it paying off. Navi just straight up overwhelmed here on Mirage. On their own map pick, the second half has been a 6-1 run. No one on Heroic has died in 3 rounds. 3 rounds straight, all 5 players survive. They're leaving no doubt in who the better team is today. 5 chances to close out this series, progress to play in their final match later on today against the winner of Big versus Virtus Pro for a spot in the playoffs.
Big kill from Nertz. Another opening kill added to the tally of Heroic. Imma down. Navi with 4 remaining. Perhaps not many more moments left for them here in Dallas. For Heroic, the returning champions of Dallas from last year, Nertz and Salt, still will have the opportunity to make it into the playoffs. They'll have their last chance later today. They look to convert upon this, but JL evens out the numbers for now. 55 seconds left. Bomb needs to get around that corner safely. Nikodos is the man carrying that. Alexi B finishes off the softened player. Turns back to try and stop the Apartments play, but that bomb is down short. So these 2 players that have now come into B need to run back and pick that bomb up. And if Heroic want to close it now, they've got to do it in a 2 versus 3 situation.
It was never about picking the bomb up. It's about what kind of position can Kixen get in over towards Market, take the space there while the bomb was being picked up, and does he want to progress even further forward?
Oh, he's found the aggressive maneuver with Shush going down. It's all on Kixan, the in-game leader, to close it. They know exactly where he is, but he's found himself a powerful spot now behind lots of cover. Molotov comes in. That tap on the defuse is going to make things incredibly uncomfortable for Kixan, but JL didn't stick it. There's no kid on these 2 players, but the peek from Kixan is enough to keep Navi alive in this one. And JL in particular finding some very important kills to get them back into this round.
Yep, just barely hold on, and now they've got the op back as well. Now they can get a few more M4s, feel a little bit more stronger in their defense, but they've got a long road to go, so no time to be too happy. Out of timeouts as well for Navi. Blades burned all of them in the attempt to get his team back into this series. And there's so much money on Heroic.
Missed window smoke. Will they expect this? Nade stacking towards the bottom of connector. Even if they don't commit around the corner, it's information to wonderful that no one has got mid here for Heroic.
I heard someone shouting, I think, miss, so I'm wondering if they knew it on release, that it was off.
Would indicate why they didn't go, or rather would explain why they didn't round the corner into the mid-fight.
Yeah, I could hear a panic shout in the studio.
That's
Please
why it's nice to have
corner.
our casting perch up here, Jason. We have the Overlord looking over the whole team set up here. And Imma under the wood. He's got plenty of players from Heroic about to come through Palace. Bit can take that initial attention, but he's drawn towards connector. Only look at the right spot at the right time here, Bit. Tessa is now making his way through middle. Utility will start to rain above this A-bomb site. Being put in place. In towards jungle, miss utility all round long here for Heroic. Imma traded after 1.
Designed.
Absolutely. No doubt. 40 seconds. 3v4. Heroic down a player, and they are now stepping ever closer to this A-bomb site. Navi in good position to try and stop this from happening. JL with an important headshot, but he's traded again by Nertz. 30 seconds. That's all they've got here, Heroic. And with that bomb down in the open, it doesn't feel likely that they'll be able to pull this one back. And Nikodos is stuck in Palace. So now they're doing as much as they can to stay alive, and they've strung a few together now. Now Nikodos realizes he can't get out of Palace. Never mind trying to win this round.
Okay, stumped at the finish line 2 times in a row. Navi fighting back. It's going to be 9-12. As I said, Heroic's got plenty of money, so they'll be buying up again. The op will obviously still be in play. And this time Navi stopped the A set piece. They struggled with it earlier on in the half, but it looked good there. Third and final timeout used by Saw and Heroic. Missed Molotov. I think it's still, I don't know. They still got the job done.
They got one for one.
Yeah, they cleared the position they wanted to clear with the Molotov.
Plenty of chances here for Heroic, but this is their last timeout. So looking to try and make the adjustments for a squad to just get that extra percentage to be able to close this.
And it's also where you gotta like kind of tell your players at the same time, like, hey, don't be afraid to make those plays that you were making that got us here. Don't be afraid, Nerds, to kind of take an advantage when you feel it. I can't imagine Nerds would be someone who shies away from that. Don't be afraid, Shush, if you sense an ability.
They are leaving mid now. There is a lot of space in mid. We should use that.
All right, a lot of space in mid. They're gonna try and use it.
Well, wonderful. Hopping up on top of short. Not seeing anybody crossing over that smoke is going to sever his information flow for the time being. Kicksand forced forward by that Molotov. He tries to get Alexi beat cracked open. Close enough to it, but unable to do so. And Kicksand is taking a lot of utility damage, so he'll now drop back. Underpass is the play forward for Nerds. Tessa's with him. Climbing up into the window. Could be a very powerful position. JL walking right into Nerds. There's another opener here for Heroic, and there's space to play with for Nerds, but he pulls out his knife and ends up getting taken down by Imma in the middle of that quick switch. So the trade's through from Navi. Minute and 8 seconds left.
Oh, over the smoke. Tess's has one. Shush now going to take the space. They know Bit somewhere around here still. Have to be cautious about this A-bomb site. The jump over. Oh, Bit goes down quick. There's the play from Shush. Not scared.
And now the B-bomb site is open, and the bomb is making its way through. This looks like it is finally the right maneuver for Heroic to close this one out, move forward into that lower bracket final, and knock Navi out here in Dallas. Wonderful is on the opposite side of the map. And the bomb is planted at B. It will be a long journey for him back.
It's an impossible journey. You ain't making this.
But Tess says he is likely to be the player to close this one out here. He's tucked behind that murder hole. Wonderful considers it. Make his way in, gets by the scope. Molly in, and Tessis is the man to close the job. Heroic knock Navi out. The major champions most recently yet to replicate any of that success, and we will not be seeing them in the playoffs here in Texas.
Yeah, that's very, very crushing for Navi. A day where they come in and did not even look anywhere close to their best. That progression that they've talked about wanting to have is not quite there yet, but Heroic survive, and our desk has arrived at the desk.
We have indeed. A segue of all segues, I guess.
Thank God that's over.
But a disaster for Navi, to put it lightly. As Denko aptly said, major champions not even making it out of the group stage. Even if they had won this, they would have had to go on and won yet another game. This has just been a colossal failure for Navi.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was willing to give him an event off in Pro League, you know, after the major to get back to reality in a way. But I mean, you had to perform here, right? And you're playing against a Heroic who doesn't even have a full lineup. Like, this is where you just need to take care of business, and Navi utterly failed at that.
The most dangerous version of Heroic, you could argue, though, because, I mean, when they started getting loose and creating that chaos, just moving around, 5 different people on 5 different spots, Navi had no answers, and they need to figure out how they're going to deal with teams like this in the future.
Josh, do you believe in that statement where it's like, you know, the opponents play, well, Freya, throw to Banks?
Okay, I hear Banks is ready. Let's get away from this and actually hear from the winners. It's Heroic.
Yes, I'm waiting for Mr. Tessis to come and join me here. Got a smile on his face after that game for sure, and a smooth 2-0 for you guys. But it looked like you were in control the whole way through. Did it feel like that?
Yeah, it did feel like that. I don't know. We were really comfortable and trying to work on different things, and it worked out today. And yeah, it was just really nice.
And this is kind of crazy to look at, right? The map pool looked like it was comfortable for you, the way you were playing was, and it seemed like you kind of were able to run circles around Navi. Was this down to game plan? Was this just were you feeling it for today?
Yeah, I think we had really good game plans. Our game plan overall, and Damian was really good at also adapting during the game and creating like these momentum calls, which worked out really well today.
And in terms of that working out really well, you've got still one more game to play today, but with a stand-in to go all the way to playoffs, did you even imagine this at the beginning as a potential?
Yeah, why not? Like, we have to have the confidence and believe in it. Like, we didn't travel all this way to just sit here and play 2 games and then go home. That would be a complete waste of time. So we are giving it everything we can and make the most out of it.
Well, you're definitely making the most of it so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Tezes, for your time. Let's see if they're going to get it done. They've got one more game to play, but for now, we'll go back to Freya.
Thank you, Banks. Yeah, I love how honest Tezes was there. They felt very comfortable. It damn well looked it. It was a nice game to play. It obviously was. They managed to take the win in 2 maps. Super unexpected, but incredibly well synergized them and taking advantage of a Navi that looked, pretty flat.
Yeah, and I think most importantly, they were able to gain momentum, right? And just roll with it. And some of the calling, right, was good. They were able to take advantage of the players doing their job as well.
I think some of the momentum calls kind of got ahead of themselves a little bit, where it's like, oh, we have like a good control. Oh, like we're rolling over these guys. Let's keep the pace up. And then keeping the pace up kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit. But when they dialed it back, I think things went in their way a little bit. When I say dial it back, I don't mean when they did their 5-man like set execute pieces where they're throwing mollies at each other's backs and like things are going weird that way. I'm talking about kind of like when they're taking the map, they're getting boosted window, in connector, up cat, they're doing all these things, and Navi's just playing their 2-1-2 and everyone's supposed to hold their spot. But then what happens? One person dies and now there's a huge gap and people are getting shot in the back constantly. Heroic was exposing that really well.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you is, do you believe in this where it's the underdog, they play as much as you allow them to play? Right? Like that it was, sure, they're dangerous right now, but it's up to Navi to sort of...
You have this like little playground, this like sand pit, and it's up to you as like the overdogs to say, hey, these are the boundaries that we're allowed to play in, and if you play outside of it, I'm the bigger person, I'm going to smack you or something and say, no, you have to build a castle with this thing.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good analogy. I mean, I like that we got some words from Tezes because he was obviously been showing up. He was the highest rated player from Heroic coming into this series, and he continued that same trend, right, Yanko?
Yeah, he played really well. I think it was just, it's so funny because this is like more solid that Heroic has looked now, where Nikodos is the stand-in, than they looked when he was the full member of a team. And I think that just speaks to what having a lack of pressure can mean for a team and for the individuals on the team as well.
It's the dead team buff thing, but like, exactly. And they're not really a dead team. It's just like they have that switch out. But I think everyone kind of having that freedom to be loose is really, people underestimate how much of an impact that is when you're under these pressure games. Do I think it's going to be something that's going to carry forwards and that they're going to be able to reproduce constantly? No, I think it was like special to this matchup with Navi, the way that Navi's been performing this past weekend, I guess, for the last couple of events. It really is special to that. So once we see Heroic going against better teams or different teams, maybe a different story.
And oftentimes that comes down to, what your in-game leader's going to be giving you. And for Kickstand, not only calling a great game, but having some heavy impact as well. He is our United States Air Force aim high. And it's great to see him having a good game in terms of the fragging department as well, not just the calls.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's one of those in-game leaders that's definitely capable of fragging as well. You can see here 6-1 in opening duels, 8 multi-kills as well, leading by example, as we like to say, and found a lot of impact in the series.
I think this round here as well was just ridiculous. I remember we were discussing like, oh, when a player like Kerrigan's in a position like this, they're running out, they're just like bopping on his head, no kills, but Kixon, not only is he able to kill 4 people there and stay alive, his whole team around him collapse as he's just fighting World War III.
They didn't get a single kill. How did that happen? I thought them losing that eco round, I thought that really put Navi back into the game, but ultimately didn't really change much.
I'm kind of curious of your guys' perspective. If you're Kickstand, obviously you're getting Dexter back as long as he can attend the tournament, as long as he has the correct visas. If you have Nikodos coming back then, how much are you innovating in terms of your calling? Because you know that this guy is probably going to be going to another team, right? He's not a bad player. He's probably going to be picked up. How much do you think that changes how he approaches, calling?
I don't think it changes too much. I mean, you have the benefit of the guy literally being on your team up until recently, so he's up to date with the strats as well. So you could just play more or less your normal game. Just the environment and the atmosphere in the team is a little bit different because, now he's just standing in. There's less pressure for you, so you can play a little bit more freely. And I think you could see it in some of the calling too, just keeping it simple and giving some more responsibility to the players.
Especially as like the opper, when you keep it really loose and let the players kind of develop the rounds and then see certain players in certain positions, for example, like Nertz, if he's in an area, he could be like, hey, I'm here, can we do this now? It's really simple to kind of like slot that in, but it's also really easy to get oppers involved because usually they're the ones throwing like the smokes and the flashes in the back lines and they just post up in an area. So if that's the case, then all they have to say is like, hey, we're gonna go here, can you throw this smoke in this flash for us and then come in, just play out the late round. It's not like he has to go and know like specific entry pathing or anything like that.
Obviously, the challenges aren't over for Heroic just yet. They will be facing either the winner of Virtus Pro versus Big. That has just gone to 1-1 on the B stream. VP did manage to come back on that second map. How likely do you think it is that we get to see this Heroic making it into the arena?
I think it's not unlikely. I think they have a good chance. Whoever they go up against, you know, VP, sure, they're the big favorite on that side of the bracket, but they're far from polished yet as a team. You know, they didn't have much time to practice, get on the same page with Electronic. Even the fact that they're going into a third map with Big, you know, you were thinking they were going to, you think they'd make a quick work of Big in that series. So yeah, I think that side of the bracket is now sort of wide open for that final spot.
It's definitely going to be an interesting thing to see how everything shapes up, because I don't know if we're seeing kind of a resurgence of teams that you wouldn't really expect to make it this far, and they're going all the way to the decider match, and then you have teams that you would think, oh yeah, these guys should be making the playoffs, like you would have these guys as a shoo-in for sure, and then now they're struggling kind of in the lower brackets. What's going on? It's anyone's game, and we're just gonna have to wait and see, I guess.
Okay, I feel like we've wrapped up the positives about this matchup. Now we have to be negative Nellies. What on earth happened with Navi? Like, you must be so disappointed. You obviously got London on the horizon, but like, this ain't good.
You know what happened, Fred? This is just who they are. This is the reality. No, nothing happened. This is Navi. This is who they were all along. And then they had that one great run at the major, right? People decided to, you know, play some interesting maps against them. They lost more rounds than they won at the major, right? And everything came together. JL had a historic performance and they lifted the trophy. Congratulations. You'll always have that. Now change the play, a couple of players on the team, and try to actually be good.
Yeah, it was a tough overall situation for Navi. They did have a few moments of brilliance. You know, I think we've got a clip queued up where they were really able to pull off something extraordinary, something that, you know, even the best players in the world weren't able to pull off. So, you know, whenever we're able to pull that up, I'll talk about it. But yeah, it was like a struggle for a lot of people to get anything done. But like right here, what we're going to see is actually Bit is boosted up on this site, B site, on a pistol round. He gets not only 1, but 2 kills. But the thing with this boost on the site is you might think that it's a really difficult thing, an easy thing to pull off, but it's really difficult. Not even Simple can pull that off.
Yeah, you have to nail that jump out of the window.
You got to jump out the window. Your teammates got to stay there by the box, and you just got to get up. But Navi were able to pull that off. So, you know, they're on the right track.
Okay, there are improvements. We're seeing them slowly but surely. All jokes aside, how much of a difference in expectation would we have if they hadn't won the major? Would this still, like, obviously we're saying this is a massive disappointment in terms of that context. You know, percentage-wise, how much of a disappointment would it be if they hadn't won the major?
Not really. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it depends. Like, what do you believe in? Did you believe that actually Navi was capable of winning the major? Like, that was something that was going to happen? They could repeat that performance? If you did, then you're disappointed. If you didn't, like me here, then, you know, I didn't expect them to lose to Heroic, Jesus, but, you know, it's still like, I didn't think they were going to win the tournament. I didn't think they were going to do, like, a lot of damage. You know, it's just not there. The team is not playing on a high enough level, and the players aren't delivering, some of the players, on a consistent basis for the roles that they have.
Going into the major, and then on the other end of it, yeah, it's not like they were going up to the major, they're like increasing their rankings, and then they get to the major, they win it, and now they're like suddenly the first place. They're still like 5th place, you know, in terms of the ranking team. There's still 4 teams that you would expect them to outperform them on any given day. So it's not like they had super high expectations. It's just with the context of the major win, yeah, it is a little bit of a letdown, especially like in this fashion. But really, is it really?
Who knows? I think we have time to get a few exit thoughts courtesy of Blade, as is the end of the line here for Navi.
Navi will not be able to make their run towards the playoffs today as they are eliminated here by Heroic. I've got Blade joining me to talk me through this, and I think the first thing to look at here is map pool wise, on paper you'd think this looks good for Navi. Would you agree that you were happy with the veto coming into it?
I think they have a kind of strong map pool. So any map, like, I think they can play really good. So I don't think that it was something favorable for us. They have good Mirage. I think they have kind of similar maps, you know. Yeah. We can play good Mirage. We can play sometimes good Ancients. They also had bad Ancient, but now they played not bad, and they sometimes even pick it. Yeah.
For Nuke especially, T-side I know is normally where we can see Navi thrive, right? It's where you can find success on it. This time you start off strong, you get the pistol, then it starts to massively slow down. What issues were you seeing?
Oh, I think we're struggling a lot on in the mid round. We're struggling a lot in the mid round. Basically, if you can do finishers, like really like pop explosive rounds, it's kind of easy. But when we need to do mid rounds, like change direction, we're struggling a lot.
And in terms of that change in direction, what we saw even here on Mirage was that a lot of space was taken away from you. It was almost like Heroic were pushing multiple places and you guys were not ready. Did you feel like you were giving up too much space?
We on city side?
Yeah.
Well, they're really heavy like default team, you know. They focus a lot on taking mid on Mirage, for example. And you can risk like and try to challenge them, and you can be destroyed kind of, because it's like they focus a lot. Like you use a lot of utils, they have a lot of protocols, and I think that we got cut a little bit on Mirage City side. Like there was one round and they did timeout, and we were completely disconnected in terms of what we want to do. Yeah. So we were not like step ahead kind of. I think in that round, if we would change it, we could have a chance basically. And so also pistol, we knew that it could be like it's like we had like a really fast B rotation as 4 players. I think we must win this execution.
And in terms of the synergy, this team's been together. You've won the major, right? But then I come here and I see at times it looks a bit disconnected. Would you agree with that? Would you say I'm off from what I'm looking at?
At the moment, I think we're just not in the best shape of our Navi that was, for example, on major. Because before, like we really rely on bootcamps, for example, and our bootcamps was for really long, like around 2 weeks. We worked really hard, and we saw that the improvement is instantly like show up. Okay. And I think we need to focus on this more. And unfortunately, next bootcamp will be only like the start of next season, like I think in July. Okay. So we don't have time to do it like before London. Yep. So we will focus a lot on this to get in shape again.
And is there any concerns? Obviously, you said you've already got London coming up as well, but is there any concerns of just the team performing not to these standards, not to the high standards of what Navi are expected to from EPL and Dallas right now? Do you have any worries?
Yes, but I think, look, our players, we spoke a lot about this, are not like super elite star players. Like we bought them like from kind of tier 3, maybe tier 2 level, right? Yep. And we for sure expect them to struggle sometimes, not to be like super stable and so on, but we want to see the distance, like dynamic, who can build himself like into like a really strong, like stable elite player. Of course we have beat, but other than that we for sure need to we need to expect that. That's why I think is so that's why I think we need to focus a lot on like this chain, like bootcamp, and then like insta like super good shape as a team. I think we for sure a team who is playing more better as a teamwork, not like individual performance.
And in terms of that teamwork and mix of individual performance, is it still with this roster that you see like the future and then believing in what you've got? Does it change because your expectations where you hit the major, or are you still content and say, okay, I need to run with this, just give it some more time? Because I know you've always spoke about realistically you want it to be maybe a year in with this roster they would find success.
Yeah, I think that next season will show a lot of stuff, like because we'll have more bootcamps after summer, and before Shanghai Major, like this season will show a lot about this lineup. Do we need change or do we not? Yeah. For sure, because if we are playing like this, like sooner or later we need to do something.
Thank you very much for your always honest answers, Blade. We'll throw it back to the desk one last time.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, I mean, from Blade's perspective, he's always said this is going to be a project that is going to take some time to work with. And it's kind of strange to say it, almost a curse that they won the major. Even in Blade's eyes, right? He's described it as that, going, it was too early for us to actually do that realistically. And now we're kind of seeing the repercussions of that, I guess.
Yeah, we are. And, he's also pointing out the fact that they have more success due to their teamwork than that they have these star players who are just winning the games. And I think you could see it even in this series. I mean, first map, Wonderful has 6 kills. Second map, Alexi has 5 kills. You know, 16 kills for Alexi over the course of a series. That's just not going to cut it on this level of play.
He talks about the boot camps, but I'm not even seeing like a gradual progression in anything. It kind of like looking at them, they look the same as like a few months ago as they do today, because I'm not seeing any like proactivity with how they play. It's always the same thing. They just rely on their players to hold their spots and then like do these super simple rotations. But I'm not seeing a lot of like group re-clears. I'm not seeing a lot of gamble stacks. I'm not seeing them moving the op around like a whole lot. It's kind of like they have their default positions and they stay within those default positions the whole time, and then if they're all playing well, especially JL like what we saw at the major, then things are going to go well for them. But they don't have like a phase B or a plan B when it comes to the individual strats or the overall game plan.
It's definitely a lot more vanilla than some of the other teams.
Yanko, I want you to use your imagination for a moment.
Oh no.
Imagine,
Okay.
close your eyes. Oh,
This is the
I'm
day.
now the new manager of Navi. What are you doing? You said changes. Changes you're making.
I am removing Ima, and I think that's it.
Okay.
For starters, I
Yeah.
think they probably trust JL enough at this point, and he's done enough to warrant a spot on the team. But you need someone like a real superstar to play those roles, right? You know, like someone like Twists. If you were able
We're
to get
throwing
a
his
player
name
of that
around a lot, aren't we? For a lot of different teams.
We put him in all the different teams, but I think that's it, because, you know, Alexi is the in-game leader, that's fine. I think Wonderful has a high ceiling on the op, right? I think you can keep him. JL, we just mentioned him. And then Bit, I mean, honestly, that's like also the one where sometimes you're thinking, okay, where's he at? And then he shows up at the major grand final and just completely owns FaZe, delivers you the trophy, right? So you can't be too mad about that. So really, it is just Ima at this point for me.
I know that there were issues with his lurks being like non-impact, just his team's going in, doing stuff, and that's the time that he should be like, okay, now there's your opening to like call an audible or maybe like get involved, get a flank off and apply pressure, so you stop the rotations here and you're not doing it. But I wonder as well, like the entire like system that they have, is it more like Blade system or Alexi system? Is there something that's going on there where they need to meet in the middle, or why is it so static? Why does everything feel so just slow, and you have this job and I have this job and we're disconnected here and we're not going to try to actually link up and move around together?
Obviously, we've got the B stream going on simultaneously to this one. Dust 2 fans rejoice because third and final map is Dust 2 between Big and VP. We know that Big really loved playing this map previously, right, Yanko? So maybe there's a chance.
There is definitely a chance, you know, but VP, you look at just the amount of firepower that they have, and there were no slouches on Dust 2 also back when it was in the pool, so I think that's an exciting decider for that series.
It should be fun. I mean, Dust 2 is always kind of interesting. That's the map where upsets happen all the time. I used to love playing Dust 2 and playing the overdogs on it, because anything can really happen on that map. You know, one bad rotation, one insane lurk or flank. So it should always be for an exciting match.
You telling me you weren't the overdogs, Josh? Nah.
I mean, once upon a time.
I can't believe that. Who do you think's going to win out of Big and VP?
Big's on a heater right now, I guess, so I'll just say them for fun.
Yeah, of course, they're going to be taking on Heroic later, either one of those teams, to see who's going to be taking that final spot in the playoffs. But we're going to take a bit of an extended break, so if you're a Dust 2 lover, head on over to the B stream. If you're a bit of a Dust 2 hater, maybe get a snack, get a drink, stay hydrated, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes for FaZe versus Spirit.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Only fair that we split pistols here on map 3. Keep it close. Let the rifles decide. Process, Gonna get flashed around the corner and find the jump up. Flit keeps his head tucked. Fame's right there with him. Long control being taken here by Norbert. He's kind of throwing caution to the wind, but there's gonna be a repeat from JDC through middle, seeing nothing despite 2 players right there on Xbox.
This is nuts. Ooh. And now this is the only clue that you get if it's going to be the A site. And now they have to drop off. Uh-oh, awkward.
Not ideal. You got 3 players kind of sitting here in the crocodile pit.
Uh-oh.
Norbert comes gunning down long. Oh, look at that kill feed. Flit fills it up. And Crimbo failing the Xbox jump. Why'd we have to show it? Poor guy. Come on, Chev. You're throwing him under the bus.
Yeah, that might have been CS2, to be honest.
Yeah. Excuses. All right.
Nice looking Glock, though.
The old fade.
Yep.
It's a Counter-Strike classic. Crimbo hoping that somebody comes exiting catwalk. Not the case. He's going to find nothing except for the top mid fight versus Norbert, who, crazily enough, didn't get any of the kills as he attacked them from long. I thought for sure, with so many players looking the wrong direction, he was about to feast, but it was the cat killer that comes through clutch instead.
Had them hunched over, so maybe it was
the cat killer. That sounds like a neighborhood cat menace. Killer. Excuse me, I meant the catwalk entry fragger.
Yeah, you said something like "shush eats babies" yesterday. Now you're saying cat killer today. What's next?
Who knows? Who knows? I'm just getting started. Actually, we're done after today here at Dallas, so we got to get our good content out now. We're running out of runway. Quick, take off. Smoking Crimbo's hands. Will it be enough? I don't know. They're already ahead of it. Fame. Oh, he loses vision. Oh, like a mulcher. Crimbo just shreds the HP of the entire pack. The Deagle comes through from JDC. That ain't what VP wanted.
Yikes, they had to run through that full smoke. I mean, and it's in a tunnel that small. It goes all the way to the end, right? With the new volumetric smoke. So they were just totally smoke blind. I had to peel away from that. I mean, it's obvious that there was so many more players in that tunnel between the sound, the confirmed kills that they just got. And look at the HP bars looking like a Winamp equalizer at the moment. But here between the T's that are left. At this point in the round, they're saving. Well, okay.
Why do you sound surprised?
Well, it was almost a full minute.
I rest my case.
It's an anti-eco.
I bet you these rounds just drive Electronic insane.
Yeah. He's like, you guys do this?
By choice? It's the same effect, though, when we see like 3 rush rounds in a row and back on Ancient. You know, James' eyes are twitching. It's the duality of
player,
VP.
Though. People want to play with him. Like, Device looks up to him. Electronic wanted to come over for some time. He's got aura.
Let's go. I wonder what he's like to hang out with, you know?
He's funny. I mean, I watch all of his game time videos. He's just a funny guy.
I had a hunch.
Yeah.
Can only imagine what James gets up to on the road, living in hotels, just watching VODs and anime. Never seen James at a party, I have to say.
That's true.
Not once.
I've never thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even for me back in the day. Huh.
I've seen Norbert get down. Okay? But never James. Oh, nice shot, JDC. Is JDC going to be God mode inside the mid section of the map today? Because we've had a good showing from him back on Ancient. He's being kind of pesky for these mid setups for Virtus Pro, pretty continuously pulling players off of it. So shout out JDC, 3 kills already, 3 rounds in. And it was Electronics head who he popped all the way at top mid. So Norbert's going to be going in for the door control. They have the utility to smoke off CT and engage into the B split, which would put pressure on JDC and Crimbo. Kind of going back into that like Inferno A defense, the same 2 players trying to tether Crimbo. It's a tough job with the MP9 to peek down mid, but Tabson off the CT smoke, just gets a glimpse. James tries to run, and Tabson chews through everything. That is 3 kills off of Big's IGL. Make it a 4th. Tabson comes in key.
Damn, they were really nice. They've been making really great connections between, you know, the player who attacks first, player who has to trade in this series. They've been just close enough. Like, if Tabson takes any more time, he lets that bomb escape. Here he fights perfectly, where he's like, okay, I've got them under max pressure. He knows how to keep it going without overdoing it. And I feel like Big have just been looking out for each other in a way that we haven't seen in the last year or so.
Again, trying to pressure the mid presence early, this time with the nades back to back. Hey! Electronic gets to live a little bit longer this round, but man, he's been muted out of the gate so far on Dust 2. They're going to try to just move these pistols, stampede through mid doors perhaps. You know, getting to catwalk is one thing. Doing anything from that point forward is the next task, and JDC continues to dish out the fresh fades. It's a 0-2-2, I tell ya. Line up on the door well. All done for. Pistols will get nothing going. Clean up on middle.
And we haven't even seen Searson yet. We got Searson CT side coming up. Oh, there's his first kill on this op. And I think that this is basically the map, CT side, where he can go lights out. There's probably not much prep here for this Dust 2 with these 2 teams. I feel like they both be very confident in themselves and not think too much about like, oh, like how much anti-strat do we need to bring to Dust 2. Who knows what people are changing on the fly right now, this map coming back in.
Ooh, top mid aggression. We haven't seen this, right? It's been CT's fighting from the other side of doors this entire time. Oh, and JDC wants out.
That's a good time to escape, actually, even though there's no one in lower tunnels. Oh my God! Wow, what a shot to find.
That's nuts. JDC's not stopping. And you said we hadn't seen Searson yet, but that AWP is on B site, so it's going to be the rifles coming back out of the spawn. Electronic heard one burning. He gets all the way to the bomb site. Tabson's hands are busy. Norbert, Electronic, and James. It's a kill a pop. And it is all of A-Site under wraps. VP just chewed right through them. Guns make a world of difference. How many times have we seen them get to catwalk only to stagnate? This time, it is a waterfall of aggression that overflows the A-Site.
No kidding. That is 100% frags. That is 100% frags. Big had them in a pretty good spot right there, and they fragged their way out. That was how Electronic likes to scale. He got up so fast to the site that they thought they were shooting guys in the back. He was very quick about that. That was cool and very uniquely Electronic. And then beyond that, it was essentially just better aim. Good kills from Norbert, good kills from Electronic. They dominated. Weaving through those grenades. After this, too.
Yeah, that frag's kind of stupid, huh? In all the best ways. Just...
If he wasn't finding so many of them.
Yeah, right? Yeah, very, very tuned in with the mid play at the moment, JDC. Double up immediately. coming out from big. And every once in a while, it's a nice treat, this Crimbo. Oh, okay, I love the angle. It almost clips the lower peak, but JDC gets away with all his health. I'd say lucky to be alive. Damn, Crimbo, really? The secondary op and he posts inside tunnels. It could work. Oh, nicely done to dismantle that one. Fame gets the op back, and that's going to leave big without much information. Another flash to get out long. Process, perfect position, using the edge of the wooden blue box to dodge the flashbang and push VP back into the 3v5. Wonderfully positioned.
Yeah, and so there's some... Ooh, nice one there for Searson, waiting for that. So there is some... the flash can land right at the opening of the door, and he would have eaten it. If it goes a little farther, it obviously blinds you more towards pit as well as the corner. So it could stylistically just be a choice as to how much farther it goes out. It could have also just been offhanded and missed slightly. So moments like that, it can be a matter of option coverage. Process knows if it goes a little too far, I've got it covered. If it's a perfect pop flash, maybe he's screwed. But in that situation, it wouldn't cover enough of long to be a good idea.
Time expires. VP survive with 2. That could have gone so differently if the Crimbo kill towards tunnels comes out for Virtus Pro. But even with the flash perfectly placed on that half of the map, maybe they don't go for long control if tunnels dies and they can just hit B instead. But instead, it forces them to walk out and meet their maker. Process, clean double kill.
God, I could really go for a Monster Energy right now.
Crack a cold one. Don't even drink it, just rub it on your skin.
I like doing that.
Mm-hmm. I hear the fizziness is good for your pores.
Yeah, that and just the condensation and cold feel is great for a summer day. Just rub it all over your body before you drink it. I hope they're okay with us giving you that visual about...
Oh, we missed the Crimbo kill because...
Oh my goodness.
Jame is fast to the fight. JDC, oh, he wanted tunnels. Ow. 1 round to go. Just dodged the op shot of Jame. And this time, he gets down into the tunnels, gets dirty, and finds damage. They know what they can transition into though, right? Fast B control off of the back of this. He spotted 2 players and they don't seem wary of this. Nobody's looking at B site.
Dude, he pulled this off again. I mean, they could come in here. The only problem they could do now is if they don't think he could have crossed, that'd be the biggest mistake they could make. If they come up into the window, JDC might just simply die. Oh, he does. Electronic found something.
JDC really thinking that the timing just wasn't there, but he could not be more wrong. Electronic, no! Had a nade out. Switches back to the Tech 9, will find an upgrade. Tunnel shot, rings out. Process missing the chance to drop the opper.
Did he even know?
I don't know. He may not have noticed, right? He may not have noticed that 1 bullet ring out. He goes for the peek.
Got the shot. Wait a second.
He's on the smoke. Whoa! Process just barrel stuffs him. Jame didn't notice the 1 bullet ring out, kills the player doors. There are so many moments of timing, so many devilish details to break down in that round. I can't believe it.
I thought Electronic getting into the site was enough. Crossing with his Tech 9 so quickly, he caught JDC in the window. After this start, what a kill from Jame, what a double kill from JDC, what a sneak from Electronic. And then Searson walked into the door, got his kill before dying. How?
Nonsense.
Jame misses a bullet going into tunnels. The bullet hits the wall beside him, but he can't hear because it's silenced. Insane. And another opener for Jame.
Back-to-back 4v5s.
Another lower push for JDC.
It's Groundhog Day. Okay. Oh, JDC does it again. This time holding off middle as well. Fame tries to get him back, but the Molotov's going to prevent him. Norbert will kill Crimbo. No support for JDC. Doesn't give a damn.
Last bullets. What? And a B sneak again from Electronic.
What are we watching? Now we just need that T-spawn bullet whiff. Rinse and repeat. They will try to get themselves up into the site again. Utility soon to fade. Electronic is just stuck close on the window. Oh, this smoke on the doorway is going to cause a problem. Can they get any trade going? Both T's just press up against it. They flood out forward. Electronic can't get anything done. Fame's going to try to sneak through doors, and Process just shoots him in the face.
And they get the defuse. And it is, I feel like Bill Murray. It is Groundhog Day once again. This time versus an easier round, quote unquote, but what the hell? This kill into the 2K in tunnels, into Electronic sneaking into the B side, dude. What? It was crazy enough that it happened once. Baby rage here for Norbert.
Oof. Yikes, he's burning. Searson not quite as successful as JDC has been down in the tunnels. Tabson scouring the climb up. There it is. Ooh, but he disengages. There's more than one up on that catwalk. Electronic gets pelted by the frag grenade. You know, VP have had success with the cat crunch, and it's looking like it's going to go smoothly unless Process can go massive yet again. Him and Tabson, all that remains of the A defense, and luckily Tabson's util gets him back into the site, but this can just redirect VP into the solo B-hold of Crimbo. Tabson's trying to help out all over the place. He was just on ramp. Now he's coming back at CT. Perfect jump up. Slick movement. Spots more players.
Yeah.
Process is primed, and if they go towards window, he still has a gap on that smoke, I think. Yes, he attacks him from behind. Electronic gets clipped. His vision over top of the smoke is fantastic. And Crimbo's getting queued up to come peek down here with this. Process tries to go through it, dives the offer. Jame gives cover. Big get a little too crazy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too crazy. They didn't even get in the sight right there. They were just trying to beat him up inside of middle like it worked so well before when Tabson got that 4K. I guess they were in a decent spot to try to do it, but with the smoke down in CT, maybe Crimbo shouldn't have been swinging out. There's clearly a plan to go out for this attack, but they probably needed to pause at this point. Like, this was actually free as long as the smoke was up in CT spawn. Another shot from Jame on this cross.
Man, he's not making it any easier for the B defense, and the buy won't either. Limitations for Big. They're going for the long control. We haven't really seen them attack the back of middle by taking over doors. Maybe this would be the round to do it. They're trying to bait somebody to peek into Searson, making tons of sound here as Process. And Norbert's not biting just yet. Mid-fight again. Whoa, there's the crossback. Searson, all that patience for naught. Electronic sees a route around the smoke. Look at that little CT Molotov. Teensy weensy burning fire. Not going to hold him back. So cute. Electronic doesn't give a damn about your campfire. Damn, what a nerf, man.
I know.
Electronic, he's been weird in these smokes, and he could drop to CT off the flash. Oh, surely Tabson hears that. JDC has to turn. Tabson would have to come through the smoke to challenge, and he will. Back's turned. Jame again. Both kills. Deep CT. Crimbo keeps his head tucked towards the car. He's so outnumbered, but he's hanging on for dear life. Almost putting up another multi. Process hot on the flank of middle, but Jame just waits on the scaffold, and Jame is the key to these mid takes for VP.
Yeah, it's all ending on mid to B before the bomb's even getting planted. Like, it's so crazy how this half has been. And it's exactly, I guess, what I expected. Lots of confidence in both teams playing this map versus each other. Didn't expect it to end up like this with so many mid Bs and so many frags coming out of the CT spawn area, pushing out of the window to end almost every single round. But finally a save here for Big. Virtus Pro have been through it in this half, and now they get a chance to just feast.
Good flash. Blinds one of the two. Norbert still has helping hands, or so he had. Electronic actually gets swept away. That's the bomb in the doors. Norbert's got a smoke, and the CT's still majority pistols. Tabson's trying to kill Norbert, but that's not going to get away. What? Get out of my way. James sticks around to help out with his P250. A man of class, James. Plays the P250, not the 5.7 or the Tech 9. Gotta respect it. JDC would love to keep adding to his CT stats as we get to the tail end of this one, but it's just the two deaths by the looks of it.
Yeah, Has just had a crazy tournament so far. He will be probably #1 after this, depending on how the rest of this map goes. But he's looking to take first place in the event. I mean, if it's Sontix, it's unlikely he stays up there just because Donk's on the team. But JDC's like been clearly the best player on Big right now. So yeah, the level that he's shown here in Dallas is pretty extraordinary. It would obviously be a little bit more bittersweet if they lose, because this is an elimination game, and that's definitely possible.
Ooh, they're going for the long control out of spawn. Oh, Fame trying to dive to blue. Tabson wasn't blind enough. There goes JDC climbing up with the fast cat straight into Electronic. Sidelines him for the last round of the half. JDC has had such impact, whether that's on his side of the doors, whether that's deep in the tunnels, and now off of the catwalk. Multiple approaches to mid-control, and he thrives in each and every one of them. We get him shuffling his way back through CT spawn just ahead of what could have been the commitment. Flit's going to get burned out from his position, even with the tiny incendiary. JDC knows that he was in there. Flit gets away, though.
So good on the smoke spams have been JDC. Can't find the timing this time around. Flit gets away, but on half.
Searson back on ramp. Searson. Bit of a quiet half from him, but a chance to finish with a highlight perhaps on an M4. With support from Process on long, they've done enough to take the bomb site and plant for Catwalk. Oh, James, that's cover from Cat. But do they lose Xbox in the meantime, right? Their post plant for Catwalk is compromised. Everybody's taking the site. James trying to help out from the top of ramp, but he dies out. Oh, it's Flit with the second headshot. So clean. He's got no clue where Crimbo's coming in from. He keeps his head down. He's wary of the Crimbo approach. It's a dink to 2 HP.
Oh, he's jumping.
Jumping desperation. Crimbo just wants this frag, but now he's low health. The Glock is out, and Crimbo just can't find it. He'll get it with the USP. Runs in with the kit to defuse.
It's so close, but he's got it.
Yeah, he's going to end this half with a 7th round for Big. Wild antics across Dust 2, but nothing as insane as the 17 kills from JDC. John De Castro, just dem clutches the man of Dust 2, I tell ya. He's got frustration across the faces of Virtus Pro while he laughs his way to the bank. A phenomenal CT side coming out of the promising ex-Maus, now big German rifler.
Let's see if he can complete it. Basically, I think he's got to be very proud of what he's done so far, but nothing will really matter if they lose this map. It will all be sort of for naught. They'll have one big win so far here at Dallas and not much else, just stats. So let's see if this team can help him out.
Miss flash. They were thinking maybe Flit could come around the corner to blinded eyes, but instead it is a pack of big players ready to take it over. Pistol's the name of the game. And I don't mean positively for Virtus Pro. So this one's looking dire.
Again, came in today ready to be extremely surprised if they were able to win the series, into seeing that first map and thinking, what the hell are we witnessing? They're winning their first map in franchise history versus a team they can never beat, who was so close to even beating FaZe yesterday. This would be such a disappointing exit for VP. It would be the same for Big. And so in that sense, a lot's on the line. And the fact they had to do this battle all the way to 3 maps today is sort of a shame for everyone who didn't see it, because we saw some really great things coming out of both teams. But because there's only one victor, that's the only team that's really going to be talked about as this tournament moves forward.
You know, it felt like an anomaly too versus the FlyQuest matchup. JDC being that kind of above and beyond everybody else at the tournament. But goddamn, he's done it again so far. Pistols towards long. There's Prosis. 3 headshots. And Crimbo here to clean up shop. Done.
Done. Oof. Yeah, 5 straight. Or 5 alive, I mean. And they have so much money. They've got their T side ready. How far is too far gone?
Heavy numbers on long. Oh, trying to contain this door control, but Crimbo locks into the blue box. And JDC is so quick with the trade frag down middle that there is a glaring gap in mid towards B, but the B defender did push tunnels. If they split up, then maybe he gets a fight. James climbing the box, but it's covered. Tabson knows. It was Tabson himself that used those sorts of plays to stop the B splits. And now, with eyes on it, the 2 VP players coming in from middle, they're wary of the tunnels push, sure enough, but that tunnels push has turned into the 2-player mid-wrap. And now Flit and Fame will have a tough job of getting the retake in. Now they've got the molly, they've got the smoke. Molly goes out to Carr. Oh, but that just fools Tabson. Fire at his feet and fire at his fingertips. A double kill to close it.
Massive round from sort of the oldest player here on Big Clan. Watching the smoke for the jump up, as you mentioned, you know, making sure not to fall for his own tricks on CT side. Really good coverage. Leads to Big to 10 so quickly. VP potentially on their last 3 rounds of the event. It's got to be even more confusing for them. There's something about linear progression that even if you start off slow, at least you're getting better and better. But when we see what they can do into today, where they're suddenly falling apart again, you wonder... You have to wonder, like, why? And I don't know if you'll have the answers. Ancient T-side was a good sign, but if 2 of the 3 of the maps are not good, don't know what else there is to say.
Tabson, he'll open up. Oh, and while blind, he just
noise.
Shuts down Fame, so... Hot damn. Crimbo trying to op. His teammate sits right in front of him. Searson wants his op back. There we go. Just get your dirty hands off my op. And that 1 M4 of Flitz not looking to do all too much. Smoked off, they will cut their losses. They will forfeit this 11th. And Big are on the fast track to victory today. Now, it is a long day for either of these teams as we need to get our playoff rosters locked in. So another best of 3 later today versus Heroic. That doesn't feel like a somewhat winnable game for Big at this point, you know. Big in playoffs? Question mark?
Yeah. I mean, Heroic 2-0 Navi. I don't even know what is going on here at Dallas.
But like, you know, what are Navi? Like major champions or something?
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Spirit versus FaZe, a rematch of what was the grand final of IEM Katowice, now for a spot in the semis. And Spirit, they have arrived in red-hot form, chewing up every single one of their opponents so far here in North America. But FaZe, they're more than just a mouthful. We're talking about a team that up until EPL made it to every single grand final at a CS2 event. Now looking to get the fast pass into the semis here at IEM Dallas. My name is Freya Spears, joined by Steel, of course, and Matthew for the second game of the day. And boy, are we in for a treat. It's not elimination. This is just going to be some great Counter-Strike going down.
Skip the queue indeed. Love this graphic. One of the most explosive matchups we have in the game. FaZe going up against Spirit. A very short history between the two teams. You mentioned you can talk about Katowice, you can talk about the major and the quarterfinal. And I think they're still sizing each other's up. They're trying to one-up each other. Say, I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. And maybe today we get a new page in the chapter, new chapter in the book.
I think Spirit is still kind of like one step ahead of FaZe. I think FaZe needs to really kind of take another series or two off of them for it to kind of be a true rivalry. Right now, it's just like, you kind of blocked us from all these things, but we blocked you from this major thing. So
kind of counts.
Yeah.
Quite literally. Yeah, I think we were all surprised to see, you know, Spirit kind of faltering in that matchup versus FaZe. Obviously, FaZe are absolute titans, particularly after the 3-0 slacking that Spirit gave them in Kato.
Yeah, listen, I've always said that this result in Katowice was a little bit of a smokescreen in the sense of, had Mirage, the second map, gone differently, and it was a very, very close map, I don't think Spirit would have styled on FaZe on Overpass. Doesn't matter. History happened, they destroyed him. But what FaZe managed to do in Copenhagen is to put pressure on Spirit, to get to that map number 3, to get to this moment where a team that is, after all, still pretty young, with superstars that are very young, get to the point where they start doubting themselves and having second guesses. I think that's what FaZe managed to do in Copenhagen.
I think it was also pretty early on into Spirit's success at the time that nobody really knew kind of where their strengths and where their weaknesses were. And it wasn't until I think it was like MOUZ that exposed, like, hey, you know what? They're Vertigo. They're not that great on it, guys. And I think that's when FaZe was able to get that on the map 3. Had we seen Vertigo from FaZe and Kato, maybe we would have had a completely different history altogether leading up to this point.
Context-wise for FaZe, obviously currently ranked second in the world, only being bested by MOUZ, which probably will change after this event, sadly.
Possibly.
How do you view FaZe in their current form? Do you think they're still in contention with being, you know, the favorites here in Dallas?
I do believe that FaZe have earned the moniker of never, ever discarding them. Never, ever. It doesn't really matter. They have, in my book, the highest floor there is currently in Counter-Strike. It doesn't matter if they're exhausted, if they're drained. Look at the result. There's no one in any parallel universe that has a most consistent sort of CV than FaZe currently has.
I think once they hit the playoffs, I think that assessment is absolutely correct. I think before playoffs, though, I'm not entirely sure. I've seen
but they make all the playoffs all the time.
That is true, but like they'll do it from the lowest consistently. They'll lose BO1s randomly. I think like when we're talking about the floor, we do see a lot of these matches getting really close off the backs of poor fundamentals. So yes, they are great in playoffs, and yes, they make all the top 2s, but I think it's a shaky kind of thing to get to that
area.
This is kind of a weirdly an anomaly for FaZe in the fashion that they've made it to playoffs. They haven't taken the longest route, which we normally see FaZe absolutely loving to do, and I'm sure they're very happy about that indeed. Let's go ahead and check in with Neo ahead of this match versus Spirit.
FaZe had a very intense game to get here. Now they're facing another tough opponent. I've got the coach with me, Neo, and Carragher making a funny face because he maybe doesn't agree with that. But it was an intense game. It was a typically intense FaZe game for you. I want to ask you, though, what was being said during the very close moments and the timeouts, and what you were trying to get going in such a back-and-forth game?
I mean, depends at which moment, I guess, because every moment was different. Obviously, Inferno, they started the comeback, and that's a different moment than Ancient, where we had a rough first half, and then we had a very strong second half at T-side. So there's been different moments, but most of all, we just need to stay calm and just play our game, and that's what we did in the end.
It definitely is. Now, in this game, right, we're going up against Spirit, where if we look at the matchup history, we think to Katowice, there wasn't really an answer for them. But then we come to the major, and yes, it was close. There was overtimes in there. It was all 3 maps, but you got the win. Does it feel like a team you now understand how to go against?
I wish we could say that. It's been a while since they've played, since we've played them. Looking at when doing the prep before this game, we've noticed like we've played 10 nukes since we've played them last time. They've played only 2, so it's a huge difference, and they've had some time off to work their things and get ready again. We've been grinding and competing a lot, so it's a completely new situation in here. Hopefully, we'll understand what's happening, but you never know what the day is going to bring, what kind of donk is going to be there.
And in terms of that, though, I'm glad you mentioned what donk, because it's also been the rest of the team. We have seen it's not just his show the whole way through. Would you say that, though, like specifically it comes down to how the individuals are shining here, or is there a more tactical way to approach Spirit?
For sure, there's a tactical way to work things out against these guys, but as well, like you said, it's not only donk. The whole team is great. Chopper seems to be a very good in-game leader. They have some strong individuals, not only donk. So it is a team game in the end, and the better team wins. And we just have to prove we're better.
And what do you think it comes down to, though? What edge do you need? What little percentage extra will give the difference for the winner?
It all comes down to small things. They're a great team, one of the best in the world right now, and it's never easy. So it just comes down to small things, like I said, and it's hard to predict what's going to happen. So we'll see.
We'll see, and we'll look forward to seeing it as well. Spirit and FaZe, it's going to be a banger.
I love that we got to hear some words about the VP series coming out of Neo. Obviously, this is what qualified them to the playoffs, particularly that third map Matchu. The T side, that was interesting from FaZe, right?
Yes, I wanted to bring up a couple clips to talk about the ability to improv, if you're on the side of FaZe, and maybe just go outside the box thinking. I absolutely love this first gun round that they played. How quickly they took window control. There's 3 players at 120 that's already putting VP in a very uncomfortable position. And this is not something that the CTs are really used to deal with. There's not exactly protocols on how to deal with, and you can see it by the sort of weird reaction between Jame and Electronic. There's no way to help each other out. They look a little bit uncomfortable. Karrigan finds the double kill, but what I really and absolutely love is that this is a very particular and specific rounds that they won. The last round of the game, or the 4 last round of the game, they do the same ID, but they send Karrigan alone, and we know they are such strong markers for this round. Like once you see that smoke at the entrance of CT spawn for window, you think of this first gun round that happened. Karrigan's a step ahead. He lures you, and he goes with a different strategy, puts the pace in, sends everybody towards Donut. That's the kind of creativity that I love to see from FaZe, and considering they go from event to event to event, it's kind of respect to be able to bring that up here and there.
And one of the things I noticed when I was watching this game yesterday, it was also a pistol round where Karrigan was able to get an opening kill with the P250. So I'm like, let me go back and look at this. Whenever he is like close to positive for first kill versus first death. So if he's like 3 first kills and 4th first deaths or something like that, usually that rallies the team and they're able to make something happen with it. But if he's sitting there with like 1 or none for the first kills, but then like 5 or 6 for the first deaths, that's when you can see like it reflects in the results of the matches.
No, of course.
If Kerrigan's not getting any opening duels at all, like if he's losing them all, they're losing the game badly. So kind of if he's getting them, you're like, oh wow, they have a chance to win this game.
Let's move on to the Spirit side of the equation.
Sure.
There was an interesting interview that Magix was giving. It was talking about, you know, obviously that series versus Mouse in the last tournament that they lost out to. They lost out to Mouse 3-0. And he makes an interesting point about, you know, the mentality of the team, right?
Yeah, well, you have the words he put there talking about staying calm and focused, and they would not lose the games or give double digits to the enemies. And what I really appreciate is their ability to be clear-sighted about why they're losing. And I think that's something that is very complicated in Counter-Strike, to be able to not lose trust in what you do fundamentally right, not try and create problems, come up with solutions to problems that don't exist. No, trying to be clear on what is happening with you. And Josh, I'm just going to say it. We have a tendency to forget how young this team is. If it wasn't for Chopper, they're kids. Some of them are still kids. And part of being able to stay at the very top is learning how to deal with these moments, deal with these emotions, deal with the calendar as well. Spirit is just at the beginning of the track.
One of the things I always say is like, you can't teach experience. And I think that's kind of what these guys are going through right now, because when you get to the top and you start dealing with certain hardships, you can have Chopper saying like, hey, like, by the way, like, this is how it's going to feel and this is how we're going to like get through and blah, blah, blah. But until you actually experience that and then understand all the emotions that come with it, you really need to deal with it as it happens and then get yourself through it so you fully understand how to navigate that type of situation.
Absolutely. And also, I would just say it, none of them actually know what it is to be on the throne in Counter-Strike. I mean, Shiro and Magix have experience. I'm not saying they're coming out of nowhere, they don't know the top level, but when it comes to actually sitting on the throne of the game and being the #1 that everyone's coming for you, they're all pretty new to this, even though they're elite players for a while.
Yeah, no, it's being on the throne and maintaining that. And
yeah,
having
exactly.
multiple people coming for your head, they definitely haven't experienced that. We get to see a slightly different narrative arc, I guess, for Spirit so far. It isn't Donk that's the highest rated player. Barely. But it's Zontix. I like that we get to talk about somebody else other than Donk as, you know, bringing up that impact.
Yeah, put some respect on Zontix's name, and I'm just going to say this. People who are calling for Zontix to be replaced have lost their goddamn minds.
That's wild.
Absolutely unreasonable idea.
Who's saying that?
At this point in time, to consider that this man should be removed. Did he fuck up here and there? Yes, that did happen. He had maps in grand finals where it wasn't the greatest. That is true, it is a fact. But you have an 18-year-old who's already showcased such solidity in the game, who can be there for you for a decade if you want in the game, and now you're gonna tell me that you want to remove this guy from a team that's lost 3 series in 2024? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You take time, you help him build up, you help him make sure it doesn't happen in the future. I cannot even comprehend the idea. This is so short-sighted to imagine that you would have to remove this man. He's one for the future, and I'm glad he's delivering Dallas.
I'd have to agree, most notably because whenever he's in a position where he has to anchor on a site, he is so reliable for getting 2 or 3 kills and actually getting multi-frags. Like when I expect the multi-frags, like, yeah, sure, Donk's gonna swing out and he's gonna fight, but he's gonna fight with his teammates and he's gonna be able to like come from a different angle and get like a 3-piece spray down. But Zontix is usually kind of like on his own in a lot of these instances, or maybe like one other teammate watching another opening, and he is the one that's like, if he goes down right then, everything's done. But like if Donk goes down, it doesn't matter because there's still like 2 other people to fight with it.
Maps. I'm so intrigued. Where do you think this one's going, Matthew?
What do I think? I think we're not going to see Vertigo. That's what I think. Okay. I would be surprised if we see Dust too. I think a Nuke could be in there for FaZe.
Neo specifically mentioned Nuke in the interview, which
to me would make sense.
They played it 10 times versus Spirits too, so I'm inclined to believe that maybe Spirit picked that.
Oh, wait, hold on. FaZe just changed their veto compared to Copenhagen. Anubis was removed, and now they decided to remove Ancient. I thought Spirit would jump on Ancient. That's what I thought would happen in this veto. Obviously, Kerrigan one step ahead of my tiny brain, removing Ancient in the first wave of rotation. So now, in terms of picks, there is the punish. It's right there for the taking. Spirit allowed to go on Anubis, but with very little data when it comes to that specific matchup. FaZe, I think go for Nuke here. Honestly, I know that they bashed him on Mirage, but it was a different situation starting on the CT side. A whole lot of AWPs were involved in that game, so they're going for Nuke, where they have a very deep playbook. Map number 3, Josh, you think it's Dust 2? Tell me yes or no?
Dust 2 out. Maybe if we're seeing Vertigo out here for Mirage as a third map.
do not tell me FaZe are going to go to Vertigo on the third map. I cannot believe it. And thank God.
So
Thank
it's
God.
gonna go
I could already
Mirage.
hear Yenko come back from the hotel to make a fuss here because Vertigo is played as a third. Mirage third map. It's pretty much, I expected Mirage and Nuke to be in the pool. I did not know about this little ancient shenanigans coming out at the very beginning.
This Anubis is like a big question mark. I'm not convinced yet about like FaZe on Nuke versus Spirit. I think like their way to win was like through really close games on Mirage that went either direction and then Vertigo. Without Vertigo and then as Mirage as the decider, will we even make it that far? I have no idea what to expect on Anubis, so this is going to be interesting as hell.
Who do you think is taking it? Who's getting that fast pass, paying for the upgrade to the semi-finals?
I think Spirit will fly first class on that one. I do think they got caught at a little bit in bed boom dasha with the fact that they haven't played the game for a while and they needed to warm up. Sure, that comes with the territory, but I think now they're warmed up and I think we see Spirit Punch take it to the semis.
I think this Anubis is going to dictate everything. Whoever takes that map is going to probably take the series.
Well, we've got Anubis, we've got Nuke, and we've got Mirage. If we do so require it in this series, FaZe versus Spirit, and it's down to Dinko and Moses to bring you all the action.
FaZe Clan versus Spirit for a spot in the semifinals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. This is a tale of youngsters versus the veterans at the 100th Intel Extreme Masters event, Jason, and I can't wait to get into this one.
No, not at all. Especially, I mean, this is one of the best matchups we've got in Counter-Strike at the moment, and it's delivered throughout this year. 2-2 in series play. Blast Groups was a FaZe win. Katowice, Spirit beat them twice in the group stage, a 3-0 in the grand finals in dominant fashion. And then back at the Copenhagen Major, we had that Vertigo trickery that led to a FaZe win there. So looking to break this tie, this stalemate. And Team Spirit's going to be starting on the CT side.
FaZe are all gathered up outside of A at the moment. They'll descend quietly down rugs. They have plenty of utility. An execution at the ready for the A play. And Chopper will be the first player to detect FaZe presence. He'll drop back, he'll smoke out and flash. He's got quick rotations from his teammates and FaZe are charging in. Chopper with the first. Traded by Frozen, who'll follow up for a further kill, and FaZe Clan come crashing in upon this A bomb site. Team Spirit locked out. FaZe have the first round.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I mean, that's the hard part for Chopper is, yeah, you get the information they're headed towards you. You don't know how aggressive it's going to be. You don't know if it's just a basic map control with two players or if the entire team is ready to come barreling through your smoke. Frozen had a wonderful series the other day. Rain has had some wonderful maps in this group stage as well. This FaZe, you know, Spirit's probably just going to be favored, and obviously the donk factor, the Shiro factor is going to lean things, but FaZe has looked good so far in this group stage, which you can't always say about FaZe.
No, you can't always. It feels like they get better as the tournament goes on, especially heading into the stage matches. Both confirmed to be in the arena. Loser of this will find themselves in the quarterfinals.
I'll tell you what, there might be one thing a little bit scarier than FaZe in the playoffs. You know, FaZe playing with no pressure in the group stage, right? There's no elimination on the line. You get to play loose. You get to play free. You get this team with these players in a situation where they can make whatever decision they want. Ooh, baby.
I would agree, but then FaZe Clan always seem to be better when there's pressure, JC. You know, when there's no other option. There seems to be another level that comes out of them.
Okay. I like that. That's another angle to it.
FaZe Clan one round up though. Team Spirit going for the second round force here on the CT side. You got 5.7s, Deagles, MP9s. Decent amount of utility here for them.
Gonna have to be smart about this, and we'll see when FaZe start applying pressure how much utility that forces out of the defensive hands. Content at the moment to play it pretty conservative and safe. Allowing Team Spirit to hold on to those smokes till later in the round. Still 4 on the board for this CT side.
Carrigan through middle. He's burning inside of that molly. That's information picked up for Team Spirit on the other side of that doorway. And Chopper is waiting close.
Chopper's contact. Shiro's going to swing off of it.
Zonte's got moved back off his initial position. FaZe have more space towards that A bomb site, and Carrigan keeping the mid players occupied. They won't be able to rotate to help those A players very quickly.
When does Chopper make his move? Everything FaZe has shown so far in this round is a split through middle to the A bomb site, and now they drop down canals. Chopper still hasn't budged. Shiro's on the rotation over. Magic's and Donk to defend, but they're out of utility. That don't matter when you got a Deagle like that.
Yeah, when you got Donk, there's always a shot on this B bomb site. Carrigan goes down first, 29 seconds. They just re-smoked outside of B main. FaZe had to respect that smoke, but it'll start to fade away soon. And Donk heads to the back of the platform with Magix tucked away at the Glizzy. It's going to be Rain with that first headshot. Donk is cleared out. Magic's yet to be detected, but they will consider that position. Hoping that enough of a distraction is being set up for Boris, but it won't happen. Magix is taken down. Shiro will follow, and this Team Spirit 4 spot is handled well by FaZe.
Yeah, look at the control as time is winding down. 4v5 after Kerrigan gets wrecked by Donk. Clock starting to become an issue, but still measured, still patient, and in control. Nice conversion for FaZe. They go up 2-0. Zontic's going to back off with armor in 5-7. It was cool listening to Neo give, I mean, Neo's just such a humble guy, almost to a fault, but it was cool seeing him give credit basically across the entire Team Spirit, because it is easy to get kind of lured and sucked into the conversation around Donk that is just always there. But this is a team that as a unit seem to be playing very, very well together. Tactically strong, good decisions, good protocols. They've got very, very good players in each role on the team.
It was also interesting here from Neo, saying that since they've last played, FaZe have played 10 nukes and Spirit played 2. So he said that it can be a little difficult to know what to expect coming into that second map of play here in the series.
Yeah, it's always interesting seeing which way players and coaches kind of fall on that, right? Because, like, yeah, you play a lot of nukes, you have a lot of information that your opponent can gather, but you know, you go away from playing a map all that frequently and it starts to get a little bit rusty. You don't play it in officials and you miss a couple details. We've seen that time and time again over the years in Counter-Strike. And I think each player has a different take on the volume of games they put into a specific map. That'll be map number 2 in this series. Steel on the desk saying Anubis is going to dictate a lot of how this series actually ends up.
So far, so good for FaZe, but wait till we get into those gun rounds, which will be coming up in the next. This round is heavily expected to be comfortable for FaZe. Going into a B bomb site stack. This is the best chance for Team Spirit to do damage. FaZe clan attack. Shiro taken down first. Good clearance from Rain. Information picked up as the whereabouts of those 2 extra B defenders, and they're cleared out with ease. So FaZe clan nice and controlled, super comfortable start into Anubis.
Yeah, good job from Kerrigan in these past 2 rounds as well, leading with that MAC-10. I mean, previously just getting wrecked by Donk, but establishing some mid-presence, gathering information in middle, this time just allowing his teammates to trade him out and back him up as he comes in, play off his movement and his space. 3-0 with no real hiccups to speak of. I don't even think Zontix will be caught at the end of the day. Kerrigan's not going to investigate towards the B bomb site. He will now.
Zontix running in, seeing if he can do some damage on the way out with that bomb blast, hoping it forces a rebuy, but Zontix has been tracked by Kerrigan, who gets an extra kill with that MAC-10 right at the end.
Yeah, good money for Kerrigan. 5,800 coming into this round. No need to upgrade either. M4 is coming out for the CT side. Shiro is going to be held off the op for the moment, but they've got plenty of utility to supplement those rifles. And we've seen Donk pretty much this whole tournament, from everything we've seen from Spirit as they've looked very strong, is just like he has freedom of mobility of the entire map. He works really well in tandem, especially with Zontix. I think on Ancient and Middle, he's going to be parked at the B-bomb site for now with Magix.
Yeah, far away from his buddy Zontix. Kerrigan keeps the MAC-10. Look to prod through middle. He is trying to force the issue here towards mid. Has spotted out Chopper towards Temple.
He's trying to get the information of when the second player comes over, right? He knows he's probably going to encounter one. He's seen Chopper. He's looking for the second player. Now he's calling it out. 1 moon camera, 2 in middle. You have most 1 defender at this bomb site looking for the push. He's got a dink, but can't complete the kill.
Damage is good, and FaZe trying to get in towards this A bomb site, but there's still utility left for Team Spirit to try and delay this. And they are definitely delaying it. The next belt of utility tossed in.
FaZe missed the timing. They need to back away from this. With 2 called over in middle, the good Molotov in towards A main slows them down. And now they have to back off because they've got no access, and this is a really rough position. So with no utility, they're saying, we don't have what we need to move to the other side of the map. We're going to wait out this smoke, allow the defense to reshift, to spread out, and try and get a little bit lucky going contact. One flashbang on Brokey for this site.
They're going to hope they can get the most out of that last piece of utility, but here they go. Mostly contact into Zontix. He gets one out of it. Damage dished out to further phase players, but they're coming into that side of the map right now at A. And Rain's up on the fountain. Big shot from Brokey. Needed that kill, but here comes the cavalry on that rotation, and Donk is enough to shut down FaZe.
Really good utility work from Spirit in that round to slow down that hit and force FaZe back away from the timing that they were looking for. Nicely done. They've got a first round on the board. Plenty of players survived. 3 of them are intact, so money's still going to be strong. And this was important, to get aggressive in mid and not let Kerrigan just kind of bide his time and patiently sit in the corner.
FaZe have money from the first 3 being clean. So Brokey gets his AWP out very early on. He looks to apply pressure towards Donk's position at dark. He's not alone. He's got plenty of help from his teammates. And he tries to time that smoke. It's good information collective for Team Spirit, knowing that the AWP was close towards dark. Likely not there alone.
Playing a little risky with no eyes on middle. It's Shiro at the A bomb site at Pillar, who's kind of peering through camera to mid. Chopper's going to now start shifting back. Sometimes when you see 3 B defenders in the mid round, they go for an aggressive play out B main. Donk and Magic's shifting into that just now against Frozen.
Frozen has to try and hold off this aggression, but the timing as he lifts up is exactly when Team Spirit have that double push. So Frozen's taken out. Now the A play being set up for FaZe. They look to try and finish here again, but Team Spirit have been doing a good job at holding FaZe back with utility. And Zontix is now being put under pressure. FaZe charging in, trying to get beyond that smoke, yet to create a huge amount of space. Shiro does enough to distract for Zontix, who cleans up the rest. A great combination between Shiro and Zontix, and once again, FaZe fail to break through to the A-bomb site.
Back-to-back rounds, Team Spirit is finding a really effective timing. Previously, it was Chopper and Shiro clearing out Kerrigan in middle. Now it's Magix and Donk clearing out Frozen at the B-bomb site. They're doing a good job of getting a sense of where the kind of solo player is, the lurk player, away from the main prong of FaZe's attack, and finding that kill and then piecing together the rest of the round. And this is the second time FaZe are trying to send a number of bodies to the A site and have to do it through utility, have to do it through a defensive smoke.
Kerrigan once again, the tip of the spear through middle for FaZe. Slight gap for Shiro to spot him from, and Kerrigan ain't slowing down, keeps moving forward, but he gets detected and stopped by Zontix once again. Zontix and Shiro is that wombo combo breaking apart FaZe on this side of the map, and Rain is now starting to make his way through middle. A couple of his teammates' corpses litter the floor that. And FaZe still trying to apply pressure, still trying to get through this A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to have to be contact from here. One Molotov, one flashbang.
Zontix's angle's so good, that smoke fades away. You thought he was guaranteed at least one, but fortunately for Zontix, Shiro's available, and Rops has to trade it, but now he has to clutch. It will be a 1v4 total for him. He's got that first collected. 3 more souls to reap. He'll tap on default, no swing from heaven, but Magic's making no secret about his position. Donk just swings in alone, and that's enough to stop Rops from getting into it.
Yeah, good Molotov to force him into the open. Donk knows he's going to be catching Rops in a reposition in transition, knows he has an advantage in the fight, and just confidently takes the headshot. 3-3, quickly. Spirit have come back and tied this up, denying a plant as well. So losing bonus is building for FaZe, but they out of money. No cash to play with in round 7. Couple Deagles and Tech 9s picked up, but no rifles anywhere seen.
And 3 in a row is replied to by Spirit's 3 rounds in a row.
What a great streak of statement rounds, though, from Spirit, right? The mid-round aggression, they busted out a couple of times. This one is like the previous round is like a clean stop of the initial thrust of an attack, and it's just, you know, the first play from FaZe and these last 3 gun rounds has not worked. It's been firmly in the favor of Spirit, and now Donk's like, you got pistols, so I'm just going to challenge everything.
He feels freedom now. He's going to start cleaning up, adding a few kills to the tally. Kerrigan and Rops split up completely.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Kerrigan.
I didn't know Kerrigan could do that.
Yeah, he's got it in him. Not against Donk, but nice shot regardless. Rop's now detected over towards A. He'll have an M4 in his hands.
Oh, he's hoping for a gift.
Minute left.
Hoping for someone to push right into him. It's not going to happen. Chopper staying parked so far back.
I think we've got to get comfortable, Jason. I think this might be a long one.
It could be. I mean, he has. Yeah. I was going to say he could save, but I think he'd probably just go for one more kill and get the AK in the next round.
Splish and a splash in the water. Donk gives in the fight. Rop's predicted it, challenges and wins that headshot, but he's up against Chopper, who's found himself the perfect position at the top of the stairs, and then Rop's falls at the hand of the in-game leader.
Yeah, it's fun seeing the different approaches from the old and the new. Donk swings for a fight in window. Chopper's like, why do that? You could just sit here. You could just sit here and wait.
Donks is more exciting, but more risk involved in it. Nice shot from Carrigan. That's definitely the highlight of the round. Yeah, he's like, damn, I didn't know Carrigan could do that either.
He said the same thing. He's like, oh, shit.
Oh. Have a taste of that. But FaZe will return to a buy now. They'll have AK-47s out on every player. No Brokey AWP this time around.
I wonder, Kerrigan, obviously with all the experience he's got as an in-game leader, is not going to be afraid to change up styles if something's not working. I'm curious to see if that comes in now or a little bit later, if they do something a little bit more team-focused. These like 1 or 2 man plays to gain a little bit of map control have been shut down. So do you call something more as a unit? Ooh, that's not ideal.
Ooh, missing a key. Or, okay, we're just switching them around.
Oh, this is great.
Interchangeable. Pretty clean in between those keys. Actually, we're going to do a little cleaning session here, Jason.
Yeah, what food do you think you got stuck in those keys? I see. For me, it'd be like a peanut butter and jelly. You got some breadcrumbs. Maybe
okay.
if you're a little bit messy, like a little glob of jelly dropped in. What do you think Chopper is chewing on while he's practicing?
Probably some potato chips.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Salt and vinegar?
Yeah, salt and vinegar, very common flavor. Is it in the United States?
Oh, yeah.
It is?
We love our
Nice.
salt
That's
and
good.
vinegar.
That's good. It's impossible to find on mainland Europe, man. It's like you go around, there's just paprika everything.
There's a lot of paprika over there.
It's like one flavor.
Chopper's not a paprika man.
I don't think I've ever seen this as a reason for a timeout before. Having to, just switch the little keycaps around.
Yeah, I've never seen a full-blown like wipe clean type thing. All right, testing it. Everything looked good. Everyone having a
Lights
good
are
time?
back
Yeah,
on.
I'm all ready.
All right, Chopper, you like that?
It's like I can crouch now.
Thumbs up.
Fun game.
Donk's having a look.
I was gonna go more with like pretzels.
Pretzels? That's just like, you only eat that when you're on a flight.
Yeah.
It's like the one underwhelming free snack.
Let's try end in a B split here. So basically, let's end in ends B, okay?
Can we do A main rush in the starter?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll change the call after.
All right, so Kerrigan taking ideas by committee, calling for an ends finish at the B bomb site. Rops wanted to add in a little bit of pressure to the A bomb site first to start out the round, and let's see how it goes.
Oh, it's a quick play in towards A, and it's instantly annihilated by Zontix, who gets out of there. Shiro's there to back him up, and Brokey thought he might have a trade, but he walks right into the waiting arms of Shiro, and it doesn't matter what kind of call you had in mind, because you can't do it anymore.
I'll tell you what, Kerrigan, I mean, he gave the freedom to make that call. You could hear him pass it over to Rops and kind of do it by committee, but those are the rounds as an IGL sometimes where you're just like,
could have went with my idea.
Yeah, maybe we just do the ends play out of the gate next time.
Yeah, but you can set now. You know,
yeah,
like, all right.
That was your one, Rops. You get no more.
Yep. I think Rops will probably admit to that. He's like, okay, you take the reins back, Kerrigan.
Well, you know, it's fair play. It sounds like a little critical perhaps of Rops, but he's had a couple of rounds of finding this fight with good success. He got it with a Tech 9 on Zontix in the previous round. Before that, with an AK-47, he'd been able to pick a couple players off in A main. So in his mind, he's like, I've won this fight a couple of times. If we can add that in, if I can add just one more kill in A main, it's going to make that ends finish that much stronger, and obviously it doesn't pan out.
It didn't seem like they were quite ready for how quick to that starting position
the timing
Zontix was going to be.
Right.
Because he got real close before they even had their guns out, so... Yeah, that's the moment where you just kind of go, uh-oh.
It's a bummer for FaZe, too. That was, they had just saved, then they picked up the AK-47s, and now it's shut down. Now they're on a Galil and pistol buy. Double op setup for the CT side. Magix wants to bring an AWP over to the B-bomb site.
We'll see how the Magic Sniper goes. Seen him have a couple of good games, in particular on the CT side of Anubis with this op before. Rob's Grenade will fly right over his head. And Rain will have to challenge Dark, where you quite often find Donk. He's got to do it with a Tech 9.
I assume this is just that same ends finish at B that they called in the previous round, this time obviously without the A pressure. Full-blown utility exec from FaZe, slowed down and countered by utility and Molotovs once again from Spirit.
Oh, nice shot from Magix up on the boost. He just seen enough of Frozen while that flash came in to get the kill.
They need to get this bomb in before these smokes fade. It's going to come quick. Another one blown open. Broky's taken down. He was the bomb carrier. And Spirit is having no issues.
Well, now they will. Robs gets that kill towards the back of the platform. FaZe getting ever closer to the site, but still a 4v2. And that bomb is not going down. It will not go down. It is 6 rounds now for Spirit as they handle the B play.
Triple kill with a brand new double op setup from Magix and Spirit. He's up to 9-3. Team Spirit's up 6-3. Looking good ever since
That's
that 4th round.
6 rounds in a row.
Yep, and not even a bomb plant in those 6 rounds. This has been a pretty convincing defense. Ooh, okay, he's got some game. He's got some game.
Yeah, you like to see that. Some real nice shots from Magix. Nice 3-piece he put together. Yeah, you see that? I'm loving Magic's cam in this game so far.
If he's anything like me, he's like, that flick, I get that, you know, I have a quota. I get like 1 in every 4 games. So
it's pretty good.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Robs, he knows that Zontix has been hanging around here. He goes for a little peek, changes up the angle. He finds Zontix. Carrigan has found a gap through middle. He pushes forward, applying pressure through camera. Shiro now left on an island alone, and he will not hit his flick. Carrigan applies that pressure, realizing that the other A defender had gone down. It is most likely Shiro with an AWP alone. And there's just too much pressure for Shiro to handle.
And that's really where FaZe has kind of struggled some of these opening engagements and opening moves. This time, Rops wins it out, and Carrigan's able to take advantage.
They're going to try and come in for a retake here, Team Spirit, staying committed through storage. Magix takes the kill on Carrigan as his aggression to gather information is punished. Frozen still at heaven. Can he peel away with 2? He's close to it. Nice shot from Donk, but that damage done is enough to call off this attempt for Team Spirit. The 6-round streak now comes to an end as FaZe finally bounce back.
Yeah, good job from FaZe holding off that retake, and a good job from Spirit to bail out before it got a little bit too ugly. Round number 4 for FaZe. Nice and simple. The Rops kill opening up an avenue for Carrigan and a good flank through camera to the A bomb site. Shiro with an AWP, a tough situation to defend against. And finally, FaZe is back on the board.
Yeah, this was so sick from Rops, just slowly taking a step back to make the angle wider and wider until he can see enough of Zontix. Perhaps just punishing one of the tendencies of Zontix in this game to stay committed towards A main at the moment. First timeout. This is Team Spirit calling the timeout.
Yeah, they want to make sure that FaZe doesn't get back into this half in any significant way, right? Like, they want to make sure it's not tied up. Remember, a CT-sided map, you want to have a more dominant side on your defense, and that's what Team Spirit have and are trying to preserve at the moment. Still in that double op setup, though. Shiro did go down. Could have been passed over by Magix if they wanted to go back to rifles, but he's content with how he's been playing with the op, and why the hell not?
Rob sets up outside of A. 2 outside the B bomb site right now for FaZe. And attention towards Dark, because Donk has been mollied out of his comfortable position. Carrigan tries to lurk through that smoke, but Donk is extremely ready for it. Carrigan punished. Donk turns back. Through Dark, his second kill will come on Rain, and that has slowed down this play for FaZe.
Yeah, and that's exactly. They wanted to put pressure on Donk. They drop a Molotov into his position. Carrigan comes through the smoke. They drop a nade at his position. One more comes Dark, and he's able to handle both.
Oh, Rops sees the backpack. That's a kill on Shiro. Now Zontix has to be alerted to the fact that Rops is already through this A bomb site, and Rops now has info on that little jiggle that Zontix is towards bricks, and Rops gets out of there. He wants to join up with the rest of his teammates. If Frozen had taken Magix down to the back of that platform, that might have been the call to head into B.
No, but he's given Brokey the information, right? He said, he's like, okay, there's only one here. They probably rotated off. This is why Rops wanted to add that little A rush previously when Carrigan called the tactic. Look how much success he's had, how much he's been able to get them to move. But Magix is still alive.
Another nice shot from Magix as AWP. He's going to change his position up, drop back, use that utility, but the smoke, yeah, negates that problem, and that plant will come through now for Frozen. A 2v3 post plant for Rops and Frozen together. Chopper rips apart Rops, and it's all on Frozen now inside of the site. He's letting that sound cue assist him in changing his position, but they charge together, they effectively trade, and back in on that retake, and back in to the round win is Spirit.
Yeah, really good job. Magix performs only 1 kill in the round, but just a wonderful job getting that frag when he's under pressure and repositioning into safety and preserving a man advantage for the retake into the bomb site. This is just so many resources go into trying to take advantage of Donk in this position, and they all go to waste. Molotov, nade, and 2 players. None of them can accomplish the goal. And it's quite a heavy price to be paid.
Fizz Clan still have a goodbye for this last round of the first half. 7 CT rounds on Anubis. It's a fantastic haul. But Team Spirit would love 8 to close this. Given their purchase, they are favored to do so. Carrigan straight through middle. This time Shira has changed up his position and he is reaping the reward. 2 kills, Carrigan and Rain both down, and now Rops through the A play once more. Continues to be the bane of Zontix's existence.
I was going to say, like, outside of the round where Rops called for the fast A play, he's been a beast at this side of the map. He's causing so many problems.
Yeah, and Donk has pushed through all the way through B, so he's got that flank on Frozen. He's ready for this swing on Rops. And now it is just Brokey with a 1v4. And it looks like 4 rounds is all that FaZe will have here. After the first half, they had 3 in a row, Jason. Only 1 round outside of those first 3. It has been an incredibly strong showing from Team Spirit in this first half.
Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job. We knew they came into this event. We've already seen it. They look sharp.
Well, Brokey puts that bomb down. At least they have to come to him now. So a 1v4. This would be absolutely unbelievable if Brokey even gets this close to a winnable situation. Spirit haven't messed up. They will move through. Chopper's dead first. He's predicting the position of Donk. Missed shot goes past, but the spam from Donk will close. An 8th round for Team Spirit. A strong showing on this CT affair as they look to try and take down FaZe on Anubis.
They're laughing at him, Launders.
They should. They should try to. Laugh all you can. That's always the rule with Zywoo. Before he gets angry. Okay.
Fast one. Looking to pressure that B site with the lesser buy, and by the looks of it, Vitality already cutting their losses. Caught out by the sheer B aggression. Folks, that's a tied game.
Just like that.
Blink and you miss it. Straight up B aggression. Careful, Buddha. Whoa! What's going on?
Those team mollies are still big, by the way.
And the frag grenade just for, you know, a little extra pressure. Now they're shooting him. Come on. Launders, they're having fun. They're toying with him.
They were having fun before the game started. They've been having fun this whole event, actually. They really do. Like, some people are just talking when they say, oh, we don't care what our opponents, whatever. Max is like, we're just going to come into this 1 round at a time. Let's go see what happens. But they actually do it. You know, we do see a lot of good 9Z moments, but like, how often do you get to see 9Z in playoffs?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's usually, you know, going back to say like Antwerp, right? That to me was kind of like where I really felt the beating heart of 9Z and their fans. It's just sort of at the first stage of the event per se, you know. Then they had this like weirder, you know, trialed period because the whole try in and out situation. NQZ coming through with the AWP presence. You know, there was like this rotating door of a lack of AWP for 9Z for a little while, and that was definitely playing into their identity crisis. Martinez has been a great addition. And again, to attract a European AWPer.
This is a battle for the semi-finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, and it's currently Team Spirit looking like they are poised to get map 1. Strong showing on the CT side there, and Chopper he's sorted out his keys, you know, and we're good to go from this point onwards, Jason.
He's got the crumbs out, he's crouching perfectly, it's like a whole new keyboard.
Magix is blowing his own mind.
Yeah, he really is. He had a nice flick in that round. A little double op setup, stylish defense from Team Spirit. They're up 8-4, but switching over, remember, I mean, they can certainly get into a same kind of rut that FaZe did on the T side. Can be very tough to find some T rounds on this map, and Rain's already going to make the pistol difficult. Ooh. That's a filthy little double kill.
Yeah, that's nice from Rain. Rain drops 2. Carrigan now with the dual Berettas. We felt the wrath of Shiro around this corner the last round of the first half. He starts unleashing those Julies.
Oh!
Zon takes down, Rain doesn't stop. It's the Carrigan Rain combo that destroys Team Spirit in this pistol.
Yeah, different styles. Carrigan coming around the corner with dualies, blasting away. Rain a little bit more precise.
Yeah, there's, you know, it's proof that there's multiple ways to success in this world. And Carrigan's gonna come out on top of that one.
More than one ways to skin a cat, Dinko.
Ugh. Chopper not happy about losing that pistol, but there's still many a way to go, and we have seen less force buys on the T side in the second round, and that's with the bomb plant nowadays, so we should be expecting the eco coming in for Team Spirit now. So yeah, full Glocks here for Team Spirit. Why would you want to skin a cat, Jason, you know?
I don't know. I think it's a very old saying.
Depends, a big cat, you know?
Personally, I do love cats. Just letting the internet know. I know what happens when you mess with cats.
Don't F with cats. That's a Netflix show, right?
It is.
All right. What's it about? Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Great convo.
Yeah, I know. It's lovely. No, I haven't actually seen it.
Well,
I've heard about it.
This is going to be absolutely easy for Rops and Brokey. So Glocks walk to the A-bomb site, and they get stopped by Brokey nice and easily. Rops to take out Magix, and of course Dog has to get a kill. So you'll add a little Glock tab to that. And it's 6 rounds now for FaZe. So the gap has shrunk to 2.
Carrigan threw away the A4 to pick up an A1.
Amount of culture. A1 is better. Has better skins.
Seem to be a very personal. Yeah, the M4 Saurus is nice.
It has, you know, less bullets, but no smoke tracers. So that is, at the end of the day, the better option for Carrigan.
He's going to be playing in mid. Rain, Brokey, and Frozen onto the B bomb site early on. 3 players there. Rops alone, solo at A. He's got Zontix on the other side, and Rops came out on top of that engagement, it feels, for the most part in the first half, but now they switch sides. We'll see what Zontix can do against him. I think Rops at this point in his career has developed a little bit more of an aggressive play style, playmaking when he's on his own. He's got a huge playbook in the positions that he lurks and that he guards.
We got to see that on T side even, right?
Yeah, he can go passive, he can go aggressive, he can find picks. I don't know if Zontix quite has that versatility to him just yet.
Chopper making his way through middle. Speaking of Zontix, we're on board with him now as he tries to get in towards this A bomb site. He's about to meet Carrigan.
Flash through.
And a heads-on-head battle. Flash comes in. Carrigan nearly cleans up too. Only gets away with the first kill. Now Robs has to worry about multiple angles towards A main and camera. And the fact that he actually stepped out into the open cost him his life from that smoke spam from Zontix.
Yeah, that gap created by Carrigan shifting over for that flash play, it never got covered. Mid completely compromised. Double flank coming in. Rain and Frozen. And Frozen's going to stay far back to chuck out utility. Brokey's doing all the work meanwhile. 2 of the 3 kills necessary in his pocket. But Shiro can't find Frozen. And that's a 7th round for FaZe. They're right back in this.
Yeah, they absolutely are right back into this strong start in the CT side. That strong start's on both halves now, but we've seen what happened when they won 3 in a row in the first half, and then Team Spirit just started winning. They got a huge streak going, 6 rounds in a row after the initial 3 from FaZe. So you can never count Spirit out of the starts of these halves. They may be able to adapt, but fantastic
okay, that was a nade.
Yeah. Grenade, and then Magix pushes into him.
I thought it was a blind spam through the smoke for a second, and I was going to be a little angry. All right, Spirit on the back foot early in this second half. Not out yet.
Ooh, economic decisions to be had here for Team Spirit. They have enough money to get some kind of buy going, and this is going to be go wheels. Sure, a little hit on the weapon, but at least you have a little bit extra utility thrown in across this board. But
surely Chopper buys an AK and drops it to Donk. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Give him the AK.
Booyah.
Yeah. When you're 5 and 10, you're the in-game leader, and you got Donks on your team, you give that AK-47 on over. Chopper takes the MAC-10. This game so far is delivering a close affair. Many perhaps predicted today that Team Spirit would be able to comfortably take down FaZe. But FaZe proved, once again, especially with Mount exiting the tournament early, they want to prove that they are still the #1 team in the world, or at least in that conversation. Gathering up outside of the A-bomb site of Team Spirit. And there's 2 players in here right now of Rops and Carrigan on defense.
Yeah, but this is a massive number of bodies. Zontix and Donk going to be leading the way with utility. Magix joining up for that initial thrust. Good stop from Rops. Carrigan trying to hold the line. Just gets his vision back, and they've done their job. Man advantage in the post plant for FaZe.
Team Spirit put that bomb down right now. Flash is effective to force Magix off from watching camera, but no one from FaZe moves in with it until that point. Rain spams down through the smoke. It's Chopper gone, leaving it on Magix and Shiro to try and close this. And now it's just young Shiro, and he only manages 1 extra kill. So FaZe pull off the retake and prove that they can do it even if they lose the bomb site.
Yeah, FaZe doing a really good job on defense so far. 4-0 to start this second half, shutting it down. Team Spirit not able to find any comfort just yet. Doing it differently as well. Spirit had some of those aggressive plays to clear out lurks, aggressive in your face in a main a couple of times. FaZe a little bit further back, picking players off as they kind of run in and playing these post plants really, really well.
Just playing in around these smokes so effectively. Romps just takes 1, disappears, comes back, is able to shut them down on that retake. Again, Team Spirit will purchase. The bomb plant affording them some extra money to play with, so 4 AKs, Chopper still in a MAC-10. That'll be a big challenge for Carrigan to try and deal with Donk in middle. Here comes that fight now. Carrigan inside of the smoke, they kiss in the smoke, and Donk instantly reacts to that, perhaps seeing maybe the glimpse of Carrigan's barrel, but that's a headshot, and that's Team Spirit with a first.
This is making the defense shift, though. Frozen and Rain considered falling back towards middle. They thought better of it, so they'll stay at the B bomb site. Instead of rotating to cover mid, they're going to drop back to dark and make sure there's no drop down into canals, because Brokey's got an angle in the A site towards camera. So he's saying, you guys don't have to move. I've got it.
Fight at dark for Zontix. It's a long-range duel, one that he will not come out on top of. I think FaZe will be very happy that they get that engagement. It's able to draw it back to even numbers again. 43 seconds. They cross by the scope of Brokey. He's unable to react fast enough to get that kill.
I like what FaZe is doing right now. Frozen and ranges back off. They say middle is compromised. We're going to get flanked out. We have to take care of the flank. We have to take care of it first. Great shot from Frozen. And that's when Team Spirit's still caught in transition, falling back from mid. So nobody's ready to pounce into the bomb site.
25 seconds left here for Team Spirit. That bomb trying to get into the B bomb site right now. Frozen takes a step back to hide in towards Temple, allowing the rotation and that extra player to play a part here for FaZe.
FaZe has looked lovely in these retakes and these post plants. It's going down right now by Chopper.
Chopper locks that plant through. Fortunately has health, so he's able to survive the blast of the grenade. But Magix goes back to address the problem of Robs coming in from dark. Can't get the kill. Shiro has to step up instead, and Chopper moves to the back of the platform. They must deal with the threat of the retake, and they're absolutely doing it. It's left on Robs inside of dark, and they know exactly where he's coming from. It's going to be so difficult for Robs to get out of here, and that is one hell of a recovery from Team Spirit in the disadvantageous post plan.
It wasn't pretty. Shiro had a couple struggles in those fights, but comes out on top of them, and Spirit needed that. They needed a little bit of life. They've stopped the run at 4, and FaZe's money ain't anything to be too happy about.
Yeah, he's seen enough of Carrigan at the start of that first fight. Carrigan's head just comes through that smoke. Donk is given the opener. That was fought right to the bitter end.
Everything was lined up to be another good retake from FaZe. The nade landing on Chopper as he plants the bomb. Rops getting the kill on Magix over towards Dark. It opened everything up, but they could never really get a clean jump at retaking the bomb site. Shiro and Chopper taking distance fights while they're still isolated in 1v1s. No trades, and they nurse a 1-round lead. Last time they played each other on this map of Anubis was all the way back at the spring groups for Blast back at the end of January. And if I remember correctly, that wasn't even with Donk. They were missing a couple players.
Yeah, Donk wasn't there. I think Magix maybe missed out on that event too.
Magix missed that as well, so it wasn't even the full-blown lineup. That was obviously a win for FaZe, 13-4, but you might as well just throw that one out because now the full lineup's here and they're providing much more resistance.
Carrigan quick through Canal, and Shiro considers that position. Carrigan gets punished for moving forward, and instantly Team Spirit are up a player. Reaction from FaZe might be to go aggressive at B. Yeah. Magix and Donk wait for this kind of maneuver though.
Yeah, when that kill happens so early, you got to expect there's going to be a reaction of some kind and able to punish it as well. Frozen caught out in the open. His teammate trying to provide support, but held off by covering fire, and Donk's got all the time in the world to pick and choose his battle.
Minute and 10 seconds left, and still a 5v3 here for the side of Team Spirit. They got so many options open across the map for them now.
You have to gamble if you're FaZe. You have a Deagle, an MP9, and M4, and you've got no utility, so it's just meet up somewhere. Play together. Doesn't have to be aggressive, but say, if they come to this part of the map, we're going to shut this down, and then we'll see where the chips lay after the fact.
Well, they go middle together. Gonna keep moving forward. Eventually they will detect Chopper, who handles business like a real pro. 2 headshots, snaps up Brokey and Rops, and detects the position of the final FaZe player. So now Spirit can plant comfortably, knowing that Rain's stuck in mid. Donk begins his hunt. It is now 10 rounds for Team Spirit, and we're getting to what feels like the tail end of this map now. FaZe will have one last real go at this, and it won't even be in this round, it'll be in the next. So we are looking at 11 rounds almost surely locked in here for Team Spirit.
Losing bonus isn't really all that built up yet either for FaZe. Rain will have money in the next round, he'll have 6,000, but everyone else is going to be just around 4,400.
So the full eco for FaZe. Conceding the fact that this will in fact be 11 now for Spirit.
Spirit have done what FaZe couldn't do in the first half, which is string 2 rounds together in terms of gun rounds, right? FaZe won the first 3 of the map and then was only able to get 1 more gun round on the board. FaZe have now shown they can beat you a couple different times.
And I think if they go on to lose this map, I think they'll be very frustrated about that retake they lost 2 rounds ago. Trade for Rops, but this ain't gonna get out of hand. USP is moving to T-spawn. Zontix is just looking to try and end this round quickly.
It's gone for some confidence kills.
Yeah, just starting to...
He knows it's unarmored USPs. He wants some frags at the end of the day, and he'll get one.
Yeah, I'll get it. Magic's had to die for it to happen, but he got it nonetheless, so...
Hey, it's all good.
It is good.
He swapped out an AK for an A1?
Now that I don't agree with. Well, last time out used for FaZe here, Neo. It's his last input.
It might be, I mean, knowing it could be next level from Zontix if I was to attribute to him a certain level of intelligence, which I would. Okay. I would say read in the economy a little bit, knowing it's a little bit hurt. Might be some players without head armor. Use that A1.
Sure. That's actually very intelligent because no one has head armor, Jason. So
exactly.
It's basically a silenced AK-47 at that point.
He basically might be a genius.
Basically might be.
Maybe.
Probably might. 11 rounds to 8 as Team Spirit look to push on to 12. This would break apart FaZe's money and set up a photo finish here for Team Spirit on Anubis. Next map is Nuke.
I block A early and we should repush in mid round. Yeah.
Block A early. Push in the mid round. See what this looks like from FaZe. Utility set up for mid control. Chopper is going to be confident coming through that first smoke, although he decides against it.
Yeah, didn't quite break the way he wanted.
Keeping an eye open towards this B bomb site. Here's the push coming. There's 3 members of Spirit here. Nope, they decide to smoke it off.
It's FaZe's smoke outside of the B bomb site. Eventually that will start to fade away, and there is limited utility left here for FaZe. 2 flashbangs on Brokey with an HE grenade. Flash on Rops. 1 HE available here for Frozen.
It's a tough defense for Rain and Frozen over at the B bomb site if it finishes there. They're both a little bit of a crossfire, but passive. They can be stuck behind utility, and then it's kind of a roll of the dice whether you can be effective or not. Kerrigan, spots out Chopper. That's a little bold from old Chop Chop. Kerrigan's got to run through all the Molotovs in the world, and here comes Rops' push.
Yeah, Rops trying to get the timing on it. He's got information at least that they're leaving A. Be ready on this B bomb site, but dealing with the B threat is another story altogether. Quick flanks from Rops and Brokey. They get a couple of kills between them, but Frozen, if he picks up Shiro, they've got themselves back into this one. It is just Magic's with 10 seconds. He can't win this, so he'll retreat. And that is another round for FaZe. I love that last-second decision from Rops to speed up and try and get that A flank going to cut off the dark play for the B split.
Yeah, his timing's based off the action his teammates are seeing. He sees 1 kill come by and he just lets go his shift and makes sure he hustles into any kind of fight coming through dark. Really prevents that split from having any kind of impact, easing the pressure on that passive defense. And FaZe keep themselves a chance to win this in regulation. 2 rounds back, 9-11. 3rd and final timeout used by Spirit.
All timeouts are now used up for both sides. It's good that Brokey's able to get that trade too. He was right on the back of Rops while he was sprinting for that flank. And FaZe Clan needed that injection of energy and cash. And this game's right back on. If FaZe can win this one. Shiro getting towards Canal. Having a look towards that dark pick. The B-Stream update, Team Vitality losing to 9Z at the moment on map 1. 9Z's map pick. That game also for a semi-final here in Dallas. Nine Z really knocking on everybody's door with the Grim Reaper staff, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
or Scythe.
They're having a good time so far. Obviously, there's got to be a surge of confidence qualifying for the playoffs on day 1. Or day 2, excuse me. Oh no, it was day 1.
They beat Maus in the opening game. That'll fill you with fuel of confidence. And unfortunately for Mouse, no longer here in this competition.
Team Spirit not really showing any presence anywhere. This is kind of calmly moving into position. FaZe has given them a lot of space, and they're happy about that. Kerrigan, this is going to be a really tough task against Donk.
Yeah, it is. Donk has the high ground as well.
The attention's going to get pulled towards A main. He's going to move as soon as the execute comes in.
Oh, he's still focusing on camera. Donk is coming forward. Kerrigan sticks around, but it doesn't even matter. He still loses that fight versus Donk. Brokey steps up in his stead, and now Rops is at the back of the cake, trying to do absolutely everything required. And Rops certainly will do that. That's Donk dead. Out towards Bricks, and piece by piece, Rops is building this round back up for FaZe. And they are in this game again, 11-10. And money sent to a peculiar position on a few players here for Team Spirit. They'll still have rifles, but FaZe have got themselves right back into this.
What a beautiful round from Rops to deliver. 20 kills on him so far in this map. And that's wonderful the way he dances around the bomb site. He doesn't have a whole lot of real estate to work with.
Oh, he does
His
not.
teammates have all gone down. He knows he's being pinched. And just look at the narrow margins he's playing with.
Yeah, he has his cake and eats it here. That's incredible work from Rops. You thought when Brokey goes down, you think it's over for Rops?
Well, it was like a cascade of hold the phone. This is going to be a little bit faster pace. Yeah, we might maybe get into that later. Maybe I just forget about it. Held off for the moment. All right, well, I can go back to it.
Right,
yeah,
Jason,
here we
go.
are.
Ready?
The fact that Kerrigan goes down to Donk, like you could see Brokey take a step forward towards A main with the AWP because he was exposed to camera. Which means, like, with the AWP, obviously, he's only got, like, the one shot. It's going to be so hard to multi-kill there. So everything's just kind of collapsing once Kerrigan falls. And it's only the brilliance of Rops that saves it. All right, smoke clears, we're back. Good timing, boys. Just like we planned.
Thank you, guys. Giving Jason that time, giving him the floor. And now with just over a minute left, Zontix is about to clear out the top fountain. Rops forced into position, but it's going to work out perfectly for Rops. Absolutely wrecked. Rops just doesn't stop on defending this A bomb site. Team Spirit lose 3 players to 1 man, and he could get everybody here. Rops is on for all 5, and Magix is the only player between him and all 5 kills. But he takes Rops out at the back of the bomb site, but that quick flanks in from Rain, and FaZe have found their second wind. And I think Team Spirit are caught off guard by this.
A bomb site is closed, baby. 7 kills in 2 rounds for Rops with the full force of Team Spirit coming at him.
Rops is a rock on that A side. Like, there's no breaking through him at the moment. I think they got to change up the game plan because Rops is 24-16.
This is filthy. Nice spray down. Kerrigan even comes in and gives him a little bit of relief. Rops is able to take advantage of that, but with 5 bullets, he drills Chopper in the brain. Just a smile and a shake of his head. We take that.
Oh, Donk battles Rain in dark, comes out on top of that fight. And if there is one player to have the only rifle available for Team Spirit in a round of this magnitude, you want it in the hands of Donk. It may only be a Galil, but it's got a lot of work done, and now space being taken towards the B bomb site.
Picked up Rain's AK.
This is an extra weapon now, ready to go for Team Spirit. Donk stays committed with the Galil. Dink and damage, follow up with the Tech 9. Magix bursts through the B bomb site, and so have Team Spirit. Frustration is audible here for FaZe.
They got to save these weapons. Yeah. They actually probably, you know, Rops is going to go for an exit kill, but it probably isn't even worth the engagement, just the risk of going down. You need that gun. Rops has 700, Kerrigan 950. Everyone else can buy, but if you lose one of these rifles, it gets a little bit sketchy. And because this is a half buy for Team Spirit, they got money next round no matter what. So taking guns away ain't going to matter at the end of the day. 12-11, Team Spirit. 1 chance to close out this opening map.
And they didn't throw everything into that, Jason. That was meant to be just give it a go. Have some attempt in this round. And they find success with only 1 player going down, and that's Donk who got the entry. I heard a little slam of the desk right in front of us with the FaZe clan just below us, and you can understand why that felt like the golden ticket to 12 rounds, but now they've got to play for overtime.
There's been a few moments in this where Spirit's been able to find a lot of free space on the map with the way FaZe is playing it. This is, I mean, you get this kill onto Rain, who probably wants this fight back, probably wants this decision back, but they're both in the wrong position. You can't have both players behind that bomb site. You're not actually covering any of the space out of the choke points, and yeah, that's Brokey. Guess we should have been able to guess that one.
Yeah, probably should have. Well, he's got his big laser out, ready to go.
And now he's angry.
And Carrigan's moving forward on that right angle. Chopper. Oh, today being used as alerting Brokey to his position. Donk is in a bit of a sticky situation inside of Dark. Brokey does get that kill on Chopper. Donk goes forward into the fight. Magic's in combo. That is the B bomb site defense gone yet again.
It's the same disconnect. This time, instead of behind the bomb site, it's both players stuck at pillar. And they love that. Yeah, you had to try something trying to make some magic happen. And FaZe, they're going to slip just at the final hurdle.
It was fantastic to come back and stay competitive in this one. FaZe had a golden opportunity in the previous round, but Team Spirit will not be denied here on Anubis. They are up one map versus FaZe Clan. One more map victory, and they're in the semi-finals here in Dallas.
Enough money to go back in here for 9Z.
Let's go, Razor. Let's go.
Long spawn, but 9Z have numbers in position. Ooh, it's a little delayed, but they will still contest it. Third player trying to come over. Smoke on the corner makes it weird. Pit comes up. Oh, and nothing. Max maybe a step too wide so that Mezzi had an angle. If he plays that a little tighter, he's just got Flamesy looking the wrong direction. Instead, 5v4 Vitality off of the spawn.
Let's see how far they... So this is a specialist position for Spinks. He's going to be waiting. He knows they need to squeeze back for short control. Otherwise, they're going to lose the round. So he's fully aware they're going to look for this lurk. This is where he definitely comes up, right? This is where he makes his bread as a lurker.
Just looked away. The timing's rough. Oh! He turns back almost in time. Now all eyes towards Long Vitality. They're going to have to send somebody back, or do they just charge in headstrong?
And they needed that. Look at the site now. Look at the site. They're all looking forward. They realized they caught the lurk and that it was going to be A.
Martinez, he's got a smoke to work around. Everybody.
Spirit leading the charge, and they'll be wrapping up this one 13-11. It was a map that we were kind of curious about exactly why they brought it into the pool, Josh, and I think Spirit showed exactly why. Great adaptations. FaZe really pushing them to the limit, but Spirit able to prevail.
It was a little bit more one-sided than we kind of expected as well. FaZe did win both pistols there, and it only ended up with a 13-11 scoreline. So absolutely see why... I mean, I just don't know, because I feel like this map dictates the rest of the series, and if FaZe want to pick that, and or sorry, that was a Spirit's map pick.
Yeah, it was Spirit's map pick, but it was, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think the scoreline is just a little bit deceiving, because I think when it goes down to the depth of the game, gun rounds, I think Spirit were better. There's only 3 words that went FaZe's way: pistol, rounds, and ROPS. These are the 3 things that went FaZe's way, and even though we're going to talk about Spirit, let's just give flowers to ROPS for a minute here. An incredible performance he put forth, not only diagnosing what he needed to do to find zone ticks in entries on the T side, he's done that a couple times. The solo defense on the A side, 7 kills in 2 rounds, playing around the bomb side, managing the angles, managing the timings as well. He was an absolute menace to deal with. And at the end, Spirit just said, you know, I'm psych. I'm not going to go A anymore. I'm done with this guy. Let's go B, you know.
It makes you kind of like... It's so easy to forget how good ROPS actually is. It's like, he's a really good player, and it's just like, I think the way that he plays, especially on his T sides, where he's kind of on his like solo little missions and he's not really getting a whole lot of direct impact that you can see tangibly. He'll get kills up here and there, and obviously his mechanics are really good, but it kind of like slinks in there. Here it was like all for show. You're gonna see that I have a huge direct impact. You're gonna see it in all the kills and all the anchor holds, especially on CT side, and my openings on T side over at A main.
Yeah, it was obviously, you know, a map where Robs was able to showcase his best work, and he forced Spirit to adapt around him. It was just a shame that obviously we're ending on the CT side for FaZe, where Spirit can just choose to go to the entirely other bomb site. And yeah, it wasn't really down to the individuals over there to boss up too much for a fight, right? It was much easier for them to make some to work with.
Yeah, I think it was a bit more distributed on side of Spirit. Of course, you're going to have Dong and his entries and the space that he's taking. I think that is pretty much set now in Counter-Strike. But I will say some other players delivered in ways that we maybe didn't expect. Like, who knew Magix could actually be a secondary sniper the way he did? Hit some actual bolus shots on the B side as well. Very good positioning. He didn't panic whenever he was getting executed on. Dancing with flames, never really giving a free kill. That I didn't have that in my big O card, and that dug Spirit out of a couple situations too.
Yeah, it looked like only Chopper wasn't the one that was putting up numbers for the side of Spirit, but like
he's the mastermind. Don't worry about it.
He's the mastermind, so he can get away with it. But someone who can't get away with it is Frozen, and he was looking, you know, cold, but not in the good cold kind of way. It was more like lukewarm, like he was thawing out. And you know, some of those engagements that he had, he's usually so crisp with like the first bullets and, you know, putting people down, but it was getting really sloppy out there, and especially outside towards like B main. I think this was like a major area of issue that FaZe had, and that's something that they really need to be able to lock up for, you know, going into the second map.
We obviously talked about it, you know, FaZe managing to get both pistols. They convert off the back of that as well. Back in that first half though, Josh, we obviously see round 5 happening. What is key from Spirit in this round?
I think one of the big things from Spirit is how proactive they are throughout the entire round, and whenever like one development happens, they kind of move on to the next thing. So the first thing we're seeing here is, you know, at a certain timing on the round, 1 minute 35, they're jiggling towards this dark connector E-box area, and they realize, hey, wait, you know, FaZe is in this canal area, so if they're in this area, then they're probably not outside B. So instantly the reaction is, let's push B main together, let's get this kill. Wait, there's nobody else out here? That means that the hit has to go towards A right now. And then what we're gonna see with the hit as soon as Frozen goes down here is the instant reaction, the rotation. Chopper's gonna meet up with his teammates on A site. Here comes the A hit from FaZe, the response after losing all that control outside of B. And Zontix is able to hide in this corner here because he's got not one, but 2 teammates coming to help. He's got Shiro here, Chopper on the quick rotate, and now it's like between Zontix, Shiro, and then the Chopper support, they are able to just destroy FaZe coming into that attack. So that proactivity, realizing, hey, you're over here, we're gonna move. Oh, okay, now your only option is there, we're gonna shift over. Constantly shifting around is what makes these guys so good.
And that is the key, I think, on a map that is very uncomfortable on the CT side mostly. You know that it's very complicated to get kills in the first 10 to 15 seconds. There are ways to be aggressive, but mostly teams are going to be ready for you. But if you can hit these moments, like the moment where you double swing into B main, you find Frozen, suddenly you dictate. You're the one that's forcing FaZe into a reactive position. And as you say, Shiro is already here doubling up with Zontix. The hit comes in, you're just like, this is going to be delicious. You know
it's going to be tasty indeed. And then we move on to the T side for Spirit. And even when they're in positions, Matthew, where they're down a man or a couple of men, doesn't really matter for them, does it?
Yeah, a little bit of magic came out of the Spirit guns in a couple of these clutches, and I wanted to show you guys that 2v4 situation starts as a 3v4 is here at Magis, finds the ground, and then focus on how aggressive Shiro and Chopper play. And I wanted to talk to you guys at home. This is the only way you win a 2v4. So often you see teams hiding in corner, maybe turtling, hoping that kills are going to come their way. This is not how you turn around a situation like that. If you're in a 2v4, your way back into it is finding opponents as they're moving towards you and they aren't ready to fight. And that's exactly what they did. They all decomposed angles, they swung onto CTs who were trying to access the bomb site, and they were baiting for each other as well. Your goal is for me to kill you when you're trying to find Freya. That's exactly what they did, and in that clutch, beautifully flayed. Flayed. Yeah, it was very well flayed.
Choreographed. That's what I was going to say. It looked like I was watching a nice little dance going on. Maybe a barn dance here. Is that what they do in Texas? I don't know. But it was beautiful from them nonetheless. And that's what we wanted to see from Spirit. You know, that synergy coming through. I love that we get to see that.
I liked how they were like trying to like link up with each other throughout that entire 2 versus 4. Like obviously they're taking their time. They're going through their isolated duels. But the whole end goal was like, okay, now we fight the speech guy together. Oh, I peek. Okay, he's looking at me. Now you come to get close we double swing. So all those like steps looked really good, which was a contrast to like kind of how their executes looked. So, you know, the round before that, for example, they were going A and they're throwing their smokes and mollies everywhere, but then they're like running out and peeking before the flashes go off.
Oh, you didn't like that.
I did not
remember.
like that, especially against Robs, who's just like locking that situation down. If he's blind, it's a completely different story. But like if Spirit's gonna bleed out like that, obviously they can rely on just bailing themselves out with sheer mechanical skill in these 2 versus 4s. But if they clean up those executes, then maybe they don't even get down to 2 versus 4. Maybe they're able to close out with like 3 or 4 players alive.
Okay, Nuke up next. We've already heard, you know, the numbers heavily favor the side of FaZe in terms of reps that they've been getting on this map. Matthew, how much does that matter on a map like Nuke? You know, we talk about the rust, we talk about the tactical side of it and, you know, evolving, innovating your gameplay. Does it matter too much on Nuke?
Well, what I think is that if we believe the preparation staff is up to par with Spirit, then there's definitely a truck ton of tape for FaZe. But I think the counter argument to that is, I think FaZe have the deepest versatility in how you play Nuke. And on their T side, I could probably show you 5, 6, 7 games with a game plan that is changing, with timings that are changing, with assets coming in either from rain outside or from the lurks of Robs as well. So that's why I always think that Nuke is a good pick for FaZe, because I don't think they're cornered at all in the first half. They have a million ways to go about it. Honestly, I think it's going to be just a great show overall. I think Spirit is ready for a battle too. I have 2-0. I think the game ends here, but that's my risky pick.
I mean, a couple quick things that are just like at the top of my mind is that Spirit's had the better of FaZe on Nuke. And then in that interview with Neo, he specifically said that they have so many reps on Nuke, whereas Spirit has only played twice, so maybe that makes it hard to plan against it. And he also said he didn't answer if he understands Spirit yet. It was asked a direct question, do you understand Spirit's playstyle yet? And he's like, he danced around it, but never really gave a direct answer. And that scares me. If you don't have like a game plan going into a map like Nuke, that's tough.
Well, we got questions and we got some answers on the other side of this break. Nuke, the pick of FaZe coming into this matchup and a spot at the semi-finals on the line.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop. Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hey Future Pros, stopping an A-rush on Nuke can be vital to your team's success. So let's look at the door molly, which is a staple piece of utility when playing the map. To throw this molly, you should always be the first one up the ladders to heaven. When at the top and while running, aim your crosshair at this point shown. There can be a bit of variance here, so don't worry about being 100% aligned, as you don't have a lot of time for this. Then keep running and throw the molly. Sometimes the T's are committed to the A-rush, so be wary of a smoke extinguish, as this will be a good sign that the T's are coming.
Did you guys get a chance to look at Vertigo? You ready for it? How many times do you think it's going to be played? What's the over-under?
Probably it's going to be way lower amount than originally it would have been. Me personally, I just looked at it like for 10 minutes. I just ran around because it was like literally a couple of hours before I was actually leaving to the airport. So, not really much time to do anything.
Does it look cool? Are you excited for it? Is it like, this is going to be cool when I get some time on it?
It looks different, for sure. Kind of reminds me in a way, like the old, I just got flashback from like the very first Vertigo. You could, just jump down to the T-spawn. Yeah, I mean, it just looks different, I think like a fresh feeling to the map is, I'm not going to say it's something we needed because a lot of people still hate Vertigo, but I think it's better than nothing. You know, we have at least something fresh.
Cool. All right, cool. I'll let you get out of here. Go rest up, enjoy yourself. I was just talking to Frozen about Vertigo. I want to just talk to you. I don't want to talk about anything specific, but like, have you worked out a way in your head to like play this map? Because there's some changes now, so the approach to the A bomb site is going to be vastly different. Have you come up with some ideas at all? Have you been able to ideate some kind of new tactics, new philosophy?
Didn't really have much time. I think first of all we had practice today, so we can kind of just test the waters. I think the good part about the map is going to be more chaotic, especially doing this event. So that fits me perfectly, especially when I'm entering on T side on Vertigo. So I think it's a good change, but let's see how it goes, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunity now, so different splits, and I actually feel the Orba has even more impact on the map now with the new catwalk and new connector can hold some different angles than the ones you always knew. So yeah, haven't really had much thought, but also I think CT's a better spawn now to kind of take ramp. So I think the deeper control is going to be very interesting to see. I think people don't want to play passive on A to begin with, because there's too many options for the T's to split.
Yeah, you give up too much space. You guys have had a really interesting experience with Vertigo so far, from like a little secret trap pick at the major, and now all of a sudden it's changed immediately. That's all I got.
Yeah, can't say much, you know. Like, I mean, we made 7 map pool for the major, and obviously some maps are better than others. We are working on constant, especially with Dust 2 came in. Having a 7 map pool didn't hurt us in that way. So we can keep on improving and testing, but I think still we had issues with Vitality on the map. That's the only one we lost to, but I think we look pretty solid on the map, so it just depends on the enemies if you want to play it or not.
FaZe Clan down 1 map versus Team Spirit here for a spot in the semi-finals. Frozen had a real tough first map. He really didn't get going. Finished 9-14. Gonna have to hope for a big step up in performance as we head into Nuke from the majority of FaZe, bar Rops, who was lights out as usual, Jason.
It was stunning as well. Rain had some isolated moments, but yeah, probably didn't put together what feels like a complete map for him, but there's no time for that now. You move on over into Nuke, and a chance for Spirit to book their ticket straight to the semi-final. Skip the queue. I love the double meaning. Well done, ESL graphics team.
Yeah, fantastic work as usual, but here we go. Team Spirit, FaZe Clan. What a treat this matchup has been this year. And Team Spirit looking to edge out that head-to-head further. Smoke flash here for Carrigan. And a quicker play into his ramp. Zontex is going to detect that. Rain swings open. The door at A. And it's distracted between 2 angles, which is Top Hut and Heaven. But Rops is there to assist him. And FaZe are up 2 kills already. Fantastic pistol players of FaZe Clan, but Zontex is looking to try and keep Spirit in this fight and does so with a kill on Frozen.
Yeah, pressuring a couple different parts of the map and then just disappearing. Rops is going to continue his good play, and he takes 1 out of the retake before it even begins. And you might just choose to save this if your team's...
Damn.
You do now if you're Shiro.
Yeah, because there's not much else left in the round, is there?
No, you can't do anything.
That was damn sick from FaZe.
There's watermelons with little alien faces on them?
Yeah, they are. They're sandia.
All right, Shiro. It's what?
Spanish for watermelon.
Okay.
I just seen some pies use these all the time. I don't know what they're called, though. Let me look that up, Jason, in case someone at home wanted to buy the watermelon Joe Berettas.
I bet you're going to feel like an idiot if it's just called watermelons.
Nah, it can't be. People are too creative in the Counter-Strike community to just call them watermelons, Jason. They're called the melon drama.
Okay, that's not bad.
See? Told you.
I like that, yeah. Pretty good.
Well, Rain, once again, having another pretty good pistol round. He stepped up with Carrigan.
It's a nasty timing to hit the squeak door when one player is just dropping in vents and no chance at any kind of a reaction.
I just love Magic's reaction.
Yeah, Magic's cam has been really good today.
I love it. That's one of my favorite things about watching the Team Spirit vlogs. Because you don't always get to talk to Magix in his native tongue, it's great to hear how his personality is so bubbly and funny, actually, within the Spirit camp.
Yeah, he really is. He's got a personality to him. Oh, ooh. Damn!
Nice shot from Shiro. Frozen isn't a fan of that. The Iceman is shattered.
Well, good start. This lobby crunch, it all depends on this. Rops does a good job in this position, and it's nice to get away with 2. One's a scout, and you've taken down Chopper. And once again, that's the round, and Shiro's the one who's going to sit back and realize he doesn't really have a great opportunity to win this. Now, they are far away from the bomb site, so if he was able to kind of get aggressive somewhere or like find a pick, unfortunately, it's just the timing of this. Broky's being so aggressive.
Yeah, he's checking towards heaven. Hasn't detected Shiro just yet, but now knows exactly where he is. And the melodramas are out in full force here for Shiro. Looking to bring down Broky. He's close. No cigar, though, as Broky will drop him with the USP. It's 2 in a row now for FaZe.
Yep, second round bye does nothing, so Team Spirit going to save in this one. Good job from Rops holding on to that lobby crunch as good as possible. 4 players encroaching his position, takes down 2. This was a beauty of a shot, but at the end of the day, not enough impact. Frozen sits so close. He's got to really commit to checking the kill feed.
Yeah, same with Rops. I feel like they probably get some sort of suntan from the radiation of the monitor. They're just going to get it right in the forehead. And I've experienced that this week, Jason, in Texas.
Yeah, you did get a little bit of sun.
Yeah, I put the gamer skin outside and...
Doesn't go well.
Didn't go well. I stay inside now. I live inside of the venue.
Well, perfect. Here at Dallas, we encourage that, seeing as how everything is connected by a giant walkway.
And the weather is trying to kill you outside, so...
The weather's a bit aggressive this time of year.
No, a bit aggressive towards ramp is Rops, just a little bit. Not rounding the corner just yet.
They're really feeling this as a round they don't want to invest a whole lot in. FaZe. Looking at the buy, a couple MAC-10s on the board still from the previous rounds. Rain doesn't even reinvest into a rifle. He's just sticking with the P250. They know it's going to be likely an unarmored buy. And they're kind of hoping at this point, now that they lose 2 players, it doesn't come back to haunt them. Rain's got an AK-47. Started with a pistol, and now we hear, but he's got no teammates. Disaster strikes.
Rain, this is going to be one hell of a recovery if he can get himself back into this, but he takes damage even in that first fight against Shiro. There's at least time to play with to avoid disaster here for Rain. He's got the bomb on his back. And he's just having a little look around the vicinity, seeing if anybody from Team Spirit is close by or is trying to get aggressive and flank around the back of him. But Team Spirit realize how much of a golden chance this is, and Magic's looking to gather information. He peeks out, and celebration for Spirit because they get an unexpected round win.
Yeah, that's out of nowhere. Nice shots with the pistols. They didn't even come in really with armor, with utility. Bang, towards ramp room. Up on top, those dualies work out. And FaZe just gets stopped in each and every choke point. So an early hiccup for FaZe's offense. Hop out on Broky, AKs on Rain and Kerrigan. It's Frozen and Rops who are back to pistols. Deagle and Tech 9. Ooh, that little outlet. That little jerk of an outlet. No consequence at the moment. And FaZe quietly creeping across behind the smokes.
And they get down with perfect timing. No one from Team Spirit was checking if that cross is happening because they've already made the adjustment to bring Chopper down lower. 50 seconds left. Chopper does not want to be caught as the smoke fades away. He's standing in the open, so he's going to transition his position closer towards Decon. But this is a stand and fight spot for Chopper. He's got another smoke, another heap of utility being sent in by his teammates, and Chopper uses that slight blow away of the smoke to get the timing on here inside of the smoke itself. He might even be able to flank around Secret. He's hearing those steps, he's hearing them leave, and that is massive information for Chopper because he can now activate this flank, seeing nobody in Secret. He's calling his teammates to get ready on this upper bomb site. Donk peeks outside, realizing they're going to have to cross domain, and here comes Chopper around the back. A perfect play from the in-game leader of Spirit with 14 seconds left. FaZe climb, hit the deck as Magix doubles up from top height.
I'm always so impressed by how prepared Donk always seems when he's just taking a swing into the open. Like he's just ready at all times for a fight that's going to be there, that's potentially there. And on point. Good kill onto Broky, but the play from Chopper is just absolutely magnificent. The timing of that push.
And he probably assists Donk in getting that kill too, because you know if they're going up Secret, they're likely going to be crossing into main to get into the A bomb site. So Donk comes out to address it, sees it, hits the headshot. and drops FaZe Clan.
And I mean, part of that is I think Kerrigan's maybe a little frustrated because that was just a little too telegraphed, right? There's like no noise, no attention, no pressure anywhere on the map. So when Chopper Smoke is about to fade, they're able to rotate somebody down and get a second smoke in that position. And FaZe is just like, well, we can't sit here for another 20 seconds. Like, that's insane. And that's got to be frustrating. But you came into that round with, 2 upgraded pistols, some limited resources. You didn't have everything you could have wanted to run a full tactic.
Of course he tries that. Going for the jumping AK shot, not known to be successful. But Donk will watch them retreat. Zontics will ready his feet here on the ramp setup. Oh, it's not a clean start to the spray, and because of that, he's overrun. When you address the issue with Shiro, and certainly he will address that. Frozen looking for a bomb plant. It would be a massive success if he can get it down, but he's actually trying to catch Shiro, chasing after him, and Shiro gets his gun out just in time. And that bomb plant will not be happening here for FaZe. And Spirit takes the lead on Nuke. And it's all spawned off the back of that round that Spirit shouldn't have won with pistols.
Yep.
And that's going to be very frustrating here for FaZe.
Well, let's see what they can do to get back in the good fortune. AK-47's out across all players, missing some utility. Rain's got nothing. Round 6.
Rain going for the commitment. Out Squeaky through the Molotov. Doesn't care about it, but stopped by Chopper. And that burst forward for FaZe is stopped. Donk changes up his position. Aggressive for the first time outside. It perfectly connects onto Kerrigan, but he makes a mistake. He goes into main. Too heavy. The Magic stepping out from the top of the cylinders of the site, but he is overwhelmed. And it puts it all on Frozen thanks to that shot from Shiro. So chaos all across the map, but Team Spirit will come out on top of it.
Yeah, good heads up from Brokey. You can see Donk just looking to get involved in every fight he possibly can, and Brokey catches him coming through the smoke, but really the utility usage put a stop to that rush immediately. Shiro's going to play this passively. Zontic's still over in ramp room. Now they've got the sound cues. Now they've got the information.
But Frozen has the plan. Zontic clears that lower bomb site. Does not see Frozen.
Just double checks. Shiro's a little bit far away to be confirming the upper bomb site.
I'll give Frozen a shot at winning this one. He does have a Molotov. If time starts to tick on.
They just need to wait for this smoke to clear so that Frozen cannot isolate the Heaven fight.
If he hits the shot on Shiro, there's a real shot at it, but he actually hits the shots, just not accurately enough to the head. So Shiro's AWP chimes in, and Frozen is given an NT as 4 rounds now added to the tally of Spirit.
Looking good.
Yeah, this is Rain trying to burst out through that door, feet on fire.
You can even see like one of the initial nades that's thrown towards the squeak door is a flashbang. It just popped perfectly early to blind Rain. And like the soldier he is, he's still committed to the swing to try and create the space, be at least a distraction while blind, and just a Molotov cutting off all the backup.
Tough situation for FaZe to be in. Another round where they don't have all the weapons of choice. It's Galil for Brokey, rest on upgraded pistols. Well, actually, a Mech 10 for Kerrigan spotted. And they'll run that fast A play again. Same result, but this time Brokey. They've got down vents, though. And the bomb is with the pack. So FaZe have made it down lower. Frozen cuts open Zontics. And now Donk, he's making a lot of noise, and that's going to cost him his life.
Yeah, this is a round that FaZe just opened up the chaos. Similar kind of rush, except instead of trying to wrap into the bomb site, go towards...
Ooh, Rob spotted.
Go towards the vent and drop down behind the rifle, but then you let all the individuals make their own decisions from there.
Staying committed to this on the side of Team Spirit. Magic's clearing out. Oh, that's going to be a kill because Frozen was so low. So that molly burns him out of darkness. FaZe, they've got to hold on. They got to dig deep. Time is still ticking. And Spirit come charging back into the bomb site. Kerrigan survives on 37 health towards the back of the site, but he's taken out. Now the defuse is on. Ray can't stop it. Spirit come back in. A defuse and a retake, and that is fantastic from Team Spirit.
Yep, that is wonderfully played. You negate the outside lurk from Rops. Good kill with the Molotov, and you have all the advantage of weaponry and utility, and they're looking sharp here on Nuke. 3-round lead, and FaZe is forced into their first time out.
Rops looked like he was in the power position right at the end of that round. Gets detected, just a little bit of him spotted towards red. And as soon as he goes down, everyone can commit the resources into the retake at lower. Frozen's going to be so frustrated. He was low on health. That molly instantly takes him out of the round. And enough defense from Magix to lay down the law.
He seems like amazed at everything that's happening today. He's just in a good mood.
I love it.
He's ready to be happy.
Team Spirit just keep winning, so Magix has got a happy face. No one being sacrificial out of Squeaky Door this time. Rops is there to cover. We know he loves to get a play going around these smokes at the door. We've seen it for many a year. He comes through this smoke, but is stopped by Magix this time. A pixel spotted on that cross. Donk elevated on Unbreakable. Spots out Rain. Flash is not going to do too much, but that grenade might.
He might think Brokey's in secret. Brokey's actually played that so well. What a little position that Donk would have never expected, thinking he crossed over to secret, but then gives up the shot on towards Shiro. Kerrigan's going to follow him up, and one on top of the mini roof.
2v4. FaZe in a really tough spot at the moment. Frozen jumps around main.
And that's the position of both players known.
Shiro now feels emboldened to push through secret. He'll gather information that it is clear no one from FaZe is attempting to walk their way down secret, but perhaps hitting the brakes pays off for Frozen because Shiro walks right into him.
I'm surprised Shiro was the one to play there.
It looked like he was just going to stop, but he kept going.
They don't actually have Heaven covered.
Well, Kerrigan
is the interesting thing. Like, Magix surely feels a little awkward.
Oh, the timing, he looks away. Zontix looked away, but no one checked for him. Oh my god, it's silent up the ladder now. Zontix making noise. Frozen addresses that problem. Right below him is a free kill on Zontix, and somehow, some way, FaZe with 10 seconds left are sprinting into the B bomb site. It has to be an instant plant from Kerrigan, and there's no one close enough from Team Spirit to deny that plant. It's a retake, and it is suddenly around that FaZe clan can win. Kerrigan can't move from his planted position. And he's got to worry about double doors, control window, and decon is the problem. Frozen so low on health, and Magix will clean up.
All he could do is go for that fight, but man, that round is almost given up. It's almost a very good thing that Zontix kind of backs up and at least gets caught by the Heaven player. But FaZe, you see that shake of the head from Kerrigan, they just cannot find a winning recipe in these late rounds. Spirit is playing so solid.
And it's going to be extra frustrating for FaZe because there has been a few rounds that are very close to being FaZe round victories. Some post plants going against them. This was wild, that engagement with Zontix.
Even at a death, though, that dink from Zontix is so important. Puts Frozen in a very awkward position to try and stop that defuse. Round 9. 6 in a row for Team Spirit.
Frozen makes his way up on top of Silo.
One opening kill on this map for FaZe. It was in the pistol round by Rain.
There's another one.
There's the second one. I got you, FaZe, don't worry.
Keeping count. It's a good shot from Brokey. Donk dealt with. Rops is about to have a fight here with Magix, and Rops handles it. Perfect crosshair placement, able to just transition slightly to remove Magix from this round.
And this is where it gets really, really hard. At least you have Shiro with the op that really needed to land. But what do? You have Shiro down in secret. You have Chopper outside and Zontix towards ramp room. Tough to get them to work together. A little bit of a double fight outside. Chopper getting aggressive. That's the bomb. Bomb dropped outside. Shiro doesn't need to commit to this fight.
He's in the vent trying to cause problems for them, but it's eyes on getting that bomb back for FaZe. Kerrigan finally gets rid of the Chopper, but they descend down into Zontix, and they know exactly where Shiro is, so Frozen will deal with that problem in the vent. Finally, FaZe get another round.
Yeah, benefit of that opening kill, but Team Spirit's got plenty of money to buy right back up into it, so at the moment, this is just a speed bump. It's not any kind of sign of struggle.
First time out for Team Spirit. Money is good for both sides, so full purchase.
Where does FaZe go? Haven't really tested ramp a whole lot. Fast plays towards the upper bomb site haven't worked a lot. Outside, they've had like a little bit of success here and there. Haven't done necessarily bad on like the initial exchanges, getting some control. It's finishing when you're outside.
Oh, that was the fight.
It's FaZe finishing outside that's been the problem. Like, they've been able to get access to Secret, just haven't been able to figure out where to go from there to close out the round. Changing the setup, Shiro takes his op over to ramp room for Team Spirit. Zontic's going to be positioned deep in garage. Donk playing his normal aggressive roaming rollout by single box.
And Rain is on the prowl outside. He crosses in behind Red. That smoke has faded away. So Rain doesn't feel comfortable about standing in the open for too long there against the possibility of a fight with Donk. And we're about to have a head-to-head battle between Brokey and Shiro on the snipers here. Shiro's angle is very, very strong. He should be able to get away with one. Robs may jiggle a shot out of him, but he goes into the fight anyway. Shiro drops down to safety. And they are unleashing multiple FaZe players towards him now. They dive down. Now Shiro's stuck in the corner. Still trying to fight his way out of this, but overwhelmed. Frozen breaks through him, and FaZe are into the B-bomb site.
Brokey's over in control window with the op, going to get aggressive, trying to make sure Chopper can't swing to stop the plant. It's planted inside the smoke. 3-on-3 retake. And Chopper's going to wait for Donk to arrive. He can be the bait, but Brokey can disappear quickly.
Magix is the player with relevant utility. He's got the molly to clear them out, but Chopper goes down. Brokey, what a shot! Second is so fast on Donk. And Magic's now stuck in the vent. His teammates have all fallen, and their chance to win this retake shrinks. So he falls away. FaZe Clan get their 4th round on the T side, and that's enough to work with going into the second half. But given the resurgence of energy here, they might be able to get even more.
FaZe have been much more assertive as a group in these last 2 rounds. Instead of kind of spreading out and playing the default, getting outside control, slowly moving from there, it's been a lot of making sure the trade game is there, making sure a Spirit player can't multi-kill, keeping up in their face and not allowing them to have too many second options. Add in the stylish Brokey shots that we know he can do. And you get a second, or a 4th, I should say, round win.
Yeah, that one was real nice. That was vintage Brokey speed. Brokey's going towards ramp again to start this round. Shiro's there, and we get that fight once more. Brokey decides, nah, not going to re-peek that.
I think both oppers didn't exactly love that fight. Yeah. Oh, with the op shown over in ramp room, it looked like Shiro is backing off. He's just going to smoke it off and say, you've seen the op presence. I'm going to call your bluff and say you're not going to challenge me with an AWP deep down ramp. So he's going to bolster the upper bomb site. It's Donk outside, and it's 4 at A.
Smoke wall lands. It is constructed before the eyes of Donk. And he has smoked out a credit card. He's anticipating someone walking through credit card, but he's hearing those steps of Rain. He knows he's in garage, so he's calling for Zontix to maybe have a look, cover off his blind side, and Donk can stay focused on that credit card push. But 55 seconds left. Brokey transitioning to Secret.
Yeah, but all these rotations in Team Spirit haven't put anyone downstairs. And now they can't access vents.
Oh, they're going to clear Rain, but Chopper falls. Zontix gets the trade effectively.
They have no ability to get downstairs. They don't have vent control, so they can't drop. They had nobody over in ramp room because they shifted everyone away from it. I don't know how this retake happens, if it happens, because there's no money for Spirit. They might just choose to save this and say, you know what, this round, we got outpositioned, we got outmoved, outplayed, and there's no point in us losing everything.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the call is here. No good options in front of them. They need to be careful they don't lose too many members, because as you mentioned, they don't have a lot of money. Be careful they don't lose too many members, because as you mentioned, they don't have a lot of money left over, so it's not like they can afford to reinvest into these primary choice weapons. Robs was pretty close to them, but it seemed like they've got away. I'll slink back into CT spawn.
It's a really nice T side for a team that lost 6 rounds in a row.
It's very true.
It feels so weird to say that, but they were getting destroyed through a certain stretch by Team Spirit.
It's that FaZe Clan tenacity. We've seen it so many times before, and once again displaying it in this first half of Nuke. Back into the game. They can actually exit this half. Yeah!
That's what I'm talking about,
Let's
baby.
go. Guitar solo.
Give me some Kenny Loggins
next.
next.
Last round of the half. Oh, I kind of was enjoying that one,
Yeah,
Jason.
keep that playlist going.
That was great. Damn, Counter-Strike would be so sick if it was just like a donk POV with that playing the whole time.
That's what old school frag movies were.
Yeah, they were. Rock music frag movies were definitely.
They hit a little bit harder.
Yeah, they definitely did. Well, Donk hasn't been hitting too hard here on Nuke, has he? 5 kills in this half. He's been relatively quiet outside. He plays aggressive again. He's got himself that advanced position he used once in this half.
Yeah, that round he got Kerrigan dropping on towards the mini roof above him.
Magix has the big old alligator pulled out. The XM 1014 makes an appearance in the last round of the first half.
So Shiro's watching Silo with the ult. And he can peek off Donk's contact if there's an extended fight, but he backs away. FaZe yet to make their move, but once again, they want to challenge and test towards ramp room. But once again, utility usage from Spirit is just so perfectly timed. As soon as they're getting ready to make their move, smoked off, and they've got to call an audible.
Outside wall, built up again. Will they check for Donk? Flash is good. It completely blinds Donk. He's removed. That's the end of his half. He will finish this first half with 5 kills. Sure to drop rain. 40 seconds remaining. Magix is hearing this push through into the top bomb site. Chopper peeks out. Unable to get that first kill on the peak. 30 seconds is all that's left here. The Magix is still inside of Hut. You hear that ring out. XM 1014 rips apart Frozen and Rops, and 1 extra round will be stolen away here at the end of the half from Spirit. 7-5, they lead the way as they look to 2-0 FaZe and head to the semifinals.
By her emptiness, I've been about to see the spectre. The black coat of the night, slowly diving in its indigo depths. And the sun, dividing the land and the sky, but projecting its thousands of shining needles. Beautiful, isn't it? Have you ever thought about driving all the night in a lonesome moon? Just trying to reach the horizon. Even the time has become an abstract line, snaking in the middle of the path.
Outside player.
Room secret. Rush secret, Håvard.
Here, hard, Robert.
Yeah. Get ready, chase.
Heaven up. Yes.
I'm walking main now.
We have
Come through door.
Go.
Rushing door. I don't see hot. Left side.
Come in, hot.
Side.
Heaven. Give me hot. Have heaven. Side. I have heaven.
I'm coming with your side.
Hot side, guys, come on.
Big round to steal away at the end of the half there from Team Spirit. 7-5 lead now as they switch to the T side of Nuke. If they pick up this map, they're heading to the semifinals and sending FaZe to the quarters. And Rain is getting involved in an early fight outside. He spots out the Team Spirit head. He's like, nope, I'm going to run back.
Yeah, he saw a couple. He's like, I'm way too out in the open for this fight. Even for his skills. Kerrigan's got a supportive flash. Rain probably going to peek off of it just a little bit, see where they are exactly, keep track for the player in secret. And there it is, biding his time and finds the clean look. So does Rops. And FaZe shutting down this pistol.
I love a pistol round, FaZe, don't they? They're very good at the pistol rounds here. Another big step up from Rain in particular.
I feel like every pistol round Rain has had something cool going on.
Yeah, definitely. We remember Anubis with Kerrigan and him
the
just
opening
chasing
kill,
each other.
The opening kill on the T-side pistol here on Nuke. FaZe is about to win both pistols in this map, which bodes well to force a third. A huge benefit in MR12, as we all know.
Chopper and Donk. We'll see what they can deliver here. Stuck in lobby. Put on their hard hats. And head their way towards hut. Line and Wade is frozen. But a gunsling his way to a double, but Donk prevents that from happening.
Yeah, but this pistol round was always going to go away with him after those initial kills. Not much you could have hoped for. Rain's going to finish it off. Nice headshot, triple kill for him in the pistol. And FaZe is back within one.
It's an interesting talking point about Donk, though. He's in this event, he maybe has had like quite a couple of maps. You know, we've seen Shiro actually win the MVP of a few performances so far from Spirit. And he's having a pretty quiet game at the moment on Nuke. He had a very quiet first half, not really finding too much success towards outside. I think FaZe's utility cancelled him out in a lot of rounds. 6-10 right now. That's actually joint bottom with Zontic, so he's having a tough time, Donk.
Yeah, I imagine CT side Nuke, where he's playing outside with all the smokes and utility and the number of bodies, can sometimes be hard to put together a crazy game. I expect him to step up on this T side, though. We know he's going to find his moments to be aggressive, and as we saw in Anubis, even if he's not getting kills, just the nature of his swings and his fight selection is really valuable to the team in terms of the space he's creating. Good shot from Shiro to take down one. A little more damage would be lovely, but probably not going to happen. Okay.
Ooh, that is a beefy shot from the Deagle of Zontix. I think that's enough FaZe. Don't give him anything else. Kerrigan covers off that main walk. Zontix taken down, looking the wrong way. And we're all tied up. A few moments into the second half. The Team Spirit were saving as much cash as possible so they can get these guns out nice and early.
Well, they're gonna need like a reset of FaZe at some point. They have a really tough task of having to rattle off 6 rounds on the T side without the pistol. Without the pistol round and the ensuing conversions, you need 6 gun rounds essentially. Although if you can get that economic break, it'll help you out. Took FaZe a while to get into the swing of their own offense with how restrictive the CT side can be.
Commitment of Brokey towards Secret.
Talk about Donk having a rough first half, quiet first half, I should say, on the CT side. Rain's playing his same position outside. And he's been one of the very best across all of Counter-Strike at this position.
He gets just behind that corner at the right time, gathers information. We'll pass that on to Brokey, who was most recently playing towards Secret. He's taken a few steps back further towards that B-bomb site.
He's got no smoke or Molotov, Brokey, to delay anything.
Rain's in the perfect spot to spot them out if they come back and try and challenge towards main, but it looks like that bomb is staying committed down low for the time being. Shiro's still yet to cross beyond red.
He's not. He doesn't even care about crossing at the moment. He's covering this garage peak. He's designed to hold Rain back if that peak does come in. So they're letting 3 people lurk down secret, attack secret, apply some pressure down secret. But the rest of the players are supportively making sure options are available for them to fall back.
And Rain's moved off.
Look at how it's pulled everyone away. This is perfect for Spirit so far.
Yeah, it's working out exactly as planned.
Maybe a little early on that utility towards the upper bomb side. Those flashbangs are going to be well faded.
Carrigan close quarters. He's got that MP9 frozen to assist in the back of the bomb site, but there is Donk arriving to this T side as he rips apart 3. Donk doesn't stop. Chopper closes the round, and Team Spirit bursts through that upper bomb site with a lovely fake lower into the rotation upwards.
Yeah, that's such a sick piece of misdirection. And even if the execute was a little bit early, maybe mistimed, maybe just some miscomms on how the pacing that Spirit's going to be able to attack with, you still have pulled FaZe so far out of position that it's not a rock solid defense.
Well, didn't need to wait long for Donk to return, did we? Be careful. Don't
hurt the star player.
Don't hurt him.
Got a big future.
Got to keep him factory new.
Well, here it is early on. FaZe, due to some of the losses they took against those Deagles, down to SMGs and a 5-7. Really light on nades as well. So Team Spirit might get that break early, give themselves a benefit.
Magix trying to find the perfect position. Once that smoke fades away, Carrigan looks to clear that close position. Gets information, allows Rops to trade. Magix gets info. There was 2 pushing ramp. Rops does not give it up. He stays committed in the trophy room. We'll trade out for the rifle instead. And it's a walk for Team Spirit through Squeaky. It's contact. Zontix has got close towards the vent. Chopper on T-roof has utility ready to go. Zontix now detected. That's information passed on to Team Spirit. Maybe that utility needs to come in right now. Donk fails to win the fight against Frozen in Hut. There's a double setup from FaZe inside of Hut right now. It's Brokey and Frozen, and they only know about 1 player in that position. And now Frozen's been sacrificial, but Chopper's holding even for that second. Now Brokey detected. 5-7 for Rain is needed to be pulled, and he's making it look easy. Zontix close in the spam, but couldn't get it done. And Brokey survives on 13 health to come back and win the clutch.
Damn, I thought that spam was actually going to clean him up through that cement wall. I was actually pretty amazed that was landing. Close, but FaZe pull off a little bit of a miracle. With low weapons, low utility. Able to fight back. Good trade over towards ramp room. And a nice timely maneuver from Rain.
Second timeout for Team Spirit. You mentioned how it would be difficult to go on a big streak like they did on the CT side on the attacking affair, and so far unable to string them together. So a timeout is needed as Chopper and Hallie have that back and forth.
Yeah, just a little chit-chat.
Not a lot of money as well here for Spirit coming in the next round, so options are certainly going to be limited. Would this be the kind of round, Jason, you might think about speeding up a little bit, maybe try and get a bomb plant into the upper bomb site?
I don't think you have enough. I'm waiting to see what they exactly buy. So they are pretty much going pretty heavy in this with armor and smoke graded pistols. Yeah, this could be an upper bust round. Now that you have the armor, you can tank some of that utility, take some of those nades.
You got a little Shiro Mac 10 in there.
Yeah, exactly. You got a couple things that can make the upper hit successful. But equally, FaZe have all the utility they need to stop it and slow it down and hinder it. But oh my lord, that's a drive-by. And Kerrigan's MP9 is not enough for a multi-kill.
Well, it's worked out to get into the bomb site. Bomb is not planted yet, and that Rob's kill from Heaven could prove pivotal because it evens out those numbers. Flash up from Brokey. Chopper's blinded by it. Bomb not planted, but Zontix nails that headshot with the Tech 9. Rops is decapitated upon the peak, and Chopper stepping up alongside of him. Raim takes damage in his engagement, and so Chopper feels confident to swing. So Team Spirit will celebrate a fast play under the upper bomb site. I thought it was just for a plant, but turns out it's a round win, Jason.
I mean, Shiro got that kill so clean, and you wonder how much of an impact the new Molotov spread has on this, because Shiro's able to make it through and tank that Molotov, only down to 84. It's extinguished by his teammates behind him as well. but a really, really nasty hit to control if you're FaZe, and they force up into this next one. Team Spirit love this. They love this back and forth right now on the T side where FaZe is investing in this round because losing bonus isn't there. It's a really labored buy, even worse than the previous one. And all the meanwhile, Team Spirit's given the advantages to creep closer to a series victory.
You were mentioning some of the conditions that Team Spirit would maybe need to pick up if they wanted to go on a big T-round streak, and that is breaking the economy of FaZe, and they can do it in this round. You can send them down to the full eco.
I mean, you kind of have in a way. Like a buy like this, like there's still armor, there's still upgraded pistols, but
it's not good.
No, well, it's like it almost is like the same effect. Like this is almost like the best thing you can hope for. Like those hardcore breaks where there's just 5 USPs obviously haven't happened for years. They had him at the breaking point earlier with like an M4 and 2 MP9s and a couple pistols. Now it's just so much easier. We say that, but maybe easy is not the right word. Favorable.
Yeah, all right. Magic's certainly favored to win that duel and does, but not with the one with Brokey, who now upgrades himself into an M4A1S. There was no one close by from Team Spirit to be able to trade that out, so Frozen is able to back away with health and that M4 intact.
Yeah, but even with the success of scavenging that weapon, you don't really have information on where the rest of Spirit is going to go.
And there's limited time left here for Spirit. 25 seconds. Decon opens up. FaZe will be alerted to that fact now. Brokey with that picked up rifle, unable to get a kill. Dog instantly annihilates him. Zontix follows up on Carrigan, and that plant is now through for Team Spirit, and there is nothing to play with into the next round for FaZe, so you consider a save call of the Kevlar.
Respect to Chopper, bro. Like, I see so many times whenever I watch Spirit, like, he's just like, here's an AK donk. Like, here's the better weapon. Here's the gun you need.
Go do your thing.
Oh, we need an entry kill? I'll jump out first. I'll just have my Tech 9, jump to the left, you swing to the right when I get contact. Like, setting his boy up to have success, and it's obviously working really well. Doing a good job handling a unique talent, and Team Spirit's going to be at 10.
I think Chopper's making the most of having this roster. I mean, this is the stuff of dreams. If you're an in-game leader that's been grinding for as long as Chopper has been, and you suddenly get presented with some of the best talent Counter-Strike has ever seen, you're going to be counting your lucky chickens, right? This is a fantastic team for Chopper to be at the reins of. And
counting your lucky chickens.
Yeah, lucky chickens. I don't know if that's a phrase, but it is now.
How many lucky chickens are there?
How many lucky chickens? Let me see. 5. There's at least 2 on that team.
Okay.
It's Shiro and Donk are lucky chickens.
Good amount of lucky chickens.
And yeah, he's fantastic anyway. Chopper has been grinding for a very long time and finally has the pieces to win trophies with.
I still miss Vegas Squadron.
Yeah, if they just had a shark instead of a dragon, Team Spirit could be sick.
Or some kind of a combination, a hybrid.
Ooh, now that sounds funky.
Zontix spots Rain towards Mini. 5-on-4 for Spirit. And they'll slow it down after Kerrigan's push, see if there's any kind of follow-up.
That's what I did. A hybrid of lucky chickens and lucky stars, or hatching chickens,
Yeah.
It's all a new phrase created today. Outside execute for Team Spirit starts to trickle on in. They have gone for the full reset now. Just USPs, so it gets even better than the last round for Spirit, and this is going to push them up to 11. If there was a round you missed the outside smokes, this would be the one. There's a gap in it. Not going to be punished. Praying with a 5-7. Peeks out, dead to Shiro. Flying up the vent, Brokey meets the same fate, and finally Frozen gets involved, but no chance for a multi-kill. And that is 11 rounds now for Spirit. Getting ever closer to the semi-final here in Dallas.
Yep, just 2 rounds away, knocking on the door. For FaZe, this is not an elimination series. They will just have to play a quarterfinals match, an extra game in the arena for them. But still looking to steal this map away. 3 rounds back, they've got a strongest buy they've had in some time. 5 M4s.
Chopper setting up the outside utility yet again. It's impressive today if Spirit can finish this result versus FaZe, that it wasn't a story of donk dominance here in the second half, and it adds more to that conversation that this is a very solid team across the board. Outside smokes in place. Team Spirit have donk positioned towards outside. Frozen dropping down into the vent.
Looks like Spirit wants to challenge towards ramp room. They haven't really touched it much in this half.
Well, it's Brokey over there.
And donk in position outside, just being patient, showing upper utility. They've had success at the upper bomb site, so trying to lean on that. It's forcing Brokey to shift, but he remains in cover and is able to drop away. He doesn't fully commit to the rotation, and now he's got a teammate down here with them, Frozen. 30 seconds left for Team Spirit to put this together. They don't have a lot of utility for that lower bomb site. They're going to go upper. They're going to wrap towards heaven.
Brokey's coming back up ramp to try and clear it. He realizes, okay, it's going to be that hell play, and Brokey says hello. Double from behind. Carrigan gets the kill on Chopper, and now Donk is left alone outside. And there's nothing there for Spirit. Perfect timing for Brokey to come back up the ramp.
That's a nightmare round for Spirit. That took a long time for them to adjust over towards heaven. Gave time for Brokey to work up some courage, and that courage provided by the fact that he had Frozen there in support. If you don't have that safety net, you likely stay parked at that lower bomb site expecting the hit. But when he realizes there's no pressure coming, there's 20 seconds left, there's something going on, he goes and figures it out. And for Spirit, you've done no damage. You get no kills that round, which means FaZe can reinvest all of that into utility that they've been lacking for the last, 4 or 5 rounds? They get it all back now. Third and final timeout for Spirit. That's an intense conversation to put together the plan of how they want to close this map and series. Directly between Coach and IGL.
FaZe Clan came close to taking victory on Anubis. Came close to the overtime possibility. And it could be a similar story here on Nuke. 11-9. Spirit with a small lead. Rain spots the head. Up on top of main, that is Chopper, who doesn't want to fight with Rain. Instead, this outside duel will go down. It's Shiro and Brokey going 1-for-1 in the initial engagements. Donk is quick about this play through Garage. He's trying to speed things up. He wants to fight, and he's stopped by Rain. Well handled from Rain on defense. Yet again, proving he is also reliable towards outside.
He's been so good in this position throughout his entire career, and he's showing you a little bit of that right now. Very limited nades for Team Spirit for the rest of this round, for the next minute of play. Man disadvantage as well, though Rain can be easily cleaned up. He's low, 12 health. And FaZe decide to bolster the upper bomb site. Rops is down low in control side, so they don't really care about ramp room.
Carrigan is staying out in the open, gathering info in towards Hut. Sees that first player coming in. Can call that over to Frozen, who plays some CT vent. And Carrigan is readying himself in the final 35 seconds for what seems to be a play into the A site from Team Spirit. Molotov to force Frozen into an uncomfortable position. Has to try and fight, loses that duel. Carrigan moves into the open and dies. Rain silently drops down, gets under the crosshair of Zontix, but it won't matter because Rain will fall and Team Spirit bursts through the A site and bursts through to series point against FaZe. Rops comes back up through Secret, but he's so far away from this bomb site.
Limited utility, I said, but boy, do they make it efficient. 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, and they put the Molotov perfectly at the vent to be able to come outdoor. Once their position was seen in Hut, they just make a slight alteration and just wreck this defense. Carrigan's even hustling over to try and provide support to Frozen at door. None of it matters. Chopper and Magix with the critical impact entries. And Spirit convert a disadvantaged round into a victory. 3 chances now to make it directly into the semifinals.
Second timeout for FaZe. And this is the molly forcing Frozen into the open. Carrigan, you can see moving over, as you mentioned, Jason, getting caught by Magix and Rain. Oh, that was one hell of a slam.
Yeah, that one was less of a slam, but similar emotions.
Yes. Be careful with that hand, Donk.
Yeah, he's had a rather frustrating game. He's probably not used to losing out on this many duels as he has in this many fights.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. 3-round lead as the timeout comes to a close.
He doesn't look happy regardless of his teammates being ahead. But perhaps a semi-final will bring him a smile. FaZe Clan have a purchase. No up for Brokey to combat that of Shiros. Glaive smoke. Rain goes aggressive outside. Will change up. Vitality looking to be 2-0 by 9Z, is it? Oh, wow, that's going to be quite the result.
They
9Z
continue to surprise 9Z. Let's see if they can close that one out on the B stream. Throw that up on a second monitor. Conclusion of FaZe and Team Spirit on the main monitor. Quiet, slow-paced approach from Team Spirit for the moment. No money built up for FaZe, so even a victory with like 3 players going down is going to be painful.
The final few pieces of utility being thrown out by FaZe. That smoke goes down a door, but once that fades away, there was nothing to delay Team Spirit.
Spirit's held on to a lot of nades as well. They've thrown their smokes outside, but at this point in the round, they're just not even going to consider outside an option. This feels like upper execute all over it. Upper execute into a fake towards ramp room is possible.
Carrigan feels hungry for information here against Zontix, and he peeks at the perfect time. Zontix had hands busy with grenades. Donk effective trading. Flash even connected on him, but he was still able to get that headshot away. 15 secones, very limited time here for Team Spirit. If they go back down to the lower bomb side, this ain't gonna work. Robs has to shut this down. He holds down Mouse 1. He doesn't even need that third kill. Time is not on the side of Team Spirit. They just wait too long. And FaZe have another round. 12-10. This one's not over.
Yeah, even if Rops doesn't get that multi-spray down, there might be just enough time to just drop and plant in the corner, but that felt very desperate, especially considering the sprint after trying to execute on the upper bomb site. You have to know those footsteps are going to be heard, have to know you're being tracked the whole way, and Rops had all the time in the world to prepare himself for the inevitable battle.
Still got a good buy here, Team Spirit. Lacked the sort of conviction, it felt like, towards the end of the round. Zontix once again takes up position at door. Carrigan won this fight in the previous round. Now Frozen looks to try and block Zontix from finding any sort of space or success. And they'll go back to throwing that standard outside wall that they've been tossing almost every round here, Team Spirit. Uses up a lot of utility early on that smoke wall. Rain trying to contain Donk. Where does Donk want to go with this? Gets himself towards Secret.
Maybe the most advanced position Donk has had outside this whole half. This kind of space he's found towards Secret. Brokey. Nade behind the smoke. And Donk's going to continue. He's got Chopper in support, although they do have the bomb, so they have to be a little bit careful. And once again, Spirit testing all the space that FaZe is allowing them to have.
Magix and Zontix come crushing down on FaZe. They drop through the vent and look to thread the needle into the B bomb site. Brokey is down here to defend.
Oh, they're going to go back upper with that kill, surely.
Yeah, that kill opens up another option. 17 seconds. They're going to get up that vent, get into the A site, look to try and close this. Rops is down on B, but they are long gone. Spirit are on the upper bomb site, and Spirit are into the semifinals.
The testing of everything, feeling that space over towards Squeak Door. Spirit this round let the individuals really get aggressive. Zontix able to find a good pick towards Mini, cause chaos. And the drop-down vents just pulled Brokey out of position. Spirit has looked fantastic in this series. Tactically, individuals are playing well, and Rops just doesn't have the time to make this happen.
He's got that first kill on Donk, but he goes right into Shiro, and Team Spirit surge into the semi-finals of the 100th Intel Extreme Masters. This time, it's in Dallas. And this is done without the Donk dominance. This is a team effort from Team Spirit.
It's the entire conversation around Spirit at the moment is this complete unit of a team that they have going on. The leadership of Chopper, an effective AWPer that can have impact. Obviously, Donk's a big piece of that. Zontix and Magic's really strong role players. They got everything. They got everything they need to win a championship here in Dallas, and we're going to find out if they can do it. Take it away, Freya.
100 IEMs, but this is only Donk's second, and already he's lifted a trophy, and he's going to get another shot as they're straight through to the semi-final. Spirit, well-deserved, an incredible game from them. Individuals on point, strategies on point, looking very well-rounded.
Absolutely, phenomenal performance from Spirit from start to finish here, straight to the semis. Extremely deserved and logical result. Once again, FaZe with pistol rounds and conversion in both halves of this second map. Didn't give a damn on the side of Spirit, did not give a single damn. Their depth in terms of playbook, the way they're capable of crafting solutions, finding gaps late round, having multiple individuals who can make the difference. You tell me this is the Donk one-man show? You haven't been paying attention. He was moderate in this game, not to say bad, but we had plenty of other candidates. Magix had incredible moments, Chopper with the great calls and the great frags on his sometimes late lurks. It's a full, well-oiled machine, and they might just be at the top of the food chain right now.
Well, we do have one of the individuals standing on the sideline with Max.
I've got Zontix with me here, Freya, and this was a very calm win. After beating FaZe 2-0, everyone just looked pretty chill, everyone was very relaxed. Did that game feel relaxing to you?
It wasn't relaxing because there was a lot of miscommunications and strange rounds. But you know, it's very cold here. Like I think there is like 17 degrees in here, so it's very hard to play for me, for skinny guys, you know, for me, for Donk, for Shiro. It's just very uncomfortable. So yeah, it wasn't easy game, even though it's 2-0, but it wasn't an easy game.
Well, I'm not so skinny, so I don't feel the cold as much as you. I'm nice and warm.
That's why Magix is pretty good with the how do I say it? XM 1014. You know, it's very, very comfortable for him.
This is his environment he can thrive in, but you guys are thriving right now, also without it just needing to be Donk. You know, we got very hyped around the Katowice time where Donk was doing all the damage, but it seems like you guys have developed more as a team. Do you feel like something's changed? Have you done something differently?
Yeah, we just, you know, after we lost on the major, we talked a lot about how we are not playing the same CS, you know, and we have to play like something exact, you know, something particular. Like we have to play in whole CS. So yeah, that's why I think we are playing better as a team right now than we played 3 months ago. Even though Donk is not fragging like that, you know, we still can win FaZe 2-0. So yeah, I think we are more like a team right now.
And it's a team game, right? It can't just be one player the whole time. I want to ask you though, right? You normally give me a very open answer on this, but do you feel like you're in championship form? Do you feel like this is the Spirit that wins again?
I don't think we're in our best shape, but I believe we can win this. Yeah.
Nice. I like the confidence, but he says not in his best shape. That is very scary, Freya. What do you make of that?
I mean, temperature to mass ratio, it's some science that we've never dived into, but maybe we should. Matthew, it is damn cold in here, I'll give him that.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that one.
Let's just move on.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll just do me. Josh, comment, thoughts?
Yeah, so Donk and I love how you were saying like how Spirit's, you know, they're crafting solutions to deal with stuff, and it's like we're watching them play around, and FaZe is like going down secret, then they're coming back upstairs, and Chopper knows, and he's like on the hunt behind them, and Donk's like, oh, they're coming back upstairs. I'm just gonna wide swing out and take this fight, right? It's like if we're crafting solutions by saying, Donk, they're over here, go and swing and fight them, then you're absolutely right.
Hold on. I'm talking about the T side. I know he got hungry on that one. Yeah. He got hungry, but that's the kind of strike he plays, right? Whenever he knows he can take a fight, he goes and take a fight.
No, he does. Give him an inch. It'll take a mile. And fair enough. I love that we get to hear some, you know, actual analysis a bit from Zontix as well, saying the fact that they don't feel like they're in their best shape. There were a couple of miscommunications. They weren't feeling totally on point, and they still do that to FaZe.
Yeah,
like,
must be,
that's terrifying.
Must be nice to hear some real analysis, right?
Well, we had the analysis earlier, so...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
No, it's okay. My heart is broken.
No, she was talking about Yanko earlier, though. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right.
Get him out.
No, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I like all of you guys. I like all you guys.
His interviews are always very, very clairvoyant, and like he goes to the point. Like there's no BS. He's not trying to hide anything in the PR answer. Like he says things as they are, and I do appreciate that. Yeah, they had probably to go through a whole process to realize we were playing a certain way in Katowice, and the world was our oyster, and we could destroy anybody. And then there is a loss at the major, and then there's a loss at Bedboom, and trying to figure out, okay, how is it different? And for us, of course, we have an objective sort of view on a perspective, an external perspective on how they're playing, but from within, how is it different? What are we doing differently? Why can we not having that kind of impact? And apparently, it's bearing fruit. Apparently, it's working pretty well.
I think they do a lot of things right. Not pistol rounds, because that's something that they still need to work on.
That's the next step on the list.
But honestly, like if your game plan and everything is so strong that you're able to play with like a 0-4 to 0-6 deficit, it's like you're playing with training weights. Kind of like if you can get past a FaZe clan that has this like 6-round handicap, you're in a pretty good position. The gun rounds, especially if once they get the guns going, it does beg the question that when they do these hero rifle buys, why is the AK on Chopper and not on Donk and stuff like that? But I mean, I think Spirit is in a pretty comfortable spot, even though that they don't feel as confident as they did going to previous events. The fact that they say like, oh, we're not feeling top form, but we could still win, I think that's a pretty good sign.
And something to consider as well, Vertigo used to be a way that you could punish Spirit, used to be a way. Ain't nobody gonna mess around with Vertigo
Oh,
here.
no one has the balls to do it here. Absolutely no way.
I don't really know how Spirit's gonna fare on Dust 2. We're yet to discover. I'm yet to discover how they're going to play on that map. But in terms of map pool, Vertigo being
Tom's
removed...
going to run up mid.
I mean, I see many ways this could work out really well. And I think Shiro is also very fit for like the profile that they need on Dust 2 in terms of opening styles. So I just think the map pool is very much right there for them.
Zontix was also definitely correct, saying, this wasn't just them relying on Donk. It wasn't necessarily the Donk show. But we do have a round where Donk has quite a lot of impact, doesn't he, Matthew? It's round number 15, and this was just disgusting work.
Yeah, it's one of these rounds where Josh is going to tell me they're not crafting solutions. My man, look, they were timing and tempoing on Secret for so long, and they baited the rotation downstairs, went straight into Mini. Carrigan is alone here, and a little bit of Donk action. I know he didn't have the craziest of crazy game, but here that's an absolute multi-quad kill situation spraying all around the world. And this in itself, of course, you can look at the kills and say that's a highlight or a one-man show, but the call and the decision is so great. And we didn't get the whole build-up in this round, but Rain had spotted them going down very early, and it was unconfirmed information. So FaZe had all the time in the world they needed to get ready for that setup, and the change of pace at the very end, the decision from Chopper, was that crafted enough for you?
The crazy thing about that round, though, is that FaZe actually was in a pretty good crossfire position there. And it's just like, instead of letting Spirit walk into the site from main, Kerrigan swinging around with an MP9, they have the crossfire from the other vent, and then they also have the Heaven player. But instead of kind of like forcing them into this meat grinder of a situation, they're able to just like flick around and get all these kills. So like Donk makes it look easy, but that was also kind of gift wrapped to them a little bit.
Well, let's head over to the Kadia play-by-play where we can check in with the team comms in that round for Spirit.
Main.
Holding main.
It's 20 seconds.
Hiding main.
Main.
Two more main.
One more main. Back lobby one and main.
Time.
Two main. Caught him back lobby.
Fuck you, man. Good situation, guys.
I think that just illustrates how quickly everything changed for FaZe, right? Like completely caught off guard. That's it. Round done.
Yeah. And echoing what Josh was saying, we were in a good situation, guys. Like even they realized that.
Yeah, I think those first two kills from Donk were really good there. But I mean, earlier before the Nuke game, you were saying that
what did I
FaZe
say?
had the deepest playbook on Nuke of like all the teams they can do fast.
Josh is my lord.
Yeah, they have the most ways to lose the game to Donk and Spirit.
Where is it coming from? You cannot look at this T side and tell me that they don't have diversity in what they do. I'm not saying it worked out here, but overall, I still stand by my statement.
It is a fair statement to make. I think the only success that FaZe Clan had going into the Nuke T side was kind of like going into lower, getting into that B bomb site, and getting the bomb planted in those situations, usually from Secret, maybe with a ROPS lurk. Every time they went upper into A site, Magix was there and just shutting them down every single time. I don't think they had an answer to that, and we never really saw them explore different ways to approach A site with like splits through main or like wrapping under heaven and coming up that way, except for like one round in some weird like mid-round situation.
No, I'll join you for that. Also, what is a little bit surprising is that Donk was not having like a phenomenal performance. That could be some of the ways you could get shut out of a map if he's just dueling you outside and finding multi-kills on top of multi-kills. It wasn't really the case. So I agree that they didn't really exploit all of the space they could have, but Magix and Chopper being strong is not a one-time thing. Like we saw them earlier here in Dallas on Nuke, and again that duo was absolutely rock hard covering outside. You love that one, that's for you. They are very, very strong inside. Back to base.
Yeah, let's go to the base of the United States Air Force, because he is our Air Force aim high. That is Magisk. Yeah, he's put up so much impact. And just looking at his career arc as well, right? The fact that he's been in this Spirit jersey so long, I don't think there's a man more than him and Chopper that deserves to have this stacked team around them right now. He's been waiting.
How old do you think he is?
This is one of those tricky ones.
Do not look at your tablet. You are not allowed.
25 because of the time he's been in Spirit, but I think he's only 21 or something,
You're
right?
correct.
That's
He's
insane.
hella young. He's hella young.
Insane.
Yeah, he really
well, he
is.
must have been like 17 when he kicked over that chair in the studio.
Yeah, but he was under the influence of Stunner. I mean, a lot of things can happen in that moment. No, Magix definitely super versatile as a player. He doesn't shy away from like the quirky situations, shotgun play, AWP on Anubis. Where the hell is that one coming from? Honestly, respect.
I just like how shocked he was the whole time. Just like,
I know.
Did you see this? I can't even believe that I hit the shot. Like, yeah. But I mean, frying all the time on upper auto shotgun and HUD, just sniping people across the site, or getting the M4 and just flicking between the different 2x4 doorways, really locking that down. And it didn't give Kerrigan a lot of options to work with on their T side. So that's why they kept going. Let's go lower.
Matthew, you might want to cover your eyes right now.
Did it happen?
I am getting wind that the B stream hasn't ended just yet. It is 12-11 to 9Z. 9Z already winning that first map. Merchants on Dust 2, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is wild.
So we're trying to be diligent doing our job. So I was looking at the A stream, and from time to time my eye was kind of trying to have a look at the B stream, and every time I was looking, I got sadder and sadder and sadder. So I just stopped looking at some point. I think Dust 2 was a complete tragedy. I thought Vitality would be hitting the ground running on that map. I know it's not over, but you know what? At this point in time, just 9Z, just go ahead, do it. Like, have your show.
It's not Vitality playing bad. You know how we were talking about how Navi were the major merchants. These guys are just the IEM Dallas merchants, I guess.
You're talking about 9Z?
9Z, yeah.
Yeah.
That's some real level coping. Even I don't do that.
I'm just trying to cheer you up a little
You just gotta respect. I think that they had some great start as well on this map. I think Pistols and Conversion as well. I think Vitality looked hella frustrated. There's some clips of Apex as well on Twitter, out there in the internet. Very, very frustrated as well. He's
fired up.
A little bit worrisome. He's getting worried. I'm getting worried for the whole vibe there. So, but you know what? I can't really be mad about 9Z.
No, not
I'm
at all.
sad for Vitality, of course. I'm not going to try and play it out, but I'm actually kind of hyped for 9Z. Like, well, I don't know what the hell is going on here. And their run is Mouse into Liquid into potentially Vitality now.
It's so legit.
That would be straight into the semifinal. Like, what else am I supposed to say?
It is absolutely wild. How do you think they're going to fare on stage, Josh? How different is it being in these booths to actually being out there with a big fat crowd?
I mean, it's very different, but I mean, the last time someone asked me this question, it was about Donk, so I like...
Yeah, where'd that go?
Well...
9Z different to Donk, probably, but this is the biggest stage they've ever been on. The only other time that I can recall seeing them play in front of a crowd was at the Challengers stage of the Rio Major, which was one of the only Challengers stages to actually have a crowd in front of them, and they're in South America, so home crowd advantage probably wasn't too scary,
now,
right?
Flamesy killing Mezzy, of course, team kill. Oh, that is the lurk.
OT.
Do you realize what just happened here? Like, you single-handedly jinxed 9Z for the rest of this event.
God.
You're welcome.
On air.
Oh, no.
They were about to qualify for the semis. We brought them up on the screen. Now they're going to lose this game, go to overtime, and it's all going to be on you.
Should we get rid of it? Should we... Oh,
I mean, now
let's get
it's
off
the internet is forever, you know?
I'm not based on Vitality Jewel. Ah, there we go. And
hey, guys, welcome back to IEM Dallas. Yes, indeed. We are like, what?
But all jokes aside, that's a wild result either way for 9Z. Either making it to quarters or semis. That's already a massive win for them, surely. surely.
I agree, and I am very happy for them. I think the stage question is one that we were going to have to ponder, right? What kind of experience is there, if any? I mean, at the S tier level, non-existent. You were talking about just a challenger for a couple of these players. But hey, at some point, it's a little bit romantic. Like they were saying in an interview, they played Dallas last year, and they watched the playoffs from the arena, and they thought, oh my God, like, this is so sick. Like if one day we could play here, and then playoffs. It's happening.
Now.
The question is just semi or quarter.
They manifested it. Amazing stuff from 9Z. Games are going on later on today. G2 Liquid, obviously you can see G2 setting up behind us on the other side. And then Heroic versus Big. Where are you stacking your chips for both of these? Who's going through?
Damn. Well, I did not have Big beating VP in my bingo card.
And we didn't have Heroic beating Navi, surely. Did you?
No, you did.
I did it at the beginning of the game, yeah.
I don't know whether you believed it. You just said it for effect.
No, I believe in everything I say here.
We're between friends here.
Everything.
We're between friends, you can be honest. Was
No, I mean, like, it was a good map veto for them, and Navi's not been looking good this event. It was an easy layup for me, okay?
All right. Fair, I
Slam
accept.
dunk,
Now,
I guess.
the future games, I have no idea. Like, G2 Liquid, like, I would have said probably Liquid in the bag, no problem, especially with how Twist was playing, but then now it's like, oh, G2's, like, almost better with Sui than with Hooksy. What's going on here? They beat Maus, but then again, like, the caveat is Maus has been looking really tough, and 9Z beat them, but 9Z is beating Vitality. So what's going on?
If you're Hooksy right now, how happy are you for G2 having success?
Not at all,
Like,
surely.
it is kind of a conundrum, right?
I'm seeing him tweeting. He's watching the game.
They're teammates, they're friends, you wish them success, but at the same time, hey, guys, can you also just not just win everything? That'd be great. Like, just don't realize how things can be great when I'm not around.
I mean, they're not qualified just yet. Does that mean you
no.
are stacking on the side of G2, or do you think Liquid are going to bring the majority NA players through to the arena?
It's complicated because I think Yakindar is having a little bit of a resurgence, right? I was ready to count him out individually, and apparently he's delivered much more than what we have been used to in Liquid. Twist, huge fan. I mean, I'm using the bullets for the next pre-show.
He's saying this because there's a big butt coming in.
No, actually, no. I was just hyping up Liquid.
Well, there we go.
Should we save it, Matthew? You can save it. We can just go to a break, and then the viewers have to wait.
Pay-per-view, pay for it.
I'm sorry, but I won't be sorry later because it is Liquid versus G2 coming up here on the A stream. And if B stream solo live, it will be Heroic versus Big later on today. Both battling for spots at the playoffs at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And fallen card holder. ESL Pro League title. It's Maus! Get right now. And fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers.
had more official games than you had practice games since you joined the team.
Yeah, it's true.
The time maximum 20 IQ.
But it's true. You're really dumb.
We're in Dallas. How you like Dallas?
I love Dallas. Yeah. America's great.
You're my favorite.
Spoken from a man who would love Anubis.
Yeah, probably. It's like, please, I do love your country. Let me in. Does it feel like a home event for you boys?
I mean, for me, not really. I mean, not gonna lie. That's fair. But I think for everybody else, and I know for the organization, it's very important. So.
Yeah, they're right down the road. Yeah. JT, really quick, we have the new Vertigo in. Have you guys had a chance to check it out? And because we saw the video of I think it was Halzerga, it might have been Grim or someone saying we just got like really good on Vertigo. We felt really comfortable. Now it's changed.
Yeah, we played a few games on it already the last few days, but yeah, we just have to see how the matches go because no one really knows like how people are going to play on it, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Have you come up with I mean, Falcons is in here, so don't say it too loud, but have you come up with like a philosophy on how you want to approach things on the new Vertigo?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah. What about Dust 2? Thoughts on Dust 2?
I love Dust 2, so I'm happy it's in the pool, personally.
Opper, Dust 2?
I mean, it's the upper paradise.
Fuck yeah, we're going to get some good Dust 2 games. I love this map pool. I mean, you guys have to be a little bit annoyed by maybe some changes coming to the event, but for the rest of us, it's sweet. Being like, everything's new. We could just see a bunch of random stuff.
I mean, I'm not really annoyed about it. I actually like it when there's new stuff to play and stuff like that. I mean, I wish it was like we got given like a week maybe. Yeah. But 3 days, it's fine. We'll just play some Vertigo games and we'll see how it goes.
Spoken like a true North American. Well done. Graham.
What's up?
How we doing? How's Complexity doing?
Like generally, I mean,
generally.
We're not sick. We're not jet lagged, so we're ahead of pretty much everything.
So underperformances across the board. Have you made a plan to actually inject all your players with food poisoning at this event?
I can neither confirm nor deny that will happen, but we'll probably get it from like food anyway. So.
It just seems to happen. How is it for you out here in Texas?
I love it here in Texas. Yeah. It feels like a second home. It's really cool to go see all the guys at the HQ. You know, people I typically only see like once every 3 times a year or something. So it's nice to meet the people I actually work with on a somewhat daily basis. Obviously, I see these guys a lot as well, but like I'm sort of the link between the two. So yeah, it's nice to go back and see all the guys at the HQ and yeah.
Let me ask you a question because you do a really good job of posting like all like the crazy travel schedule that you guys have to be on for all the events and days at hotels and days in airplanes and all that jazz. What's 2025 looking like?
I mean, it's hard to say without knowing the locations of all the events. Yeah. It's hard to say. I think a lot of teams and players are going to get very burnt out very quickly. Okay. Because I think there's going to be a lot of FOMO going on, especially with how the Valve ranking works. Like you have to actually play matches to get points in the ranking. You can't just like have one good result and then just like sit on it forever. So I think a lot of teams are going to get a very sharp wake up call that they're going to have to play a lot of tournaments, which we already do now generally, but like I think it's going to be like you're going to feel like you need to play more and more and more. And I think that it's going to cause a lot of problems, a lot of burnout, and I think it's a really bad situation as it looks right now. Okay. And that's coming from a North American team who already fucking have it the worst. Like, I think even the European teams. I mean, Christ, I see the European teams go from like Broland had played like 2 weeks at EPL, goes to Betboom Dacha. I'm exhausted. Like, come on, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I empathize with everyone, but that's fucking weak shit. Like we were already on the road for 3.5 weeks before that. We even got that. Like something like I'm looking at the next season, like we could be on the road like 12 weeks in a row, like away from home in hotels. Like seeing European teams complain about 3 weeks is just fucking joke shit.
Especially like the teams that are going to be on that cusp of like major qualification. That's when they're going to be like panic spamming events. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I mean, I've heard a lot of things about the RMRs for next year, but like one of the things I heard was that they didn't want to remove the RMRs until the lingering effects of the partner leagues had finished. Okay. And considering Valve's ranking takes in 6 months, like hopefully the first major of next year should not use the Valve ranking to invite. Okay. But after that, I think like you have to remove the RMRs.
So you think the lag time will be like first major next year as RMRs and then the system kind of switches over?
Yeah, I think they have to because like Valve is so against the partner system that you can't have like, the Blast World Finals of this year, which is qualified basically entirely from the Blast partners to contribute heavily to the rankings for the next because I mean, if you're going to invite teams to the major, it's probably going to be around March, April time maybe. Okay. So or to the RMRs, for example. Then I think they have to wait a little while. So
okay,
hopefully
I've never looked at it from that perspective. That's actually a cool angle. All right, cool. Well, thanks, boys.
All right. The smoke criminal in the flesh.
Back, man.
How does it feel to be back, man?
Definitely exciting. A lot of familiar faces. I think it's an environment I've been away from for a while. Kind of brings the flair back out and kind of revives it a little bit. So,
is it weird just going through doing SSD setup and everything? It's been a while.
It's a little weird, but at the same time, when you hear SSDs, you hear media. It's like, oh my god, we gotta do this again. But it's part of the job, and gotta get it done.
Tell me a little bit. What was the preparation like for you guys coming into this? Did you practice at all? Like, what were you doing to prepare, if anything at all?
I tried playing with them while they were in Europe. It was a little tough. I was playing with 170 ping, but the objective was just trying to get a feel with them and kind of know their tendencies, get some chemistry going. But all in all, I think it's to make Nico comfortable too with his callings, and I think so far so good. I think our prep is not the best it can be, but definitely coming out ready.
You've recently also stood in for a little bit for Legacy. What's the biggest difference between the two teams having to do that?
Well, I think there's a clear difference. One's tier 1, one's still kind of like getting there. But playing with Legacy, we were playing in the NA region, so a lot of the reactions and stuff that people do against us is stuff that I already expect. But playing with them, I kind of started hesitating a little bit, start thinking about what the reactions are and, how the other team's going to do things if I do this. So I'm hesitating a lot for sure, but it's also like a learning process and coming back to getting to the right footing.
What do you think about the new update? Did you have a chance to play it at all, the new incendiary and stuff?
I did actually a few times. I probably played like 2-3 days with the new update. I think it's a very good update. I think it brings kind of back to the CS days. The mollies aren't as overpowered as it should be. And I think it kind of shifts things to the T side a little more.
What have you been up to recently? You've been grinding, you've been streaming. What's been going on?
Lately, gaming a lot. But honestly, just trying to focus on myself, trying to get stuff done, and got some growing up to do, time to grow up. I'm not 18, I'm not young Stu anymore. Gotta do adult things and, kind of grow up from there.
It sucks, but welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Adulting. All right, man. Have fun. You're gonna do great, I'm sure. Nico, we just heard from Stewie. You're gonna be in-game leading. Was this the plan all along?
God damn, man. He can't keep any secrets. I mean, you guys are gonna have to do some lip reading to figure out who's gonna be ideal.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, I remember last time I played the standard event, so I think it's going to be a bit more relaxing. So we should have way more fun and no pressure. So, if you get to the playoffs, I think that's going to be very fun for us to play because we have Jake on the team. I think the crowd's going to be on our side, so that's our main goal.
How tough it is when you go into a tournament and you have to have a stand-in. How tough it is to choose a player, what type of a player, young, up and coming, more experienced. How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what role kind of you need to replace with. And obviously we had to replace an IGL who has been kind of entry fragger, he was taking the space. So, and obviously you can't bring another IGL, that makes no sense, right? So we just tried to find someone who could kind of be a bit more versatile, who could fill in more roles, that he could entry, that could help the IGL a bit and generally just take space for us. So I think Jake is a perfect fit when it comes to that, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why we took him.
Was it fun practicing with him with 170 ping?
I mean, it was definitely better practicing than not practicing. So yeah, we used the best what we could, and it wasn't good for him, but I think we gained a bit of form with him, I would say.
Is this new update and the patch and the changes to Vertigo finally gonna make you ban the map?
I don't know, we'll see. I mean, we can't say anything, but this event, obviously we have to stick what we had before, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you think about the incendiary changes and some of the other changes in the patch, the economy?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the CT molly right now. I think it's gonna change the way you play a lot, especially on certain maps like Mirage and maybe Ancient as well. Nuke as well, I was testing if you do a deep molly now in Nuke, they can pretty much always run around it. So I think there's going to be a lot of change. I'm not a big fan of it. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you just have to adapt and find the new ways how to prevent of using the control. And I'm glad that now you can maybe afford the molly in second round. For example, if you lose pistol, I think that's going to be a good change. But overall, yeah, we will see how. I think it's good that we have new things and people have to come up with new ideas. I think that's fun, but I'm not sure if it's good or not.
Any thoughts just on the first matchup, Falcons?
I mean, I think we got pretty good opponent for our first game. I think we have a chance of winning. It's a best of one as well. I think we're going to play the maps that we are comfortable on. So, yeah, I think we have a good chance of winning.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Good luck. Have fun.
What's happening in here? Pictures. Oh, this makes me so happy. Flames is here and he's going to take over for me. He's going to be my interviewer from now on. I'm going to finish my day. How you boys doing? How's the travel?
I'm good. The travel was okay. Better for him, but it was okay overall.
Yeah. How you feeling, Zawu?
Yeah, I feel good. I have a good travel day as well. I have a good... But yeah, I feel good. Have good nights of sleep. Yeah, feel good.
I'm asking all the offers. Are you excited for Dust 2?
Yeah, always. Even though before I did not like this map, but I'm excited. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the vertigo changes?
I think it's good overall. I think it's a bit weird we played so fast because you don't have time to actually learn the new map, kinda.
What, Apex didn't find a way to install Counter-Strike on his phone?
No, not really, but I think in the big picture the update is good. Yeah. I think the timing is a bit off.
Sure. But
that's it.
Yeah. What do you guys expect? We were some of us were talking about like this event. How many times Vertigo going to get played? Who's going to be picking it? Like with the map pool so crazy, with Dust 2 in, now new Vertigo, it's like you don't have all the options to avoid everything.
I think mostly underdogs, I guess. Like I guess if you are a big underdog, I would pick Vertigo because probably
50-50
yes.
Even though, yeah.
That's how I see it.
Even those two, I think it's tough map. Yeah. And I'm thinking about Inferno. Not a lot of teams that doesn't play Inferno.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a cowboy hat on.
Okay. I didn't do that.
You didn't do the cowboy hat?
No.
You should get in one more and do the cowboy hat.
It's okay.
This is amazing. Jesus, I love that guy. He's great. All right, boys. Well, you enjoyed the rest of your pictures? No, I'm just in here chatting, so we're doing whatever. Yeah, and then I saw him wearing a cowboy hat, and I was like, all right, we'll hang out. Here, wait. What if you turn around, face the blue, and then turn back and shoot as fast as possible, like a quick draw? Yeah. Give me that. Yeah. Are you pumped for the changes? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What's the general emotion?
No, I'm excited. I think change is always welcome. So I'm excited for sure. Excited.
Cool. What do you think? I haven't touched on this yet with anyone. What do you think of like the M4 change, the price reduction?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think at the first I thought it wasn't much of a change because it's only $100, but then also changing the incendiary as well, it's like maybe it can make a bit of a difference. But I still think the science is still like a bit better than the A4, so I'm not sure it'll change too much. I think people might experiment a bit more and start using it because it's a change, so people are like, oh, we'll use it, but I think in the future I don't think it'll make too much of a difference, but we'll see.
What about you mentioned the incendiary, the Molly spread difference now on the CT side. Have you played any games with it? Any practice games at all?
No practice, because I think it was so late the update, but I played a few pokes and...
Did it mess with you at all?
It was definitely different. I think the duration as well, because usually like maybe when you're making a play with like asking for a flash and you're used to the timing of when to ask for the flash, and now it's a bit different, like a couple seconds difference. And also on Inferno Banana, it's a bit nicer as a T because there's not one Molotov that can spread to both sides now, so it's a bit nicer for me at least.
Okay, so a little bit of fun mixed in there. All right, cool. Well, good luck this week.
Thank you.
We're here in a space, in a thing. Behind the scenes, group stage is played over here. You're all good. You can walk in if you want. The team's playing here, obviously. Nice little setup. IEM, 100th IEM background. It's absolutely magnificent. This looks like an analyst desk. So this is where the host and the analysts will be. And lots of lights, lots of cameras. You guys know the drill. Yeah, this all looks fun. Interview station is over here. Banks will be doing the interviews, I believe, at this event. And if I look that way, that looks like it's going to be some kind of a caster setup, which I'm seeing this for the first time. So that's where me and Dinko, Chad and Alex will be for the main broadcast. So that's all cool. I could be wrong on all that. It's whatever.
Sorry, Alexi. It's you got the short end of the stick today. How you feeling? How's it going?
Feeling good. Dallas always nice.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about initial thoughts of the new update.
Initial thoughts was on the airplane connecting to Wi-Fi when I got the message that we're gonna play the new patch. Obviously for us, not the biggest deal in the world as we didn't play Vertigo yet. So for the teams that do play it and they're permabanning another map, gonna be a bit tough. I don't think they're gonna get the best preparation. Maybe they can today after media practice a bit. It's gonna be tough, but for us, obviously the new dynamics with the mollies, with the economy, we just need to make sure we're sharp on it and game by game, just follow what's the meta, like what are people doing, what we should do. But I think we're gonna be fine.
All right. You guys didn't get to play it at all yet.
No, we only played Face It and obviously running around our own server, but we played 1 day of practice with the new patch. So some matches at least, but still maybe not enough to understand what all the possibilities are and what you need to do better.
How have things been going for you guys? You know, since the major, there was really only Pro League in there, right? So you had some time to practice. So what has been the focus really after that?
I mean, we came from the Pro League a bit before than we should have, obviously, because we lost on the first round of playoffs. Took a couple days off, practiced for over a week now, just trying to do everything we can in order for us to be prepared here. And we have 1 more tournament remaining for the season, and just trying to stay sharp because obviously expectations changed after major, and we just need to find ourselves, need to find the groove, need to find the passion, need to find everything that was there in order for us to play like we did during the major, not let things go into our head, and just understanding it's still a grind, and every team is like the competition is wild, and every team is doing everything they can in order to win, and sometimes it's really small margins, and yeah, we just need to be sharp here.
Listen, the major is huge, right? So you get 1 event. You get 1 event off after that. That was Pro League for you. Now you're going to bounce back. Tell me any thoughts on the first matchup.
First matchup, BIG. We actually played them in Pro League, managed to win them there, but it's going to be a best of 1. You can always prepare a bit differently. You can predict the map pretty accurately, and the team who is, let's say, winning both pistols and just has a good game plan to go out of, you could make a good upset. But for us, we're feeling confident. We had a couple talks after Pro League, and I think everybody has the right mentality when going into here. But just arrived yesterday, our first day here. We're gonna have some practice soon, so we're gonna see if everyone is sharp already.
Some text, Max?
Some text. I just ordered actually.
All right, man. Thanks for your time. Good luck. Have fun. I'll be seeing you around.
We're sneaking in, boys.
No way.
We finally got you.
No way.
All right, first question. For you look like you're busy. Are you guys winning 3 in a row?
Hell yeah.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. How about you, Torji? You ready for this shit?
Yeah, I'm just doing my NVIDIA settings. It's really intense settings.
Digital vibrance 81%. Gamma, we're lowering that to 0.96. Now, how much work did it go through to figure out 0.96 versus 0.97?
There is a lot of discussion with my teammates, 87, 89, 96, but I ended up on 90.
96 is the perfect one. You got 55% contrast, 42% brightness. The people want to know those things.
Yeah.
Someone's going to be messing with their settings. Yeah. You guys down here?
I'm chilling, man.
You chilling?
Yeah, you can talk to my boy here, though.
All right. Jimmy,
What's up?
what's been going on, man? How was Belgrade?
Good. Belgrade was amazing. I enjoyed a lot.
Another nice 3-0 as well?
Clean one.
That felt good?
Definitely.
You're on a bit of a streak right now, you boys.
Yeah, I mean, 2 tournaments in a row and looking for the third one, hopefully.
The three-peat.
Exactly, and it's also, there is a little bit of crowd here, so something we look forward with,
You're looking forward to the crowd, you say?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. We need to overcome it,
You're ready to overcome the challenges. What about you? You ready to overcome the challenge?
Hell no, man. I'm shaking my boots, man.
Not even at the crowd yet, and you're already scared of it.
Now we're ready.
Good, man. I mean, everything seems... You know, I was laughing. You guys got tested like day one with like a dust 2 right out of the gate.
And we smoked them. And then we smoked the next team. Then we smoked the next team. I mean, we do what we do, you know?
Hell yeah. I like that. Vertigo looking good for you guys too? You like the changes?
Yeah. I mean, I think the changes are good, but not so fast and sudden with 2. But I think overall it's nice to have changes. It was a very boring map, in my opinion.
I mean, for me, it's not a problem. You know, I'm B-anchored.
Wait, but let me, the B anchor on Vertigo has got to be the worst position of any map as a CT. That has got to be the hardest position to play.
I mean, I really don't like it as well, and I think actually it's really hard, especially if they do like B default, it's really awful to play.
This guy's telling you to rotate to the A bomb site, and you're a B defender. You gotta be ready for an execute. You gotta be ready for a peek. You gotta be ready for a boost. You gotta be ready for an op. You got shit on your hands.
Exactly. I never get help. You know, I'm always alone.
To be honest, like I feel bad for him as a mid player, bro. I just play window and I just see him get bombarded. Molly's here, Nate's here. He has nowhere to stand. I'm like, Jimmy, can you play right side for me? Yeah, I can. It's okay. And then he just dies every round, bro.
Yeah. Well, you know, something's working though, so we got that going for us. Good luck this week, boys.
Thank you.
Go for 3.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
So the year is 2024, and if you look at everything going on right now in this matchup, it might behoove you to know that Naf, Twist, and Stewie all on the same server, but not all on the same side. I want to welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024. We are ready to get done with our last group stage matchup here on Stream A. Of course, that's featuring G2 and Liquid, and well, this one's gonna have some heartbreak for someone, but not for us, because I've got Maniac and Steel, and they don't have hearts, so...
What?
Okay, well, they've got hearts, I guess.
After all
I
these
just saw
long
him
conversations
get
we've had.
heartbroken 5 minutes ago. Okay?
Straight up, yeah. Why was that? Why were you so heartbroken, man?
You know, Vitality were playing and they lost, and I'm getting used to it. You know, it's a work
And it was
in progress.
a 2-0-2, right?
It was a 2-0.
Oh, man. Well,
it was.
That's unfortunate. Anyway, moving swiftly past that, Vitality fans in shambles. For us, though, we look at G2 versus Liquid here. I think we start this whole thing and we start looking around the Liquid side of camp. And in doing so, yesterday, flashes of amazingness, flashes of awesomeness, even from the side of Twist. But Mover, where do we see Liquid now in their current state?
I think Twist is probably a nice place to start. It truly is. His trajectory going to Liquid was a huge risk on a career standpoint and result standpoint, and it's not that it's paid off massively, but I'll say this. He is walking the walk. After saying, I want to be a star, I want to have the roles, I want to have the impact, I want to make a difference, he is the one guy that has delivered from the very beginning and keeps on doing so. He saved them on that second map versus Falcons. Was it 36 kills, 12 multi-kills, and they won at the very dawn of it 24 rounds they needed to pass through. So an actual star within the Liquid jersey, and probably the only factor with Naf that is reliable in terms of output.
Yeah, Josh, Twist just straight owned yesterday on Ancient.
Crazy.
Owned him.
He came into this team unfazed and was delivering.
Oh, okay.
You like
That's
that?
not bad. We'll give it to him.
He has been delivering, but I mean, part of why he's able to deliver like this, and I guess part of like the expectations that he would come into this team and be able to deliver like this is because he kind of wanted a little bit more control and a little bit more say. And I think we're maybe even seeing a little bit of that kind of like with the rumors behind the scenes, and like, you know, maybe there is this whole thing with like, are there too many cooks right now? What's going on? They brought KDN in as an in-game leader, and now there's question marks surrounding that. And then, you know, what kind of input does Zeus have versus Twist versus KDN versus whoever else has input from other teams? It's always big question marks.
Yeah, and I think that's if you want to make a comparison between the two teams, like the weather forecast could not be any different. Like on the side of G2, it's sunny side, there's a nice little breeze, you know, life is great, not a whole lot of pressure as well. You can just put a little bit of an SPF index, you know, take your time. Whereas for Liquid, it's like the storms. It's the Dallas Storms. That's what's happening here. A whole lot of pressure. They don't know what the hell is going on. People might be playing for their contract. it's tornadoes out there.
Yeah, sometimes the tornado takes your dwelling away, and sometimes it takes you with it. And I guess in this, right, that won't be what's happening around here today, I hope, at the very minimum.
No, we cold today.
What is going to happen here? We're talking about tornadoes, but I got a real twister for you right here. It's Mr. Van Dulken with some words before we got into the game.
Liquid are now one game away from making it to the playoffs, and a good reason for that was some numbers you were putting up yesterday, mate. You said when it came to coming to Liquid, you wanted to be a star, but you certainly had a star performance. Are you feeling like you can shine right now and be at your best?
I think so. I think there's a lot of things that I can still do better, and I'm trying to make that happen day by day. But yeah, it feels very great to perform well.
And in terms of performing well, okay, you walked away and got the win over Falcons. Now we're going up against a G2 that is still wounded at the same time. Do you feel like this will be an easier opponent for you that you can perform well against again?
No, every team gets prepared for it the same.
Exactly the same. Well, okay, what do you think about how well they can play even with Stewie in there? Were you surprised they made it this far?
Not really. I mean, it's notorious for teams with stand-ins to do some damage at an event. Yeah, we just need to focus on ourselves and not get carried away.
And how important is it for you, and how much do you want it to get to the playoffs, to get to the arena, especially being on the NA soil?
It's the last event of the season, so I think that's what makes it kind of a must-want to make the playoffs and play in front of the arena. Give the fans something to be happy about. Let's get Liquid in the playoffs.
And in terms of, I want to talk about maybe some star roles in here, right? You look at Muncie, you look at Nico, especially Muncie right now looking incredibly good. Individually, I feel like you are going to have to step up and challenge that, right? Because Kedian's a very different AWPer in terms of challenging. If we're not looking at role for role, is it something that plays into your mind? It's something you've watched, how you want to approach this?
I mean, it doesn't matter what team we play. I need to perform, so I'm just going to try to do my best here.
No, well, a very stoic Twist looking to perform. Let's see if we can get it done against G2.
A consummate professional, I think, goes without saying, Maniac.
He is so dialed in in an interview. It's like, he's not here to entertain us or entertain Banks. Like, these are all things are, and we're going to do this my way. And I love this vibe coming out, because I think he's got the pedigree and the performance with him right now. And when you, as a player, as a star, are performing the way he is, you are in a position where you can be demanding, you can be straight, you can be to the point. So this is a good vibe I'm getting from Twist, like very much focused, laser sharp.
Their performance coach is someone that I've worked with before, Edward, and I don't know if this is something that Twist had before this or not, but I definitely see this coming through. It's like, one of the things is like, he's here intrinsically motivated. He's not here about like all this, extrinsic crap going on. It doesn't matter about what's going on with like posts about him or something. It's like, he's here to do a job, but it was how he talked about preparation. He's preparing for all the teams the same. And it's like, one of the things that Edward was talking about was normalizing winning. So it's not like you get a win and you're like, oh my God, we got to win. It's so exciting, blah, blah, blah. It's like, win, lose, whatever, everything is the same, so that when you go into like working on things, you're not, it's about the process. It's not about like the results of stuff. It's like, we won, let's celebrate, let's change up how we're doing. Oh, we have a match. Okay, well, it's a match, so now I'm going to drink coffee. But like in a practice game, you're not going to drink a coffee or Monster.
There we go.
Monster, sorry, yeah.
That's way better for you, man. Way better for you.
It's match time, time to crack a Monster. But if you're going to do that in match time, you have to do that in practice time. So everything is kind of the same, day in, day out. It's the same routine, and you get like normalized to that stuff. And I kind of see that from that interview.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, it's like knowing the formula that works to find success. And if they find it, if you can harness that, then you might continue to do well. Speaking of doing well, though, this other gentleman, he goes by the name of Honesty, but honestly, surrounded by a star-studded lineup. You know, we can talk about G2 a little bit here, and now that they find themselves at the end of their group stage road.
I mean, listen, surrounded by a star-studded lineup, I mean, he has become the supernova star of that solar system. Like, sure, sometime if you get really lucky, if you have a really good telescope, you can see Nico on like a very good night. You know, you can see him in the sky. He's going to have a good game here and there, and you reminisce about the good old days. But there is one sun in that solar system. That's Monacy. That's delivering day in, day out every single time. He might be a dip below what we know and love from him, but still, in that game they had versus Mouse, he had moments like absolute stellar, very impactful situations. That's a good example right there. You can see the buy situation far from ideal from G2. Hunter with a whole lot of responsibility at that very point. If you look at the radar, he's alone on the A side. He wins the duel versus Exertion. And here is what I like to call the Monacy sanction. When you play against Monacy, if you don't use every single utility correctly, if you give him a little bit of space, the punish is just immediate. Dances around, has a line of sight, 3 shots, 3 dead. That's 9-8 for G2. And you fast forward to the next round. Here we are. G2 tactically maybe in a bad position. situation. They are getting wrapped from apps, from middle at the same time, and good old Manesi, point blank with the AWP. It's like he's got a goddamn deagle with the zoom on, and he absolutely destroys. It's just about the moment of these frags. That is 6 or 7 kills at round 17 and round 18. Impact. Oh no, wait, that starts Friday.
Yeah, different tournament altogether. Speaking of which, if you are interested in that, you can check that out. That's ESL Impact. And for Monesi, we continue to check out some of his style. You know, you're right, he is a supernova. This guy is the one that really kind of held on to the game at certain points for this team.
This is one of the players where if you need to get your op out on a player, you want to get it out on Monesi as soon as you can, and that is one of your win conditions. And obviously, like, when you have the Nico decos, like, obviously you want to be able to get those decos out and try to convert some of those eco rounds. But I mean, realistically, making sure that they're budgeting themselves accordingly, because if Monesi is able to get his op out, he is the win condition. He is the one that's constantly performing. He is the one that's elevating the rest of the team. Nico might be there, might not be. Hunter might be there, might not be. The other two, you know.
And also, I agree with you, Monesi will be reliable. I also think that his playstyle and his ability to take over rounds fits very well to the whole standing situation. Like, I don't think he's someone that needs to have an absolute protocol that's been refined 20 hours in the bootcamp. No, like, he's fine. Like, he goes to the simplicity of the Counter-Strike, he takes over, he can be aggressive, people know how to play around him, so it's no surprise that he's delivering right now, even with the standing situation.
And what about when we're looking at this and where these two teams are coming from in their sort of path? The last time the head-to-head was in IEM Chengdu, so it really wasn't all that long ago, even though it kind of, I guess, in a roundabout way, in the Counter-Strike world, it was.
Also, in time zone, it's like, what, 12 hours away from here?
Yeah, so technically we went to the future and then we came back.
That's exactly what we do, yeah.
Wild, all things considered. But yeah, in terms of what was shown there, well, we got the first glimpse of Liquid being able to do something in Chengdu.
Yeah, exactly. They were actually able to get a pretty significant win for their young tenure as a team. You can see here the victory over G2. And I feel like, Josh, it ties us up talking about maps just a little bit here, because in this very specific constellation, Liquid is in a decent spot when it comes to maps and matching with G2.
They're in a very good spot because, I mean, just in this last confrontation, Inferno was a Liquid win, and that is G2's best map. And when we already know that Vertigo had changes and Mirage was traditionally G2's permaban, Dust 2 is coming into the pool. What do we expect? This is a big question mark because that instantly removes G2's best map. What are they going to go for here?
Yeah, but Josh, we can't possibly go any further into this without using our Kadia playbook. And by doing that, I'm talking about looking at a map pool comparison between the two. If these G2 guys would stop yelling, that would be a different story.
That's really rude.
That's
like
really
we're here trying to do a job. Yeah. Running around screaming. Of course not. We're joking. Yeah. I have a little bit of a map pool comparison. You were talking about it, so we can put what we already know. Of course, Mirage, very, very unlikely. I do believe Vertigo, very, very unlikely as well. But this is where things get actually interesting. And I have this new tool here, and I love this tool because this map right here, that little bit Inferno, it's going to be fire. Look at this. That's a real cracker of a map pool where both teams actually have a lot of reps on it. You want to, hey, who told you you can mess with my fire?
I'm just going to add a few, man. It was really, look at it now.
You guys, you've just ruined it.
You ruined that.
You just ruined the whole, look at this. Now I make it disappear.
Okay, so there Inferno, yes, obviously on fire. Wow, this looks...
this is actually a great piece of content.
Yeah,
Inferno
it's up there,
on fire.
Man.
The question is as well, do we imagine a Dust 2 coming through? Because I'm not going to do the fire, not this time around. Because Liquid actually have a bunch of reps, probably the most reps we currently have at the S tier level. Do you think they go and maybe pick it, float it?
The thing is, Liquid has played it here. They beat Complexity on it. Do they, they played, I think, 9Z on it. They've got some reps here. It's very one of those things where it's just like, I don't know what G2 goes for here because they are playing with Stu. They have minimal practice. You can't go into those, strat-heavy maps like Nuke with high degree of certainty. So, yeah.
Ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive.
All you had to say was please, Josh. That's all you really had to say,
Please show me the Vitos.
Oh, well, the Vitos were looking cool there for us for a second, but anyway, hold that thought.
And we're back.
Watch this drive.
Look at this.
Oh, okay, cool.
You nailed it.
Yeah,
you absolutely manifested it.
First pick is...
In Fuego? Nope.
Dust 2.
There we go. That is the Dust 2. This is where the reps in official games coming to pay off. Inferno coming in from G2.
They have to.
Yeah, I know it is probably their best map currently, but also it's not a punish. I don't think Liquid is punished by it. So it's G2 being maybe slightly limited in where they can go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, with the standing situation. Now, I'd be no, I made a mistake when I talked about the veto. Now G2 is actually embracing Mirage, right? That's the new generation thing. They want to start playing Mirage. Or do they just do it because the boss isn't here? Like, Hooksy isn't here. They're just like, hey, let's have some fun. Freedom, Mirage.
Okay, well,
no,
there it goes. Never mind.
That's Hooksy. Hooksy just send the SMS and say, hey, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Just remove Mirage.
If you guys play Mirage and you guys win on it, I swear to God.
We're not playing Mirage, guys. Nuke map number 3. Okay, so here is the issue that I have. I feel like if we're trying to be very cognitive and down to earth and objective, Liquid might be in a favorite position, but somehow I feel G2. I sense G2 a whole lot less to play against here, very relaxed. They just beat Mouse. They're having a great day. I'm going with G2 here.
I think the only way that G2 wins here is if Liquid just completely implodes on the spot right in front of our eyes.
Shits the bed is what you're saying.
Maybe, like, Cadian just, like, explodes, turns all sorts of shades of red, and then, like...
Sonic combustion? Is that what we're going with this?
Something like that. Because realistically, like, it has to be some drastic internal issue leading to Liquid losing.
Isn't that already the case when they're talking about removing their leader?
No, because
like, how much issues more they need to have to get to that situation?
They get the heroic buff of just like, oh, well, we're changing rosters, so let's just bull.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I see where he's going with this.
Look, the reality is that neither of you nor I can tell you who's going to win this matchup, but I can tell you that it is time to start the damn game. That's right, you typed it so much in the Twitch chat that we actually stop talk and we do start the matchup itself. It is Liquid versus G2, vying for a spot in the playoffs over Dust2, Inferno, Nuke if we need it, and the boys up in the booth are ready to deliver that action. It's going to be Sponge and Machine.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun finding out how this one goes down. Team Liquid and G2. Well, we were certainly a little surprised. I know Chatty B had an expectation for what that G2 game was going to deliver yesterday. It was subverted, saving Stewie 2K 3K with his MP9, and now they clash with Team Liquid. Twist, he had the team in his backpack yesterday, and I'm hoping he can replicate that same performance with his full focus interview. You saw his tenacity ahead of this game.
Yeah, I'm done with expectations, Alex.
Right, yeah, let's throw him in the bin. Let's throw him in the bin and just let it unfold before our very eyes. Team Liquid have been playing an awful lot of Dust2, and they'll be starting on the attacking side, G2 on the defense.
Okay, well, a P250 in the hands of Twist. This will probably be a late long peek with a flash, or just swing on out and take the duel. So Twist's taking a little jostle with Monacy, who's now over-committed. Twist continuing that star form on the pistol with a banger to the head of, well, the star on the other side of the server.
What a gamer. Next fight up there towards the site, spots him out, hiding out towards the site.
They don't have a smoke for the cross, Alex.
No, that typically would be assumed to be integral.
Okay.
They've got both Naf and Twist with P250s, though, and Cadian's just had his face melted down to 1 HP. Long-range taps from Nico, good on to Nav. Twist, however, that P250 continues to find heads. It's Hunter gone. Nico keeping it level. Lovely taps in control with his USP. One whistles past the ear of Twist as he's stubborn. Just stands and does deliver with Skulls' help towards the mid doors.
Yeah, so Skulls was lower dark, dealing with all the rotations. It was a defensive side smoke dropped by Nexa, and now we find ourselves in a 3-on-2 situation with Nico trying to plug some of these gaps. Twist will be noisy. Nico will hear that, but really pressure on Nexa.
It's all on Nexa. They're swinging into him here, and it needed to be a one-tap, unable to convert. Skulls, he distracted. Twist, he executed, and Nico, he's coming back around. Identifies where 2 of the 3 are, now knows where all of them are. One was planting, one goose, one long. It's impossible for him to find all 3 if they do swing in unison. Trying to play some sort of mind game with the drop sound. He's been spotted out, and his Twist again, an incredible performance. Just to start off Dust2, first round, 4 kills.
In case you missed it yesterday, Twists on Ancient in that series was just a different animal. The Canadian on the screen right now, we know that he went from FaZe to Liquid, searching out some more star roles, and, well, he is delivering like a star right now. Massive impact on the pistol, just kept delivering, and he went all the way down to just 7 bullets, nothing in reserve for that P250.
He's scary.
Did someone just say P250, bitch?
I mean, it is the P250. It might be Twists as well. I think a combination of both of them, as they are just going to be returning to long.
Well, a simple approach should be applied. Volley towards the car, smoke the cross, and away you go. Same defensive smoke lined up from Nexa. Just going to force them wider towards Goose, so this opens up the angle for his teammates to help from short. But now Nexa dinked in the smoke. He will be found, or should be found. There it is. and maybe just try and get out of there, G2. m0NESY somewhat committed. Should be backing off if he can. Can't.
He can't, yeah. So they'll preserve are these two MP9s. Hunter and Stewie brought into it. But to talk about the kind of all-in longs, how do you frame it? I remember when Dust 2 was last in the official map pool, oftentimes, even the very best teams in the world, if they could get out long, they could spend the whole round there. They'd just slowly, procedurally crawl up and make sure that bomb goes down before the clock hits 0.
Well, we were just calling it Navi, right? That's
right.
Essentially exactly what Navi would do round after round. As long as you would win the corner fight, you could just establish that pit control. You could layer your smokes over towards the cross and then force the CTs to expend their util. One of the big conversations was about the CTs holding on to their nades, making sure that they had mollies and HEs. Obviously, with the new dynamic that CS2 brings, it could play out slightly differently.
Yeah, I remember the counter to the Navi, of counter, air quotes here, was Device would throw this smoke towards kind of the divider of
in front
Gandalf.
of Gandalf, yeah. To basically create a bit of a buffer to pick around as they crossed in towards the site. So it would change some dynamics. I think the HEs can play a huge difference.
Sure.
But you can bait those out, like we see on Nuke. Teams will throw one smoke wall, nades will get used, they'll throw a second smoke wall, there won't be any HEs left to deal with it. I think another key factor as well, if teams are all-inning long, it means it's highly unlikely that they have anybody spotting mid for the lower push. So something that the CTs have to do quite early, if that's the case, is be able to constrict the map. And then you can turn your attention and save on that utility that we're discussing to deal with the long plays.
They did a quick boost just on the eco. So it's a P2, sorry, it's a P2K and a USP boosted up. Cadian's got his Mac 10 and actually he's taking some heavy damage. He gets attacked from every angle. Nexa couldn't quite connect the bullets, but it's Stewie 2K. He is actually going to do very well with one. On the reload, he has support. It's good from Naf on the multi-kill. Stewie can't finish him off. One single point of health left on Nav. Nico, he's in a prime position. Now 2 of them are very low. A single bullet onto either of Twist's teammates. And now the healthy man goes down. It's Naf and Twist up against m0NESY, but just a USP. It's not really the weapon you'd have liked in a scenario like this. Your position noted. And Naf executed.
Fade away.
That was stylish. Still, it's Twist. I have no fear that m0NESY can convert a full USP no Kev up against an armored AK.
Well, what can he scavenge? What's out behind the B doors to upgrade away from that USP? The fact that he's been able to get 2 fun the low HP players is great, but Twists will just seek him out, playing ahead of it and removes him, so no tricky business. As it was a costly round, Cadian being overrun in middle, the quick rotation from G2, everybody was kind of a bit of a nuclear short, and mid doors, it made them be able to surge towards B and at least make it costly. A 3-0 start from Liquid, as with definitely a few casualties. This second one with the fadeaway. And now the rifle's out for G2 to defend their honor. m0NESY in with the AWP, the same to be said for Cadian. Exchange of smokes towards middle. Now the CT smoke that lands at least puts the Feckles up with the likes of Skulls, Yukinder and Naf, who are currently defaulting upper tunnels. They need to be worried about the lower dark pushes. It is Stewie anchoring B. Hunter as the rotator. m0NESY will be floating around with the AWP while Nico and Nexa deal with that long control.
It's a lot of responsibility to be that B anchor. I suspect Stewie's going to have his work cut out for him today. They're just going to be contacting in. Stewie has Hunter close by. Nice angle. He's rewarded for the active peek into Yukinder. And he actually does deliver. Takes down Skulls as well. Slowed down by an incendiary as Hunter continues to keep them at bay.
Well, if you were hoping to bully the stand-in, that's not successful. 2 for 1 in the favor of G2. Still more pressure applied by Naf with the lurk smoke. Nico would have to cross the mid doors. m0NESY still perched short. Nexa anchoring long. 55 seconds on the clock. If they cut noise in upper tunnels, maybe Twist will look for a fight, right? It's difficult when you're coming out long late because that anchor could be picked, could be behind the doors. They're pressuring B.
Yeah. Hunter, Nico summoned as well. 40 seconds and now the fight is taken. Distraction. Naf eliminated by Nico. Some great supportive work for G2 so far. Cadian spots out that first on site. m0NESY's already removed Twists as well towards the doors, so this is just falling into place very nicely for G2. Only the one casualty. Stewie passes his first test in the guns.
Yeah, okay, well, that's really good work from Stewie. The fact that they have tried to isolate him on the first gun round and he's able to deliver 2 kills, well done. Yesterday on Ancient, some impactful rounds that you touched on before. That MP9 round that he had was a bit of a game changer as it got extremely late versus Mouse. And the damage that was done in just the round prior means that we Oh, okay. I hope they keep coming B. That's something that Stewie definitely brings us some attitude.
I like it. Wow, look at Twist already surging up short. Utility already in the air. So now the early pressure is towards that A site. Monacy's in a position to try and control them.
And what you're hoping to do right now is bait out this CT util as quick as possible, but you need to apply a little bit of pressure, and a bridge smoke will do exactly that. Oh, Skull's in an interesting position with the Mac 10 and upper dark. Can't really take a long-range duel, so has to hope they push into him. There's a nade onto Twists, the noggin. And he'll be dealt with. That was Yakinda swinging out mid-doors.
Yeah, but Twist, he actually managed to use the drop to see that waterfall effect completely covers him under the guise of the smoke for the commitment down. It's a nice frag to post from Twists. They are looking to put some pressure onto both sides through mid here. You've got CT control, Naf starts his crawl, Cadian providing some cover, and not expecting that was Hunter, completely caught off by the angle of Naf. Stewie, he gets his wish, they're coming to your bomb site, mate, what can you do with it? Does control the spray, oh, and the last bullet of the mag finds Naf's head. Massive from Stu, another double kill. 2 for 2 in that department, and make it 3. Stewie, he gets what he desires and again picks up the round for G2.
I was going to say, looking disjointed by the B defense, they blocked upper tunnels, and I think Hunter was under the impression that both of them were going to fight for the mid to B fact, but Stewie had stayed on the site. Yeah, Hunter goes down for free, so Stewie definitely had to deliver in that regard. So 2 rounds in a row, Stewie 2K, or Stuart 2000 as he's affectionately known around these parts, with some big impact, pushes Team Liquid down to an eco. And a tactical timeout, Zeus, an opportunity for him to get on the buy. There aren't really many options to run with in a round like this. You're talking about 2.2k on the high end, and with the loss bonus of 1.9, well, that is the established floor. So should be an eco. Next round of play, see the guns come back out, but G2, unless something goes catastrophically wrong, will be leveling the playing field out at 3-3. Now, Hunter's invested in with an MP9. That tells me that they are aware of the economy situation and reading it exactly as they should. And we will probably see some aggression from Hunter in this round, either up mid or into upper tunnels, taking a fight, trying to farm up.
Oh, the last 2 bullets, shoulder then head. Couldn't be better.
Oh, Bluebin, they don't know.
Is he overlooking it?
Does he know?
He'll clear, he'll clear. Just about controls the spray. Gosh, that's getting a bit awkward now for Nico. The pressure is coming. He has got support. Shouldn't be too alarming, but actually, Naf and now Yakinda have taken down rifles respectively. There is a very fast flank from Hunter, but it is suboptimal for G2. Imagine. Actually, the crosshair placement's perfect. Yakinda gets another.
This is $400 worth of investment, Alex.
Bloody hell. Twist is going to get run boosted across. I mean, an AWP is the perfect weapon to deal with a long crawl. You can see that this should be Monacy's frag all day long. He's missed it now. Twist has got 3 HP. If that was to spread, okay, it's all fine. Yakinda's taken the bomb elsewhere.
Well, he's still in with the conversation for a clutch. What would be worse, the one that G2 lost to Apex with the Scout, or 2 flashes and 5 Glocks versus Liquid?
Yeah, it's a toss-up, actually. I'm not sure. Oh my god, he's found Monacy, catches him off completely, and Stewie is in an uncomfortable position. G2 are in an uncomfortable position. A full economical, a couple of flashbangs and the starter pistol. And now Yakinda's going to look for the info spots. Now Stewie, he knows where he is. And now he's got Monacy's AWP to put the cherry on top to steal this round away from G2. And Stewie 2K, after the impact he's already had, has to try and catch them off again. Yakinda, considering his options, sets his attention towards the ramp. Stewie crouches in, and Liquid! Some absolute robbery! They had nothing but pistols. First Nico, and the rest, they just fall like dominoes.
Oh, someone should make a compilation of these eco rounds, essentially, that G2 have lost. I can think of 3. That's...
It wasn't even like double Glock dink, it was body shot Glocks onto Nexa.
Good shit, boys.
I mean, admittedly, the conversion from Yakinda is stylish as well. Just catching that lovely reposition. Monacy was completely unprepared for it, but that's going to rock G2. Just as the confidence was starting to bloom, your B-Anchor had passed a couple of early tests, and now you've dropped an eco.
That sours the mood. Losing that type of a round.
Oh, yeah, it gives you the shivers.
You feel... I think embarrassed is probably the word that I would run with in that environment. Well, hold up. You've still got plenty of rounds left to play. Let's see if they can bounce back into things. Monacy AWP. Shui's the only one not rocking a rifle into round number 7.
What do you make of this start? This kind of 3B start? Is it very passive? You're kind of conceding mid and hoping that m0NESY's AWP can be enough to dissuade any particularly A-centric plays?
Well, the thing with the A plays is if they do a short execute, then m0NESY can always play retake as long as your long anchor stays alive.
Right.
So right now they are going with this type of stack because of how under the pump the B bomb site has felt or has been, even though Stewie's been able to pass the test. And they're lighter on the weaponry, lighter on the util, but one of the keys right now is the util they're holding on to, where at the 49-second mark and smokes are now just being deployed. We still have 2 remaining, one on Nexa over towards long, one on Hunter over towards B. They should start pressuring in towards upper dark very shortly. It feels like maybe this is even too late for G2 to be acknowledging the possibility. They've blocked upper tunnels, and now the issue is they need to get back across mid doors, which is where the AWP tends to cover off rotations.
Yeah, pressure is on now for m0NESY. Just him and Nexa
20
to defend this
seconds,
side. Yeah, it is a time-sensitive mission for Liquid. The flash delays them further. They're hiding out behind this smoke. If m0NESY nails this, that's the bomb on the floor. Nexa's done well to find a multi-kill elsewhere, and it's just fallen apart. Time is not on their side here. m0NESY gets one mid-air, and Cadian's AWP's going to get run down. Trying to take it away from him, and they'll do so successfully. A big smile on Taz's face. It's a peculiar round out of Team Liquid there.
I think there'll be a lot of those rounds today in this series. They were able to get map control relatively early. The pressure that they were applying obviously wasn't enough. They went for this double long play to deal with the anchor, with the short pressure, which is what you're hoping for, to isolate one individual, and Nexa gets a double. Oh, okay, so on the transition on the way down, back off the box. I'd be, yeah, all right, well, the wings of glory. Whoa, okay. Cadian flash for a long corner fight. He's taking out Nexa through the long corner smoke.
We have to get used to the Dust 2 first contact timing.
That's something that we haven't, obviously with the mid-door fights being the key, we always would get a little bit more time to show a few of these replays, but now that this is back in the pool, well, they are in a bit of a box, Team Liquid, even with the opener. They go towards lower. I think m0NESY's good for one.
You'd think so. Oh, actually just pulling away.
Well, the timer.
No, Stewie. He needs a multi-kill here, and he will unload his magazine in combination with Hunter. Liquid completely shattered. Cadian's his next victim as well. 3 kills for Stewie, and m0NESY wraps it up. Keep coming, boys. Oh, he's a gangster. It's 4-4, and now Liquid back to peasantry.
Well, no. Hold up, that's their key to success,
no,
Alex.
Yeah, that worked really well for them last time. You're
they
right.
love the squalor.
Yeah, okay.
Get down in the mud.
This is the opener. Unfortunately, we've got a great replay up, and look at that, just banging straight through the smoke. Nexa caught out. Stewie's just having the best time. Like, if we were to just make a highlight reel of the B hits, he's been having a whale of a time. Hunter's going to get himself a quick 600. Kinder jumps into his jaws. Don't lose 2 anti-ecos. That's just that's ridiculous. That's not a thing.
No.
And they don't have any flashes now, so obviously it was the flashes last
Yeah, that
time.
was the key. That was definitely the key. Well, if we just reflect on the rounds that have been won by Liquid so far, it's been pistol with force by conversion, and then up against a couple of saves that came down to a one-on-one, which is essentially where things started to go wrong.
Okay, I can give you a quiz while we're here. You see the tobacco shop there?
Oh, is that what that means?
Tabac, yeah.
Okay.
Any other shops you can name that are on Dust 2?
There's a dentist.
Well done. There's another one.
There's an internet cafe at Short.
Nice. It's right there on your screen. Oh, the Telecorp. I didn't know about the Telecorp. But there's the barber as well.
Oh, there's a barber.
The coiffeur.
I need to go to a barber.
Yeah. Get shaped up.
Bit of a beard trim.
I'm going for the leave it and see approach right now. Just see how much of a mushroom I can have. Ah, the Cyber Cafe. There it is. Nico's got the God Flash. Can't see this one coming after the leaves of the palm. And Hunter, oh, he's caught himself a nice little victim there. It's Twist down and controls the... Oh, he controls it magnificently. It's Hunter's all 5. Pads the stats and secures a 5th. Up to 10k now in the bank as well, so Team Liquid have got their work cut out for them if they want to try and humble G2's economy.
Cadian has a question to ask himself. Would he like to run Glass Cannon AWP? Because it's possible, 4,800. So if they feel they need the pressure of the sniper on this very map, we could see him invest into it. But no, he's gone for the util option. Now, they do have a couple of long spawns. Let's see if they want to contend for this. I love it. G2, they feel it's coming. They're playing 4A. This will be a biff on long, Alex.
This is going to be a fast round, folks. Strap in. Stewie getting across behind the smoke. They've thrown out the lamp smoke. T-Smoke on the corner, spamming the smokes, lots of damage, no deaths. Nico very low, clear of the smoke with the HE's big. Stewie will convert, they're on the blue bin. That could be one hell of a nade. One hell of a nade indeed. Twists and Skulls very low, hanging on by a thread. A boost on the blue bin is a lot of info. And he's going to get the spam as well. 5v3. Skulls 20 HP, he's going to be just left out high and dry by his team. Stewie's got his cross back. And it's going to be Nexa to find it. So that's not gone well for Liquid. Well,
Great read from G2.
Right.
That's what you really...
Starting 4 long.
Yeah, and that's something in the meta that you can... We were talking about before, teams who just want to take the long control, something that you could do. And you need to make sure that you're hedging your bets correctly. Because if they did do something fast mid to B or B-centric, you essentially lose the round and then you have to save because B is very difficult to retake. Cadian should be dead. And there you have it. So that's a read from G2 to go for the 4 long, and that feels really good because you feel like you're in your opponent's head.
Can it be a read if the fast long is only determined when they get long spawns? You know, like is it, or is that not the case when you're going for such an intense long played with all of this?
I think that's part of the read.
But how would you know if they've got the good spawn?
You don't.
So how's it a read?
So that I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
you don't know what's on the other side of the server, but
Yeah.
you're thinking of what is the option that is most likely going to be called from them if possible.
Right. Okay.
Right. So okay. Well, the round that they won earlier, the one that you touched on when we were having the discussion, was the long control.
Right.
If we're returning to rounds that they've won, they won a pistol, they won a B-centric anti-eco round, and they won an all-out long force buy against force buy round. So, and then they won the Glock round, right?
The Glocks, yeah.
So the one that actually was contending against the thing that resembled the gun round the most, and the thing that they haven't done throughout the rest of the half, has been an all-in long.
I see.
Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they get the spawns, right? G2 aren't to know that,
you
but
want
they
to
know.
account for it.
You want to know what, and the thing is as well, if they did a default round and you did 4 long, right? Okay, well then you can just now rotate back into a standard round. The only thing that would punish you would be if they went, oh shit, we think they're going to do 4 long, let's do a fast mid to B or B play.
Yeah. Interesting. Just some deagles for them here. Shouldn't be too much fun for Team Liquid. Then again, what do we know after the Glock round already? Team Liquid have demonstrated they could do it with little, but no util bar a smoke on Twist. I mean, getting past this 2-man B defense is going to be a big ask.
You're going to have to hit a banger here now on the scout, and that means that Hunter would have to be committed to an angle as opposed to on the jiggle. But they can creep in with him holding on the deeper sight lines.
30 seconds, folks. It's going to come to its conclusion shortly.
It's so quiet on the rest of the map, though.
That's a good start. Stewie, what you got for us? It needs to be a multi, just holding down Mouse 1. A lovely spray, converts the second. That's the bomb into the site. Cadian hits the shot just in time. Monacy has the cross, but it's going to be a scout from Nav. Has a little look. They use the HE to guise the cross, but still Cadian goes down. Twist, trying to get across. It costs him all of his health with a leg shot through the door. Bomb goes down with a second to spare, but still no hope. Naf gets run down. Nice play from G2. They handled that despite some good shots being hit.
And this is something that once we get to see more and more Dust 2 being played, you can't take as many risks. And they didn't have a choice, right? They even used the HE, and I still can't believe that Monacy gets away with a kill and a tag. That's insane. But that's what the AWPers, especially the flashy, quick, insane AWPers, can bring you on Dust 2. If you're worried about him on the T side going for mid-door picks, then you have to start using smoke or HEs as you cross. I can't believe he's done that. That's it. Like somebody who's quick, it's like they can be very punishing. Cadian's dropped out the decoy here to bait the shot. See if Monacy... Oh. He just shot it. Nothing there, didn't he, the first one?
Yeah, I think that may be the case.
His own decoy scare him or something.
Well, that's a deep smoke, and it looked like their intentions were long-centric to start. You're not going to brave that one, that's for sure.
It's even tough for them to look to default because of how heavy they started towards A. So you have the late responder of Yakinda towards tunnels who has to worry about lower because Cadian didn't maintain mid-door control, so that's always possible. But they're, being able to slink down middle, so the AWP presence is over towards A. That gives them some freedom.
Seen that angle before with Skulls. And his battle versus 9Z. 9Z semi-finalists.
Insane.
Crazy.
They're trying to target Nexa now. So they've tried the B anchor, hasn't really worked. Now they're trying the long anchor.
Nico distracts and actually finds Skulls, controls it beautifully upon the clear of the smoke. They know the long anchor still stands. And Nico, he actually goes back for more. Gets Cadian down low, does lose his life. Nex is going to be swung on here. Gets ahead of the play. Big frag from Nexa to equalize. That's the bomb on Cadian, so he looks to pivot. Stewie and Hunter have evacuated B, but that's been audible. Yakinda's heard all of that. And Stewie, oh, completely caught out. Lingered on a pre-aim.
Do it.
Doesn't catch Yakinda. Bomb's going B. Hunter, they heard your steps. They know where you are. They heard that double two-man rotation towards CT. Twist is going to be catching him upon the fade here. And that final round of the first half of the first map concludes. It's 7-5, a two-round difference. G2 in the lead. Let's see what happens in that second half.
This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You took me for.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic band. We met paper, appear like the magic man. Deal with the money like David James. Save and save and save and save. Lock it in a box like David Blaine. Discipline thing, I ain't playing no games. Money for one, I got plans and aims. Man, I live by the old school sayings. Every mickle must make a muckle is true. Big up my granddaddy, showed me the way. More times that notes and I act bro, cause I'm like Houdini, I'm trying to escape. Passport's gotta get another new stamp, so don't say a word if you see me on planes. Winter time, man can't see me again. Pop up in the country with a mad name. Little man, I don't wanna hear no talk when I come for the money like Biggs and Wayne.
This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, you a technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic band. We met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic band. We met paper, appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor is real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my
25, guys. You're gonna have to lurk. You're gonna have to lurk, guys.
Let's do this. Walk into the smoke bucket. Yellow corner.
CC watching. Clear.
CC watching.
Tight. On the ramp. Oh, jump shot, Jesus.
Come.
Dick.
They are not in P.
Flashes B, coming B. B, pop.
I
flash. I'm hiding. He could be peeking.
I can flash again, guys.
Nothing out. I'm ollie. You're good, Jake. Nice, Jake. It's clear, guys. It's clear.
Watch out mid. We can see
Lurker. Nice! Bro, they keep coming.
Jake, bro.
They keep coming, bro.
We've been seeing a whole lot of dust too, and it looks like things have been going swimmingly for G2. Liquid, this is a map they've had a bit of proficiency on. And coming into this best of 3 series with an advancement match, it's going to be interesting to see how things boil out in our second half. We swap in sides. Team Liquid are now on the defense, and we've got G2 taking to the attack. So far, Stewie, top of the scoreboard, and with Nico and Monty right behind him, you've got all your ingredients there for a bit of a G2 potion.
Yeah, and so far G2 have been better in the rifle rounds, the type of rounds that Liquid won, pistol conversions, Glock rounds.
Yeah. Well, from the P250 on the pistol, Twist has once again been situated with a upgraded pistol, this time the dual Beretta, so plenty of bullets.
On short.
Yeah, so they'll catch a glimpse of him, perhaps avert the gaze on towards the clear on Twist. Here we go. This is the setup. Oh, he just looked away. And still Twist profits. He might get more than one. Oh, he does. Double kill with the Julies. Next, already down to 39. Naf will take him down. That's the bomb. That's the round, folks. That's a convincing start for Team Liquid on their CT side.
Again, look, I think that if they're only able to, well, let's not say only, it only matters in the context of the victory, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you're looking at it over a broader picture of maybe the series, but in the map, let's say you win both pistols and, yeah, your first half wasn't very good as far as the gun rounds are concerned, but you still win, who cares? But at the moment, yeah, the guns have definitely been better for G2, and you touched on Stewie as the top of the server for G2. He was key. He got a multi-kill every time they came towards his site. So he was a factor in just shutting down that and then potentially ruining the game plan of Liquid, right? That is, well, then goes back into the conversation we're having about losing gun rounds. Thanks to Stewie.
Oh, sit down. These are my frags.
You shouldn't have got dinked, mate.
Damn. Yeah, they're oozing confidence, aren't they?
Well, he's still got a smile on his face.
All good. Cadian just got sat on his ass by a teammate.
And no one can drop him an AWP. So does he class cannon again? We had that discussion in the first half. Okay, Hunter's asking for something. Does Hunter have a long spawn? Let's have a look. This is one of the, I suppose, biggest keys that we need to be looking for.
True.
Oh, I should probably make sure I have CS. No, he doesn't have a B spawn now. Sorry, a long spawn at all.
So Nico just jump spot suicide for any mid-aggressions. And they start 3 towards upper.
Oh, Liquid are very, very fortunate. Sort of 4A to deal with any early long pressure. The fact that G2 didn't go fast or explode, they will be popping into Twist, but the rotation should be on the way.
Twist in the window. Good flashes. You can see that barrage completely obscures his contributions. Nico catches Naf on the cross. It's only a Kinder and Twist that can provide some support. Still Twist onto Stu, keeps it level. Playing for the retake now, retooling, lining up some util. They've got a lot of util to retake this site.
Honestly, has one more smoke though, and if that deployed to doors, the CTs have just lobbed one of their own through to ask a few questions, so they'll trade those out. As they're coming through upper tunnels, Nico's been great. So the fact that he did cut off rotation and now he's disappeared, and he's also playing a very annoying position towards T-spawn, that should be the round.
It's a lot of resources to lose into a very unfavorable retake, so looks like they are backing away.
Playing for damage, however, this pivot around T-spawn from Cadian and Twist is to punish them on the way out. I think fortunately for G2, they have quite a few individuals with full HP, so they will be able to save quite close to the bomb site.
You can even save Car. Nice from Cadian. Does manage to remove Nico, force a rebuy out of him. So yeah, making the best out of a bad situation, keeping 4 guns.
Well, thanks to Hunter for demonstrating that. I still can't believe that was one of the things that I really disliked about this map.
I remember.
And then one of the reasons why I was happy to see them upgrading the bomb radius. You shouldn't be able to literally be able to see the bomb while it detonates.
Just sitting at bricks.
Like, unless you're in long pit, right? That's
that's
might be
that's an exception to the rule.
You're inside the 4 walls of the B bomb site.
It's tiny, yeah.
Like,
Cadian, he had an opportunity there, hasn't been able to convert it.
okay, so setting up a retake mid, and this is something that I like to see out of Team Liquid, is the fact that they're at least suggesting that. It changes the speed of defaults from G2. So a flash over, they have to worry about short, they have to worry about mid doors. There's no progression from the lower dark players because, well, they want this molly from Stewie. So if there is anybody in lower...
Then they throw the flash, we've seen this before.
Bang. And now, lower dark is yours. But think about how much it's stalled out. We're at about 1:10.
Oh, wow.
They don't even have basic map control yet.
Yeah, the call is outstanding. If they just contact out long, there's no one there. Nico's making a lot of noise. He's got his boots knocked off. Does the CT smoke and a flash to keep them on their toes. Flashing out short, so this long crawl is working out wonderfully for G2. You've got 3 players starting to head that way. Cadian still worried about short. They're so concerned. Cadian needs to focus on long. He gets his eyes on the angle, but right between the 2 of them, Stewie good for 1, Nexa another. G2 are into A if they can get past Skulls, and they will. So a couple of important frags there from Nexa, and G2's 9th is secure.
The gun round success continues. I can't believe they've just forgotten about long.
It was an interesting one. Normally, I mean, typically you park one dude there and then you can go on your adventures short or CT.
So what information did they have up until that point? Well, they knew that there was one player back cat and 2 players lower dark.
Well, they knew they did the top mid molly
Yes.
and the flash from lower, or flash into lower.
Yes, so you're accounting for 3 players.
You heard Nico towards Xbox, and I guess that was enough for you to think it's short-centric.
Oh, well played from G2 to grab their 9th. They're giving up a couple of casualties. Oh, they just keep on fragging. The Canadians in combination, spread, and Naf gets to survive. So just 1 of the 2 rifles to be carried through. But yeah, if I'm Taz, I'm very happy with that. Yeah, this is one of the worst ways to die if you're Yukinda in that situation. But
it looks silly, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does, because you knew that you didn't have long. Yeah, okay. Well, that's a little bit of an odd one. Second tactical timeout called from Zeus, coach of Team Liquid. You have 1 saved M4. Skulls could buy 1. Yukinda could buy. Twist can buy. It would just be Cadian operating on something a little bit lighter. Could they drop him a scout?
Yeah, he can work with that, can't he? He can even just go for... Actually, he's been dropped an MP9.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, looking at Cadian's foray into the CT AWP so far, he's had maybe two misses that he probably expects himself to hit. And, you know, it's an expensive weapon. When you've had it in your hands and 2 of those have already been gone by just like that, you're going to have very few opportunities. It doesn't pull the trigger, but spots out Twist. An aggressive CT smoke, that's going to infer they could be lower. Nico and Hunter are dispatched to clear it out.
Now, I think in this situation, because of the type of gun, I was going to say that you would leave Cadian.
Sure.
Because you would prefer your rifle to be rotating than your MP9.
Look at this. They've used 1 nade so far, Chad.
Yeah, it does leave a lot more options open for late, which is nice.
Yeah, they've got oodles of utility. I think that's the technical term.
I think something that is really important on a map like Dust 2 is, again, to return to this strong AWPer conversation, because it means that as a T, you might not have to use as many flashes to clear because they're going to be afraid of your AWP posted. Double nades, nuclear damage. Chewy down to 1 point of health. Monacy chip, Nico the same. Well-placed nades from Liquid. Next round, they're only getting 2,400 as the loss bonus. So if they want to try and keep this one close, Team Liquid, I feel like they desperately require this round win.
Nico's taking the bomb outdoors. Twist, he's looking for answers here. Trying to catch the right timing. The flash is there, but Monacy very quick on the draw with the AWP. Smoke arrives. Need to elevate if you want to see over that. Yukinda blocked off. They're heading towards Nav's location. He is alone. He is on an island, stranded. Painting faces on volleyballs. He needs help. Oh, come on! Straight through the block smoke, into his face. Nico has won them the round.
Oh, and Nav has to play a position like that because he can't be open to doors or window. That is the fortune smiling upon Nico.
I mean, for Naf, you can do nothing but shrug. You know, what can you do? Skulls has been here the whole round, getting to get familiar with the angle.
Well, when we were watching Vitality versus G2 on this map just the other day, one of the things that I liked was how frisky Flamesy would get towards long if it was quiet. And it's difficult. It's a big risk for your long anchor to take, but if you're emboldened by that confidence, it came in a lot in the round because most of the time it's just one player sitting outside those doors, and sometimes none if they're working on other map control. If you're... Oh my god. Whoa. Okay, Cadian holds on to all of an MP9. At least he gets to hold on to something alongside the Yukinda. G2. It's their map choice next.
Yeah, right.
And that was after these nades. Crikey.
I mean, this is a great cover from Monacy. He was safe from the flash and made a big difference. I think 2 of the others were blind as a bat. That's the spray from Nico that makes the 10th round a reality.
Yeah, that definitely does warrant a smirk.
Oh, hang on, Chad. Just be careful, because Team Liquid haven't fully invested. So G2 might be in danger.
Oh, dear.
How can a team that looks so good look so bad against the lesser buys? It's baffling.
I'm not sure.
The rounds we've seen them concede at this tournament alone.
Yeah, those three. So there was 2 against Vitality in the same map.
And then this one here.
And the Glock one. The compilation of those. They maybe that's what you could use to deter people. I don't even know what you would say. I don't know what the message would be. But there's got to be some message there. It's like a coach's nightmare fuel.
Truly.
Watching those rounds unfold.
G2 knocking out Mouse yesterday. Now setting their sights on securing the playoffs.
Oh, that was nice.
And that sounded great, didn't it? Just multiple dings through the door. Takes down Nexa. Yeah, GR at a disadvantage again here, G2. Comms flowing for Liquid.
Okay, so it's a fake. They're just trying to keep presence. Twists. Oh, he's so lucky he didn't get caught.
Now there's only 2 there, but one of them's the rifle. They know Yakinda's rifle was towards long. Now on the ramp, he has to manage his angles very well, very carefully. You know there's an AWP in play. That's a great Molotov to force him wide. He tries to bide his time. Stewie will collect. Very uncomfortable for Yakinda, even more so for Skulls. Just not the weapon or the angle to take him down. Well handled here. He even tucked in, ready for the flash. He should go down, just about.
They should have a look.
No kit, but very low HP on Hunter. Stewie worse for wear as well. Twist could do something with this. It's about who pulls the trigger first. Oh, and Twist has nailed the headshot. It's all onto the 10 HP of Hunter. If he could just play the tie, they're jumping for him. He does well to find Twist. Now the clock is his best friend. He gets run down.
No time.
No time, but an AK and a whole lot of damage. G2 take 11. They'll be happy with that.
Oof, Naf can't even find the AWP from Mondesi there on the way out the door. Look, loss bonus is definitely playing as Team Liquid's favor, sure, but just 2 rounds now for G2, and they'll secure map number 1. Looks like there's vibes.
Just got the AWP in the last second there.
Nice.
Wow. Incredibly hard fought. Team Liquid, they are making them work for it. Great shooting.
Yeah, I think that is tough for Twists and Naf in that situation. Even though you've acknowledged that it's a short plant, where possibly is Hunter, time's against you. But G2, they salvage it. Counter man against another lighter buy. Long pressure applied. That molly stalls them. They're exploding.
Yeah, Cadian's not got the weapon for the job here.
Double AWPs.
Yeah, Twist has already found one. Hunter meets Twist secondary AWP, and oh, lovely work from Cadian there. Anticipating the jump into the pit from Stu over the smoke. 2-man advantage, both from the AWPs connecting.
I wouldn't rule them out of the round just yet. I think the fact that they have Mondesi alive and able to patrol down this corridor of long, if anybody from Team Liquid oversteps the mark, he can punish. Nico showing you another way to get that long smoke for the cross. They have a HE on Naf. He's currently dealing with mid doors, so they can't really clear the smoke.
Ooh, Skulls. Committed to this. Tries to drop off silently and does so. Molly, oh, doesn't stop him. Would have forced him into the angle. Now Cadian's off once again. Fills the feed onto Nico. Good work so far from Liquid, just locking it out perfectly. Converting those picks. A leg shot and finish. Solid from Liquid. That's a convincing one.
But you now, as G2, are well aware that they have double AWPs. And what's just come through the pipeline is the fact that G2 are actually in a bit of financial trouble, which could lend them to punishing double AWP setup. Now, the next thing that factors in is going to be what spawns are available to them. If you try and scrim out long and you don't get a fight long corner, then you have long control, but without weapons to use at long range. So essentially what you need to happen is a series of events that allow you to close down this distance and win some early duels and then potentially play out a mid-round, or have a big follow-through. And by that I mean you will need the flashes to constantly cascade with probably some quick long crossover smoke so that you can do this as fast as possible, because the longer you wait, the better it is for the CTs to then set up a defense to deal with it. Now, it is going to be the force from G2, of course it is. Next round they get the 1900 loss, so that was the 1400 they got off the back of that one. They have to invest, but they haven't... Okay, hold up a second. No, they haven't gone all in. So there has been some light upgrades, and never mind. It feels like they're happy to concede this one. Next round get the 19, which will put... We're talking... It's Galil territory, sketchy. Or if you want util, so it's not going to be the best of buys. I am surprised to see them not shove here.
Skulls handles it well.
No support for him at all, Alex.
No,
Clearly
I
isolated.
mean, he's going to lose the right. Oh, lovely work. The fact he gets a third on the swing from Nico. Now Twist is there to stop the retrieval, doesn't hit the shot. Next, he'll at least grab himself the AK-47, and it's a tough one here. Yakinda, he can't go any further. Hunter has locked that off.
Another kill. I think you'd be happy with it if you're G2.
Yeah, for sure. Yakinda anticipating Hunter's, or rather Nexus' return out of the long doors. If Hunter walks Suicide, he could catch him here, but he's being half spotted as well. The team play's great here. Twist spotting Suicide.
Oh.
Just as he looked away, Nexus got out. So this might be a bit of a surprise. Doesn't matter. A well-placed crosshair and a double kill to make it 9.
Props to Skulls. I understand he was only dealing with pistols there, but still quite difficult in that anchor position. So the fact he gets 3, really good work. Now we are going to see those buys that I was talking about come through. They've been able to facilitate an AWP for Monacy. That's thanks to Nexa. There is one Galil. I think the Mac 10 for Stewie. I think the limiting factor might be slightly lacking util. You were touching on before just how many nades they had left in some of these mid-round scenarios. Well, right now, not everybody fully equipped. Hunter and Nexa without any nades, really.
Yakinda's gone Aggie lower, and I'm wondering to see if how Hunter and Nico's approach disrupts that. Now, Cadian's supporting him. All early on the nade.
Should we consider the molly from Palm Tree? There it is.
Oh, Yakinda's in trouble. Forced forward. An incendiary from his teammate to peek over. Oh, he's in such an uncomfortable position, but he still leave with 1.5. Nico put low as well. Make the best of a difficult scenario there, Yakinda.
Cadian, who's going to float back towards mid doors? They might have to go for an upper dark push, but Twists with the AWP, yeah, you can see he's going to have to be careful of a lot of these lines. So not going for a full clear, just going to hold offensively, having to rejig this because they know that the mid to B is where they are weak right now, Liquid. Oh, do you go ahead of it if you twist? Oh, you don't need to.
That whole movement sequence from Hunter was to try and bait the orb shot. Twist has actually nailed it regardless and now has full upper tons control. Surely Nav can start to poke his nose in towards the mid question. Now the util is about to be thrown out by Nico towards A. A Vanguard smokes. Molly towards Goose and Go. A boost for Monacy. They are light on time. Very light on time. Next, they're going for a late long arrival. Skulls is holding. Oh, just looks away. 2 backs a turn. It could have been beautiful, but it looked good for Liquid. Naf will finish it off nicely. And we've just got a 1-round game, folks.
Yeah, that was insane. He got one. I agree with Cadian there when he was just discussing this with Yakinda, because they've gone through the correct protocols to deal with the aggressive move. And then the way they've dealt with it is the mid-ramp molly, and at that point, Yakinda can't go forward, can't go backwards. He is isolated, and they have to deal with him. Yeah, bang on. That's an impactful kill. Hard to disagree with that. Yakinda over towards B in support with Naf. So these AWPs, 1A, 1 middle, and a nade. What's that more? Naf removing Nico from round number 22. Starting to flex a bit with the AWPs, aren't they, Liquid?
Yeah, Twist, he can do it with anything, can't he? He's got Yakinda to support. Tags up Monacy, and Yakinda will finish it off. So that's team play, baby. Another tag hits from that Twist's AWP.
Well, sending them between AWPs, aren't they? You can get past the one in middle. Now it's a chance to get past one at short. Run boost.
Come on, Cadian, let's see how quick you are. Didn't quite nail the acrobatics. And Cadian will profit. Hunter was already tagged up by Twist. Hits a nice headshot, but Twist, he's not stopping for anyone. Gets his 22nd. And Team Liquid have closed the gap entirely. That is a 4-round run from them. Only 4 kills from G2 over the course of those 4 rounds total.
Yeah, and that is what's given them an impressive amount of cash to close out this map potentially with, or at least take us to overtime. 7k remaining on the likes of Twist, closer to 8. You've got 9.5 for Naf. Cadian, after getting dropped the AWP from Skulls, has 8.8. So plenty of money. Ooh, Next is doing the twist smoke.
He's doing the twist smoke. They know they've only
player B.
They've got double AWPs.
All on Nav.
Fast play commitment, Nav. What have you got for us? They're pushing you. He throws out the flashbang. Nav, 100 to 0 is Monacy with the incendiary. They're out. Nav's begging for backup. Cavalry's coming. Nico does find one. Still Nav stubborn. On the site. Good for one more.
Stewie.
3v3. Stewie down. Great cover from Cadian. The pace change from G2. It boils down with an advantage for Liquid. This is a big round with huge ramifications. Can Nexa and Nico convert the disadvantage scenario?
Oh, Twist keeps moving. Look at him already rerouting, knowing they can't just all sit out.
Nico's working on a flashbang though. It's about the timing. Cadian's staring at it. His back now turned. Flash and push. Nexa needs to hit the shot here and didn't get anything on his first cross.
Skulls has full nades for the retake. Start lobbing these out, boys. One car, one pat, maybe side.
This is the fight. It's all gone wrong for Nexa and Nico. Team Liquid with one on B, and they lock it down.
But this is the detail, that we didn't really catch it, but Naf's incendiary that went to upper tunnels, I'm pretty sure whoever was playing Fireman threw the smoke into the leg of Stewie. Right, so
I flashed. Long clear. They might door, they might door.
I'm bottom, so blind,
I'm gonna flash in, Max, wait!
Yeah, flash you can.
Flash over! Car in the right side. Flash over, flash again, flash! Doors, indoors.
Yeah, two big box, Outdoor, big box. Or big box.
Stop.
Oh, and they stopped on Twist request.
Yeah, well, yeah, everyone calm down. Let's stop trying to feed the fights. But so I'm pretty sure whoever was to extinguish the incendiary hit Stewie in the back of the leg.
So no extinguish Monacy
and
dies.
then running through, more damage done.
Interesting. Oh, wow. I mean, you were bang on in the sense that Nav really was completely isolated. You could just hear in the comms as well. He's just going, I'm blind, I'm so blind, I'm blind, I am so blind. But he does so well.
Yeah.
Just living. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do.
If Liquid win this, they've really snatched it away, haven't they? It looks like it could be a 6-round run. They're going again?
That's ambitious. Okay. Here we go. Flash is arriving. Nav, got to do something pretty brilliant here. I'm blind, I'm so blind, and now Stewie's dead. Oh, Nav! Oh, that is outstanding! A triple in defense of the B side, and Liquid snatching Dust 2 away. It's their map pick for a reason, baby. They take it in regulation. That is an impressive, pacey finish from Team Liquid. Defending back-to-back B hits from G2. Some ballsy calling from Nico, but it does not land.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Well, not even close, not even remotely close. And by that, what I'm trying to tell you is it was freaking close, man, unnecessarily. But of course, we did have a victor there in the side and in the form of Team Liquid. 13-11, Maniac. Can you believe it?
I can believe it. And haven't we all missed the good old B rushes? Did we not miss them? Back-to-back B rushes from G2 towards the very end. It's always on the line. Like, it's either idiotic or it's brilliant. And it felt like they had that right call at the end, but Nav was allowed 0.5 seconds too long to survive. Triple kill, round done.
Stuck the spray.
What's that saying about like the fine line between like brilliance and insanity or whatever?
I think you mix like two idioms together right now.
That could be.
That's me. That's my thing.
That's your
What are you
job.
doing?
Okay, my
My
bad.
God.
Sorry. Do you have one cooked up right now?
Yeah.
Rickism somewhere.
Yeah, what goes around is all around. And there you go.
Okay, there we go.
So, yeah, that's pretty much what we got. Speaking of rounds, I mean, we will dive into some of those, but right out of the gate, we got a good-looking G2 and a good-looking Liquid here in terms of just being on the same page with each other.
I think that it was good for Liquid towards the end of the game, but it started off not that great. We saw a lot of questionable things happening. Like, yeah, they got pissed around, but then they're like losing a lot of momentum and, you know...
You can always count on G2 to lose an eco round now,
That's true. You can count on... Yep, that is true.
Where are your decos now?
I think we do have that.
You want to see it? Just say the word, man. Just say Glocks. No, Doc, actually, that works. Yo, what's going on around 6?
They lose to Glock, so...
All right, well...
I mean, basically, it's they're going out long. I think they invested a couple of flashes in the round. Everyone else is on a Glock, and then it's just they get the kills on people fighting, and then Yekindr just turns around with this AK, waits for a hunter to go hunting for an eco frag, and then it kind of turns itself on its head. Yekindr goes around the world here with the AK. Monazi's not really expecting him, and then is able to find and isolate Stu in a 1v1. And you know, I think if they didn't get this round here, this half could have looked really sketchy for these guys, because even with pistol and this Glock clutch or eco round, it was still like in the favor of G2, arguably.
I know that the fights taken early on might not have been ideal for G2. I do understand the concept, like they hear the Glocks, they have rifles, they go for these swings and then get punished. But I do think Hunter's death is a very big mistake. Like it's a yellow card. Like if you're playing football, not soccer, y'all better calm down. If you're playing football, that's a yellow card right there. You're 3v2, you have them contain. There's no need for you to force
up on the
that.
site, they have no nades.
Exactly.
You have the crossfire and everything.
The worst that can happen is Counter-Strike crashes. Like, it's the worst that could happen. Like, you're safe.
That's apparently fixed in the last
update. Not
update.
unheard of.
No, it has happened
They fixed the crashes, but they changed vertigo a little bit.
They did.
Could have just removed vertigo. But anyway, no, that doesn't matter here. We don't even have vertigo in the series, guys. What were you thinking? What we do have is around 26.
No. That was
23.
15.
23, not 26. There's some numbers. I meant 23.
16,
yeah,
23,
carry the
47.
I wanted to talk about some of these B rushes because here there's a little bit of a detail. I do think that the incendiary was not smoked off by G2. They tanked a goddamn truck ton of damage, allowing Nav to stay alive, getting 2 kills as well. And here, what I do appreciate with the retake is that Liquid could have played it too fast, but they slowed it down a notch. They realized, hold on a minute, if we all retake right now, there's a chance we're gonna get multi-kills. So they slow down the pace, they send Twist towards tunnel, and they wait. They know they have the time. There's no stress. We see here the pop flash. By the way, next side didn't trust the flash at all. He could have peeked on that. Didn't want to. Yeah, the flash wasn't good. I know you're on that point. And then when Twist is ready to fight, that's the moment that Liquid decide to attack from 3 different prongs. This was a beautiful retake, and I don't exactly know. And this might have been why G2 decided to rush again the round after, because one, this could be surprising as a call, and also because that Molotov wasn't extinct, and they thought if we hadn't missed that detail, if something happened, Counter-Strike happened, we would have won that round.
But what about Arcadia play-by-play? Let's hear what it sounded like in the server.
I think it's yours, Chris, man. I flashed. Long clear. They might door. I'm bottom, so blind. I'm gonna flash in, Max. Wait. Yeah, flash. You can. Flash over. Current right side. Flash over us again. Flash. Doors. Two big box. Outdoor. Big box. Or big box. Stop.
I don't know if my favorite part of that was the just flash, or if it was the Stewie smoke criminal back in 2024.
Yeah,
just pushing through the smoke and then 3-on-3,
smoke.
just deciding to like go through that. Yeah.
I think
there was an idea.
I mean, it was an idea.
I did love Nav's communication. I'm flashed. I'm so flashed. I'm so flashed. And then KD's like, I'm flashing again!
It's the I'm dead buff, basically. You just say I'm dead and you get 2. Yeah.
Oh, these flashes. Maybe, you know what? We should sample this Cadian flash and put it as an alarm waking up in bed. You know, I was like, can you imagine tomorrow morning? Flash! Flash! Flash!
No,
that's how you would wake up tomorrow morning.
Speaking of smoke criminals, right? Speaking of Stewie 2K, showed up here for it, right? Like he showed up here.
Yes.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, nice.
You like that?
You had that one ready in the chat.
It was in the bag.
I do appreciate that. Stewie 2K, incredible on the city side. I think this is where the story is going to be. Look where it starts. It's no coincidence. Multi-kill on the B side. And I think that Liquid as a whole had the plan to abuse possibly his position, because they attempted a couple times at the very, very beginning of it. Look, there was like 3 occasions already in the first 7 rounds where they attempted to break through the B tunnel with that Hunter and Stewie 2K position, and his multi-kills were galore. I'm very impressed personally, maybe because I was left on that first impression of the Vitality game that was very complicated for him, but we delivered here.
You could make the argument about... Jesus.
I love it. Shout out, Ben.
I was gonna say, like, maybe you could make the argument about, like, oh, well, like, the problem with Stewie and these other maps is, like, maybe he hasn't played tier 1 timings on, like, Anubis and ancient maps like this, but then, like, going into a map like Dust 2, it's like nobody really knows the timings, but then, like, you throw this Vitality stat line at me, so.
Oh, hold on. You know, we could talk about Dust 2. We could continue talking about it as much as it is awesome, and it is great to have it back. What about Inferno? What about the second map of the series? G2 is picked. We're looking at a Liquid CT start. What are we thinking here, gents?
Like, you were saying 2-0.
I was saying,
you think Liquid's gonna get that one?
I was saying, like, yeah, Liquid's in a good position to 2-0 them. I mean, the only kind of like question mark around the whole Liquid camp is this whole thing with, like, is Cadian in or out? The rumors around that. If they're able to get past that, Liquid should be winning because G2 has a stand-in. It doesn't matter that they beat Mouse. It doesn't matter that they got this far or whatever. It should still go in the favor of Liquid.
Really like how he just, quietly pushes aside the fact that they destroyed Mars. It doesn't matter.
Just some little thing.
It happened. Disregarding this result, Your Honor.
We can't really disregard what is in front of us, which is a break. That's going to have to happen whether you like it or not. So I hope you got all your lickies and chewies, snacks, everything that you need, so that when we come back, we can maybe settle the score here. And by that, I'm talking about Liquid, just 1 map away from staying alive in Dallas, going on into those playoffs. It's Liquid versus G2 at the Intel Extreme Masters when we return.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now! Get right now! And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
In 2018, when Astralis won the Intel Grand Slam, what else was happening? A. Justin Timberlake performed an amazing halftime show at the Super Bowl. B. England won the World Cup. C, the first Tesla car was made. D, the first season of Stranger Things was released.
2018, when they won Grand Slam. Which if they won it in Katowice? No, Pro League. They won Pro League Odense, right?
Couldn't be first Tesla?
It was late in the year. It was winter. It was the second Pro League. That's what I remember, I think. Can we get the crowd help?
Can we make 50-50?
Yeah.
Or call a friend?
Let's just go for Tesla.
Yeah,
that kind of sounds the only reasonable.
I mean, Timberlake also, man, it sounds like it could be good, but...
Yeah, but how can we know that? I would just go for Tesla.
Yeah.
It was Justin Timberlake.
It was.
I'm sorry.
Why didn't you say anything?
Who won the MVP award at IEM Dallas 2022? Was it A, Deepa, B, Axile, C, Nathany, or D, Snappy?
Axile.
That's correct. Who did Liquid beat in the grand final of IEM Sydney 2019? Is it MIBR, NRG, Fnatic, or FaZe?
I would say FaZe.
No, it wasn't us.
Sure?
Yes. It was not MIBR. I think they beat them in semi-final.
You sure not?
No, 100%. In the final.
Then it should.
I would go with Fnatic.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Let's go.
This is cool. How old was Munacy in 2008 when SK Gaming with a full Swedish roster won IEM Global Challenge in Los Angeles? Is he 3, 4, 5, or 6?
That's a mathematical question.
3, no? Wait, let me count again. Pretty sure he's 2005. I'm like 100% sure.
Huh? No, he turned 19.
He turned 19, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 years old.
That's correct.
Nice.
Final question. Which player wasn't part of Team Envious that won IEM Cologne 2015? Apex, Kenny S, NDK, or Shox?
Shox.
That's correct. 4 out of 5.
First one caught us off guard. But almost 5 out of 5. If I listen to you, like I listen to you in game.
Spot in the playoffs or elimination. It's cut, it's dry, it's brutal out here. The last day of the groups here for IEM Dallas 2024. It's G2 locking horns with Liquid, and Liquid a map to the good. They take their map pick in regulation. We did need all of the rounds. 13-11 scoreline converted. Now we find ourselves on G2's turf, Inferno. What do you reckon, Chaddy B?
Ooh.
Sorry, Chandrick Lamar.
I liked what we saw from G2 yesterday on this map, but it was against Mouse. I think for Liquid, this isn't necessarily a weakness within their map pool, so it will be a tougher task for G2, and let's see how they handle the loss. They were in a good position, and as reflected upon by the desk, if the Glock round, clutched out by Yakinda, the man on your screen right here, right now, didn't go in their way, then maybe, just maybe, G2 could have picked up Dust 2 and could be sending themselves to the playoffs with a victory on this one. Now Shu on the other foot will have to find themselves doing it on Nuke if they want to get it done in 3, and that feels like a very tough ask.
Any key learnings from seeing G2's previous Inferno rep?
Well, Stewie was having a lot of discussions about, trusting him and letting him.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
There were some of the learnings. No, I think having Stewie over towards B with Nico, that's a combination that can work. That's the thing. Mouse. I don't really know how to frame Mouse's performance yesterday, to be completely honest with you. To read in the interview, Torji saying they took a break and they didn't practice after their last win, that was actually quite concerning to me. And people might be like, oh yeah, but it was Pro League and then it was into Bet Boom and best of fives. But now they're on the player break 2 weeks before everybody else.
Yeah.
So then you took a week off knowing that you're going into break in a week's time.
Yeah, it's like having a long weekend before your holiday.
Yeah, may as well just extend it. Why did you? I guess they did.
I see you.
So that puzzled me a little bit, but I don't want to take anything away from G2. We are. Oh,
I don't like the look of this congregation of people.
No.
Steam, have you done anything here?
Come on now.
Oh, the tech pause graphic has been released. So,
back to what we did yesterday. Let's get Twitch chat open.
Yep.
All right, we'll go. Everybody who's watching at home, if you're, wherever you are, you could be anywhere. Maybe you're here in America.
I had something new I've never had before.
Okay.
It was called elotes. Elote, I'm probably butchering it.
Is it food?
Yeah, it's like fancy sweet corn.
Is this the place that Rush recommended?
Yes.
Do you want to break Rush's heart now?
I mean,
he can't respond.
He can't respond, but he recommended a Tex-Mex spot, and it was, you know, it wasn't bad.
Use the Zoomer lingo.
It was mid AF.
Rush said, and I quote. Actually, I can't quote him. But he did say that he was substituting barbecue slots for the Tex-Mex.
Yeah,
slots.
which I found hard to believe because I'm a big barbecue fan, especially when it's done as well as it is here in the South. But yeah, I don't know if I would make the same sacrifice. I'd much rather have brisket twice than do those tacos again.
Yeah,
I tried every taco on the menu.
So Rush doesn't usually recommend. And if he does recommend, normally it's pretty good. So that's interesting to hear that it wasn't great.
But the elotes were good, and Trace's queso was delicious. Had some of his kind of cheese dip.
All right. Yeah, no, we learned what queso was yesterday at the sports bar.
That's right.
When I had it with my chips, which I thought were going to be corn chips, but they were just regular potato chips.
Good old-fashioned chips.
I would love some nachos with guac.
I love the way you say nachos.
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 Well, I'll be honest, Petsa didn't look happy.
No, what's happened here? We were only... It was like, what, 10 minutes between maps and something's gone horribly wrong?
There was some conversation being had. So it's like a manager having a conversation with a referee, and the referee stood his ground. Oh, can we say that, Phil? Yes. Okay, G2 wanted the AC to be turned off, and that's what happened. So the AC has been turned off. Hold on, I'm going to take off my
Could you imagine if
then,
it becomes like kind of a... Like then Liquid complain that they want the AC on, and then they end up... imagine.
Who wins?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I am taking my jumper off 1 second.
Well, if you're gaming in a jacket, man, it must be nippy. Oh, I'm seeing some fist bumps. That's a promising sign. And so is that sound. Okay, the AC's off and the game is on. Let's get ourselves situated. We're ready for our second map. Last chance for playoffs indeed. It's Group A, it's Liquid and G2 in the lower bracket final. We appreciate your patience, and we're about to find out if we need another map here. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued as to whether or not we see Nuke. G2 on Inferno with the Stewie 2K stand-in. It was close on the first. Let's see if it's the same here. Map 2.
I've worked it out. It could be an air conditioner that uses Liquid, and they thought that was a little bit unfair.
Yeah. No, it's G2 that want to use the Liquid to take a third map. Oh, look at this little lineup from Skulls. He's in a position to flash mid on Cadian's call should the step start to trundle up middle. Hasn't been heard.
Twist has had 6 kills over both pistols so far. Let's see how many more he gets. Had an opportunity to joust down mid. Now, after a little bit of a foray up banana, now they're coming up the guts. Cadian on the long side. Twist back to pit. Skulls in the sight. Moto smoke lined up. Molly towards Twist position likely.
Yeah, here comes the Molly. Down goes Monacy.
They're coming through long.
Oh, Yakinda. Oh, he's done well to find one onto Nexa, and Naf's right there to deal with the Hunter extra. It's a bit of a race towards B here. Nico and Stewie are charging. Naf's going to be there to spot the cross.
Oh, they're ahead of this.
Trying to block it.
Oh.
Oops. It's gone a little further than he would have liked. And now he's just going to play the numbers game, wait for the team. It does mean that the bomb goes down. I say with bated breath. Yep, gets the bomb down. So that's certainly going to embolden them into the next round of play. It's now Nico in a 1 versus 4. Goosh has been hit. Cadian softened up, and he does find a clean headshot into the first. Taking down Twist is a good start. That's even better. Could have been more. Cadian only had 3 HP. If that bullet had connected, he had a 1v1.
I want to request this now. After Cadian gets the kill onto the Coffins player, can we get the comms from that point onwards?
After Cadian gets the kill.
Because it felt like something was being called, and I would like to know what it was.
You got it.
So if we could get that.
I'm not doing it.
That'd be great. Oh. Okay, well, we
heard
it there. Okay, so maybe we don't need the comms.
Okay. Well, you got what you wanted.
Yeah, okay. Well, nice. So bomb went down, but bomb was defused. We know there's a difference in the loss bonus, so you get about 25, 26, 50, depending on if you had util or if you bought Kevlar on the pistol round.
Oh, we saw this before, didn't we?
Yes, but this time it's actually Nico, the one dropping the AK-47 into the hands of Mornage. Shan Mornage.
Little gap there for Monacy's hero AK to poke his nose through. Another slightly overshot nade there from Naf.
Every day I wake up, I go banana.
Where are you going with that?
Shan Mornage.
Everybody ask me.
Shan him.
Oh, lovely use of this rifle. Monacy's now just got to find Nav, and the sight is theirs. Monacy delivers. That's why Nico gives him the rifle.
And that's why I shot him.
Everybody asks you. An uncomfortable retake. Not even one I'm convinced they're going to go for.
Skull's still alongside.
But they are there.
Skulls, you're worried about the lurk, mate. We have some bad news for you.
Oh. Little incendiary lineup there.
Okay, well, let's just
get out of there.
Back off.
Skulls was just ahead of the play. He just knew we were saving.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Okay, well, that is one way to win a round.
That's mad, isn't it? How easy that must feel for the rest of G2. They've just kind of been escorted into the premises by Monacy.
Oh, hold up, Twist. How many are you getting? There's 4 available. The first 2, mince meat. The third and fourth are absolutely beautiful, Twist. Great work on the Famous. Can he get the AK? Found it. Okay, well, that's so much damage and an upgrade.
Golf claps all round. I mean, you'll take the second round force conversion, but it does get a little bit unsavory, losing everything, including that rifle investment. It's not too bad. You'll have everything you need, but look at Twist go. He's just, it's just a demonstration of how on he is right now, just locked in. The desk were discussing his demeanor in the pre-match interview, and it's kind of, he has that same demeanor in the server.
Okay.
The lamp boost without the lamp anymore.
Yeah, and I suppose you've got Yakinda on the jiggle as well. Naf will be able to smoke. Oh,
whoops.
Under the Tootsies. Stewie would have heard that. He was close enough towards Carter to hear them fall off. Flash and fight. Alex, this is about to get very messy.
Naf is going to be flashed in. He's done very well. Look at them go. It's a massacre on Banana. Monacy left alone with no health.
He didn't stop strafing. He has used the UMP to full potential there, Mr. Naf Fly.
That's cool.
That is quite bonkers.
One of them wasn't flashed, but of course he hits the first while moving to the phase.
Was it Stewie who wasn't flashed? He was the one that only had the MAC-10, I believe.
I think so.
The least equipped for this.
So, yeah, he actually just tucked close to the wall, but everyone else mowed down.
Oh, that was sick.
Fuck you, baby.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Expletive something.
Yeah, that's the something I was looking for. Setting the target towards Naf's top banana roost. Look at Yakinda. He just has no fear. Comes to claim all of banana for himself and tuck in towards the barrels. Comfortable round here for Team Liquid. Damn, Yakinda with an ace on that MP9, farming up a whole lot of cash and confidence.
We've had 2 of those. One on Dust 2 for Hunter. Now one on Inferno for Yakinda.
Taking it in turns. Get those anti-eco aces.
They're doing... Liquid are doing heroic into a 3-man B setup.
Okay.
I have my PGM quite low, so I can hear the conversation.
That's cheeky. I like to be immersed in the sound of violence in the server.
So I guess the is heroic the smoke? Potentially, or it could be the A setup, but either way, 3-man B setup. Look at this. Maybe I'll just start calling it as if I didn't hear Cadian talk.
That's a very well-timed nade. Indicative of a heavy B setup, but that's not going to dissuade Nico and Stewie. Oh, there's more flashes. Such pressure. You can see Nav's got another one.
Oh, that Molly forces the fight.
Barraging these fights, and oh, it's Yakinda again with a left-right good night to Stu and Nico. Mollicia return. Still the advantage for Team Liquid here on this CT side. They're looking very dialed in with the team play. All of that utility, the step-by-step, the color by numbers. Force the fight into the flash, into the swing. Hunter is going to walk in to test the B site hold. Yakinda on a passive angle. Just going to be jiggling in. Oh, no way! He gets more! It's Yakinda, back-to-back aces if he gets the last. Naf denies it, but still 9 kills from Yakinda in 2 rounds of play.
Yeah, and 9 kills with the MP9. He has, before purchases, he had 12k. Now he's down to just over 11. It was the hero AK put in the hands of Monacy that put the second round on the board for G2. And then, that's where Twist, remember, denied them as they were trying to save towards CT spawn, got himself an AK, him and Naf in unison locked down B, and apparently B's still closed for business.
And if any of you were wondering why, when CS players were quizzed as to what they wanted to see changed, the MP9 was at the top of the list. It's rounds like that where Yakinda, he, as you said, had so much cash, he's able to facilitate a very scary amount of additional buys.
I think he dropped the AWP.
I think so too, yeah. He's like, hey mate, I've got some extra cash, you fancy one?
Oh, this is fantastic for Team Liquid. 3-round difference. You know G2 are back down to something light, and we can tell you how light it is. It's 4 Deagles and a P250 in the hands of Nexa. There are 2 players yet to get out the starting blocks as far as the kills are concerned. Ooh, a little bit of a wonky nade there, down the guts of middle. That is Nexa and Stewie, both sitting at 0 and 5. I question if we see them continue to return to B.
I would
because
too.
it's been so much banana play at the moment. Other than the pistol, Monacy's been able to take down Skulls, so that's not bad at all, but it's only an MP9 scavenge for his troubles. KDN deals with Hunter having a look, and you have to go as individuals here if you're G2 to see if you can open things up with these Deagles. Naf's going to clear.
Should have no trouble here, Naf. Perfect into the first. And not too bad into the second as well. Nexa will find him before Twist makes it 5. Locked in. Very convincing start for Team Liquid's defense here. 4 consecutive. After that second round forced by conversion from G2, you know, you thought that would incite a little bit of momentum. But then with Twist doing so much damage and then you lose the next, it just spiraled out of control back into misery.
And might continue to do so. The thing is, Nico's going to be working on banana control alongside of Stu, and that Monacy likely with the AWP is the player. He doesn't have an AWP at the moment, but he'd be the one holding flashes to set them up, which means you're going to need Nexa or Hunter to be more vocal over towards second mid if we want to see them stop leering into just banana plays, I'd say. God, it's a huge nade.
They're doing it all right now.
Well, here's another one. And
another
there
one?
will be another one. Guess if you keep spamming from T-stairs, we know you're home. Oh my god.
Look at them. I mean, just so worse for wear. Now, 3 players of the 5 are susceptible to a 1-bullet M4 headshot, and that's only for the ones that are wielding it. Yakinda, he's got himself an AK with alongside Twist.
And it's 3 of the players who would traditionally be involved in a lot of the map control.
Yeah. Canadian Zorb posted on mid. A well-placed flash required if they want to get up brackets.
Nico could molly this.
Molly, he shall. Forces Skulls away. Nexa, oh, he had an opportunity, but Skulls has found the headshot very quickly.
Still 2 on B. Yakinda forward. He'll take the fight. Twist not supporting him whatsoever.
Can they get past Yakinda? It's a strong angle. I'm sure Stewie's going to be well drilled on the clear. Still doesn't matter. Yakinda's just in form like that. Stewie doesn't even get to pull the trigger, and G2 just dilapidated.
Now, there is a slight gap that Team Liquid have acknowledged with the setup. You can see Skulls on the Cold Zero box, so that means Long is open, and that's why Naf hasn't pushed into Library and cleared out Arch just yet. In a moment's time, it will be called clear, but as we can see, G2 are operating with a save in mind. It looks like he's feeling himself.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is something we haven't been able to say about Yakinda an awful lot.
Now he can have his gun on the left side again. He's back.
Ah, that was the key. Well, he might find a kill after time, Alex.
Oh, he has. Oh, Hunter's got $50 in his back pocket after that one. It only gets worse for G2.
Oh, no.
This samurai is being dishonored live in front of our very eyes.
The round started with grenade harassment.
They're chopping off their ponytails.
And then finished with Hunter going down after time. I think the smile on the face of Coach Zeus probably tells the story of this one.
Seven rounds away from the playoffs. On home soil, force of the North American organization.
Well, considering how poor of a season they've had and the rumors around the team and what the future might hold, hey, a chance to wave to the fans in an arena match is definitely something that not only the org, but the players would love.
Nothing but a P250 and $50 spare.
Yeah, who hooked him up with that?
Yeah, someone's been
charitable
generous.
donation.
Ballsy of Cadian to even have a slight aggressive look. Nico wielding an AK here.
Is this the time? I suppose this is the time. Okay, so let's give the lay of the land right now. We are in the Group A lower bracket final. This is for one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs. We have 4 teams locked in. 9Z, they're in a semi. Vitality, they're in a quarter. In Group B, FaZe lost to Spirit earlier, which means FaZe is in the other semi and FaZe is in the other quarter. Now, second place in Group B will play third place in Group A, which is exactly what we're seeing right on our screens right now.
Oh, filthy from Nico. Sorry, Nico interrupted you.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Nap's interrupted as well. He needs help.
He really does. That hero rifle could translate to G2's second round. It's a Nico round, baby. Twist, however, has caught Stewie's forward position. The spam back through the smoke puts Twist on 30.
Might just save.
Yeah, but that's such a...
they have a lot of cash. Maybe have a look.
Hunter's looking for something more than a P250 on the floor in the smoke.
Have a little look. This molly in the hands of
the flashes.
Skulls.
Yeah.
This could be... Okay, giving it to Twist, trusting it to old wise Twists.
Molly does put Monacy into Twist. 3v3, time-sensitive mission. They have got kits. They need to be getting on it. The Tech-9 connects from Nexa, and it is G2's second round. No celebrations. They know that they have to continue and keep that up. That's a way back in. That is a way to keep the dream alive of having a competitive Inferno here, but it's just the beginning.
So it's Nico AKs in both rounds that G2 have won. He dropped it to Monacy the first time they had it, and this one he saved from the previous. This is a great shot to hit onto Cadian. Absolutely removes him. Naf under a lot of pressure. Nico deals with that with ease, and then Hunter actually does get some action done on the P250, so not a drop in vain. But you need a few more of those, G2. Would love to be able to get yourself... Oh, Cadian got blocked. He was trying to lob out the smoke so he could pick Car. He got blocked on the corner. They've had to use 2 CT smokes top banana to try and get this control, so a bit of an unforced error, at least as far as the enemy's concerned.
And it works out. A heavy investment of resources and a 9th death to Stewie 2K. Still yet to frag. Every single round you've left spawn and been unable to find a contribution. It's starting to feel quite bleak out there. The double mollies clears out sandbags.
I think it's really important that Cadian got that kill because of the util that they burnt on what felt like could have been nothing. So important, but still, round I wouldn't say is done just yet. Pressure applied towards B. Yakinda will spam out from behind the coffin smoke. Naf over towards CT. You can see that the coast is currently clear. Now, I said, you know, unless somebody from G2 is getting pressure over towards Boiler and Halls, they're likely just to keep a lot of these B plays, and it looks like that's the case again. So smokes are plenty, 3 of which, and here they go. Or ahead of the smokes.
Very blind, tucks in, now trying to provide support. Yakinda has to get one. He's done well to provide it. They still have the number advantage, but the site is lost. Can be difficult to work your way back in.
Nexa has a CT resmoke available after the plant. Double orbs. Ugh.
Yeah, far from ideal. You're just hoping and praying that Cadian finds something, and yeah, he will. Nexa, in pursuit of that CT smoke, has actually given up his life. Hunter, we need both. He gets them from the pool position. Now Monacy can be activated. A little bit of a wallbang tag. Cadian needs to hit the fast shot. He does. Hunter can't do anything, and it's a retake. A successful one for Cadian. Heavy contributions.
Yeah, beautiful impact from Cadian. And that one, the in-game leader steps up. Had to find the opener and essentially the closing couple of blows right there to allow Team Liquid to get back into that. But you can see how fearsome it can be with a B execute, even with Yakinda getting one on the way in.
I completely understand that Nexa didn't want to throw that smoke out early. Yeah, that's how Stewie's feeling, if you were wondering.
Still doing it with a smile on his face.
Yeah. But you completely understand, right? You don't want to just double smoke. You want to use every second off of the clock. Frustrations are visible for G2. Once you had the bomb down, you start feeling like you've got the edge. Monacy's trying some aggressive. Orping. Naf is the one to laugh it off. Anyone can do it here. First it was Twists on Dust 2, now it's Nav that takes the shot. Oh, Skulls under a lot of pressure. He gets them both! Massive for Team Liquid. G2 really struggling. Oh, and so Stewie, he's lost his rifle. Hang on, can we go back to the Stewie rifle situation?
Oh, and then he's lost. Oh, God. He got a kill at least, though, Alex.
Yeah, okay.
He got a kill.
Bloody hell, that is a tough one.
Watch Nico win this 1v3.
Yeah. Sometimes Nico does the most absurd things after you've seen maximum tilt on the cams. Hello, Cadian has been spotted. Information flows. Well, Cadian peek as this before the smoke blooms. Nico, he seemed to think so. Little pre-fire action, but from behind, Skulls will strike. A high impact round from the Brazilian as he gets both of them in apartments.
Smile on the face of Skulls now. From good mood to good mood as the tactical timeout, the third, has been called from G2. All of them burnt within the first half and understandable. It's an emergency. Call 911. Can you say that again, Zeus? I didn't quite hear.
Can't. G2 are too far away for us to be able to hear what Taz is saying.
Yeah, we get one side of this conversation.
This is the double from Skulls. Look at this, the timing, it's off. Hunter and Nexa, one by one into his crosshair.
Well, I suppose, again, I'll just reiterate the point. Winner of this takes on FaZe. And that's fun for a multitude of different reasons. Twists versus FaZe, stage match, that could be good. Always exciting. Counter-Strike, on the other side of things, it would be, what, Vitality taking on the winner of Heroic Big, which is looking likely to be Heroic. Getting it done with Nikidos back in the roster for another event.
Just for one last ride into the sunset. Guns are out, flashes are cocked. Looking to recover this half on their own map pick. Team Liquid are very comfortable here on the Inferno.
Do you notice how Yukinda, by choice, has an MP9?
I hadn't.
Well,
what does that indicate to you?
3.3, that they weren't expecting this type of an investment.
Or he just really likes holding.
Yeah, well, I think about it. Actually, a lot of his kills have come with the MP9.
He's an MP9 main. SMG. His weapon of choice.
If you don't retake bottom banana, what are you... Oh, twist throwing... Was that a shallow nade? It was a shallow nade. They might not clear it. That nade was just in front of half wall.
The fake. Stewie believes it.
Oh, no.
Stewie absolutely prepared. And now the trigger discipline. It gets worse for G2. Nico, he gets away with his life. Oh, and Nico does actually take down Twist, so it's uncomfortable for NAF now on the B site. Smoke towards the coffins is going to land as well. Next, are trying to activate a lurk, but Cadian was still posted. NAF's going to be Molotov'd out of position. It didn't even land. It does force him wide regardless. Monacy will trade. Plans Fountain. Into a 2v2. Hunter doesn't seem prepared for the speed by which Skulls is clearing this, and he will find an important frag to put it all onto Monacy. Has he got a clutch in him? Heads forward. Cadian and Skulls, so long as there's a trade. It's Monacy, baby, for 3. G2, they needed that. It's a little gift towards the tail end of this half. And for Liquid, yeah, they're going to feel like they probably should have had that one considering how it started.
Yeah, the fact that Yukinda goes overlooked, it's so interesting though, because he waits for multiple kills, but they kind of just run past the line of sight and he's left in this very awkward situation. But a great little finish from Monacy. Not going to let them retake this time round. I think Taz trying to calm Nico down a little bit there.
Yeah, you need him. You really do. 4th up for grabs.
Stewie again, between the smokes, the flames. It's had a tough time with this banana control. Definitely not an easy job. Interesting setup that's taken shape for Team Liquid over towards A. Nobody in the pit, in the site, in apartments. They're playing somewhat of a retake setup. And you can understand why. It's been B, almost a B simulator, as Yukinda goes down to Stewie.
Wow, he actually hits that onto Nico and retreats successfully. So you know where the AWP, you've noted an AWP. We're not going to say the AWP.
But at this point in the game, just because of what I was touching on how many B finishes there are, at this point, if you're Liquid, like, surely they go back to A. Like, they've just been B, 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 B. So you're going to stay quite stubborn with your setup and keep it as a 2-2. They're still staying close for a fast rotation, so I think the job is on Nexa to try and apply any pressure he can towards A, just like this. Smoke towards long will remove the vision of Cadian. He's not even going to wait that long. He's going to blow it open and see that nobody's taking the top mid control. They could just be in the precipice of middle, but you're likely sticking to your guns.
Yeah, Naf sticking to his. Twist. That molly on full makes things very uncomfortable for Nico.
He's going to come through.
He is going to push through, and that's going to be caught completely off guard. Gets it done. The AWP allows him to continue to find contributions. And it looks like G2 have done enough. The B site. The winning formula. And Nexa confirming the round with his flank here on towards the Ruins position. He knows where they, I'd say both are. He's concerned about the second. He's only seen one. But that will change right here. Cadian the last to fall. The last piece of the puzzle. Last round, they'll hunt him down. And for G2, it's something to work with into the second half in a do-or-die survival fight into the second half of Inferno.
How good the barbecue's gonna taste tonight after they confirm their spot in the playoffs.
Doing a pretty quick fashion as well. They'd have time for it. Barbecue joint still open. They look to make their way on in towards the ramp side here. Gonna test this once more, but they just can't get past Kingston. First line of defense. This time Tessus doesn't get two. So a little bit of ground gain towards the ramp side of things. So space created. The rotation's already there towards the lower side here. They've got the whole team ready to go here on Heroic.
There's three bodies, right? Kingston just the first to deal with, and okay, Nico does a little bit of a miss, but Nerds will not.
Oh,
He's got the wrap. He might get the op now. Oh, Tech9 on, now he's got the gun of choice. There's still work to do, but this makes it a lot more viable. Need to recover that bomb, need to get it planted. Nerds backing away, doesn't want to be the next victim of this Tech9, but meanwhile, wrapping in from ramp, it's Shush. Nerds just trying to completely reroute. Do they expect Shush? No one's looking. No one's watching for him. JDC gone. Searson connects. He can bail, but Nerds is too quick, and Nerds will secure his spot. He felt what it meant to lift the trophy here in Texas just last year, and now he gets another chance. A hug for Nico Dawes, the man who came back off the bench to help his comrades through, and they have confirmed their spot in the playoff. They have confirmed that they will be one of 6 teams to contend for this trophy, to contend for the championship of the 100th IEM. Big, great try, but it's over here. It's over now. The dream is done. The miracle run through the lower bracket can...
Both right side or? I don't see anything. Could be. Coffins.
He drinks me. Dead.
Should be one more coffins, I think.
I'm low. I'm gonna find.
Careful smoke, guys. Back up.
Someone's
second. Yeah. I'm second.
Nice!
They do.
Nice! That's not comfortable for me, guys, with 3 HP.
It's fine. I should not peek this. I should hold the CT.
I fucking missed my smoke kill.
Super interesting to hear them kind of mid game, diagnosing how they wanted to play that better in the future as we get ourselves situated, ready to get into our second half of play. Team Liquid not far away now from the playoffs, and G2 not far away from packing their bags and heading on home at the last day of the group stage. Cadian deleted by Nico, and with Stewie 2K's contribution, it falls into a dire, uncomfortable position for Yakinda and Nav. They've lost the bomb.
I could start having a discussion of how they... Okay. Nav still might be able to get this, even though he did miss his smoke. All right, well, there is a chance for the round now, especially with the space that Yakinda has been having a bit of a banger of a game, especially the MP9 has been able to get. If he can thread the needle, get this frag, never mind. All right, Nav, 1v4 situation, bomb on your back.
Well, if I was making a list of things G2 needed to do to make this second half competitive, but winning the pistol would have been at the top of the list. And winning it with minimal damage, minimal Kevlar rebuys, that would be one extra way to do it.
Yeah, and their first pistol of the series so far, so extremely important.
4 bullets, and he's down.
Okay.
Team Ace, everyone gets one.
It's great to all be involved. No bomb going down for Team Liquid, so as far as the cash is concerned, 2K into the next. You can see just the speed of which they wanted to take this B bomb site, but everybody getting deleted one after the other. The 3 players from G2 locking the door. Oh, Team Liquid have 4 sport. Okay, well, this should be quite set-piece heavy. Now, in a round like this, do you give away that you're 4 sport by mollying top banana, or do you just go into second mid? Oh, you give away some information. The fact that you have a smoke is quite crazy. Naf's lined up something very technical. So they've denied top banana info, which will keep multiple players worried about a potential pop behind that half wall. Oh, this could go wrong, Alex.
Nice from Hunter. Gets it and gets away. Confirmation of Tech 9s. Confirmation of helmets. A lot of information already as to what they're up against. Twist does Molly next around of short, so they will take Bracket's control. On a timer, though, spam from Monacy doesn't connect. Naf, that's a long-range angle. He's trying to find something with a P250.
Oh, well, whatever the set piece was, it has to be cancelled. I think they were hoping to see G2 play more of a standard anti-eco, but they were quite forward on mid.
Yeah, this is a nice setup as well. You can see the crossfire, one Coldzera, one can peek around this smoke, and Coldzera connects. It's Hunter in support. Naf down after 1, and Cadian left to his own devices, jumping straight into Monacy. And it's extra celebrations from G2 because they know the gap will close. That was a surprise force buy. And so a 7th feels imminent.
Yeah, curious to see that. So as you mentioned, with the 7, well, it is G2. They've dropped AKs.
Yo.
They've dropped 2 AKs. Cadian and Naf have given AKs to Twist and Yakinda.
This is not something you see every day, is it, Chad?
No, this is not something you see that often at all. Okay, so this is a different flavor from Team Liquid. This is interesting. I guess they want to try and keep the pressure on and catch G2 off guard, but I feel like you're playing into their hands if you lose this one.
Yeah, you're rolling out the red carpet. A good flash for the War Cup.
Twist is on his own.
Oh, yeah,
Essentially
he's
on his
trying
own.
to make a hero move. He's just fighting mid on his own. On his own volition. In the meantime, Yakinda, he meets Nico and loses out on one of those rifles. G2, this is going to bolster them now. The fact that your opponent has done this unusual buying pattern, they've forced back-to-back after losing the pistol.
And no dent whatsoever.
Yeah, you're going to be going, these guys are disrespecting us. I'm about to pop off.
Yes, and the biggest issue is they're about to give 2 AKs over. If they don't get any kills,
oh my god,
Nexter and Stewie are in potential positions to find upgrades. Stewie may be a bit too far away to do so right now, but round yet to unfold. And these are the 2 that drop the AK, so they don't even have any armor behind them at all. This is maybe a chance, if I'm Zeus, to take a timeout just to have a conversation. Hey, boys, that lead that we had coming into halftime quickly squandered. We should be finding ourselves tied up 8-8. Again, no dent, no damage. Plant seeming very unlikely. And playing this one by the book now, G2. They don't need to overextend, just play for information. Once you have it, rejig the setup. You know where both players are, and now you just need to strip them of their lives. And Monacy will do that. He will oblige. Up to 13 kills now. Okay. Oh dear, Liquid.
I'm intrigued to understand their decision making on the second round force. Never mind the third.
Yeah, and both were individual, right? They just set two players who have been doing quite well in the fragment department. Yakinda up to 17. Twist only has 10, but you look at his form in the tournament thus far. It's a player to find some damage, and both of them went home with nothing. Now this is the type of round against G2 they will win.
If history repeats itself.
You know, the lighter of the investments, a couple of flashes, a few upgraded pistols. If anything, they probably should go sell the armor. That's going to be a detriment for them against G2, I think.
Yeah. Interesting little lineup there from Nico. He's got his incendiary ready to react if Stewie calls the rush.
They're going to have full mid vision, so that long smoke, just hoping to keep this A defense a little bit worried and not be rotating towards B as quickly as possible. Oh, actually they did drop back from porch side, so it did result in its goal.
It does just fall to Stewie and Nico to ensure that this one is converted.
Oh, that was noisy and banana.
Yeah, throw out smoke. Caden's talking a lot here.
They only have one flash, one smoke. They're running CT.
No one's holding it. It's just going to be Nico and Coffins. They flash him off. And they find Stewie. Stewie controls the spray. And m0NESY's rotated through. They spot the Ruins player. Stewie does farm up 4 kills. Almost doubling his kill total with the anti-eco. Taz can't quite believe it. It's 8-8, folks. It was an 8-4 half. It was looking like it was a bit of a speed run to the playoffs for Team Liquid, but they've opened the door, and it's a can of worms on the other side.
Yeah, it was just going terribly for G2, right? In the early stages of that half, it was the hero AK for m0NESY that got them activated into the second round. Then they lost to a UMP drive-by. And then Nico had a saved AK, and that was the only 2 rounds they had for so long until they were able to break through in the later stages with some of these B plays. It was B, 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 and B. m0NESY now has the AWP. There was that timeout from Zeus. He's waited until the rifles have met the hands. But you've lost now 6 rounds in a row. 4 obviously in this half. What's the call going to look like? m0NESY's AWP. How much of a difference maker can that be? Just a 2-player B start out of G2. Nico and Stewie. 3 towards A. They've gone for the standard deep mid. Oh, aggression.
Hunter. Pushing straight through the aggressive smoke. Oh, he's got a lot of control. m0NESY's going to cover his backside. And Yakinda completely unaware as to the forward position of Hunter. This is a free frag for Hunter. He's actually opting for some discipline, but didn't want to lose him in the smoke, so reveals himself, but it's a nice opening kill, and he's got the freedom to retreat.
Map's just shrunk for Team Liquid, and that's so tough. The thing is, the guns have just come out. You've just taken a timeout to have your discussion of how you want to approach it. It looked very standard, just a complete default. The aggression of G2 split the map down the middle. You've lost Yakinda, your point man, early, and now you've got a minute left on the clock and you're scrambling. G2, this is a perfect time to call around like this.
Skulls towards the apartments. Gonna park him there, as it does look like they're retooling towards Stewie on Banana.
Did m0NESY...
37, dude. They are running light on time.
Well, m0NESY just clearing middle has given them so much information. So they've actually cheated Nico back towards B, and Hunter was even considering it as well. And now they've been blocked. Is it a save? Well, Nav can break it.
Oh, that's what they're
Jesus Christ.
This is bleak. Team Liquid. Problematic. Stewie readies himself for another multi-kill. They're doing the flashbang dance into Stu. He takes down Twist. Now it's Nav's turn. Nico spanks. 9 seconds. They need to kill Nico. He's just hiding out. Good wallbang from Skulls, but there's no time to plant. The round is over, and yeah, Hunter makes sure of it. Wow, G2 have secured themselves a lead now immediately upon arrival into the second half. A run of 5 straight out of the gates into the second half.
You saw how much damage that Hunter kill did. They were chasing their tail the entire round. They went back towards the A side, looked like they were going to hit there. They got denied. They dropped back. They thought the B was going to be the better option. The fact that there was no pressure, the smoke was held onto so late within the round, they had to break it and go through, and that's never going to be an easy time. Team Liquid, the early buying patterns in the second half, the idea to go for a second round force with no plant, then to drop the AKs, it's really cost you.
Yukinda's been quiet so far. He was having a whole lot of impact. Those 17 frags, shredding, back-to-back multi-kills.
Haven't played a normal round yet on the T side.
Oh, look at that little cache of nades they're leaving on B. And m0NESY, he's just going to have a lovely free opener. Twist goes down to the AWP. Forced to watch as potentially the 10th for G2 is on its way. Yukinda's having a go. Turns the flash. Nico, a cursory glance. The CTs have rotated through. A couple of nades right on his face puts him on notice. And they've been slowed. They've been completely halted.
That was everything. All they were left with is flashes.
Horrible situation for Liquid again. Nico investigates the potential walk up on the smoke, and he's tapping into Nav. He'll convert. Dips away. Hunter's turn for the next. Good flash from Cadian, but it doesn't really matter. Nico had vision. He'll find skulls. And Cadian, you've been spotted. You had a flash assist. They know where you are. Down he goes, 10-8. What's going on?
I'm having a tough time reconciling what we're seeing in this game, to be completely honest with you. I couldn't believe the type of lead that Liquid were able to extend. It looked like it was going to be all theirs. And then just some poor decisions that have really come back to haunt them has really got us staring at Nuke, which is the third and deciding map of this series. Yet Liquid were the ones who had to battle so hard. It was 6 consecutive rounds to close out Dust 2. But it was only moments ago I was saying it was 6 rounds, 2 from the previous, now 4 in this one. Well, let's make it 8 rounds in a row. The bomb yet to go down. A handful of kills scattered across most of these rounds. The T side from Liquid is non-existent.
I mean, like, the CT side was so existent, you know, as you've been highlighting. Up until round 11, it was 8-2.
Well, maybe G2 are all prescribing by Stewie's mantra. You give us a chance, we'll take this bitch a mile.
Yeah, they're taking this bitch a mile. Nav, 100 miles an hour, straight into a fully flash Nexer. They've got to clear him. Twist does. This pace change, it's getting under the skin. Oh, and it's only m0NESY that can save them. He does manage to find the 3 of them. The Tech-9 perfectly suited. A quick scope to the face. m0NESY sends Team Liquid back to spawn, head in hands. You can't get past the kid. And now 2 away from Nuke. Perfect sidearm for him. The CT with the Tech-9. That's why you pick it up.
That was insane. The pace at which those fights were coming, 2 of his teammates fall on the feet immediately. The Tech-9 comes out, he's just peppering them. Able to get the AWP back out for the 4th, locks down the site.
So good, it's crazy, and that's coming from Nico. You got to take that one at face value.
Oh, triple mollies from G2. 2 down banana, 1 down the guts of middle. That will restrict the movements. They're actually getting a little bit inquisitive themselves over towards apartments, so keeping this AWP of m0NESY a little bit more active within the round, and this is a great way to deal with defaulting players, and that player will be Skulls. Can he deal with Nexa? Does he even look for the clear? Nexa's been having a tough time, and while the flash was great, but Nexa will still get the kill, so an important 7th for Nexa. And it feels like we might be having a flawless CT half from G2.
Just like we all predicted.
Just like we all predicted. Remember, no expectations, Alex.
That's right.
We're just here to have a good time and watch some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, a good time and apparently a long time. The 3rd map's on its way. Can G2 keep this up? Disadvantaged Team Liquid. Hobbling towards the A site. Well-timed HE. Chips at Cadian. Yukinda, both now susceptible to a 1-bullet headshot of the M4A1S.
Where did posted long go?
There's one on Arch.
I don't know if it landed. Well, that one did.
Yeah, m0NESY can't spot Nav, so he's more confident, emboldened to post on this angle towards the side box. Nexa in the pit. This is an influential position. The nades are going to land. Twist has found a frag. Nexa just stands in the flames for 1. Twist, we know what he's capable of, and it looks like he's managed to do enough to facilitate a plant. Cadian punches in the code. This is integral for the Team Liquid conversion. 3-man retake. No reason not to give it a go with the amount of cash they have in reserve. Hoping for an overextension from the pit player. One towards the graveyard is Twist. Calling their flash. Frag from Stu, frag from Nico. Only Twist can save them now. He got them in, and now he needs to get them out. It's a Monacy Tech 9 frag again. I think that was nuts. I think that was nuts. Just from Twist's perspective, it looked crazy. He was like mid-air. Gets his boots on the ground, and G2 find their 12th. Even after all of that, that was the best chance we've seen from Liquid entire half.
What happened there, right? So Twist is the one who... Okay, that's an insane opener from Twist. I'm just curious.
Look at this.
Whips back into it. You can see him change his... Yeah. That's the type of reaction I'm expecting. He changed target selection. He was shooting Monacy. It went to Nico because he could see the boots went on the ground, and then Monacy does that. Oh, dear.
He's sick. Holy. It's still spotless, Chad. It's still a perfect half.
Just one more round. 5 more kills.
G2. With a stand-in no less. No IGL present. Looks he has to attend a wedding, and, well, G2... They're looking for map 3. Yakinda can, however, take down Nico. Stewie responsible to hold onto this B side. The rotation is swift. Hunter's there to provide some support. And Liquid haven't got any nades off the back of this. That clear, it results in the double. Hunter, the perfect position. You always feel silly and foolish as you die to the cleared smoke. Smoke you cleared. And it falls apart at the seams for Team Liquid. An 8-4 half. Ends 13-8.
Absolutely insane. They've just gone completely missing those earlier decisions to go for the second round force, the follow-up with the drop to AKs. They've got nothing done here, just Naf. 1v4, time, sure. Bomb on his back. Those are the only positives because Team Liquid. This one's going to be an interesting team chat.
Oh, man, yeah. Don't want to be anywhere near that one. Good shot from Naf. Hunter's repositioned. Hoping for an extension, but Hunter has the cross. And he'll take it. Wow. An incredible, spotless second half of play on G2's map pick. 9 on the trot. Some interesting financial decisions made by Liquid. As you said, it's going to be an interesting team huddle because Liquid, they have to put it across the line on map 3 if they want to see the playoffs.
I think it has to be Katowice 2015. IEM Katowice. Cologne. It was Gamescom, no? Like top 5, top 6. Envy. Fuck. Dennis. Right? I'll say next. Dennis, Chris, Speedy, and me. Oh shit! Okay, I see. It was the SK one. Fuck, I forgot about it. Cadian, Barry, Asilion, Sanden, and me. Yeah. I totally forgot about it. Well, I was on bench in Mouse, and they qualified for that event, got invited, I don't know, and someone couldn't go, or they dropped someone from the lineup, and they just called me up, and I was happy to play. Wasn't it like random out of 3 maps in the end or something? I cannot remember that. I would go either Kenny or Happy. If I have to choose one, I would go Happy. Wasn't that bad, actually.
It's just unbelievable the amount of people sleeping on G2. And I mean that because, well, sometimes it really is like that. Hey, you know what? Liquid won that first map. That did set us up nicely to go into Inferno. And then Liquid really just getting stuck, getting bottlenecked, and then ultimately destroyed in certain instances and scenarios. Either way, that's neither here nor there. We're going to talk about what is the Intel Extreme Masters, the implications of this matchup, and everything that's going on here within it. G2 Liquid, we're going to 3.
Yeah, let's address the elephant in the room.
Where is it?
What the hell was that attack from Liquid? Like, it had to be one of the most uninspired set of attack on Inferno I've seen in quite a while.
I think it was both the attack from Inferno and Dust 2 from Liquid. It's just fallen short both times. I mean, at the start of the game, G2 is asking for the AC to be turned off, and it looks like
actually, I can feel it right now.
Yeah,
it's definitely damper here now.
The heat's coming up on Inferno. Liquid's turning to gas. They're destroying everything, and then it flips into the second half, and Liquid just. Where'd he go? Just
dilapidated.
No more evaporated, evaporated.
No, nothing about science. Just gone.
You know what?
Disappeared.
Let's just say Liquid's T side looked flaccid at best.
Yeah, that's the word we settled on.
That's the one.
That is the word we're settled on. Okay, so I don't think it would be fair for us to just shit on the T side nonstop. I think G2 also did some good moves in order for Liquid to feel flustered. I don't know if we have it ready. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. Round 17. Let's talk about Hunter. Let's talk about risk-taking, in-your-face Counter-Strike. Great timing. You see here, crossing the smoke that has now become quite meta here on Inferno. Liquid, maybe not exactly good enough on relaying the information. That could be a possibility.
What's there to relay? Yakinder's the guy staring at the smoke.
What do you mean? Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know why. he should have been careful of that. But what's interesting as well is that you see the timer at the end of this round, 15 seconds. It's because that move from Hunter made Liquid second-guess themselves and doubt and chill and wait. And they didn't know what they wanted to do. And I think they started getting into their own heads. They were ready to attack onto the A side. Then they probably realized, wait a minute, no, I think they're going to be 4 on A side. Let's just revert back to B, walk the whole map down, give time to m0NESY to come back to B, smoke at 28 seconds, it's over. And it was the beginning of the end.
You say this though, but on G2 side of it, on their T side, it was the same thing. It was like Chad was saying, it was B site simulator. It really was. There was no pressure at middle. Nobody had to rotate off. Liquid was constantly stacking 3B. They had mixtures of running it down and doing these cheeky little head stacks. And it was G2 that looked just as bad on their T side as well. I think the main difference between the T sides was the fact that m0NESY was there on CT side of G2 to just lay down the law.
So you want to just eliminate both teams, or
actually, that's a crazy idea you had there. Honestly, that is a pretty crazy idea.
That's following to this guy. No, he talks about
to a community vote or something.
Yeah, there it is.
A community vote. Yeah, what a dangerous Pandora box.
Let us know in chat. Definitely that. Let us know in Twitch chat. Should we get rid of both teams? Actually, that's never going to happen. No matter what you vote or what you use your Twitch channel points on. What I do know is that if we continue on the path, round 18, bit of a bottleneck. Okay, round 19, m0NESY.
Take it. Have fun.
All right,
talk about
sure.
m0NESY.
Yeah, I'll talk about m0NESY. Yeah, we're watching. It's not a force buy, so G2 actually has a chance here. Next, it goes down quick though. Twist with the entry and the NAF as well to just follow it up, and then it's m0NESY just alone in sight. First one with the op, whips out the Tech 9 and just is it's a lightning strike from this guy, and just him against 4 people and just lays down the law. The spacing could have been a little bit tighter for Team Liquid there, but when you have someone that could literally just win you around like that, where it's Liquid's one chance to get back into the game off the back of a Tech 9 Mac 10 force buy, and then they can pick this round up, maybe stabilize their economy, get something going. They get crushed emotionally, physically, everything.
I know what you mean. My counter argument is that even if Liquid had won this round, I don't think they had figured out how to win more rounds. There is nothing replicable about that. It was just speed, pace, and then Nav just went beeline straight into it. Good flash onto the first player that's in Boiler, but that's it. It's not like they had figured out something, but mentally, you're right. Mentally, it would have felt for Liquid that, okay, finally, we're in the game. We're back in it. We get it going. But no, m0NESY just step on them.
I mean, I agree. It's hard to disagree. They had no depth.
In general, with me, it's pretty hard.
Well, I mean, just for example, this thing, they didn't have any fakes. They didn't have any layers to the hits. They didn't like take control of an area, push back the other side, and then kind of go into whatever. They were playing constantly a man down. When they weren't a man down, it was all these telegraphed hits like, oh, we're just going to go here. Oh, you blocked us here. Okay, we're just going to run across the map to this other spot. They weren't doing anything to like deserve or earn the rounds.
Well, everyone's earned it to this point. Okay, and by that I mean the point of going into map 3, the decider of the series. One of these teams going into the playoffs, and one of them going their ass back to the airport. That is how that works here in the competition. So we look at Nuke as the deciding ground. Anybody got a clear heads-up advantage here, or is this just going to be brawly chaos like we've seen?
So the problem that I have is that on one hand you have Liquid, who have a bit of a losing streak going on Nuke right now. They've played, I think it's a 4-map losing streak on Nuke. They've played it twice here, never really panned out. Against Falcons, it was pretty flaccid. That's the word that you used before.
Yeah,
there we go. We go back to that one. But the thing about G2 is I think the standing situation here comes into full effect. Like Nuke has to be one of the hardest maps where you can have these fast rotations, where you need these fast rotations. Counter-Strike gets complicated, it's layer on layer. I don't know that they are able to do that right now. I mean, where are you going to put Stewie in order for the rotations not to be bottlenecked or problematic? I can't really see that happening. I struggle for the CT side of G2.
I do wonder how kind of things are going to pan out with the knife round. I think the winner of knife goes to start CT side. Both teams were way better on CT than they are on T side. m0NESY is not going to have as much impact without the op on CT side. So if that's something that he can't get out on the T side and find value with, that's going to be really helpful for Liquid. Cadian's op hasn't really been that big of an impact here. I think a lot of the focus is going to be on Twist.
And that's why we don't turn on the air conditioner in the south. Right there is a very prime example.
I just had to do it.
I think a lot's going to be on Twist to be able to bail these guys out of a lot of these types of hits and just run around and do stuff. But I don't even know if he's necessarily in the right position to do this on this map.
Yeah, positioning, what it's all about. So given what we've gotten out of 2 maps, out of both of these teams, Josh, who's it going to be? Who's going to the playoffs?
I mean, I said Liquid at the start of this thing. The Inferno was kind of disappointing, but I mean, I'll just stick to my guns because I don't want to just backtrack and do that
and ruin it.
Well, he really sold me. I mean, what else can you say?
I'm buying a car from the man right now. My goodness.
100%. I'm signing the timeshare. I will stick this better get off my face. I'll stick with G2 because I do think they probably have a higher problem-solving skills on the T side, and we've just had a very bad example from Liquid. You know, recency bias and all that. I'm going for G2. And as Josh said, I can't change my jacket. Right?
Whoever starts CT should have a really good berth, but
what do know? We'll see. What do you know? Well, that's for something off air. That's for something while we're waiting for this game to start, which is just moments away. As you can tell, G2 getting back into their seats. We look over there at Liquid as well, coming from the outside, where it is definitely humid enough to be wet like water. We're going to go to a break. We'll come back right after this.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's bound. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Yeah, so actually I think the first time, like a lot of people are gonna think it was Rogue, but actually I was helping TSM. They were playing E-League and Twist was too young to participate, so I was actually playing instead of him. And lived in their gaming house somewhere in California for a little bit, around a month or something. Yeah, that was my first stint in NA. How did that come about? I think they had showed interest in signing me a few times before this. And then when they needed a stand-in, it was kind of an opportunity to feel out the life in NA and for them to feel out my vibe and everything like that. Yeah, so it was pretty fun. Back then it was like Semphis, FNS, Automatic, and Sick. Rogue was interested in entering CS, and the first situation was actually with the Maniac and HS from Estonia, and then 2 other Danish guys, Tensky and Blaze. And then the team went separate ways. And Rogue, being an NA-based organization, wanted to have a NA team for the NA Pro League. So they did, but they were struggling quite hard. There was a situation with which a lot of people won't remember, but his name is Wardell. Wardell joined Rogue from Ghost Gaming. And then like the day of the deadline or something, he said, no, I'm not joining anyways, and he left. And they had to play with a stand-in, and then they needed an offer, and they were about to get relegated, and yeah, they called me, and I went there on a 3-month contract. And we survived Pro League. I signed for another one. All of a sudden, I'd been in NA for like 14 months. And that's when I went to North. A lot of people are like, oh, so you lived in Las Vegas, and surely that must have been a little bit rough. But to be honest, I think with the life I was living, you could have put me in any state in NA and it wouldn't really matter, because I was just waking up, playing, exercising, and repeat. So no, you didn't find me a lot at the strip, at the casinos or the fancy nightclubs. Don't worry, don't worry. It was still a bit divided in Europe, but actually when I played there, it was very competitive. I remember there was a lot of the good Brazilian teams who were playing there, and NA was thriving at a completely different level than they are right now. They had like 3-4 teams who could compete internationally. Mentality and philosophies of how to play the game is also different. The NA one was like a bit more puggy style and kind of, you know, I also came in a lot of positions for, like they had like 6 or 7 positions in every map, which was named Headshot. I was like, guys, like we need to kind of rename some of these things. So there was some smaller adjustments that was easily fixed. I'd say there's some parts that both places can learn from each other. And I really enjoyed my time there. But I think actually the transition into this team is way more difficult, because into the Danish system again, I was maybe a bit of an outlier and doing my own thing. But now after playing for 4 years in Heroic, I think that the kind of gap and the difference in culture and mentality is very big here. So yeah, still trying to adjust to that. Most impactful North American player that I played with, both Twist and Nav has had tremendous success. Of course, I think Twist has maybe proven himself to be able to take it one step further, kind of leaving the safety net of Team Liquid and going to FaZe and winning another Grand Slam and a major there. From other teams, I would also say Leash has also had a tremendous career. Many of them as well, like Leash and Nav, has been very loyal to their organizations as well. So yeah, they can be proud.
Get this guy in the red mix.
Wait, no, the guys are gonna jump from the box.
Yeah, go to the left, go to the left. 3, 2,
left.
1. Fuck. Whiffed.
Nice.
One red.
They're running after me.
Oh! Nice move, Mercs. Nice. Right click.
One right click, one guy right click.
It was a very intense 1v2 that we did cut away from, but it was Twist doing his best. He actually got 2 left clicks on the 2 players on 45 HP, so close but no cigar, even just jeering across the studio, shouting, come and get me, come and get me. Well, they got it. G2 will be starting on the CT side of our 3rd and final map in the last day of group play.
And I think as intense as that knife round was, I think it tells how important starting on the CT side of Nuke is going to be for either of these teams. And well, it will be G2. We had the Des touching on that fact as well before we got back underway. And considering how poor Team Liquid's T-sides have been.
Yeah, I was just looking at in the Inferno T-side haul for Liquid, and Yakinda, who was at the top of the scoreboard with 17 frags in the first half, got 1. And on the other side of things, we had a completely immortal CT side from Monacy. Not a single death in that second half of Inferno. A crazy Inferno that the desk has discussed as we got ourselves ready and situated for our final map.
All right, well, an early smoke has been dispatched from Team Liquid. That helps to remove Slant Vision from main. Now, Twists with the P250. We saw just how good he was with it on Dust 2, but now he's instantly gooshed. Nico won and traded, and they're across to Secret.
199 damage dealt by Nico. Oh, that's a very well-placed nade in combination with the Dual Beretta headshot. If he gets the next, it's practically curtains for this round as G2 look to continue their winning ways. It was a flawless run. It's been a while since Team Liquid have won a round, in fact. This would be the 12th consecutive round loss over the course of these 2 maps.
Starting to get a bit out of control, isn't it? Forgetting what winning feels like. Kinder looking to try and manufacture the plant. Molly for the vent rotation in towards the site. If he plants backside, he might get it down. Nexa won't be able to stop this.
That's a big win for Yakinda, considering.
That's a huge win for Yakinda.
He even landed a goosh before he goes down. So yeah, he makes the best out of a bad situation there. You lost Twist early.
Now, I am curious as to what the second round buy will look like from Liquid, right?
Yeah,
because if we go back to Inferno, they bought without the plant. This time they do get the bomb down. Yakinda has 3,400, the rest of them at 26 or 2650. Maybe even just a timeout, lads, to have a conversation, huh? But looks like they are just going to let that freeze time trickle on down with some investments. They can buy roughly around that 2K mark. They will get 2,400 as the loss bonus into the next. So as long as everybody keeps 2K, maybe just a little bit under, you'll be fine for a rifle round if you're happy to work with a Galil or AK with limited utility. Smoke wall outside to draw the eyes of multiple. It will just be pressure now on Nexa towards Ramp, who has an M4. That's a huge positive for him. And head armor to boot for the Canadians out there.
Boot in a boot. Nexus being tested, flashed off of the line and just concedes the space. Well navigated with a white screen. And m0NESY getting the hell out of there. Doesn't want to be overrun by those P250s. Large amount of noise for m0NESY to hear, and he's actually found the perfect angle for the multi-kill. Gets himself the two of them. Does go down. That'll be an M4 Skulls can retrieve. Twist. He's going to try and clear main. It's Hunter that's tucked in, just holding credit. This should be a nice G2 conversion, albeit slightly threatening with Yakinda in heaven, but Hunter's safe from it.
Yeah, I think the window of opportunity there was as Hunter gets the kill, maybe Yakinda can strike from heaven while he's positioned towards main, but now he's been able to move over towards Hut, so that line of sight gets much more difficult. Skulls also still trickling around. He's been able to pick up the bomb. For them to plant again would be huge. Okay, Yakinda did find an opportunity, but will be removed. Hunter's had some impact in the first 2 rounds, that's for sure. And now Skulls will be mopped up by the aforementioned. So 3 for Hunter in that one. And 2-0 start for G2. Continue that streak. You said 11 coming into this, 12 with the pistol. Now it's 13. We can count.
Yeah, 13 rounds on the trot for G2.
How are you feeling about G-Stew? Are they growing on you?
I mean, I'm happy to see him on the cams every time we cut to it. It's been a long time since we had Stewie 2000 on the screen. It's time for the first guns. Let's see if Liquid can break this run of rounds.
Yeah, it'd be nice to start getting into a little bit of action.
Rounds lost, bro. You just, at this point, you've just forgotten. You've completely forgotten how it feels to convert a round cleanly or convert a round full stop.
And right now, a few members on Team Liquid need to convert a kill. Let's make it 4 out of the 5. Yakinda the only one to a frag thus far. I know it's only 2 rounds of play, so still an opportunity for that to start happening right here, right now. Smoke walls lined up late. Nico positioned himself at the start of the round over and towards the lip of Secret. So he is in a great position to be able to deny any of this cross space. And the early info can also play towards m0NESY.
Yakinda's on the warpath. Doesn't get exposed. He just slips past him. What? He wins the duel.
Canadian.
Wow. Despite Nico being flashed, he did do some damage to Yakinda, but they are surging towards that low side. Hunter in the vents. Oh, catches a timing. Cadian just looked away. And Yakinda's very low HP. Doesn't want to go for that trade. Stewie down to Skulls. That's a big frag to post.
Maybe vent to top.
And Nexa, he needs to clear this corner. Oh, Yakinda, despite the low HP, continues to post impact. A frag, and it looks like Liquid will, after 13 rounds of suffering, find themselves a convincing T round. It's only Hunter left. They can pivot up top. They know where he is. The fact that Yakinda's still alive is a blessing. Hunter running into Skulls. Wow, impact, baby. There they are. They're on the board. And some kills for those that you highlighted. Naf and Skulls get themselves off the starting mark.
Really have to say, the flash of Cadian is a round changer because they were getting harassed towards Yard. The smoke wall was getting cleared time and time again, so they fell under pressure. And then they could have quite easily just walked into this fight with Nico without the flash. We saw as the clear came through on X-Ray, the hand come up. So very important from Skulls and Yakinda in this round. Well, straight down to just the pistols for G2. No real residual cash to work with to contend with the buy of their own. They will be humble. They will take 1 eco. 1900 lost into the next. Stewie does have 4.1. So with $1,900 coming into the bank balance, he will be able to facilitate an AWP into the hands of m0NESY, which was something the desk was touching on. I think m0NESY is without a doubt the better out-AWPer in the server. He's one of the best players in the world. So this is the type of map where he could really cause some havoc. It's been quite pesky and annoying. Twist will take down Nico straight through the smoke, and they're going to continue to just have this onslaught on Yard, running over them into Warehouse. Another kill now for Cadian. Next are removed, and just one after the other. G2 fall as we tie things up 2-2. So no discussion of that streak of loss for Liquid back into the winning ways. That AWP has been tossed across to m0NESY. A MP9 for Poor Hunter to work with. Everybody else with A1Ss. Util, wow, slightly light on. Have 3 incendiaries, a handful of smokes, which will make it 5, so they'll be able to block with those. But those incendiaries are going to get used very early in the round. Usually get one towards Squeaky, one towards Hut. Stop any top rushes.
Already going quite swiftly towards red container. Kinder's trying to go through. An interesting pathing from him, but it leads to his demise. m0NESY anticipating that. Get that first blood. m0NESY overwatch towards the hut position. Comms flowing rapidly as they try and coordinate a way to find a rectifying frag. Nico's being flashed into this. Yeah, oh, Twist, good muscle memory, just backs away out of the line of sight. Lives to tell the tale for a moment, and then Nico strikes. Straight through the smoke. Down goes the Canadian.
Yeah, good understanding from Nico, knowing that they needed to try and force the hand to grab some space after losing a player. So Nico with a very important kill. Now it's just going to stall out. Another smoke deployed towards Squeaky Door, and if the option was just to walk out and try and aim map, might have to be called off altogether. I think that the save would be the better of the two options, considering the amount of time left on the clock right now, and considering how they've really underplayed their hand on the T side of the previous map. Being safe in a situation like this as opposed to throwing it all away, this is something that's quite key. It's good to see Team Liquid approaching it like this. I think in the last map, they did get cocky, and they gave a way back into G2 for the map, and not only a way back in, they just completely shut them out. So it came back to bite them in the arse, and that would probably be a big part of the conversation if I was Team Liquid when they went outside. Is like, hey boys, like the way that we approached that was just thinking we could get it done, thinking we had their number completely, and instead of playing it by the book, playing to the advantages that we had of not being a pug team, of being a real roster with maybe, sure, an air of that dead team walking.
Sure.
We threw it away, and we just tried to fight them. And on the other team, they have strong individuals. We can't operate like that.
Yeah, these are the two frags that led to the save. You can see it was m0NESY just catching Yakinda, ratting through that red smoke.
Was he happy or unhappy there? Maybe happy with the save?
Yeah.
Happy to see them taking that option?
Buy. Oh, they're actually being calculated of their decision making. Yakinda, he's up to his usual antics. Smokes are up, knife is out, and he is already down. That's a real valuable asset for any T side. Next is the one that's started lower.
I think the biggest... Oh, okay. Well, breaks his legs there, Twist on the way down. An awful lot of damage taken. The key, in my mind, to beating G2 on this map is to force rotations. The desk touched on, and they were talking about the position of Stewie. How are they going to be able to flex on him? Oh, dear. Well, Yakinda trying to make a play, apply pressure towards lower to force those rotations we were just discussing, and he gives away his life to Nexa. Important kill, second for Nexa. That nade's going to find some damage as well as Skull's looking for space, out Squeaky. Oh, and has found a window of opportunity.
Yeah, Hunter, however, and Stewie just locking it all down. Twist will give it a go. Hunt has the perfect pre-aim for Twist if he does dare. Have a glance and extend. That's the fight. Wow, Twist wins it. So, small celebration, but grand scheme. Looks like the 4 for G2 is going to be converted with 4 alive, I say, with bated breath. Stewie, he did get brought low on ramp, but they're out of there.
Okay, well, looking for another save. Clear part of the conversation outside. Make sure we have rivals. Make sure we can play into these rounds and stay threatening. There is money on Skulls. There's money on Nav. Cadian will not get any loss bonus, but he does have 2,500 to his name, so he could drop something across to Yakinda. Actually, Naf might be able to facilitate as well. So as far as the threatening round yet again goes, Team Liquid have some options. Now, they got the space, and this was the opening kill that was denied. So as I mentioned, very well done by Nexa, because I think if you can get across to Secret and you can get back vent control, or at least push them off of the double doors. Do we have a technical issue? Okay, yeah, we do.
Yeah, we saw Cadian tweaking his mic in the previous save. And now it looks like it's a persistent issue, so we will have a brief tech pause.
I wonder when the jackets are going to start coming off. The aircon's been off a map at a bit now. It's warm where we are. I know hot air rises. We're above where the players are. But Pesa really fighting for his boys to get that AC turned off, and it resulted in a map win.
Touché.
So that's manager impact if I've ever seen it. A new stat we're going to have to start keeping tabs on.
Manager impact.
Now, we can't talk through too many of the in-game details. It has gotten quiet in here now that the Heroic Big Game has concluded. It is just one match going on. The last match for the group stage here at IEM Dallas for 2024. The 100th IEM. In case you missed it.
100 of those. Yeah, I saw a couple of people trying to make sense of the 100 at the top of the screen. 100 Intel Extreme Masters. What was your first IEM?
Oh, that's a great question. It could have been the Gamescom one. The one that was the game show one. That they were talking
about it in the interview.
Yeah, they've had a couple of players that they've spoken to that about.
That was where the community voted on the veto.
Yeah, that's where OJ Borge came to life and God be with Fack.
Yeah, it's a family show.
Overpass.
Oh man, I've watched that clip too many times.
But that was a fun event.
Yep.
We were there. COG was there. Envious, I think TSM, but were they known as Team Question Mark at the time? I'm not certain.
I think you might be right.
Nico was playing with SK Gaming, which was Cadian was on that roster, a bunch of Danes.
I was attending that event as a spectator.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
That was when it had the big curtains and everything around it.
That was the major.
Was the major.
Yes.
Okay, actually. But I was.
Which wouldn't have been IEM.
No. But I was watching.
Yeah, it took a while for Counter-Strike to get back in the good graces of the IEMs.
Yeah, that's for sure. And now look at it now.
It's a story for another day.
Yeah. Okay, just it looks like, I mean, I'm no expert in the body language. This, however, I suspect is a microphone issue. I really would not want to be able to not be able to do the job of these referees. You've got to be able to do so much and also do it under the scrutiny and pressure of time. Pro players all silent around you, it certainly would be making me increasingly uncomfortable. He's called in the backup.
He's gone, listen, mate, can you move out of the way, Cadian? I don't want to one-hand this. There's a two-hand job.
Yeah. Played some shuffleboard last night. Trace was blocking me, making it really difficult to hit my shots. It's a good game, though. You ever played shuffleboard?
Yeah, lots in Sweden.
Yeah, well, Get Right was piping up.
I bet he was.
He was saying we're really bad at the game.
Well, was he contending?
I challenged him. I said, okay, Chris, if you're so good, you play next, and if you win, I'll give you a t-shirt from Basement Dweller.
Yeah, what happened?
He lost, and now he has to buy 2 Basement Dweller t-shirts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Which you can pick up at the ESL shop if you're in Dallas.
Look at this. Was this a planned plug? Where's the bug? Where's the lower third? What's going on here? You didn't plan this with the producer.
Nope.
Are we happy? He looks happy.
Okay.
You look happy enough.
Well, I'll be happy that you've already started winning rounds. Just that you couldn't do that on your second map of this series. Okay, so it has been. This is always an interesting one. It's just to see if, you know, the players can keep their cool during these extended breaks. Microphones are muted. You've got to kind of just pause where your mindset was at. If you're in that flow state, trying to maintain that flow state during those interruptions can be difficult. We wrap back into things. The last map of the group stage.
As soon as his mic got unmuted, Katie, and said, do you want to do that flip side call we talked about?
Flip side is still relevant today. What's going on? I hear people talking about alternate attacks, Hellraisers, flip side. It's still going.
Well, let's see. I don't know if they said yes or no to the call, so we will never know. But let's see what the round shapes up to be. Naf, trying to put a little bit of pressure over towards ramp. Smoke already put it out of the hands of Nexa. Monacy having to address and assist him from the hell position. Tucking into red pole is Nico. No red pole there. Once upon a time, 1.6 nuke. You might have to go and check that one out. As Yakinta has been able to get space over towards Yard. That hasn't been the problem. Oh, he's looking for his little lineup. Where to go? There it is.
That's the dot.
That's what I was looking for. As they are deploying the smoke wall late over towards Yard. Has the waterfall missed?
It has.
Oh dear.
Maybe the wrong dot.
Could be the wrong dot indeed. Well, your back turn. Nico's got this one every day of the week.
Just first bullet, back of the skull. An opening kill for the CT side. Can G2 convert?
Well, Matthew did touch on the fact that Liquid are going to have to win on Nuke, which is something they've had a tough time doing. And did he say 4 in a row they had lost? So yeah, and maybe we're seeing why a couple of issues just getting those smoke walls out. Twist had an opportunity there to punish Nico, but will still take the chance to push around into the AWP of Monacy.
You're just trying to make me crack at this point.
Well, it's no Filthy Adam, so...
Yeah. 5 alive. The boys are... Wait, they're not going back to spawn already?
Well, that's 3 rounds in a row, just saving. So it feels like Team Liquid... Oh,
hello.
Come again. So I know that we were talking about in Inferno, they're making some quite cocky calls and, you know, just trying to go for the finishing uppercut to lay G2 out on their back because they had their number in the first half and things are going so well. Feels like they've gone outside and they've had their balls chopped off.
Yeah, just castrated.
Because right now, they aren't doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, what did they do for those 2 rounds? That was when we had...
Yakinta made it down secret 1 round.
Did it.
Just that Yakinta tried to take space again. He's essentially taking space on his own, though.
Yeah.
And this is one of the qualms with the team. You can definitely feel for Yakinta. I know that he gets a lot of heat in terms of not performing. But if he's the only point man, the only one trying to find space, and he's not getting traded and just going down, not finding that entry kill, then how are they meant to get their way into rounds?
It is kind of mad that we're... the reality of the situation is that we're not far away from Stewie 2K in 2024 playing in the playoffs of an American stage match.
G-Stew.
G-Stew, baby. I mean, it is a crazy idea. And so close to reality now. Yakinta wants to just rush top. Why not? A pace change. And it's been handled by none other than Stewie. Only the first, though. That does open the door for more.
Hunter burnt down?
Yeah, Cadian gets 100-0 with the flames. Nico dips in for 1 onto Skulls. A clear from Nico does, put him onto chopping block. Naf, a nice headshot.
He's in.
That's what you want to see. Wow, Nexa gets 1 as he flies out of the heavens and sends Naf to hell.
No, that's heard. Monacy knows. Does he try and play ahead of it, or does he just get cut down by Cadian?
Oh, the pathing. So cheeky. Still might get caught by the Cadian angle. How aware is Monacy? He was really quite aware. Cadian still gets it. That's a Liquid round. Oh, they found a solution.
Yeah, Yakinta
right
actually being traded.
Yeah.
He still went first. He still went down first, but he was actually traded.
That's
one of the keys, right? If you're an entry fragger, you are tasked with taking space, but it's not always your job to get the opening kill. A lot of the time, it's about moving those crosshairs and getting you the ability to get into the round. Here was the flash and drop. Nexa finds Naf, but twists on the immediate trade, and Cadian with the knockout blow to get 3 on the board. Still, the buy's a little bit rough for Team Liquid.
Top-centric flashes and mollies being lined up.
Yeah, so it could just be another go towards this A site. See if they can... Oh, maybe not. Is it a fake? Are they trying to fake the top play and then isolate Nexa towards ramp?
Seems to be the case. Main smoke. Molly's side. Yeah, Nexa is going to be caught out with a nade in his hand. He was just looking for info, so getting away is integral. Monacy can't peek through the flames. So now you've got ramp. That's step 1, but what's step 2? Descending. Next is going to be communicating that he's hearing multiple bodies descending the ramp.
There's 3 players trying to come through elbow.
Next up. He needs help. He needs it fast. A good headshot from Twist. And Yakinda's got a lot of bodies on his screen. That's info on the entirety of G2. Bar Stu. Cadian taking down Nico to almost secure the round. It's up to Stewie 2K if he wants to have a little look.
They're the ones who should be saving.
Yeah. Making it just a 1-round game here. Oh, Stewie. Flash and push straight into Skulls. It's Monacy to save.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, Naf, huge to take the Monacy Orb down. And now we're here in Liquid piping up a full team ace. There's everyone on the board.
But I like that they played more considered. I know that it was pretty comical to see them 3 rounds in a row, saving onto some AKs, AWP, but now they've been able to break through, and they've been able to break G2, who were unable to save themselves. This was huge. Like, that was so big from Twist. I think at the moment, because we didn't catch it from his POV, it didn't look as big as it was, but that was a massive shot because the round could have got out of control. If he goes down, then there's more bodies focused. Yakinda only gets 1, multiple players coming from behind, but now we're getting a little bit of attitude out of Team Liquid. Stewie's brought in with a scout. There's some upgrades. Now, this is traditionally not G2's specialty of winning these throughout the tournament. They lose to rounds like this, but that tag is huge, and Twist is going to crater.
Oh, the Twist maneuver cut down by Stu. He's going to get punished. That's a great shot from Yakinda. Scout will fall into Monacy's hands, so still a threat present. Another tag. Cadian Zorp, however, onto Nico, and that tiny gap is not connected. Monacy just shy of the mark there. And too many bodies on his screen now. The 1v4. Now we'll finish it off nice, neat, and tidy.
Well, there's Twist's body all the way down. It gave Stewie one of the, what is it, colon capital D?
Yeah, well played. Just decelerated Twist just enough.
Yeah, and we've already seen him not make that landing, and
yeah, true.
already
it's been a bit of problem
take
today.
a bit of damage, but it's all good. They still got the round 5-5 all tied up. The ability for one of these two teams to be walking away with the lion's share at the half still on the table.
Whee!
At least didn't give the kill to Stewie.
Yeah, exactly. Denied.
No kits for G2 into this rifle round.
It's already a good T-haul, Chad.
Yeah, been able to break through. And might just try and waltz in towards this ace side. Another variation set up. Team Liquid showing that the playbook is deeper than, well, what Inferno had to offer.
Wow, a full countdown from Cadian there. Into the top side, Stewie to be tested, and he delivers a multi-kill to get G2 situated with a heavy advantage. Yakinda trying to tip the scales. The first is great, the second is necessary. A molly, oh, and a headshot onto Monacy. A 2v4 immediately equalizes. Yakinda with his nose pressed to the monitor is looking to come up clutch. Cadian alongside for the ride, not anymore. It's Nico that eliminates him, cancels the plant, cancels the plan, and slipping back to Hut. Nico will have to consider this, and that's exactly where he's going. Through Squeak.
Not consider.
Yeah, he's dead. Yakinda is sharp on for an ace clutch. What was 2v4, and now a 1v1. He looks like he's going around the wild. This could really rumble Nexa all the way through main.
I think the longer this takes, the more Nexa might start thinking that he has dropped down towards B. But the fact that Nexa's just tucked in, he is going to allow Yakinda to make the next move. Like an audible, some form of a cue. If Yakinda just walks in towards the top side and starts planting, well, Nexa's right here ready to respond.
11 bullets, more than enough.
Nexa. Bow, bow, bow!
Revealed! Oh, yeah, that's a frustrating one. He got so close to it. Crosshair was there, got the info. And yeah, man, that would have been one hell of a round, like a career highlight, truly, for Yakinda. In a, do or die situation, turning this round on its head.
Oh, I can't quite believe that.
I don't even blame his reaction. I mean, he had everything he needed and just couldn't.
Oh my God.
Just wants to headbutt his screen.
Oh.
Man,
that one leaves a hollow feeling in the gut.
Doesn't it? Bloody brilliantly played the whole round. Cadian's going aggressive, and it's worked out wonderfully onto Monacy. Look at this. I mean, the AWPer is not only getting the first kill, he's already hell. Cadian, you're playing a crazy game of Counter-Strike! As they're in pursuit of 6, it's Cadian charging in. Next, I can't quite believe it. Orp hell, guys. That's bizarre. What's Stewie supposed to do with that information? So he's like, okay, could be an Orp heaven.
This whole round is topsy-turvy. Nico's given up his position down towards Secret, so they at least know where 1 is. They know Stewie's an A defender, Hunter the same. They're just allowing Cadian to search out towards Heaven. But having 2 players lower, this really sucks for G2, especially if they just start to turn their attentions towards top. Now, the bomb still needs to be found. Hunter's up. There's complications. What are they waiting for exactly? Look at all the nades that they have left.
I guess it's just given Cadian's position, he's got to work out the finish. Oh. Okay, Stewie and Hunter, they're in the right position to handle this main swing. It's going to be a double swing, hard frags for Stu. Goes down to Twists. Only the 1 out of Hunter. Nico disconnected from the pack. He is coming behind Cadian, so the first is clean. Now he can swing through if he feels like it, but there's so many eyes on him.
Time.
I'll get the bomb down. A smoke to at least give him some angles to work with. He could have denied the plant. He's nearly had Naf on his screen as well. 6-6. Not quite the number of the beast, but this one has been beastly. 6-6 tied up. See you after the break.
Can we pop ramp
on
a fast A fake?
Or is that sync?
I smoke side then. I smoke a random smoke inside, okay?
You can throw door smoke.
Close. I smoke windows inside.
Two more
Go B, go B! You want to take double?
Yeah, you can take it.
Just fight in the smoke. One more ramp. With up.
They're gonna save now, I think. He's gonna save. He has to. Done.
Oh, double.
Nice. Last guy upping.
Nice. Last guy upping ramp. He's probably gonna run CT. Maybe he's gonna save. Nice!
Nice! Boy!
Super cool to get a little look under the hood of some of the comms in that first half of our final map of the group stage.
I don't know what Skulls sounds like.
No, I don't actually. I haven't heard him in any of them. Maybe he just says nice.
Was he the one just there that said, "Do we take double?" And then Naf went, "Yeah, we can." Very nonchalantly.
Might be him.
Not
Must
as
be
if they
him.
were under any pressure from potentially being flanked at ramp or anything.
They handled it. That shot from Twist, getting to see it again, just yeah. Oh, we've lost Cadian.
Well, no, his name's Casper.
Okay, the ghost. He's certainly been friendly when we've had him on the couch. But a brief delay as Cadian has, historically has occasionally just disappeared.
Rain delay.
Yeah. Making it rain in the bathroom right now. Come on, Cadian, get your booty back here.
Wow, make sure you clean it first.
Yeah, please.
Well,
Anyone seen him? let us know.
I'm sure we could get a action report from somewhere.
Yeah.
But this is exactly how I had hoped this series would go. Be all over the place, crazy clutches, insane counter-strikes, some magical moments, and close CS. The fact that we find ourselves tied up 6-6 at halftime, map 3, final series of IEM Dallas 2024 group stage. Winner takes on FaZe in a quarterfinal on Friday. I think that's going to have to be the headline game.
Stewie 2K versus FaZe.
Wow, or Twist versus FaZe.
Or Twist versus FaZe. Both of them licking my lips for the prospect. And yeah, we don't know who's going to be taking that final seat at the playoff table. Nico knows all about what Stewie was up to.
And we get Vitality versus Heroic. And they're going to be on the same side of the bracket as Spirit. So that's going to put the G2/Liquid FaZe match on the same side of the bracket as 9Z.
Okay.
And
9Z's story is one hell of a story right now.
Well, I'm really excited about the potential for a Vitality versus Spirit game.
Not one that I feel like I've seen too much of.
No, I'm just having a little bit of a look now. We have to go. Well, I don't think, definitely not with Donk on the roster.
No.
So that's
no
what
Donk versus Iwu.
I don't believe so.
I had a very brief peruse of the match page for Spirit, and a Control F rendered 0 Vitality names.
Yeah, I'll do the same. Let's have a little gander. Is he back, or is he still?
No, he's actually still gone. I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
This might be the first time
ESL Pro League
encountered
Season
this.
16.
Yeah, Season 16. That's the only time?
Well, not the only time, but the most recent time.
Well, okay, yeah, but so most definitely no Donk.
No Donk. The rosters back then, in case anybody was interested, Spinks, Zywo, Apex, Dupree, Magisk versus Wonderful, Patsy, Siren, Magix, and Chopper.
Ah, that was that roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, different, completely different.
So Season 16 of ESL Pro League was back in 2022.
He's back. Getting himself situated, ready for this final half. Who does a 6-6 scoreline favor with G2 taking to the T side now?
I'd say it favors Liquid. I think they've done more than par for the course.
It started off bleak, didn't it?
Yeah, but I am glad that they went for those saves. If they continued to lose, then the way we would probably diagnose it is they saved too much. But the fact that it ended up paying off and they broke the money of G2, maybe all part of the master plan. But I imagine that was definitely something that if I was Zeus and the analyst when I was outside in the huddle having a conversation is, hey boys, we should have a deeper strat book. We should have all these protocols down compared to them with Stewie.
Bro, that any round is fucking unlucky, man.
Forget the fucking unlucky. Let's go with what we're gonna work on, bitch.
Alright, guys.
Still living in Yukunda's head. I'm guessing that was the close to a ace clutch. And able to hit the shot onto next up. So Cadian, he's spotting for info. And does land a little bit of chip damage onto Hunter. Puts him on half health. He has Naf in support of him. Now both of them fly up the ladder. And G2 occupy Hell. This is an interesting dynamic now. m0NESY will be able to find the head if he goes far enough back. And oh, he's done damage, Naf. Goosh down to 10 HP. They concede Heaven. Yakinda has gone all the way out towards Silo and confirms that they likely have descended secret.
Well, the bomb's B, so there's nobody responding to that for Liquid.
Honestly, woof, perfect. Clears out Cadian and then pieces it together onto... No! No way! Monacy's on one.
Just playing deathmatch.
That looked ridiculous. Stewie making sure the bomb is planted. Monacy has just single-handedly won them the pistol. A beautiful sequence of Counter-Strike there. Ready for everything. Skulls and Twists left to try and make something of this, but it looks like they are considering just a Kevlar save.
Definitely the better of the two options. So this is going to be... Now the pistols tied up 3-3. We came into the second half of the second map with all the pistols being in the favor of Team Liquid. Then I believe G2 won that. Now they're going to have won both pistols on Nuke, and this is the time to do so. Definitely the time to do so. So the Kevlar will be retained.
He's even actually hunting them. See, a couple of seconds more and he would have been able to round the corner. Big smile. I'm sure it must be so cool for Taz to watch someone of Monacy's caliber play the game that he dedicated
Maybe
his
it's
life
reminding him of Neo. Now, I know that
Right.
Monacy has the AWP, but Taz had the luxury of getting to play with Neo in 1.6, who is in the GOAT conversation alongside of Forrest.
Like that reaction, it's like just like proud father,
Yes.
you know, just shaking his head in disbelief at what he's capable of. It's beautiful. And we're all so lucky to be able to watch this kid in action.
Force buy out from Team Liquid. Skulls has been able to get into a Famus with the save of the Kevlar. Naf on the UMP. That was quite heroic on Inferno, even though it didn't count for a lot. MP9s for the likes of Yakinda and Twists, and Cadian on that Deagle that you've seen ring out. Now space already taken across to Secret with multiple bodies for G2. They have Nexa playing passive in lobby as that link piece to just keep tabs on any aggressive maneuvers. Liquid need to stall them here because there's so many nades. G2 should be able to take the site with what they have available.
Naf's timing is everything. He's going to wait for Yakinda's cue. I'll peek off your contact, he says, but no contact is found. Instead, Cadian, he hears the nade set thrown from main roof.
You know they're coming back up with this utility.
Yeah. Nico does clear out the warehouse. Hunter pushing towards Skull's position. Cadian is going to surely catch a glimpse of Hunter here. It's a very hard shot to hit. Oh, and he perfectly hits it. Takes down the head of the aggressor. Monacy is still alive. And he's been kicking. Yakinda onto Nexaf. Now an advantage for the second round force of Liquid.
Naf's not going to be in position. Or maybe just.
Just around in time. Should be good for one hit. Does nail it. Nico on the trade. They have to get that bomb down soon. Long range MP9. It's suboptimal. Nico's already gotten one and another. They're low HP. Cadian Yakinda could finish this, and it looks like they might unless Monacy can save them. He's got 13 seconds as he looks to fly up the vent. A bit of a fumble on the movement. Yakinda will catch him. Pre-fire's not good enough, and you can hear Zeus happy with that one. Second round investment, and they convert.
Very, very well played and well handled, right? Cadian pivoting all the way back towards spawn. That type of crossfire he'd set up with Skulls was really important because if Skulls was on his own there, you could see just how many problems he was going to have. And I thought it was a tough shot. But Cadian, you can see here, not panicking. Just takes his time and hits an absolute cracker into the skull there of Hunter. And that removes a massive threat. Then there's harassment coming down ramp from Twist. He keeps both of them busy. Other players are able to start to position to finish things off. And great work from Yakinda on what should be his signature gun. I'll force my back from G2. We're going to keep this financial tussle. Neither team wanting to relent. Nice nade down the gullet of Nico.
Sufficient smokes for the wall. Oh, Monacy has actually done him dirty there.
Oh, that's an AK.
Down and out. Yakinda unable to contribute a thing. Monacy making that scout sing.
Going back to throw out a smoke wall, you can see Stu. Oh.
Let's hope that lands.
That's what G2 are thinking as well.
He's done it. Diagonal wall.
Nico might be able to get his hands on this AK, Alex.
Through. He looks like that's where he's going. Didn't catch a glimpse of anyone or anything.
Ramps.
Oh, he's actually put Nav in the dirt with that Deagle headshot. Now he's got a chance onto Twist.
They're out ramp.
And they found the gap. Monacy, he's trying to keep two people busy. That's a lot of info. One secret, one red. He knows the whole squad is on his location. He will get hunted down.
Important.
So a 3v3 emerges. But the bomb's already down Astralis on the B side.
I can't believe Cadian's risked the vent. They haven't thrust forward, so they have a chance on this. Decent util for the retake kit as well.
Just these armored pistols. Fake flash, then the real one. It's all Twist right now. A double with the AK-47. Stewie can't do anything. And Liquid, they pull it off. 5 frags between Twist and Skulls. That's between the two of them. High impact. After the start from Monacy's scout, felt like G2 had a leg up despite the discrepancy in the weaponry.
Yeah, and that's a tough round. I think the Skulls kill on Monacy was really important because I know he only had a scout, but if he did become a loose piece and he's able to survive, then they have so much more they have to worry about, and they already had an awful lot to be concerned with. Great stuff from Twist and Skulls, both of which were relatively quiet in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, a lot at stake here. Emotions run high. And a very competitive final map of play.
Yeah, exactly what we were hoping for. Now, this is going to be the first tactical timeout called from Taz. Not really saying a lot. Maybe this is just a chance for them to calm down. You can see the finances on your screen with the HUD. Next round, the loss bonus is going to be 2,400. So everybody could invest into a Deagle if they'd like for G2. They know that there was 2 players staying alive for Team Liquid. Nico, he's calling how he wants this next round to approach Alex. They're going what looks like all in. Nico's full bore. He's got a Deagle, head armor, util to boot. They're going all in. Like 2 players survived, right? So they're thinking the finances are still in a very weak position. And this for them right now could be their undoing. Same type of conversation we're having with Team Liquid just on the previous map.
Right. But now it's G2.
Well, this is it. All in.
Wow,
We'd love to see it.
So much invested into this top pop. Skulls, he has the opportunity to really twist the knife here. They're coming towards his site. They're charging at him. No one's cleared him. There's Hunter to take him down. The anchor has fallen. And so has the site. Molly will limit their options. Liquid have lost Yakinda. What an unbelievable risk that seems to have paid dividends for G2. Another force buy, flying into the top site. And Hunter and Nexa, well, not single-handedly, between the two of them, have rumbled Liquid. They're going to have to save. They don't want to be humbled completely.
I thought they might hang around and see what they could find, but G2 know not to overstep the mark right now, and this is great. Again, we go back and forth. The fact that they've risked the call like that and been able to pull it off without any resistance. Tough for Cadian just to have an MP9 in his hands, but because of which he will be able to drop something into the next round of play. Cadian doesn't even have head armor, which is just crazy to me. How much damage can he get? Just 1 and done. So regardless, that conversation I was just having about the drop is one for another time. Now, Liquid have been the ones more reserved in the buying patterns in this third and final map. For them, loss bonus coming through next round 1900. Oh, Cadian's already bought straight into an AWP. You can see Skull's just in a very tough position, unable to get anything done, and then the clear of the main smoke leads to the demise of Yakinda trying to assist. They have been able to get the AWP in Cadian's hand. He has to find some impact with this as MP9s for Skulls and Yakinda.
Nico, warpath, straight towards red, looking to get across. Oh, you know, he's trying the same antics you saw from Yakinda. This is the gap. And it's worked out wonderfully.
I can't believe that.
Twist unprepared for the angle.
He's turned the needle behind the glaive smoke. That's crazy. Gap couldn't have been more perfect for him.
Makes more sense as to what
Cadian's
Yakinda was
going to get overrun.
Yeah, he's going to get flashed off. And oh, he is going to be able to get one. Get away. Ramp lost, but if he was to reaggress, that would have been a suicide. Cadian's going to back up. Oh, yeah, with Yakinda, perhaps.
There's too many bodies towards lower right now for Liquid. They need to at least either play for information, or if they gamble, then that's going to signal a save if G2 find the other bomb site. They're starting to make their way around hell. Next up, the point man, Hunter just behind, and Stewie the tail of this as Nico still has lobby. He was in yard. Where's that loose piece gotten off to? Well, Naf's tucked in red pole. Next up, he's going to go the safe route up. Oh, be careful without the Qs. That's a very noisy move. And as mentioned, there's still 3 players down towards B. Can Naf find a timing? He's not really having a look. He's just staying. Worried Nico might have this position cut off. Did Liquid have to save?
Might very well have to. Nico can't quite believe it. Everything he's checked is clear. He was expecting lobby, expecting main at the minimum, but Yeah, the path of least resistance, perfectly found.
Well, I guess they were just hoping that G2 would overplay their hand. Know that the orb was lower, maybe they could swarm it, has to take one shot at a time. But this will just have to be, again, another save for Team Liquid. And now maybe that diagnosis of oversaving in the first half could be the thing that plagues them here in the second. A tough retake to go for. Money and buy wouldn't be available otherwise, so you can definitely understand the decision. But they've saved players in literally every round so far in this second half of play. Navi might go down, he will. So they're going to take an AWP, an AK, and unfortunately for Skulls, an MP9. So they keep 3 alive, they keep weapons to find impact alive, but I feel that you have to take an eco. You can't really invest anything more around these guns. And then your buy next round, if you do have the board wiped, if G2 hunt and take everything away, is going to be pretty shocking.
But that's a nice kind of example of, you know, the power of forcing rotations. Yakinda went down that vent immediately, tried to back him up, and then just a wide open top site in a 4v4.
Yeah, I think the weapon discrepancy definitely had something to do with that as well.
That makes sense.
This type of round, when you take a timeout, this is where the creativity needs to come in from the CTs, because you're working with so much less. How are we going to try and force an opener? And where are we going to look for that opener? Oh dear. They've gone all in. Okay, so both teams with, I thought for sure that they would just at least guarantee themselves a gun round into the next with the 2400 plus the residual they had right now. But okay, they're fighting for their right. Both these teams just wanting to lock horns. Loving this.
So close to that magic number now. And you pushed all in with, what, 3 SMGs? Cadian and Yakinda, the only ones with a idyllic buy. Let's see what the plan is. Good nade onto Nico.
Yakinda's making no secret of where the saved AK is. Spammed off with it. Just playing this like it's a standard gun round. I think the bigger qualm, if you're G2, is trying to either avoid or work out where this AWP of Cadian is, because that is the biggest X factor that you can trip over in a round like this. Smoke wall to be deployed late. You can see Cadian scoping through the locker's gap. Now, he should have his vision completely denied. There is no HE available other than Skulls to break this. Oh, and they've missed it as well. Both of these teams.
Yeah, he's just making it really clear. I can call if they go lower. I can call the secret
Splitting A, splitting A.
Yakinda was ready for it. Poised. Another on his plate. Takes down Hunter, smashing the skulls of the 2. Now Nexa just walking through the smoke with a grey screen. These 3 SMGs. A full commitment into the buy, and it's working out with 5 alive. Naf even emboldened to go to clear lobby. Monacy's going to be there, and wow, very precise and swift in the removal of Naf.
Well, everybody should be able to get themselves an upgrade, and already has, as G2 are the ones now looking to save. But it can't be overstated how important Cadian keeping that line was, because somebody would have had to have dropped down towards B to acknowledge the potential secret leak.
Right.
It meant that at that point, okay, that smoke wall, if they come through it, you had Yakinda watching it for that huge double up to 17 kills, and it meant that there were no gaps on the A side either. So the smoke wall did, in a massive way, come back to bite G2 in the ass.
It's crazy, isn't it, that you can lose a round of Counter-Strike based off of 1 smoke grenade being ill-thrown.
It's crazy how we're going back and forth in this one.
9-9.
And do you lose confidence in throwing the smoke wall in the future? Because this is the thing. Once the pressure starts to mount, and if you don't have confidence that your team can throw it successfully, and you want to call another round that is based off of being able to do that successfully, then you feel like maybe you can't go back to it. And if you feel like you can't go back to it, then it's going to limit your options.
I can land the smoke wall.
Hey, look, right now, last series.
The pressure is, obviously the pressure is a bit different. I acknowledge the pressure is very different.
I'm sure I've played some pretty high intensity Phaser games as well in my time, Alex. So I'm sure that sometimes that pressure can feel quite high.
Oh, for sure. But it's one of those ones where you do have to kind of make sure you're nuzzled into the angle. You can't just back up into it. You have to kind of stare at the wall for a bit until you slide into your spot. Okay, folks. Here we go again. Here we go again. Round 19. All to play for. Playoffs up for debate. Elimination on the line.
They missed another one.
They've actually done it
They've done it again. They've missed another one.
Maybe Hooksy's the one that
But
throws
this
all the
time they
smokes.
don't know that they missed it because there's nobody outside in yard to investigate. So looking like they want to throw it again. Don't do Stu like this.
Can we follow it?
Don't do him like this.
No, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Deep breath. Steady hand.
They want to go A. This is just meant to be a fake.
Okay.
There's one.
He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Okay, but A will be weakened. They got mollies for backside, top hut. Last time they went A fast, they were able to get away with it. Skulls in main, Twists. Twist will be ahead of the Flames, Alex.
Twist. Oh, wow. He turns the flash and takes down 2. Masterful from Twist. Look at him go. It's still up for debate if Skulls goes down, which he has. Next, their own impactful double. Yakinda with the clear of the smoke. He manages to provide the trade. Monacy in a 30-second 1v3 with the bomb on his back at the bare minimum, but he's backing up into the AWP. Cadian closes. Liquid starting to believe this is theirs. Their playoff spot.
That position for a Twist, it feels so unorthodox, doesn't it? Like in no man's land between heart and the site, but the util's not going to touch you there, even turns the flash as you highlighted, and then turns not 1, but 2, but 3, as they all try and team their way out of heart.
He's such a beast.
Well, he showed up on the CT side. He was relatively quiet on the T side, but Stewie's frustration's palpable now. This will be G2 just with some pistols. Have to take the save. Sketchy.
Yeah, very uncomfortable. Spots the bomb on Silo. Smoke to bail himself out. Now with the loss of Monacy to the Cadian nade. There's nothing more for G2 in this one. 11th. For Liquid, imminent. And Nico's Deagle I was about to raise as a potential conversation, but Cadian's the one to interrupt that.
Yeah, they had 3 players responding to that. Yakinda still was floating yard, Twisted, dressed it from main, and Cadian searching. It is just Hunter. He only has a Glock to his name. Has the bomb on his back, sure, but to be able to find a gap to get that down, not going to happen. Skulls will remove him, and just 2 more rounds now for Team Liquid to weather the G-Stew.
G-Stew.
What a ride it's been.
I mean, further than I was expecting.
Oh, further than anybody's expecting. I think the fact they took down Mouse, the #1 ranked team in the world, that is insane within itself. I think that is just mental.
Yeah.
These teams as well as heroic, right? They've come through. Their win earlier in the day against Navi, I do believe. Big also beat VP. There's been some huge, huge matches that have gone the opposite way to what most would be considering.
I thought that would have emboldened Big for an even deeper run, but not to be the case. Let's focus on what we've got in front of us here. A wall of smokes, and Yakinda anticipating that silo angle from Hunter. He's just trying to spot anyone slip into secret. Naf is actually being very proactive in ramp, much further forward than you'd expect. He's actually got escorted there by Cadian, and now the orb can be freed up to rotate.
Lots of information available for Naf in that position if they're not quiet in lobby. Smoke's landing towards yard again. Nico and Hunter looking to cross behind this. Noisy in lobby. There's some footsteps for Naf to relay. Are they going to come through the smokes for a top split again? Or are they going to try and go secret?
You've got to
That's
get past Twist and Yakinda, though. If you were to go on the other side of those smokes, they are trying to wrap to Yakinda. His back is turned. Nico's found the path. Monacy onto Naf. Gets that trade. A free frag for Hunter.
Jump scare, I'm sure.
I'm sure, yeah. And now Team Liquid are on the back foot. Twist is still alive, though. Not to be written out. Oh, and the timing was perfect.
Oh, no.
Hunter just looked away. Twist doesn't manage it. That was his way back into this 21st round.
30 seconds.
Skulls. Good frag onto Monacy. Hang on a second. This gets uncomfortable. If he can find Stewie. Oh, an important one from Stu.
Cadian in the clutch, though. Wait, he's hurt him.
Yeah,
Stu's hurt him. Has to go round.
20 seconds, though. 20 seconds, lads. You better be getting your running shoes on,
He'll have
Stu.
time to plant.
Cadian's going to be on his way as well. Very loud. Stampedes in the vents. Nico's aware to provide the covering fire if he gives denied the plant somehow. But yeah, Nico's got him back of the skull. Sketchy. Very sketchy. But it is a G2 round. Of course it is, because the way this half's been going, just constantly trading blows. Liquid 11. G2 find double digits as well.
Twist is going to be really frustrated about that death, isn't he? That's Naf activating from lobby. Hunter
the sliver of his head.
Oh, that is a very frustrating death for Twist. And Cadian, he is great in the clutch, especially on this map. When you see him heating up, he is a force to be reckoned with. But there was money for another Team Liquid buy. Just a one-round game. G2 take the site. Liquid might need to find themselves with another save.
Let's find out what Cadian's plans are. He's actually going to go leave some util and be the AWP responsible for the secret side.
This makes me so stressful every time I see it. I know he's been landing him, and I look, it would just be, again, another heartbreaking moment. Let's say he hits the wrong jump throw key. I sent you that email, by the way.
Thank you, got it. Okay, Stu. All the smokes deployed successfully.
This time there's 4 of them. And the smoke wall silently looking to descend down secret into Cadian's AWP.
Just contact. Oh, Cadian misses. He's getting away with his life, but he's going to get run down. Does well to pluck out. Nico doesn't get his eye to the scope in time for a second, but Hunter will trade. 40 seconds as they head towards the B site. Nav anticipating a late one from Nexa. That's a big frag.
Do they save?
Well, that's what you were discussing. I think if he was to find that ramp player, maybe they'd have had a look in.
They should save. They really should save. Oh, what a miserable decision to have to make. Oh my god, we're tied up again.
Of course we are.
We're tied up again. So next round, 1900 loss bonus. Twist will have enough to drop something. Naf will be close. Naf might have to operate with an SMG again.
Yeah.
So they need to do something about these smoke walls outside because they don't have enough information. So if we're playing the game with them, let's put ourselves in Liquid's eyes. The smoke walls have happened a couple of times. In the one before this one, they went and they were able to go in towards Warehouse with Nico and Hunter. That was the 2 of them paired up. This time round, they've gone 4 straight down towards Secret. Sure, Cadian missed. But regardless, now you have to think, what are they going to go for? And if we want to try and fight full yard for full yard control, that means we're going to leave other parts of the map weak, right? Because you're going to go full yard control with 2, potentially 3 players. That means you're going to be all in close red, maybe under the silo. That means A will be weak and Ramp will be weak. It's going to be Zeus right now in this 30-second conversation about to have that chat. How are we going to be able to solve this puzzle? Twist can actually drop an M4 as well. So, yeah, with that 1900 loss, they've put themselves in buy territory for sure. But it is all about, because your resources are going to be a little bit more limited, so you can't just approach it like a standard gun round, or at least I don't think you can. So do you play ahead of the smoke wall, risk having to duel for the round, or do you try and play the information game and read where they're going or what they're doing off of an outside smoke wall? Or they might not even go for a smoke wall. That's not even a requirement.
Yeah.
So missing a couple of incendiaries here for Team Liquid. A Famis in the hands of Naf. There's plenty of defuse kits. There's plenty of smokes. And, well, they are heading straight towards lobby, so this is definitely a gear shift. Are they top rushing?
With everything they've got, Stewie, he's trying his luck. A pace change from Stu. The flashes were good. He clears out Tetris, tries the transfer and delivers just like that. Charging into the site. Naf hasn't got the help for a second. Has to dip out. Stewie, 2K. And round 23 gets the 2 kills.
It didn't work for them on Dust 2. They tried those back-to-back B rushes and they were unable to break through. They couldn't get past Naf, but this time Twist and Skulls fall.
Bro,
the top side gone.
Balls you have to go for a play like that at this juncture in the game.
But it's that flowchart that I'm talking about, right? Because you're thinking Team Liquid, they have had no information behind these smoke walls. So maybe they started somebody like Insta Secret, right?
I was staring at
at the top rushes. Yeah, but I think Yakinda, did he start Insta Secret? Because if he did, right, then you go, your yard player can always help A through main. Because they always start close towards main or warehouse and they can assist.
But if he's
removed,
worried,
exactly.
Man.
Because they needed the information on what's been happening behind these smoke walls. And it's simple stuff, but effective. Damn effective. And that's 12. Overtime secure for G2. This has been an insane series. Dust 2 we started on. Back and forth, 13-11 in favor of Liquid, who had to eke it out 6 rounds in a row. Inferno, it felt like it was theirs. 8-4 up at the half. They should have had it. Some interesting buys, we'll call it that. Led to G2 having an absolutely flawless CT half. And now we find ourselves 1 round the difference, 12-11, G2 securing overtime. Map 3 1 round away from Stewie 2K standing in with G2 and them in an arena.
Is there any more chapters in this rather exhilarating book? The last round of regulation. 5 frags away from G2, locking in the playoffs. Stewart, 2,000 in an American playoff game. Or can Team Liquid secure OT? They've already cycled through almost all of their util. The CTs, I mean, obviously, as you can see, Stewie's juggling some smokes to go and erect the wall once more. 70 seconds in pursuit of glory. Who's behind this wall? Just Nico out there. Oh no, he's done it again. We've missed a smoke. What does Nico do with this now? There's still 2 yard. Katie and Yakinda are both occupied. It's not ideal, and it's actually worked out. Nico catches one of the 2, taking down Katie, and he knows it's not the yard player. Stewie dipping down the vents. What is this?
That's the bomb.
A vent drop heading into the low site. No one is there from Team Liquid. Sinking feeling in the stomachs of the 4 remaining players as they've got their work cut out for them. Nico, another onto Yakinda, still towards the yard. Skulls left alone, and G2, 1 frag away from the playoffs. Nothing here for Skulls. Stewie 2K. Alongside with G2, taking Team Liquid out.
Celebration's already beginning. Hands are off. Nico knows exactly what this means. And the final kill for Nexa. 13-11. G2 have eliminated Team Liquid and locked themselves in for the playoffs at IEM Dallas for 2024. You give us a chance, we're going to take this bitch a mile. And Stewie, a man of his word, I cannot quite believe it.
Magical. I mean, there has been heroics from everyone, even Stu. Locking it down, Dust 2 CT, running out to the top site in that make or break moment towards that double kill. And for Team Liquid, it's the other side of the coin. It is brutal out here. And very intense trading blows throughout a 6-6 half and 13-11. Miss Wall of smokes in the final round of regulation. Nico still chopping off heads. G2 eliminate Team Liquid.
It's one of those weird moments where I'm not sure whether to be happy or sad or just be glad that it's happened because, yes, on one hand, Stewie does make it into the big arena. Now, on the other hand, Liquid, back to the drawing board, I reckon. It's the end of the run for them here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas, but as his competition goes, Maniac.
Indeed, and we have learned something today, Trace. We have learned that you can win Nuke without a wall smoke. Even if you can't do it, you can still win it. You can still find your way around it.
The accidental renaissance.
Guess which round was my favorite from the game?
Oh,
I'll give you a hint. Yakinda died first.
Okay, so is that a riddle because there was like 7 of them?
Yeah, there were several of those. 7, several. I don't know. We lost count at a certain point. But yeah, playoff secured over here for G2. And you could see just the elation, sort of just bringing it back. You know, you got to be happy for him too a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the emotions were real. And I think the intensity in that game made no joke, you know. The fact that Stewie is paying here or not doesn't make a difference. They wanted the damn win, and they got it.
They got it. He said something about we're going to take this bitch a mile, and we certainly have done that. Speaking of which, what's up, Stu?
Adrenaline is going right now.
You hear that? You hear that? Run that one back one more. Yeah.
Right now?
You hear that little bird? Yeah, you didn't hear the bird?
No.
You don't need a bird.
I'm zoned out right now.
Yeah, I feel that. Hey, Jake, let's talk a little bit about this, man. First of all, you slide into G2, and you guys have found your way into the playoffs.
Remember to breathe.
Yeah, pretty crazy, isn't it, Jake?
Pretty crazy, yeah, actually. Honestly, got no words, man. I got no words.
Maybe you got some words.
I don't know. You lead the conversation here.
Okay, fine. Let's do this then. Jake, was it uphill the entirety of the group stages? Like, what was the point where you guys figured out, like, hey, we can do this, and then we're going to take it that extra mile?
I actually thought we could do this the entire time. The hardest opponent, I'd say, was probably Mouse, and it's been a while since I've been here, been back in the competition. I feel like I still kind of have a lot in my head remembered and stored in here, but it's about dating. I think I was hesitating a lot on the first day because I didn't get the reps.
Yeah.
But after playing against Mouse Sports and beating them, I knew the stage was definitely a possibility.
Did you ever get humbled at certain points in the server during the duels? You're like, holy shit, these guys are quick. Like, oh my God, where have I been?
Maybe on the first day, but throughout the tournament, I felt pretty confident individually. I didn't think my numbers really said my side of the game. When I got a fair duel, I was very confident in every duel I took. Especially today, I came out with a different type of tenacity. Just the storyline of eliminating the NA team and being the only NA player there.
Of course. So. Yeah, of course.
Hey, listen, it's been very impressive to see what you guys did qualifying for the playoffs. I wanted to know the problem solving within the team, right? Hooksy isn't here, Nico is being the voice. How easy is it for you guys to figure out solutions on the fly? You're probably working with a limited amount of strats. Like, how does that work live in the server?
I think, to be honest, it's the Nico show. As long as we make him comfortable, we're gonna succeed. Even in the IGL role, I think we just have to kind of listen to what he has to say and what he needs from us, and then we kind of add it all together from there and let him decide.
I know, like, in the last round of the game there, for example, I think one of the smokes missed on outside. Nico's calling an audible to, like, you have to go down vents now. Like, was that, like, changing the strat on the fly because, like, things were messing up? And how natural was that for Nico to just pick that up again after, several years of not having an IGL, I guess?
I'm not going to lie. I threw the smoke the same exact way, so I don't know how it missed, but
happens a few times.
I don't know why he makes the audibles or cancels the original strat and kind of mid rounds from there. I'm not too sure why. I think on this team, there's kind of no acknowledgement sometimes. So when Nico's saying we got to do the vent dive now, it's almost like pure silence. So for me, I just say, all right, fuck it, I'm going. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
There's no sorry. You won. Like, you can pretty much say anything you want up here. Maybe not that. Let's not lose our cool.
Almost.
Jake, getting you back in the server. How long have you been looking forward to something like this?
Honestly, I wasn't even expecting to come here. The opportunity came out of nowhere, and I felt like this was something I couldn't pass up. I mean, NA crowd, playing tier 1 event, haven't been here in a while. But at heart, I always felt like I've still belonged here. And honestly, I don't think really anything changed. Like, the meta hasn't really shifted that crazily. Maybe some new nades, people popping the smokes, but that's about it.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you, talk about the meta. The role that you're filling here right now in G2, we felt from the outside that it would fit you in terms of like your aggression that's needed from you. Is that a fact? Do you feel relatively comfortable? I know you have no prep, but in essence, comfortable what we're doing here?
I think before we came here, we tried practicing online. Throughout all that time, even to the first day, I felt pretty uncomfortable because as the entry, I'm very picky with what type of flashes I want and like what the objective is in the round. And if it's to end at a certain site, I like to know like what's the best flashes that I can use myself. And I didn't know any of that, so I'm kind of just like hesitating on running in or if I should go. And I think after the first day, when I voiced my uncomforts, Nico pretty much just said, you can do whatever you want, you can ask for what you want, just tell them.
Jake, let's talk a little bit about your teammate in Monasi. Or Monashi, as some people call him.
I think that's
guy in the very back.
It.
That's why he's a United States Air Force Aim High player of the match, but obviously you said it. He's quick, he's good. So talk to me a little bit about him in the server today.
Man, I think he saved us a lot, especially the round on Inferno with the Tech 9 in sight. I knew we couldn't do anything for him. Honestly, I was just throwing flashes randomly in spawn, just hoping it got him, and I got an assist for it, so...
you learned that from Jordan?
He definitely saved us on a lot of rounds. I think at this point I'm pretty used to it, and I can't even count anymore how many times him and Nico saves us.
This is ridiculous.
This round was just dirty.
If Team Liquid got this one, this game could have changed completely.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a lot of moments like that throughout the entire series, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saved you on that one, but it felt like you guys had a stronghold on them, on that CD side of Inferno. Like, how was it from within? Because we were very critical of Liquid and what they were putting forth, because it felt like you guys were a step ahead the whole time.
They ecoed us a few times and put us in a very bad spot, especially on the last map here. But knowing their situation and what's to the public right now, we know they're not in the best state, and it's all about mindset. So it doesn't matter if they eco us, we can be down 11-1, 12-0, we can still win this game.
Yeah, what's the story with these eco rounds? We're starting to have a couple.
And force buys towards the end of it.
Are
You can talk safe.
Are you the MP9 merchant or not? The MP9 merchant? Is that you?
Me?
Yeah.
I just do what I'm told, to be honest.
Yeah, all right.
These eco rounds yesterday, I think we had a game where we got ecoed, and I typed it. I said, dude, I don't care anymore. I'm gonna make the anti-ecos. And then afterwards, Nico says, dude, we got this. It wasn't even that bad. I was like, okay, fine. And now that we got ecoed again, it ain't gonna happen one more time.
No, he's taking charge now.
Yeah. Kind of on that note, like after the first day, Monazi was interviewed and was asked, like, what does he think about you? And he's like, oh, he brings a lot. He's very vocal, but also brings a lot of like ideas to the table. I guess that was like the question mark coming into the event was like, how much are you gonna bring and try to get the team to do versus are you just going to sit there and be like a complete follower, just like whatever Nico says, yes sir, and you just do it out? What was the balance there?
So I know I'm coming in as a stand-in and I don't want to ruin anything they have, and I tried to have a lighter approach in terms of trying to give extra things that they don't have. But a lot of times, you know how it is, when you rep things so many times, you kind of have in your pocket what's good and what's not. And like I said, it's been stored up here. And a lot of times I see the struggles that they have, I have answers to. But I try raising these answers, and Nico prefers not to, change what they have already. So I kind of just leave them be. If it's good, it's good. And if it doesn't work, we'll talk about it another time.
So, Jake, I'm going to get you out of here pretty quickly. I'd ask you about playing FaZe. We'll save that for another day. Do you want to clear up that stuff about the FAMAS and the defuse? Do you want to tell the community what they need to know?
What FAMAS and the defuse?
On Anubis.
On Anubis, day one, I think it was.
You were saying defuse, and Nico's like, I don't have time. But
Man, they can think I'm toxic if they want, but when Nico was about to defuse, he asked, do I have time? And then everyone said, yeah, you do. No kit though. And he turned around and grabbed the gun. I'm like, dude, go defuse. And then he said, no time. But after the game, it was very close. Very close.
Did you go back and watch the tape? How the answer to that?
We went through it. He was almost in shock. He spent a good 15 minutes looking at it, making sure it's not.
Just making sure.
It's because he has PTSD from when that happened before to him, right? Yeah. And I think, I mean, even looking at the game live, I'm like, wait a minute.
There's also the bug that you can't hear the music when you're dead sometimes. And I didn't hear the music, and he said, dude, the music started. And I'm like, oh, my bad. It wasn't on my end.
Yeah, but even then, the new bomb tick tone thing.
The tone changing.
Yeah, you've got like a second to get on the bomb as soon as you hear that, yeah.
Who knows? Only Valve has the answer to it.
That's right, and we'll leave it in their pockets. Jake, thank you very, very much. We'll get him out of here. G2, move on into the playoffs. They've got FaZe. They're going to join the likes of Vitality, Heroic, 9Z, and Spirit, but also who's not joining them is Team Liquid. So now would be that time for us to hear from Cadian.
So very close in this final game, and it went right to the wire, but Liquid will end their run in Dallas here. And Cadian, it's been a wild run, and it's been a crazy set of games for you guys. I want to just touch on the fact in this game that there was fight from both sides the whole way through, but I guess the most critical will be on Inferno, where they just ran you over, and it felt like there was no fight. What was going wrong so much for you there?
I mean, we were leading like 7-1, 8-1 or something. We had a really good start. I think even the last few CT rounds we should have closed out. We had advantages. We had good information. We could have played those situations better. On the T side, they had a good stack in the pistol round. Then we forced, lost. Then I made a bit of a risky call with a double AKs. We didn't entirely play that round that I think is the best, but it is what it is. And then it was, I think, like 8-7 or something, 8-8 maybe. Then in the kind of defaults, they were really good at kind of stress us, and they got some good entries, had good information about where we were on the map. They played a pretty good CC there. I mean, it is a map they're 12-1, and the only loss is against us in Chengdu. Yeah. So, I mean, then they do know how to play Inferno, but for sure, like some small mistakes from us here and there, and I could have definitely maybe also called some better things, so yeah.
And then we come into Nuke, and this is where it was very close. You managed to get the lead, but it was still trading rounds, so much back and forth. It was their double forces coming in there. It was more their explosive rounds, and just them seemed to be able to get ahead of what you guys were trying to do. How did it feel on your end of the small details that was missing in that game?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think we won the force buy as CT, and we had some really beautiful rounds coming after that with good information and good control. They did switch it up a bit, actually, and props to Nico, I assume, who's calling it. Like, they changed up the smoke ball with doing 2x2 smokes outside, and it stressed us a little bit. We didn't always find the best solutions to that. I think they had like 2 A rushes that they won, and then they had this one round in secret where I missed the first shot. I kill one guy, but maybe we're just not in position to rotate down. So I honestly think they made some good adjustments on the T side. Yeah. But I mean, the feeling right now is that we should have closed it out for sure. You know, like we had a good situation and we didn't capitalize.
And how disappointing is this for you in terms of we were actually starting to see Liquid rise a bit better, right? The results were starting to improve. We look at CCT, we look at Chengdu, and then we see this now. Does it feel like a step backwards?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if we would have won this game or the upper bracket game, we would have had 4 playoffs in a row at pretty big events. So that would have been good. I still think that now we are top 10 in both ESL World Ranking and HLTV when everything is updated on Monday. So considering we had 0 points 5 months ago and how things looked, I think it is a very significant improvement. You can always discuss if it's enough of an improvement and if you are seeing the kind of step-by-step and the signs of moving in the right direction or not. Because I think we have some games where we look pretty good and then we have some where we look not so good. But I think it's also part of this kind of journey as a new team, you know, so yeah.
And in terms of the journey as a new team, we're coming to the end of the season. If I'm right, you've got no more events to play. There's obviously the rumours around what could be happening with you. Do you have a say on it? Do you know what's happening? What's the plan?
I know some things and some things I don't know. So yeah, I think I'll definitely be more wise in the upcoming days. I think, you know, there's definitely some things that it's just not meshing as they should be. It can be inside the server, it can be outside the server. And I think it's many different parts to that puzzle. So yeah, I think there's a lot of different options, but ultimately I also want to be at a place where I'm happy, where I want to show up and where I want to be energized and I want to be the fucking Cadian that everyone knows, who can play my style and do my things and make my moves, my clutches and stuff like this. Whether that's here, somewhere else, only time will tell. So yeah.
What would you want if you had the direct choice? It was just Cadian making the decision.
I want to be somewhere where I feel like there's full trust in my leadership and in my playing style. And that can be here, but that can also be somewhere else.
Thank you very much for your words, Cadian. Stunner, back to you.
All right, we'll continue on with the enigmas, and we'll just try to figure out what's going on around here. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun, but it also...
I mean, indirectly, these are very strong words.
Indirectly,
that we just heard.
That's not indirect. That's not indirect.
No, but
at all.
in a sense, you know, he's doing hype with this. You know, but when he's mentioning about ultimately, I want to be in a team where I want to show up every day. I'm happy to go and work and do my thing. I want to be trusted. I want to be able to play my Counter-Strike. So what you're telling us is that it's not happening where you're at, and that is
that's pretty direct.
That's detrimental standpoint to make. Yeah, that's my point. Like, it is very detrimental. It's worse. I mean, we've heard the noises, the rumors. We knew something was evidently not going well, but this is like worse than what I had even imagined. Thoughts, comments?
I was just having a moment of silence because they're out of the tournament.
It's rough. It really is.
I mean, that's literally everything. Everything he said paints the entire picture. If you can't read between the lines of what he's saying, then there's no hope for you. It's basically there's a power struggle in the team. His voice isn't being heard as an in-game leader. So what was he brought in for? It sounds like it's extending past his duties as an in-game leader, and it's affecting him as like an individual player as well. So it's like it's literally everything, and it feels like it's not even an in-the-game thing. Like, hey, I have these ideas. This is how we should play. I'm the IGL, and these are my ideas, and blah blah blah. And it's not even the play style. It's also the out of the game stuff. Like, you don't get along out of the game either. Like, what's happening in these huddles as well. Like, you're known for being this.
I think it can be really complicated to truly mesh with teammates with whom you have a completely different vision of the Counter-Strike, right? I think it can be very challenging, but also you would have hoped that prior to this project being put together, you would have taken a minute to, you know, just, do we think about Counter-Strike the same way? Do we see Counter-Strike the same way? Do we have strong fundamental differences in the way we want to play? Because, again, I think it's very complicated to mesh if there are these obstacles in the way that you look at Counter-Strike.
The thing is, it's not necessarily
what you're talking about. Like, nah, didn't look at any of that. Just show me the money, right? No. Let's take a look at the brackets, guys. I know that Liquid, there's only things that we can come up here and sort of theorize, or maybe we can spitball into maybe existence. I don't know. It's like the reverse.
Yeah, but this was like an interesting
I get that
conversation. But yeah, let's talk about brackets.
No, I understand. Like for Liquid though, like how much could we possibly have? You've given us more insight right there. Okay, albeit, but at the same
for Liquid,
time,
T-Spawn got more playtime than Ramp did.
Yeah, it's pretty factual. Oh, well, G2 beat Liquid in the bottom of the lower bracket, and that is the end of Team Liquid here in their run at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. However, as you can see, that hasn't been the case for everybody here. 9Z Vitality securing that top upper rung, and then as you can see, Big have another bigger problem.
What is going on with like rosters with stand-in or X's coming in and, you know, reviving the fire of passion? Now Nikodos in Heroic's going to make his way to the venue, which is about 200 meters from where I stand right now, here in Dallas, beating Big 2-0.
And I know Big didn't make it all the way, but I mean, they just dropped their coach like right before the event, and this is the farthest they've gone in a while, kind of.
So what you're saying is you should be unstable as a lineup.
Yeah, apparently
remove
so,
someone
yeah.
very close to an event, capitalize on that honeymoon. Maybe that's the new meta.
It is the new meta, but also you could just come to every event and say, you know what, our roster's dead. So
yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
channel the dead team buff.
It gets a little bit better
Fake
there.
drama.
Is that not what we do all the time anyway?
Yeah, a little bit, especially in NA.
That's what y'all been waiting on, innit? I mean, well, not really waiting on. We kind of knew what would happen here. Let's take a look at those playoff brackets. This is what the weekend holds for all of those viewing the Intel Extreme Masters. Yes, FaZe versus G2. Congratulations, G2. You will be playing them in the first round. Vitality, Heroic there in the bottom side.
Oh, yes.
Couple question marks definitely around that one, Maniac.
Give me that Katowice revenge. Because that game, that Vitality game versus Heroic in Katowice was atrocious. I lost parts of my heart and also probably some of my neurons watching that game. So give me a little bit of a revenge. FaZe G2 packs a punch.
But 9Z. Like, what is it? What?
Bro, they're on an episode here. It's like it's a Hollywood movie. They're having a grand old time.
Yeah, as long as they're having a good time. That's exactly what we're looking for. But as you can tell, that's how this will all break
you think
down.
We're just not going to mention Spirit, the featuring of the event?
Well, we're there, but don't worry about it, man, because, you know, people are still getting donked on. And I don't mean like...
They are.
Dunked, but donked on. Yeah, so obviously we've got our matches coming up on Friday. The first one coming in at 1 p.m. local time, and then the next one will be there around the 4-ish mark. So I think that about does it for the group stage, gentlemen. I want to thank you for your time. Moreover, I want to thank you for your contributions. And thank you for being yourselves. And you know what? That goes for you too at home. If you've been sitting here watching the Intel Extreme Masters and you're like, hey, you know, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Well, don't worry. We're not going to be gone too long. We're just going to be gone one day. And then we come back and it's the damn playoffs. So we'll see you there.
Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, the clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time, check, game time, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, the clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time, check, game time, check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that? Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.